This audiobook contains 100 censored sentences and 328 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. But neither cried out. When the ceremony ended, Niji collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Surprisingly, the caged bird curseal placed on his forehead by the main family showed subtle cracks under the impact of the young three tails. Hinata, meanwhile, stood quietly in place, a faint silver glow emanating from her body. She gently helped Niji up, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Brother Niji's eyes, they've changed a little. This is... Hayashi stepped forward in shock. Shun, after examining them with divine eye, said, "Your Byakugan requires a large amount of chakra to nourish it. With the high-quality chakra from Three Tails, the Byakugan's evolution accelerated, which caused some impact on the caged bird curseal." Night fell, and the lights came on, bringing a quiet calm to the daimyo mansion. Shun sat on the sofa in the living room, his wives gathered around him, listening to him recount the day's ceremony. Tsunade held Shiryu, who was still babbling. She raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Splitting the Three Tails? You always have so many ideas. This way, there's one more Jinchuriki." Mikoto silently poured Shun a cup of tea, then said worriedly, "But those two children are so young. To bear such a heavy responsibility, I'm a bit worried." Shun took the teacup from Mikoto, took a small sip, then comforted her. "In this turbulent world, strength is the best protection. Moreover, the Hyuga clan's bloodline is special. With the boost of tailed beast chakra, a qualitative change might occur." His gaze fell on Shiryu, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. The little fellow was curiously looking at everything around him, seemingly uninterested in the adult's conversation. Tsunade chuckled softly. "All right, since you've decided, we'll fully support you." Shun nodded, saying solemnly, "This is just the beginning. The road ahead is still long. I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing what changes Niji and Hinata will undergo in the future." Months later, on the Hyuga clan training ground, Niji and Hinata were sparring. Surprisingly, the caged bird curseal on Niji's forehead was gradually fading. Hinata exclaimed, "Brother, your caged bird curseal, it's going to disappear?" Niji stood frozen, touching his forehead in disbelief. The shackles that had bound him for years had just vanished like that. The Hyugas lost history the next day's dawn, filtering through the stained glass windows of the daimyo mansion, cast colorful light and shadow on the long corridor. Hayashi and Hizashi walked side by side down the palace corridor, their footsteps echoing in the empty hall. Hayashi's fingers traced over the clan crest beneath his sleeve, his heart beating a little faster than usual. Yesterday, on the training ground, Niji's caged bird curseal had suddenly disappeared, and it lingered in his mind. As the Hyuga main family head, he should have been terrified by the seal's disappearance. But for some reason, an indescribable anticipation stirred within him. Hizashi followed closely, his gaze cautiously sweeping his surroundings. Thinking of Niji's transformation yesterday, complex emotions surged in his heart. The two hurried through the daimyo mansion corridor, their hearts filled with unease. In the reception room, Shun stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the ninja world map hanging on the wall. His eyes were like torches, and he turned to signal. "Seat. You must be very curious about the changes that have happened to Niji." Hayashi chose a chair and sat down, maintaining the dignified posture of a 1,000-year-old clan. "Your Excellency, Niji's eyes and that caged bird curseal." Shun slowly paced, the morning light streaming in from behind him, gilding his silhouette. "This goes back over 1,000 years. The rabbit goddess gave birth to two sons. The first son, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who is the legendary sage of 6 paths, and the second son, Otsutsuki Himura, who is your ancestor." Hayashi looked up in shock, the chair beneath him swaying slightly. "Your Excellency, do you mean?" Shun waved his hand for silence and said, "Hagoromo had 2 children. The first, Indra, is the Uchiha clan's ancestor, and the second, Azura, is the Senju clan's ancestor. Hisashi couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm afraid the entire ninja world wouldn't have guessed that the Uchiha and Senju clan, who have been mortal enemies for 1,000 years, are actually relatives." Shun smiled faintly. To some extent, the Uchiha and Hyuga are also relatives. Our Uchiha Sharingan can constantly evolve, and your Hyuga's Byakugan naturally can too. Hayashi put down his teacup, his hands unconsciously clenching. His voice trembled with excitement. "Your Excellency, how does the Byakugan evolve?" Shun's expression turned serious as he said, "Hundreds of years ago, a genius emerged from your branch family and evolved the Tensigen from the Byakugan, defeating your main family ancestor. After the main family ancestor was expelled, he changed his surname to Hyuga and invented the caged bird curse seal. Some clan members who had not awakened the Byakugan were expelled and developed into the Kagaya clan and the Take-Torai clan. This is the lost history of your Hyuga clan." Hisashi unconsciously touched the seal on his forehead, his fingertips trembling slightly. "So this is the origin of the caged bird curse seal, to control the growth of the branch family and prevent the branch family from again producing eyes that could threaten the main family?" Hayashi pondered for a moment, then respectfully asked, "Your Excellency, are you suggesting that the evolution of the Byakugan is related to the Kagaya clan or the Take-Torai clan?" Shun took out 2 exquisite reagents from his sleeve and placed them on the rosewood table. The reagents gleamed with a strange luster in the morning light. One was silvery white, and the other was emerald green. These are 2 types of gene optimizers. First, the Kagaya gene optimizer, which can complete the missing genes of the Hyuga clan. Second, the Hashirama gene optimizer, which will greatly increase chakra after use, but the Byakugan may undergo unknown changes. Hisashi cautiously asked, "Your Excellency, what do you mean by unknown changes?" Shun's gaze deepened as he explained, "Because it's a genetic level change, it has a significant impact on descendants. Descendants may have enhanced Byakugan talent, or it may degenerate into ordinary eyes. Of course, there's also a certain probability of evolving the Sharingan or other dojutsu. These are all unknown changes that genetic recombination can bring." Hayashi and Hisashi exchanged glances, both falling silent. Hayashi gazed at the 2 reagents, an intense struggle within him. As the main family head, he bore the responsibility of protecting the purity of the Hyuga bloodline. But Niji's change had already proven that the Byakugan had greater potential. After a long time, he took a deep breath, his fingertips pausing slightly before touching the reagent, and finally, he firmly took the silvery white Kagaya gene optimizer. Excitement flickered in Hayashi's eyes as he said, "I choose the Kagaya gene optimizer." The Hyuga bloodline should return to its origin. Seeing his older brother make his choice, Hisashi picked up the Hashirama reagent and said, "I choose the Hashirama gene optimizer. With more chakra, I can better protect the main family." Shun nodded slightly, signaling the medical ninja nearby to step forward, and the 2 reagents were precisely injected into their veins. The injection process was quite simple, but the effects were immediate. Hayashi grunted, holding onto the coffee table. Although his Byakugan had not changed, he could feel that it was automatically absorbing chakra, seemingly accumulating energy for a transformation. The world in his eyes now appeared clearer than ever before, and his vision extended further. He could even sense extremely subtle energy fluctuations. Hayashi said excitedly, "It's as if a veil that obscured for 1,000 years has been lifted. Is this the true form of the Byakugan?" Next to him, Hisashi was also undergoing earth-shattering changes within his body. He endured the intense pain, not uttering a sound. A moment later, the chakra within him surged like a tide, his chakra volume increasing by more than double. Shun activated his Eternal Mangekyo and used Divine Eye to observe their changes. Hayashi's chakra quality improved somewhat, his physical strength increased, and his chakra volume was also slowly growing. Hisashi's original chakra volume was only 800, but now it had increased to over 2,600. Seeing this, Shun nodded with satisfaction. This is just the beginning. As the effects of the gene optimizers fully manifest, you will discover even more changes. You should exercise regularly, and your strength should continue to improve, Hayashi said, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving the Hyuga a new beginning. From this day forward, the Hyuga clan pledges its loyalty to you. Hisashi bowed as well, his eyes filled with gratitude. We are deeply grateful for your generosity. The Hyuga will never forget. Shun helped them both up. The true meaning of power lies in constantly breaking shackles, not in being bound. This is just the beginning. As night fell, Hayashi stood alone before the Hyuga ancestral shrine. He activated his Byakugan, gazing at the portrait of Hamura in the center of the shrine. He murmured to himself, "Ancestor, we have finally found our lost path." Pseudo-Jinchuriki planned failure along the border of the Land of Fire. Small-scale conflicts had escalated into a continuous war of attrition. The Land of Fire daimyo's face had become haggard over these 17 months. The dark circles under his eyes spoke of countless sleepless nights. In the Land of Fire daimyo's palace council chamber, the air was even more oppressive than the trenches at the border. The daimyo sat on a throne draped with white tiger fur. His face, once full and rosy 17 months ago, now only sagged with loose skin and sunken eye sockets. He clutched a freshly delivered battle report in his hand. The edges of the paper creased from his grip. The messenger's voice trembled slightly, not daring to meet the daimyo's eyes. The National Ninja Army's 3rd Brigade was ambushed by a Wagakure yesterday in Stone Gorge. Captain Sarutobi Matsuoka and Shimura Yosuke were killed on the spot, and the rest of the squad was annihilated. The daimyo's body stiffened abruptly, and the battle report in his hand fluttered to the ground. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but it felt as if he had inhaled a ball of scorching ashes, burning from his throat to his lungs. For 17 months, such news had been repeated daily. Every name had once been a guest at his banquets, but now they were merely cold ink on a casualty list. Prepare the carriage. We're going to the Research Institute. After a long while, he opened his eyes, his voice hoarse, as if abraded by sandpaper. Night deepened over a hidden valley in the heartland of the Land of Fire. On the surface, there was only a dense bamboo forest, but underground, a secret research institute spanning several thousand square meters was concealed. Inside the mountain cave, heavy gates slowly opened, and the daimyo's motorcade drove in, the wheels rumbling dully as they rolled over the marble floor. Inside the Research Institute, staff members were bustling about nonstop. Countless fluorescent tubes were embedded in the cold walls, emitting a faint blue, cold light. Various precision instruments continuously emitted subtle whirring sounds. In the center of the laboratory, a cylindrical cultivation tank, 5 meters high and 4 meters in diameter, was particularly striking. A 16 or 17-year-old boy floated in pale green nutrient solution, his body covered with green nutrient tubes. The other ends of the tubes were connected to complex instruments, and dense data streams flickered across the screens, recording the boy's vital signs. The daimyo paced anxiously, the hem of his luxurious silk robe sweeping across the cold floor, leaving a fleeting trace. His authoritative voice broke the silence of the laboratory. How much longer until it succeeds? Kazuma, the head of the laboratory, immediately bowed, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks, and dripping onto the floor. Reporting to Your Excellency, Subject Sora has been alive for 133 days. The fusion of the Seven Tails chakra has shown no rejection, and the Boda's compatibility has reached 87. However, there are still issues with chakra control. During the last simulated activation, it almost burst the cultivation tank and is prone to losing control. The daimyo suddenly turned, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Kazuma, like an enraged lion. I don't want to hear that. I'm asking you, how much more time until it can be deployed on the battlefield? Kazuma's body trembled, his voice growing softer and softer. According to the current progress, it might still take over a year. We need to repeatedly debug the neural connection device to ensure Sora can fully control Seven Tails' power. Useless. The daimyo suddenly bravado in rage, sharply raising the precious, jewel-encrusted staff in his hand and striking Kazuma's arm with full bravado. A loud crack echoed. Kazuma grunted, not daring to dodge, enduring the blow directly. Initially, you beat your chest and declare that you could create a weapon comparable to a tailed beast Jinchuriki in just 6 months. It's been 17 months now, and you still haven't succeeded. Do you know how much we've sacrificed for this plan? The daimyo's voice reverberated through the empty laboratory, filled with hysterical despair. The National Ninja Army has lost over 8,000 people. Over 100,000 border villagers have been displaced. I've invested over 100 billion Rio in total. And you're telling me I have to wait another year? In the shadows, an old man in dark battle armor stood silently. It was Hiruzen, the chief instructor of the National Ninja Army. His gaze was cold, and his hostility almost palpable. If not for the daimyo's authority, he would have already destroyed Kazuma on the spot. For this absurd plan, Censurado. And the initial small-scale conflicts escalated into a full-blown war of attrition. What pained Hiruzen even more was that, to appease the daimyo, he had no choice but to send the elites of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatane, and Midokado clans to the front lines of the border. To date, over 2,000 people from these 4 clans have died in battle, and thick casualty lists arrive on his desk every single day. The other 3 clan heads held significant grievances against him. Hiruzen looked at the unconscious boy in the cultivation tank, a strong wave of disgust rising within him. This so-called pseudo-Seven Tails Jinchuriki was merely a live experiment conducted by Kazuma using his own son's body. Such a thing, violating humanity, was simply unworthy of becoming the hope of the Land of Fire. Kazuma clutched his injured arm, cold sweat streaming down his forehead as he tried to explain. Your Excellency, please give us a little more time. Just give us another half a year, no, 3 months. We will definitely solve the control issue. But under the daimyo's terrifying gaze, his voice gradually weakened, finally disappearing into the air. The daimyo stared at the boy in the cultivation tank, his eyes complex, filled with urgency, unwillingness, and a hint of deep weariness. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, his back even hunching a bit. There's no time left. Tomorrow, I will convene a 5 Kage summit and announce the return of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Kazuma suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Your Excellency, you cannot do this. Our research has reached its final moment. If we just persist a little longer, we will succeed. We will be able to create countless pseudo-Jinchuriki weapons. At that time, the entire ninja world will be yours. The Land of Fire daimyo struck the ground heavily with his staff, making thud sounds. His voice carried an unprecedented resolve. Enough. The country can no longer sustain this. It cannot bleed any more for your obsession. With that, the daimyo no longer spared Kazuma a glance. Turning and striding out of the laboratory, Kazuma, the head of the research institute, stood rooted to the spot, his face ashen. Asuma's group versus Kazuma's group. The night was as dark as ink inside the graduate school's lounge. Kazuma sat on the bed, looking at the neural connection device, his eyes gradually becoming frantic. The daimyo has given up, but we can't stay here any longer. Kazuma muttered to himself, walking to the end of the corridor where 3 figures were waiting for him. Your Excellency, Kazuma, you called for us? FK spoke first, dressed in a black, tight-fitting outfit. Kazuma lowered his voice. The daimyo has decided to return the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Our research, in his eyes, is no longer valuable. If we stay, all that awaits us is reckoning. Take the test subject Sora, and we will leave this place to continue our research elsewhere. FKA frowned. This is defection. The Land of Fire's National Ninja Army will not let us go. Once we are caught, it's a dead end. Kazuma interrupted her, his tone urgent. Staying is also a dead end. The daimyo has lost patience with us. he will sooner or later attribute all the losses to us. Act immediately before the news spreads. Fudd and Fuin exchanged glances, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. Fudd said in a deep voice, "All right, we'll listen to you." The four quickly sprang into action, avoiding the patrolling guards and opening the laboratory door. Kazuma operated the control panel, draining a portion of the nutrient solution from the cultivation tank, then activated the bottom-moving device. The cultivation tank slowly rose, moving along the track towards the secret exit. FK, Fudd, and Fuin stood guard around them, ready to respond to any sudden situations. However, just as the cultivation tank was about to exit the secret passage, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire place. Fuin let out a low cry, quickly forming hand signs. "Not good. We've been discovered. Earth release. Moving Earth core." The ground suddenly shook violently, and the ceiling at the passage entrance collapsed with a roar, blocking the pursuer's path. The four pushed the cultivation tank, seizing the opportunity to rush out and disappear into the vast night. Upon receiving the news, the Land of Fire daimyo was so enraged he coughed up blood. Pursue them for me. They must not be allowed to escape with the test subject. Otherwise, the Land of Fire's reputation and everything I've invested will be for naught." Hiruzen stood by, his eyes cold. "Your Excellency, I will immediately send people to pursue them." Half an hour later, in a dense forest on the border of the Land of Fire, a 6-person squad was rapidly moving. Leading them was Asuma, with a buzz cut and a cigarette in his mouth. He held a chakra blade glowing with blue light, followed by Chiriku, 2, Nama, Sito, and Kitane, 5 members of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Asuma spat out his cigarette, but his voice low. According to the tracking clues, Kazuma and his group are in the Black Wind Forest ahead. They are carrying a cultivation tank, so their speed won't be too great. We will definitely catch up. Chiriku clasped his hands together, a faint light emanating from him. Kazuma resorted to unscrupulous means for his experiments, and this defection is an even greater crime. We must not let him succeed. The group quickened their pace and soon arrived at the edge of the Black Wind Forest. The dense trees obscured the sky, and the moonlight could only filter through the gaps in the branches, casting dappled light. Asuma made a silencing gesture and was the first to sneak into the forest. "Kazuma, stop resisting." Kazuma suddenly looked up, seeing Asuma and the 6 emerging from behind the trees, his expression instantly becoming grave. "Asuma, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Asuma, with a cigarette in his mouth, pointed his chakra blade at Kazuma. "Go back and apologize to the daimyo. Perhaps there's still a chance." Kazuma sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. "A chance? That indecisive daimyo has already made the Land of Fire miss the best opportunity." Asuma's eyes turned cold. "Stubborn. In that case, don't blame us for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, FKA suddenly formed hand signs. Earth release. Rock pillar spears. Dozens of sharp stone spikes instantly rose from the ground, thrusting towards Asuma and his group. Chiriku roared, a massive 1,000-armed cannon chakra form appearing around him. With a wave of his hands, he blocked all the stone spikes. "Everyone be careful. They're skilled in earth release." 2, Nama, Sito, and Kitane quickly spread out, launching attacks from the east, south, west, and north directions, respectively. Seeing this, Fuin's lips curved into a cold smile, and he formed hand signs. Earth release, earth-style wall. A thick wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking Nama's fireball and Sito's attack. At the same time, Fuin's figure suddenly disappeared into the ground. He used earth release, hiding like a mole technique, burrowing underground, preparing for a surprise attack. Kitane, watch out for underground. Asuma, sensing something was wrong, quickly warned. Fuin suddenly emerged from the ground, his kunai glinting with cold light, aiming directly for Kitane's back. The kunai struck Kitane's heart with fierce precision. Kitane looked down in disbelief at the wound on his barato slowly falling, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Centurato, a small tornado appeared, carrying flower petals, blowing Ceto into the sky. Ceto, too, was filled with grief and indignation, turning to rush towards FK, but he didn't notice the ground beneath his feet subtly rising. Suddenly, a stone spike jutted up from the ground and struck her, wounding her. Tu looked down at the dark stain on the stone spike. Her barato collapsed, and she fell. Watching his allies fall one by one, Asuma, holding his chakra blade, charged towards Kazuma. Kazuma, this ends now. Kazuma, however, showed no fear. He controlled the cultivation tank, blocking it in front of himself. Asuma, do you think you can win? Just then, Chirika's thousand-hand cannon struck punch after punch at Fudd and FK. Fudd hastily used Earth-style wall, but it was shattered by several strikes. Then, Fudd and FK were both sent flying, badly injured and unable to continue. Seeing his barato all defeated, a hint of fear rose in Fuin's heart, and he prepared to burrow underground to escape. Where do you think you're going? Asuma threw his chakra blade, which struck Fuin down before he could escape. The battle finally ended, leaving the clearing quiet and still. In the distance, Kazuma disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Asuma, Hiruzen, and that foolish daimyo. One day, I will return with Sora and make you all pay the price. A ceasefire inside the daimyo mansion's palace council hall. The scent of incense could not suppress the chill emanating from the corpses. The land of fire, daimyo's usually dignified face was now ashen and gloomy. Thump! Asuma knelt on one knee, his forehead touching the cold floor. His voice was unusually heavy. Your Excellency, this subordinate is incompetent. I only killed FK, Fudd, and Fuin. Kazuma escaped with the experimental subject. Hiruzen stood in the corner, his graying eyebrows knitted together. He looked at Asuma's exhausted profile, complex emotions swirling in his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the land of fire daimyo let out a long sigh. He walked to Nama's stretcher, looked at the serious injuries on the young man's barato, and said in a deep voice, "Issue my command. The entire Imperial Medical Academy is to be on standby. Nama must be saved. Tu, Ceto, and Kitane are to be given a state funeral and buried with the honors of national hero. Their families will be supported by the national treasury for life. There must be no mistakes." Yes. The messenger bowed and withdrew. The daimyo rubbed his brow, his voice carrying an lingering weariness. Furthermore, the Four Nations Summit will proceed as planned. Centurato, have you truly decided? That is a huge amount of compensation. The daimyo's expression was unusually firm, and he waved his hand. The national treasury can be refilled if it's empty, but if people are gone, everything is gone. As for Kazuma, this matter cannot be let go. Send people to investigate in secret. Once his whereabouts are discovered, he must be dealt with without mercy. Hiruzen nodded. Understood, Your Excellency. Subsequently, Shirakumo City, a neutral city on the Barato-S border, suddenly became the focus of the ninja world. In the land of water's royal palace, Shun held a little girl. Karen, come, give Papa a kiss, and Papa will give you candy. 3-year-old Karen blinked her moist red eyes, hugged her father's head, and kissed him on the cheek. Shun also kissed Karen, then handed her a gold foil-wrapped candy. Karen-chan, you're so good. Go play. Karen took the candy, carefully peeled back the wrapper, her face full of pride and happiness. Sasuke walked over, looking on longingly. Father, I want candy too. Shun patted Sasuke's head and said, There's no more candy. Go play with your brother Seishin. Sasuke looked at the candy on the table and said, Father, you're playing favorites. There's clearly still candy on the table. Just then, the Umbu leader bowed and entered, his voice extremely low. Sir, news from a land of fire states that the land of fire daimyo will hold a 5-nation summit tomorrow in the border-neutral city to return the 7 Tails Jinchuriki F and has promised to compensate for losses. Shun's brows slowly furrowed, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He waved his hand, and the Umbu leader bowed and retreated. Shun looked into the distance, pondering. The Land of Fire has suffered heavy losses in the war these past years, and its national treasury is already empty. Compensation: voluntarily returning the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. This is not something that can be easily ended just because you want it to be. The next day, the Land of Fire daimyo personally attended the Five Nations Summit. He publicly announced that the Land of Fire would compensate Owagakure, Kimogakure, Sunagakure, and Takigakure with a total of 50 billion ryo to cover war losses. The representatives of the four nations were initially somewhat hesitant, but seeing that the Land of Fire was willing to return the Jinchuriki and that the compensation amount far exceeded expectations, they eventually relented. After the agreement was signed, the four nations each dispatched elite squads to the designated location to receive the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. The task of escorting this 3-year-old child naturally fell on Hiruzen's shoulders. The team advanced through a desolate valley, with steep cliffs on both sides, and only a narrow path winding forward in the middle. Hiruzen's brows were tightly furrowed. He felt an unsettling premonition. Maintain vigilance. This path is too quiet. Something's not right. No sooner had he spoken than a dark figure swooped down from the cliff above. The figure, clad in a black robe with red clouds, moved so fast that it left only a blur. Upon landing, a mysterious person wearing a spiral mask looked down at everyone from above. "Who are you?" Hiruzen instantly formed hand seals, and the umbu around him immediately formed a circle, shielding F in the center. The mysterious person did not answer. His figure flashed, and he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. In an instant, the air temperature plummeted, and a bone-chilling cold swept over them, as countless tiny ice crystals condensed and swirled in midair. Hiruzen's heart jolted, and he immediately shouted, "Be careful! This is an ice release, Kekii Genkai. Attack with fire release." Before he could finish his sentence, the mysterious person had already placed one hand on the ground. Ice release. Ice prison dome. A cold aura spread rapidly outwards from him. Instantly, the ground quickly froze into a layer of smooth, solid ice, and the guard's defensive formation was instantly thrown into disarray. Hiruzen quickly leaped up, spewing raging flames from his mouth. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind release. Vortex. The fire dragon roared, expanding and spreading, and crashed into the ice wall that had risen before the mysterious person. Steam billowed, and the entire valley was instantly enveloped in white mist. Just then, the mysterious person, like a shadow, merged with the mist, weaved between ice cones and ice mirrors. Wherever he passed, umbu members were frozen into ice sculptures. Hiruzen roared, "Protect the Jinchuriki." Then, he created several shadow clones and lunged at the mysterious person again. In the chaos, an ice mirror suddenly appeared in front of F. In the mirror, the mysterious person's figure flashed by, and the next second, he had already scooped up the Seven Tails Jinchuriki F with one hand. "See you later, everyone." Before his words faded, countless ice crystals danced and spun around him, forming an ice tornado. When the tornado dissipated, the figures of the mysterious person and F had already vanished without a trace. Hiruzen knelt on one knee on the ice, breathing heavily. Such a large-scale ice release. When did such a person appear in the ninja world? Who exactly is he? Soon after, the teams from the 4 hidden villages arrived, only to find a chaotic battlefield and bodies frozen into ice sculptures. When the news spread, the ninja world was once again in an uproar. The 4 major hidden villages all accused the Land of Fire of staging a bitter stratagem, pretending to return the Jinchuriki while secretly sending someone to abduct her, demanding even Barato compensation from the Barato. The Barato daimyo was so enraged that he nearly choked on the spot, but he could only accept it. Ultimately, he promised to give an additional 5 billion ryo each to Owagakure, Kimogakure, and Sunagakure, and an additional 2 billion ryo to Takigakure. Seeing the Land of Fire's sincere intentions, the four nations reluctantly agreed to another ceasefire. The 17-month-long war of attrition finally concluded with an agreement that resembled a farce. Shun vs. 4 Kage. Shun's gaze fell on the little girl in his arms. 3-year-old F was curled up, her light green hair dusted with grime, her small hand unconsciously clutching his clothes. Looking at the 3-year-old F, Sincerado, I'm hungry. Shun's heart felt as if it had been clenched by something. Wait a bit, Uncle will get you some milk to drink. F blinked, and before she could react, she felt the surging power within her being gently but irresistibly drawn by a suction force towards this uncle's palm. Sincerado. Chakra threads wrapped around it like a spiderweb, forcibly stripping the Seven Tails main unit from F's body. F instantly went limp, her face pale after losing the tailed beast. Shun then separated a portion of the Seven Tails chakra and infused it into F's body. As the wisp of chakra flowed through her body, F's eyelashes trembled, and she fell into a peaceful sleep. Shun formed a hand seal and created a shadow clone. Watch over her. The shadow clone immediately picked up F, gently stroking her hair and gently rocking her in his arms. He raised a hand and tugged at his collar, wearing a black robe with red clouds and a yellow spiral mask on his face, revealing only a pair of blue eyes, colored contacts for disguise. Now it's time to have some fun. In the central plaza of the neutral city stone town, white pigeons were landing on the stone sculpture of the fountain. The person in charge of Takigakure, Sat, had just pushed a cup of hot tea across the table. Noki on the opposite side snorted coldly. The land of fire's compensation money was given quite readily, but I wonder how much sincerity there is. The third Suchikage is joking. Hiruzen put down his teacup, his fingertips still wrapped in bandages. The border conflicts had left his old wounds unhealed. Before he finished speaking, the clock tower on the east side of the plaza suddenly emitted a piercing, cracking sound. Everyone looked up to see a pillar of ice blue light shooting into the sky, and a massive cluster of ice cones condensed in midair, raining down on the plaza like a storm. Enemy attack. Fourth Raikage, Ace slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Lightning released chakra, sparking around his body. Raza raised his hand and pressed it to the ground, and gold dust instantly surged up, forming a shield above everyone's heads. The ice cones smashed against the gold dust, and shattered ice crystals splashed, reflecting a dazzling light. From within the dust, a figure wearing a black robe with red clouds slowly emerged. He stood on the Seven Tails Kame, and the blue eyes under his yellow mask swept over everyone. Noki narrowed his eyes, chakra flowing around his body. You're carrying the Seven Tails. What do you want? The mysterious masked man's voice carried a hint of disdainful laughter. I heard that you are the top experts of the ninja world, so I came to spar a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and the Seven Tails Kame suddenly spread its wings and flew up. A tailed beast ball condensed in its mouth, a dark red energy orb that instantly expanded to more than an average person's height. At the same time, he formed a hand seal with his left hand, and an ice wall suddenly rose from the ground, with ice spikes like a forest stabbing towards the Raikage. You're asking to die, to use a tailed beast ball within the city. A roared as he charged forward, his lightning released chakra, pushing his speed past the sound barrier, his fists smashing towards the ice wall with a whooshing sound. The moment the ice wall shattered, he found that his opponent had already appeared behind him. Ice release, swallow snow storm, slashing at the back of his neck like a sharp blade. Raikage, be careful. Raza's gold dust timely wrapped around his waist, pulling him back behind the shield. Noki took the opportunity to leap up, striking the Seven Tails with Earth Release, added weight rock technique, but was repelled by Kamai's tail spike. Hiruzen, meanwhile, formed a hand seal and summoned Enma, quickly sweeping Enma, who had transformed into the adamantine staff horizontally, but was blocked by a massive shield of ice formed by Ice Release, making his arms numb. The four quickly fell into a bitter struggle. Shun's Ice Release was bizarre and unpredictable, sometimes transforming into an ice dragon to entangle, and other times condensing into ice blades for sudden attacks. Combined with the Seven Tails' speed and tailed beast ball, there were almost no weaknesses, as lightning release was fast, but it was weakened by the cold of the ice release. Raza's gold dust could defend, but couldn't keep up with Kamai's flight speed. Noki's dust release required charging, and each time he prepared, he would be interrupted by his opponent's ice cones. A gasp for breath, a thin layer of ice forming on his arm. This kid's coordination is too bizarre. The tail beast is like his clone. Hiruzen said nothing, only gripping his adamantine staff tighter. Suddenly, he glimpsed a momentary delay in the Seven Tails' left wing. That was a trace of Kamei not having fully recovered after being extracted. "Attack the left wing," Hiruzen shouted as he charged forward, his adamantine staff thrusting straight at Kamai's wing. Shun's eyes flashed, and ice release. Ice prison technique instantly trapped Hiruzen, while also controlling Seven Tails to turn around, its tail spike fiercely stabbing towards his chest. Noki roared, "First, deal with Seven Tails." Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world technique. A pale gray, translucent cube instantly enveloped Seven Tails. Raza and A attacked simultaneously, gold dust wrapping around Kamai's limbs and fists smashing into its head. Bang! The light of the dust release consumed the Seven Tails figure, and the tailed beast's mournful cry exploded in the air, then vanished. Hiruzen in the ice prison took the opportunity to break free, but was thrown back by the barato of the explosion, pain flaring from his barato where the blast had struck as he steadied himself. In the center of the plaza, Shun looked at the dissipated Seven Tails, a slight smile forming on his face beneath the mask. He raised his hands to form a hand seal, and his body transformed into a wisp of black smoke, instantly disappearing before everyone's eyes. The Land of Fire daimyo's carriage was parked on the hillside of Stone Town, and through the carriage window, he had a clear view of the battle that had just taken place. When he saw the Seven Tails killed by the dust release, he suddenly clenched the reins, his expensive silk gloves pierced by his fingernails. Useless. All useless. He cursed in a low voice, his voice trembling with anger. He had just pushed boxes of banknotes in front of Noki and A and the others, apologizing for the theft of the Seven Tails. But based on the Seven Tails' performance just now, where was the deterrent power of a legendary tailed beast? It was nothing more than an insect controlled by someone. "My lord, should we?" The attendant cautiously began. The Land of Fire daimyo interrupted him. "Shut up. That scoundrel Kazuma tricked me terribly. 100 billion, 8,000 lives, all for this useless thing." The carriage wheels ground over the gravel, making a harsh sound. The daimyo's eyes were filled with regret. If he hadn't believed Kazuma's plan back then, how would the Land of Fire have fallen to such a state today? Doing some absurd things? In the long corridor of the Land of Water's royal palace, Shun's footsteps were extremely light. A little girl, just over 3 years old, was sleeping soundly in his arms. Chie was waiting at the palace gate, and when she saw Shun's figure from afar, a gentle smile appeared on her face. But when she clearly saw the small figure he was holding, her smile paused slightly. Chie stepped forward, her gaze lingering on the girl's pale face for a moment, her tone carrying a hint of doubt. "Husband, this child is—" Shun gently stopped, lowered his head to look at F sleeping in his arms, and his fingertips gently brushed the stray hairs on her forehead. "Her name is F, and she is the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. But don't worry, I've already extracted the Seven Tails from her." Chie's eyes widened in surprise. She had also heard about the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Previously, the 4 great nations had been fighting fiercely because of her. Then her family. Chie's voice softened considerably, her gaze falling on F's chapped lips. Shun looked up at Chie, his tone deep. "She is an orphan, Chie. Please adopt her and let her grow up peacefully in the Land of Water." Chie's heart felt as if something had gently bumped it. She looked at the seriousness in Shun's eyes, then at F, defenseless in his arms, and reached out to gently stroke the girl's hair, the soft touch making her heart ache. When she took F, she deliberately made her arms steady and light. Since you've asked, how could I refuse? Don't worry, from now on, I will be her mother, and the land of water will be her home. Just as she was speaking, a light patter of footsteps sounded from the end of the corridor, and Hamamaru rushed over like a small cannonball. When he saw F in Chie's arms, he immediately stopped and curiously leaned in to look. Mother, is this my little sister? Chie smiled and nodded. Yes, from now on, she will be your little sister, named F. She deliberately had Hamamaru stand next to F, and the height difference between the two children immediately became apparent. Hamamaru was only 7 months older than F, but he was half a head taller, and his shoulders were sturdier, clearly a sign of being well cared for. Shun watched this scene, and the tight corners of his lips finally softened. The suffering F had endured in the land of fire might not be fully compensated, but at least here, she could have a warm home and a stable childhood, just like Hamamaru. Let's go inside first. Chie carried F towards the palace, and Hamamaru followed closely, occasionally stealing a glance at his new little sister. Shun followed behind, watching their retreating figures, and the worry that had hung in his heart over F's placement finally settled. Dinner was set in a side hall by the water, with 6 carved windows open, offering a view of the water lily pond outside. The 6 princesses sat around a low table. Chie had just settled F and Hamamaru, and returned with a plate of honey-preserved plums in her hand. Essaray spoke first, stirring the silverfish soup in her bowl. The war in the land of fire has finally subsided. But I hear that the envoys of the 4 great nations have recently been exchanging messages. I'm afraid there will be new developments. Shun's hand, which was picking up his chopsticks, paused, and his gaze swept over the night outside the window. Their attention will soon fall on the land of water. Indeed, under his governance in recent years, the land of water had changed too much. He had dredged the silted ports, built 3 new-style shipyards, and even erected watchtowers in the border fishing towns. In addition, he had established numerous new schools, dozens of clothing factories and seafood processing plants, 18 department stores, and wholesale markets. The country, once known as the Fishing Island, now saw an endless stream of merchant ships and was no longer the easily overlooked entity it once was. May rested her chin on her hand. She was 17 this year, and her features already showed the future brilliance, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with a pearl bracelet. Shun used to love fiddling with it, so she snatched it, treating it as a token of his affection. Also, they were going to officially marry next year. May was lost in thought, her mind wandering. Essaray lowered her gaze, looking at her young daughter. So how do you intend to respond? Shun put down his chopsticks. Cinchureto, well, say it's to help with paperwork, he said, placing deliberate emphasis on the last few words. The princesses in the hall were first stunned, then covered their mouths and laughed. Essaray teased, "This isn't absurd at all. It's clearly meant to create a little harmless chatter, to make outsiders think that your mind is all on matters of the heart." Amidst the laughter, May suddenly put down her chopsticks, her cheeks puffed out like a small pufferfish. She glared at Shun, squeezing the pearl bracelet tighter with her fingers. "I don't agree." Hearing Mai's voice, everyone was stunned. May herself felt her voice was too sharp. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, but she still stiffened her neck. "If they can be secretaries, so can I. I'm even more familiar with your documents than they are." Shun looked at her reddening earlobes, the smile in his eyes impossible to hide. He reached out and gently patted the back of her hand. Seeing Mai's mouth pout even higher, he added, "You can't be a secretary, but I allow you, as my fiancé, to come and cause trouble." "Cause trouble?" Shun suppressed a smile and explained, for example, accidentally knocking over an ink bottle while serving snacks, or standing by and staring while I'm discussing matters with a secretary. A royal scandal, if it includes a jealous fiancé, would be even more interesting, wouldn't it? The laughter in the hall grew louder. Mai's face turned red from her earlobes to her forehead. She grabbed a honey-preserved plum from the table and tossed it into Shun's bowl. "Who's jealous? I just worry you'll be tricked." The evening breeze outside the window wafted through, carrying the fresh scent of water lilies. Shun looked at the round plum in his bowl, then at May across from him, who had her head bowed low, the light in his eyes as gentle as the moonlight on the pond. Some schemes need to be hidden amidst the everyday, so they won't be scattered by the wind. Yukari's eyes darted, thinking of something fun. She turned to May beside her, taking her small hand. May-chan, why don't you stay overnight? Anyway, you'll be marrying him next year. Tonight, you could spend some time with Shun. I know you've been looking forward to seeing him again. May instantly blushed, and she gently shook off Yukari's hand. Yukari-ne, how can you be like this? I am not talking to you anymore. Mice years of longing, it was late at night when Shun finally finished reviewing the last memorial. He rubbed his temples, stood up with a slight weariness, and walked towards Yukari's bedchamber. The corridor lights cast his shadow long before him. Upon arriving at Yukari's bedchamber, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Pushing open the door, he saw the graceful figure of Yukari sitting at her dressing table. She was meticulously combing her fiery red hair, each movement elegant and unhurried. Hearing the door open, she turned her head, smiled sweetly, and rose to greet him. Are all your official duties handled? She asked softly, untying his outer robe. Shun nodded, pulled her into his barato, and barato. He took a deep breath of the fresh barato of her hair. With you waiting, how could I not return quickly? Yukari leaned against him, feeling the warmth of his chest, her eyes full of tenderness. But soon, she gently pushed him away and pointed out the window. Mice bedchamber still has its lights on. You should go to her tonight. Shun's steps faltered. He knew Yukari's thoughts. Although May had never formally married him, he had allowed her to live in the palace as his fiancée, and the world already regarded her as his queen. Even May herself had long considered herself as beloved. Shun held Yukari in his arms and barato forehead. You certainly think of me. Yukari gently pushed him away, tidied his lapels, and lightly tapped his chest with her fingertip. Don't always bully her. That girl has waited for you for so many years. You can't keep her waiting forever. She specially stewed your favorite lotus seed soup tonight and has been sitting in her room for almost an hour. Shun smiled helplessly. I know. You are my queen, and you care about this barato than I do. Yukari stood on her tiptoes and gave him a quick, affectionate peck. Hurry, don't let her get impatient. Shun showed his affection barato. All right, I'll go now. You get some rest early. Then, he turned and walked towards Mice bedchamber, a warm current flowing through his heart. Having such a considerate queen was his greatest fortune in this life. Meanwhile, in Mice bedchamber, the future queen was lost in thought. Yukari-ne said she would let Shun come tonight. Will he really come? She murmured to herself in front of the mirror. Cinchureto, her cheeks flushed, and she suddenly shook her head. No, that would be too embarrassing. She covered her burning cheeks, not daring to look at herself in the mirror again. He always bullies me, but I always think of him. If he really doesn't come, he'll be so unwilling. Just then a knock sounded. May abruptly looked up, her eyes instantly lighting up. She took a deep breath, tidied her nightgown, and then rose to open the door. The door creaked open softly from the inside. Shun stood outside the door, the moonlight spilling in from behind him, outlining him with a silver edge. He had changed into a loose nightgown, his black hair casually draped over his shoulders, appearing less imposing and barato relaxed than usual. Shun's gaze fell on her face. The corner of his barato lifted slightly, and a hint of warmth spread in his eyes. May, aren't you going to invite me in? May finally came to her senses and hurriedly stepped aside. Please come in. The atmosphere in the bedchamber became a little awkward for a moment. May stood there, flustered, not knowing what to do. Shun chuckled softly and naturally walked to the table and sat down. What's wrong? Didn't you always say you wanted to hang out with me? Now, you're nervous? May hesitated, then obediently walked over and sat down, keeping a little distance. She retorted with a blush, and her voice grew softer. That was a joke. Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind, she looked up sharply and stared directly at Shun. You always reject me. I just don't know what to do to satisfy you. Shun looked at her earnest expression, and his heart couldn't help but soften. May had been by his side for many years, and he had always known her feelings, but he had always put it off, citing her young age. Now, thinking about it, it was indeed a bit excessive. He reached out and pulled her in his arms, whispering in her ear, "I know. I made you wait for too long over the years." May looked up, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. "I just am afraid of disappointing you." Inside the room, the familiar sweet aroma of lotus seed soup wafted through the air. Shun's gaze softened considerably, and he said softly, "I heard someone specially stewed lotus seed soup for me. I came to taste it." Mai's face instantly burned, and she hurriedly ran to get the soup bowl, her hand trembling. Cinchuredo then took a small mouthful from the spoon. The sweetness of the lotus burrito, mixed with the warmth of his care, filled her with comfort from head to heart. When she looked up, her gaze met his deep eyes. There was no longer the usual teasing, only profound tenderness. Shun put down the spoon, raised his hand to gently touch her face, his thumb softly stroking her cheek. "May, I've wronged you all these years." Tears welled up in Mai's eyes, but she stubbornly shook her head. "No wrong, as long as I could wait for this day." Shun lowered his head and pressed his forehead gently against hers. This kiss was different from his usual playful ones. It carried genuine emotion and remorse. May first widened her eyes in surprise, then slowly closed them, responding to his kiss. When Shun ended the kiss, May leaned against him, breathing slightly, her heart pounding, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, Cinchuredo in Mai's bedchamber, tense arguments and heated exchanges echoed continuously, making the maidservants outside the door uneasy and on edge. That night, May, feeling newly emboldened, decided to challenge Shun's authority. Shun shouted firmly, "Do you submit or not?" May clenched her jaw and shouted back, "I don't give in." The next day, Shun went to work as usual, but May couldn't get out of bed. Secretaries, Kurenai and Shizuka, the next morning, a faint fragrance permeated the daimyo mansion's council hall. Shizune and Kurenai stood below, feeling uneasy. They both wore newly made secretary uniforms, one blue and one red, which made their faces appear even barato striking. Shun sat behind the desk, his moon-white, everyday clothes accentuating his shoulders and back. His fingertips lightly tapped the table, his gaze sweeping over the two of them, his eyes calm and composed. "From today on, you two are my secretaries." Shizune pressed her barato together, her earrings gently swaying with the slight movement. Kurenai, on the other hand, quietly raised her eyes, only to meet the easy smile in Shun's gaze. She immediately lowered her head again, her earlobes turning red. Shun casually pointed at the mountain of documents piled on the desk, a lazy smile playing on his lips. His confident, authoritative, yet casual tone stated, "You two should first familiarize yourselves with the government affairs. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me anytime." The two quickly stepped forward, presenting the organized documents to the desk. Shizune's expression was serious and respectful, her earrings gently swaying. "Yes, Your Excellency, we will follow your instructions." Shun's eyes darted, his voice carrying a hint of casual laziness. "Kurenai, come here and help me look at this document." Kurenai was startled for a moment, then quickly stepped forward. As she focused on the writing on the document, Shun leaned in closer and pointed at a section of the text to show her what he had noticed. His fingertip briefly rested near her ear, feeling the warmth of her skin. Shizune watched from the side, stunned, the teacup she had just picked up wobbling, almost spilling the warm water. She hadn't expected Shun to be so bold and direct with Kurenai. "Your Excellency," Kurenai exclaimed, her cheeks instantly turning as red as the evening clouds. Even her neck flushed crimson. Shun, however, smiled calmly, his hands resting loosely at his sides. Then, he stepped forward and spoke softly. "What's wrong?" "As my secretary, Cinchuredo." Her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. "No, Your Excellency." Shun suddenly took on a commanding tone. "Kurenai, look up at me." Kurenai hesitated, then raised her eyes to meet his deep gaze. Her reflection was in them. Sensuredo, his gestures were calm and respectful. Kurenai stepped back calmly, regaining her composure. Just then, Shun turned to Shizun. Shizun, please come over here for a moment. Shizun was surprised and stepped forward cautiously. Her wrist, however, Shun gently touched her wrist. Shizun, your hands are so soft. Shizun Barato, suddenly, and a corner of the paper in her hand slid down with a rustle. Shun quickly reached out and caught it, his tone playful. What, surprised? Or was I standing too near? Shizun blinked and stepped back a little, lowering her head and muttering, Your Excellency, no? Shun chuckled, then picked up the teacup on the desk, poured a cup of warm water, and offered it to her. Then drink some warm water, don't be nervous. After all, we'll be together every day from now on. Shizun smiled as she watched, holding the teacup firmly in her hand, though she couldn't help but glance at him from the corner of her eye. Shun reached out and gently tapped her arm, inviting her to sit nearby. Sensuredo, blushing, her fingers trembling, pressed gently against his barato. Shun closed his eyes, letting out a comfortable sigh. Shizun, you have a good touch. Press a little deeper. Kurenai stood by, watching the scene, and for some reason, a hint of envy arose in her heart. Shun seemed to notice her expression, suddenly opening his eyes and beckoning to her. Kurenai, come closer. Why are you standing so far away? Kurenai hesitated as she approached, and Shun gestured for her to take a seat beside him. He chuckled softly. This is nice, having company on both sides. That's the joy of life. Both girls exchanged polite smiles, unsure how to respond. Shun regarded them warmly. From now on, Shizun will work on my left and Kurenai on my right. I think you'll both do great on the team alongside me. Kurenai and Shizun both returned to their seats, looking flustered. Kurenai glanced at Shun and noticed him looking at her with a small smile. She quickly looked away, adjusting her skirt. Shizun, meanwhile, stared at the desktop, not even daring to glance at Shun with her peripheral vision. But she could clearly sense his attention occasionally falling on her, making her heart race. Just then, a voice announced from outside. Your Excellency, Elder Genji requests an audience. Shun then stepped back from them, his tone returning to normal. All right, you two are dismissed. Tonight, come find me to report on your work. The two felt as if they had received a great reprieve, quickly straightening their attire and withdrawing. As they brushed past Genji, they noticed his watchful gaze. The news quickly spread. Sensuredo Shun stood by the window, listening to the Umbu report on the reactions from various countries, a cold smile on his face. Very good. Let them continue to think that way. Oscar-level acting as night fell. The palace lanterns in the daimyo mansion lit up one after another, casting a soft glow under the corridors. Sensuredo. Looking for your husband to challenge you again? These words struck a chord with May. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with emotion. She reached up and gently placed her arms around Shun's neck, giving him a soft barato on the cheek. Shun watched her clumsy barato, the smile in his eyes growing wider, allowing her to do as she barato. After a while, May, looking flustered, gently pushed him away, her cheeks flushed a deep red. At this point, Shun reached out, wrapped an arm around her barato, and lifted her directly into his arms. She let out a small surprise sound and instinctively wrapped her arms around Shun's neck. Her eyes were full of panic, yet she tried to stay calm. May, why don't we get some rest? His voice was gentle. May closed her eyes quietly. The night gradually deepened, and the room became still. Ding, host and partner. May have completed an intense training barato, boil release, intermediate, experience 100, intermediate lava release, intermediate, experience 100, chakra cap 5. Ding, upgrade conditions met. Congratulations for acquiring boil release advanced. Ding, upgrade conditions met. Congratulations for acquiring lava release advanced. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Shun did not check them. This was because advancing from Kaga level to 6 Paths level was a huge threshold. May nestled in Shun's arms, listening to his steady heartbeat, and mumbled softly, "Shun, I don't quite understand why you would tarnish your reputation with such scandals. With your current power, unifying the ninja world shouldn't be a problem, right?" Shun gently patted her back and asked, "What? Are you jealous?" "No, I just can't figure out what the point of doing this is." Shun calmly explained, "This world is not as simple as you imagine. Some powerful individuals use the ninja world as their chessboard. If I were to destroy all the other ninja villages, it would disrupt their arrangements, and then some terrifying enemies might appear." Mei looked at Shun with a puzzled expression. "There are still enemies in this world that make you afraid? What kind of existence are they?" Shun's gaze was profound. "Several old antiques who have lived for at least 1,000 years. I will surpass them in the future." Mei pondered for a moment, then responded, "I believe you. Tomorrow, I will accompany you and act well. I look forward to your performance." The next day, Mei walked along the corridor, carrying a food box. On the surface, she was there to deliver snacks, but in reality, it had already been arranged. Today, they were to perform a scene of fiancé storming the council chambers to further fuel the rumors outside. A few steps from the council chambers, she heard the sound of women's laughter from within. Mei paused, deliberately slowing her pace, waiting for Shun's agreed signal. "Shizun, the format of this document is incorrect. Come here, they'll show you how to correct it." Shizun, holding the document, walked to the desk and sat on the surface. Shun stepped over and gently turned her toward the chair. "Shizun, you need to pay Barato attention. Sit still, and he'll explain it. Centurato, it should be changed like this." Mei stood outside the door, watching Shun's acting, barely suppressing her laughter. "Your Excellency, please don't." Kurinai's voice, as faint as a mosquito's hum, had just fallen. Hearing the agreed signal, Mei abruptly pushed open the door, placing the food box down with a thump on the desk, making the teacups rattle. She deliberately put on a stern face, her tone carrying a carefully nurtured hint of aggression. "It seems I've come at an inconvenient time, interrupting Your Excellency's important meeting." Shun heard the sound, the smile in his eyes instantly fading, replaced by a slightly surprised expression. He deliberately released Kurinai's hand, his tone flustered. "Mei, why are you here?" "Perfect, Shizun and Kurinai just learned to brew new tea. You should try some too." "Try tea?" Mei scoffed, her gaze sweeping over the cowering Shizun and Kurinai. Her voice suddenly rose. "Shun, have you forgotten who I am?" Shun paused, reaching out to brush away the stray hairs from her forehead. Mei violently swatted his hand away, a hint of redness appearing in her eyes. "Don't touch me. I am your publicly announced fiancé. Am not some fool who can watch you and your female subordinates flirting and still smile while drinking tea." Shun's hand froze in midair, as if he had been scolded into a daze. Mei clenched her fists, deliberately making her knuckles turn white. "What are the rumors outside saying? But what about you? These past few days you've gotten worse, not even showing an ounce of restraint. If I hadn't come today, would you have invited them in, making me, your rightful fiancé, clear out for them?" Kurinai cooperatively whispered in defense, "Princess." "No, Your Excellency, we didn't." Before she could finish, Mei's stern gaze silenced her. Shun's tones softened, tinged with a hint of panic. "Mei, don't get agitated, Mei became even more assertive. "Shun, listen carefully. Either you rein in these absurd behaviors and remember that you're a man with a fiancé, or you announce to the world that our engagement is broken, and from then on, you can spend your time with whomever you please, and Mei, will never bother you." Shun sighed, his voice full of apology. "Mei, I shouldn't have let you suffer such great injustice." Seeing this, Shizun and Kurinai quickly tiptoed towards the door, trying to sneak away. "Stop!" Mei's muffled voice reached them, and the two instantly froze in place. She deliberately feigned lingering anger in her eyes. "You are Shun's secretaries. You should know what to do and what not to do. Don't take advantage of his indulgence and forget your place." "Yes, yes." The two quickly nodded, then fled from the council chambers as if escaping. This fierce scolding, however, had already drifted through the half-open door into the ears of the attendants. Within half a day, The news of the daimyo of the Land of Water and his fiancée arguing in the council chambers spread like wildfire. The future princess angrily accused the daimyo of showing favoritism toward two female secretaries, adding fuel to the previous rumors already circulating. Meanwhile, deep underground, Rin was being resurrected. Somewhere in the Land of Water, a futuristic biological laboratory. Shun used divine eye to observe Orochimaru and Tsunade's experiment. Preparation complete. Dragon life reincarnation technique activated. As Orochimaru's hand seals changed, the controlled death row prisoner began to perform the dragon life reincarnation technique. Then, the little white mouse's previously tightly closed eyes suddenly trembled slightly. Its four limbs began to convulse. It flicked its tail, and, in the transparent container, it ran around vivaciously, even nibbling on some of the feed nearby. It succeeded. A hint of surprise flashed in Tsunade's eyes as she stepped forward to carefully observe the white mouse's condition. She felt one step closer to resurrecting Nawaki. Orochimaru stopped his hand seals, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. But just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Shun's voice. The experiment failed. It hasn't truly been resurrected in essence. It merely possesses temporary mobility. The smile on Orochimaru's face stiffened, and his eyes held confusion. Shun-kun, why do you say that? The core of the dragon life reincarnation technique is to inject vitality into the target, heal physical injuries, and simultaneously guide the soul back to the body. Shun walked to the operating table, his fingertip hovering above the white mouse. Cinchuredo, he watched the white mouse's movements and continued. The white mouse's soul has not returned. Its current activity is merely based on its instinct from before death. Once the borrowed life force within it is exhausted, it will lose its life again, and its corpse will continue to decay. Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Orochimaru's surprise receded, and his tone became serious. Shun-kun, do you have any good suggestions? Shun looked up at the cultivation pods deep within the research institute, where strange-looking white zetsu were submerged, and said, "White zetsu are cultivated from the god tree and Hashirama cells. They naturally possess all chakra natures, making them the most suitable host for the technique. By having a white zetsu simulate Ryu Zetsu's chakra fluctuations, Cinchuredo Shun held back Orochimaru, interrupting him again. No need to look. Let's just resurrect Rin directly. It saves wasting a white zetsu." Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then understood Shun's intention. All right, Rin's clone will come in handy. He raised his hand and pressed the control button. The cultivation pod slowly opened, and Rin's clone was brought to the operating table. Then, Orochimaru controlled a white zetsu to emerge from the cultivation pod. Shun quickly formed hand seals with both hands, pressing his palms onto the operating table. Edo Tensei, black runes began to spread, coiling around Rin's clone, and a large number of small white paper tags gradually covered the entire body. The Edo Tensei Rin slowly opened her dead black eyes, devoid of any living spirit. It's your turn, Orochimaru. Orochimaru controlled the white zetsu to begin forming hand seals. The white zetsu gradually transformed into Ryu Zetsu's appearance, then performed the dragon life reincarnation technique. A massive amount of chakra and vitality surged like a tide into Edo Tensei Rin's body. The cracks on the Edo Tensei body rapidly faded. Her skin became increasingly elastic, the color in her cheeks grew richer, and her previously dead black eyes returned to their original deep brown hue. Rin slowly sat up. She looked around blankly at Tsunade, Orochimaru, and finally her gaze fell on Shun. Then she looked down at her chest. The massive wound where Kakashi had pierced her was now just smooth skin. She frowned, her voice hoarse and questioning. "Didst Ed? Rin, I resurrected you." Shun looked at her, his tones softening a bit. Rin recognized him, and the confusion in her eyes deepened. "Kun-kun, why would you resurrect me? Although we know each other, you don't have to." Shun smiled. I want you to hide your identity and then marry Kakashi. Marry Kakashi? Rin's face instantly flushed red. She hung her head, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Since her youth, she had secretly liked Kakashi, but had never dared to express her feelings. She looked up, her eyes filled with both surprise and confusion. Shun-kun, why would you do this? Shun's tone held a hint of teasing. In a few days, it will be Kakashi's 17th birthday. I plan to introduce you to Kakashi properly, so he can get to know you. You've always had a crush on him, haven't you? Rin's face grew even redder. She nodded gently, agreeing. Immediately after, she frowned, her tone filled with worry. So I've been dead for over 5 years. Is Kakashi doing well now? Shun's smile faded, his tone serious. This Boruto of yours is a clone we made using your genes. Your physical age is 17 years and 2 months, and you have about 30 Boruto years ahead of you. So cherish your time and carry on Kakashi's family name. I don't want to see the Hitaki clan's bloodline end. Does Kakashi have a family? Rin's ears turned completely red, and she lowered her head in a panic, not refuting. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. Then, has Kakashi been single all these years? Shun nodded, a hint of complexity in his eyes. Yes, after you Boruto, he never looked for a girlfriend. He wears your headband every day, even spacing out during his free time for missions. I guess he never let you go. Tears welled up in Rin's eyes. She felt both touched and heartbroken. Shun's tone suddenly became serious. But you must remember, you absolutely cannot expose that I resurrected you. To the outside world, you're just a clone with your memories, one that I cultivated by chance. Do you understand? Rin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded heavily. Thank you, Shun-kun, I understand. Looking at the light ignited in her eyes, Shun's expression was calm. Now lie down and rest. We still need to check your body. Also, I will use Jinjutsu to transfer the changes of these past years into your mind, so you won't be out of touch with the current era. Kakashi's birthday gift in the Research Institute's examination room. White medical equipment rapidly whirred, emitting a faint humming sound. A series of complex data immediately appeared on the screen. Heart rate, chakra flow, cell activity, each item pulsating in real time. Orochimaru stood to the side, his fingers quickly sliding across the control panel, comparing the data. The body data after revival shows no significant change from when she was a clone. Her lifespan is only a little over 30 years, nearly half that of an ordinary person. Tsunade frowned and removed her gloves. However, this defect can be remedied. Mine Seal can store a large amount of chakra, which can be used to regularly regulate her body and slow down cell aging. Alternatively, the special nutrient solution Orochimaru developed can also extend her lifespan to a normal level. Seeing Rin successfully revived, Tsunade could no longer suppress the longing in her heart. Shun, since Rin can be revived. Then Nawaki. Shun gently shook his head, his tone serious. When I revived Rin just now, my ocular jutsu sensed 2 unfamiliar chakra fluctuations probing the land of water. Their aura was cold and carried the unique, decaying smell of the Pure Land. They should be those 2 old monsters from the Pure Land. Seeing Tsunade's eyes dim instantly, he comforted her. Reviving Nawaki now carries too much risk. Once they realize we've mastered revival techniques, they might cause trouble or even target Nawaki. For safety's sake, I suggest we revive Nawaki next year. In the meantime, you and Orochimaru should research the combination of natural energy and cursed seals. This will not only enhance your strength, but also prepare for future revivals. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her eyes slightly red, her voice filled with reluctance and doubt. Are those 2 old monsters really that strong? She had never heard of such beings, but Shun's serious expression made her unwilling to underestimate them. Orochimaru also dropped his previous relaxed demeanor, his eyes behind his spectacles full of scrutiny. Shun, can you tell me more about those 2 old monsters? I'd like to understand more, as such mysterious beings might even help our research. Shun lowered his gaze in thought for a moment, then finally spoke. 1,000 years ago, the rabbit goddess Tsutsuki Kagaya gave birth to two sons. The eldest, Hagoromo, who we know as the Sage of Six Paths, was the ancestor of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. The second son, Hamura, was the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. Interesting. So there's such a profound blood relationship between the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans. Orochimaru let out his characteristic laugh, clearly very interested in this secret history. Shun's eyes deepened as he said, "The Rinnegan, as a Kekkei Genkai, possesses special ocular jutsu. 1,000 years ago, after death, souls wouldn't go to the Pure Land. Only after the Sage of Six Paths appeared did the concept of the Pure Land exist. So I speculate that the Pure Land itself is the Sage of Six Paths' special ocular jutsu, and he and Hamura are hiding in that place created by ocular jutsu." He paused, then sighed, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. "You all know that a ninja's soul carries a portion of their chakra, and the souls of deceased ninjas are eventually drawn to the Pure Land by a mysterious force. The Rinnegan has the ability to absorb chakra and probe soul memories. So, over these past 1,000+ years, I don't know how much chakra the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura have absorbed, or how many ninjutsu they've learned." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's smile instantly vanished, and he gasped. He subconsciously clenched his fists. So this terrifying truth was hidden behind the Pure Land. If those two truly possessed 1,000 years' worth of accumulated power, perhaps no one in the entire ninja world could contend with them. Tsunade stood stunned, her original desire to revive Nawaki replaced by deep apprehension. She finally understood that Shun's prevention was not making a mountain out of a molehill, but rather considering everyone's safety. After a long silence, she slowly unclenched her fists, her voice tinged with helplessness. "Shun, I understand. They'll do as you say." During this time, Orochimaru and I will research the combination of natural energy and curse seals. Orochimaru also nodded, putting away the data on the control panel. "I already have a preliminary plan for the research on natural energy and curse seals. You'll use this time to perfect it." Seeing Tsunade's emotions calm down, Shun turned and walked towards Rin. He gently woke her with a touch, then handed her a bag. "This is 2 million Ryo, considered a subsidy from the village. Use it to buy some clothes, daily necessities, and hair accessories you used to like. And get yourself settled." Rin took the bag with both hands, her fingertips trembling slightly. This was not just money, but the confidence she needed to start her life anew. "Thank you, Shun-kun." Shun raised his hand to check the time, his tone becoming light. "This is what you deserve. They'll take you to see Kakashi now. Are you ready?" Upon hearing "see Kakashi," Rin's heart instantly pounded, and her cheeks flushed. She nodded vigorously, her voice trembling with excitement. "I'm ready." Shun smiled slightly and reached out to grasp Rin's shoulder. "Don't be nervous." No sooner had he spoken than their figures instantly vanished from the research institute. At the same time, beside the training grounds in Konoha, Kakashi was leaning against a tree trunk, holding a copy of a popular novel, but his gaze was somewhat unfocused, unconsciously drifting towards the distant sky. His 17th birthday was in a few days, but he always felt an emptiness in his heart. When he saw others in pairs, he would remember that girl in a pink dress with smiling, crescent-shaped eyes. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Kakashi instinctively raised his hand, intending to use Chidori. But when he clearly saw who it was, the book in his hand thudded to the ground, his eyes instantly widened, and he even forgot to breathe. "Rin." Shun released his hand, looking nonchalant. "Kakashi, consider this my early birthday gift to you. This Rin only has a lifespan of a little over 30 years. I hope you cherish her well." After giving his instructions, Shun used the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished instantly. Rin picked up the romance novel and glanced through its pages, her face turning red with embarrassment. "Kakashi, I didn't know you enjoyed this kind of book." Watching Rin flip through Aika Paradise, Kakashi instantly felt utterly mortified. Seeing Kakashi's disconsolate expression, Rin took a step forward and gently took his hand. Kakashi and Rin inside the Royal Council Hall. The heavy atmosphere was almost suffocating. Around the dark wooden long table, civil and military officials sat packed. The foreign minister held a scroll and stood solemnly in the hall, his voice breaking the silence. Reporting to the daimyo, news suddenly arrived from the Land of Fire today that the price of grain exported to our country has increased by a full 50. As soon as he finished speaking, the council hall immediately erupted into an uproar. A white-haired old minister on the left suddenly stood up, tapping his finger heavily on the table. What? The price of grain increased by 50? Is the Land of Fire crazy? They're the main grain exporter in the ninja world. With such a drastic price increase, what will the people of the Land of Water eat this winter? The finance minister frowned, his abacus clattering. Yes, our Land of Water has many islands, and arable land is limited. Every year, we import 30 of our grain from the Land of Fire. How much will the National Treasury's expenditure increase with this price hike? His face grew increasingly grim, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Another minister proposed a compromise. Why don't we send an envoy to negotiate first? See if we can get the Land of Fire to lower the increase. Even if it's to 20, we can barely accept it. Someone immediately retorted, negotiation is probably useless. The Land of Fire has always been strong. This sudden price increase must have been premeditated. How could they easily back down? The ministers argued, their voices rising and falling. Grain concerns the people's livelihood. Once the supply is insufficient, it is very likely to cause unrest. SRA looked at Shun at the head of the table, waiting for him to make a decision. Shun's fingertips gently tapped the armrest, his expression as calm as water. After the minister's discussions gradually quieted down, he slowly spoke, "Everyone, please calm down. The Land of Fire has been in constant war these years, and last month they just compensated a neighboring country 82 billion Rio. Their national treasury is severely depleted. It's normal for them to want to fill the gap by raising grain prices." Hearing the daimyo speak, many ministers quieted down. Shun's gaze swept over everyone, his tone calm. It's mid-September now. In half a month, our southern rice and northern wheat will gradually ripen, and October will be the harvest season. According to this year's harvest estimates, the new grain will be enough to cover short-term demand, and the impact of the Land of Fire's price increase will not be too great. When the ministers heard this, the anxiety on their faces gradually faded. They had forgotten that under Shun's leadership, the Land of Water had vigorously improved agricultural technology in recent years, and grain production had already increased significantly compared to previous years. Then how should we respond? We can't just let the Land of Fire demand exorbitant prices, can we? The foreign minister pressed. First, refuse to import the high-priced grain from the neighboring nation, and at the same time, draft a protest document to that nation, lodging a strong protest and accusing them of disrupting the trade order between the two countries. Shun's tone was firm. At the same time, issue a warning, saying that I will personally go to the Land of Fire in a while to have a good talk with them face to face. His words carried an undeniable aura, and the ministers nodded in agreement. The originally anxious council hall instantly restored to order. The foreign minister immediately bowed. Understood. I will draft the protest document immediately and ensure it is delivered to the Land of Fire embassy today. After the meeting, the ministers left one after another. Shun remained alone in the council hall, and by the time he finished handling the remaining government affairs, it was completely dark. He returned to his bedchamber, but did not rest immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and slowly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Within his crimson pupils, black patterns constantly rotated, and the power of divine I quietly spread, covering the entire Land of Water. His gaze swept over the mountains and rivers, towns and villages of the Land of Water, carefully observing every movement. He only felt slightly relieved after confirming that the border was stable, the people's lives were normal, and there were no abnormal chakra fluctuations. Finally, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction of the new Konoha, landing on Kakashi's house. Through divine eye, he clearly saw Rin wearing an apron and bustling in the kitchen. She skillfully chopped vegetables, and the soup simmering in the pot steamed, the aroma of food seemingly wafting through the air. Kakashi stood at the kitchen doorway, still looking lazy, but his attention often drifted toward Rin. His mask was pulled down to his chin, and a faint smile appeared on his face. When Rin needed to reach for seasonings on a high shelf, he would naturally reach out to help, then quickly step back, with the shyness unique to young people. Shun watched this scene, a helpless yet gratified smile gracing his lips, and sighed inwardly. Indeed, when a man pursues a woman, it's like climbing a mountain. When a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil. Kakashi was so awkward about Rin's feelings for so long, but now that Rin is actively approaching him, he quickly let down his guard. After dinner, Rin cleared the dishes and was about to take them to the kitchen to wash. Kakashi, however, took the dishes first. "Let me do it. You've been busy all day. Take a rest." His movements were a bit clumsy, and he didn't mind the water splashing on his cuffs. Rin stood by, watching him earnestly wash the dishes, her eyes full of tenderness. She quietly stepped forward and helped him roll up his sleeves, her fingertips inadvertently brushing his wrist. Both of them froze for a moment, then exchanged a smile, and a faint sweetness filled the air. After tidying up the kitchen, the two sat on the tatami in the living room. The moonlight from outside the window streamed through the paper door, falling upon them. Rin softly asked, "Kakashi, how have you been these past 5 years?" Kakashi's eyes dimmed, then quickly returned to calm. He reached up and touched his forehead protector. "I've been all right, just occasionally thinking of you in Obito." Rin stood quietly in front of him, a faint smile on her lips. She slowly moved closer to Kakashi, the distance between them growing smaller and smaller, until they could feel each other's breath. Her fingers gently touched his mask, wanting to take it off. "Now that I'm back, he'll always be by your side, and we'll never be separated again." Kakashi's ear tips subtly reddened, and he reached out to gently hold her hand. His palm was broad and warm. "Kakashi, I want to see the real you beneath the mask." Rin's eyes met Kakashi's, and a meaningful silence settled between them, and she gently pulled down his black mask. As Kakashi's mask was removed, both their expressions softened. Somewhere, Obito's heart suddenly ached, as if he had lost something important. A new chapter in the blink of an eye. It was mid-October, and autumn was deepening. Golden maple leaves fell in Kakashi's yard, forming a soft carpet. Ever since Rin was revived, Kakashi had turned down almost all missions. He even stopped his daily training, spending his days doting on Rin. This had been going on for over a month. Meanwhile, in the council hall of the daimyo mansion in the Land of Water, Shun looked at the report presented by the Umbu, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. The report clearly stated, Kakashi has not accepted any missions for the past month. His attendance at the training ground is 0, and he spends every day at home with Rin. That Kakashi kid is really disappointing. Shun put down the report, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. He forgot his duties as soon as he got a lover. He is a tool I painstakingly cultivated. He cannot be wasted like this. He raised his hand and summoned an Umbu. "Someone, invite Kakashi to the daimyo mansion." Soon, Kakashi appeared in the council hall of the daimyo mansion. He was wearing casual clothes, his hair slightly messier than usual, clearly having been summoned suddenly and not having time to tidy himself up. Facing Shun, who was seated at the head of the table, he instinctively lowered his head. From the oppressive gaze of the other party, Kakashi sensed displeasure. "Kakashi, your performance over the past month has been somewhat disappointing to me." Shun's tone was quite calm, but it made Kakashi's heart sink sharply. Kakashi immediately bowed, his voice filled with apology. "I apologize, Your Excellency. I have been negligent and should not have let personal matters delay my missions and training." He knew that Shun had high hopes for him, and his state over the past month had indeed fallen short of that expectation. Shun looked at his sincere expression, and the coldness in his eyes slightly diminished. Let bygones be bygones. Consider it a honeymoon period for the two of you. Kakashi suddenly looked up, a hint of unnatural blush on his face. Thank you, Your Excellency. He hadn't expected Shun to describe this time as a honeymoon, which made him a little embarrassed but also warmed his heart. Shun took out a silver syringe from a nearby drawer. The syringe contained a light red liquid, glistening under the light. He stood up and walked in front of Kakashi, holding up the syringe. Kakashi, this is the Uchiha Gene Enhancer. After injection, your chakra volume will greatly increase, and there's a high probability you'll awaken a pair of your own Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes instantly widened, his gaze fixed on the syringe. He knew the power of the Sharingan all too well. Over the years, relying on the transplanted Sharingan from Obito, his strength had greatly increased, but it was, after all, someone else's eyes. Using them consumed a large amount of chakra and caused rejection reactions. If he could have his own Sharingan. Before he could think further, Shun continued, I have decided to bestow it upon you. But there is one condition. You must change your surname to Uchiha. Kakashi was stunned, his brows furrowing. Change my surname to Uchiha? Your Excellency, isn't that inappropriate? Such a big matter as changing one's surname. He had never thought of leaving the Hitaki clan. After all, it was the surname left by his father, Sakumo, and it was his root. Shun looked at his hesitant expression, his tone becoming serious. Kakashi, a man cannot be without power. Without the Sharingan, you are currently only an ordinary Jonin. If one day, someone targets Rin, just like that year, are you willing to see Rin Barado in front of you again? Kakashi's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He imagined seeing Rin fall into his arms, the warmth fading from her hands once again. That feeling of powerlessness and pain he never wanted to experience a second time. He suddenly knelt down, his forehead hitting the ground heavily, his voice firm. I am willing to change my surname to Uchiha. Please, Your Excellency, bestow upon me the Uchiha Gene Enhancer. To protect Rin, let alone changing his surname, Kakashi was willing to pay an even greater price. Shun nodded in satisfaction, reached out to help Kakashi up, and aimed the syringe at his neck. The process will be a bit painful. Endure it. I will use my ocular power to help you awaken your Sharingan, so you can adapt to this power faster and possess your own Sharingan. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, I will endure it. Kakashi gritted his barato, closed his eyes, and braced himself for what was coming. The cold needle pressed against his neck, and the pale red liquid was slowly delivered into him. At first, there was a faint sting, but soon a deep heat spread from his neck through his whole form, as if countless fine needles were pricking him all over, or as if flames were burning inside him. Kakashi's body began to tremble. Cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes, his teeth clattered, but he never let out a single groan. Seeing this, Shun reached out and placed his hand on Kakashi's head, pure ocular power slowly injecting into his body, guiding the Uchiha genes to fuse with his body. Relax, don't resist. Shun's voice sounded in his ear, carrying a soothing power. Note 1. After Kakashi lost his eye, Shun had an eye cloned using Kakashi cells, so now Kakashi has both eyes. Note 2. Kakashi has O-type blood, so the gene enhancer injected into him was made from Obito's blood, because he also has O-type blood, which minimizes body rejection. Kakashi, Obito, and Madara all have O-type blood. Note 3. As for why Shun had Obito's blood and genes, it was because when Obito first ran to the royal palace, Shun beat him severely, and he specifically had people collect the result. After an unknown period, the burning feeling in his barato gradually receded. Kakashi felt his chakra surge like a tide, at least barato than double what it used to be. Even more surprising to him was that he now possessed his own Two-Tomo Sharingan. Looking at the Sharingan in Kakashi's eyes, Shun withdrew his hand. Now your chakra volume has greatly increased, and you have your own Sharingan. Train well, and who knows, You might even possess your own Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. Kakashi felt the powerful strength within him, and remembering Rin's gentle smile, his eyes reddened slightly. He bowed again, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency. I will not disappoint your expectations, and will use this power to protect Rin and the Land of Water. Shun waved his hand. All right, you can go back for now. Remember to accept missions on time from now on. Don't just focus on romance. Yes. Kakashi nodded in response and turned to leave the council hall. Family visit? Inside the deliberation hall of the Daimyo Mansion in the Land of Water. Since protesting last month, the price of grain exported by the Land of Fire quickly returned to its original level. Trade between the two countries resumed its stability, and many ministers wore relaxed expressions. Shun suddenly put down the memorial in his hand, his tone a bit nonchalant. I'm a little bored. I want to go to the Land of Fire to take a look. As soon as his words fell, the deliberation hall instantly became silent. The ministers looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt. The Minister of Finance cautiously asked, Your Excellency, the Land of Fire has adjusted the grain prices back, and trade between the two countries is currently smooth. Is there any special significance in going to the Land of Fire now? Shun's gaze swept over everyone as he said, The Land of Fire Daimyo is Queen Tsunade's uncle. I plan to take Shiryu back to the Land of Fire to visit relatives and, incidentally, strengthen the relationship between our two countries. This child is already over 3 and almost 4 years old. It's time he met his grand-maternal uncle. As soon as these words were spoken, the ministers suddenly understood. Shiryu is the child of Shun and Tsunade. Taking him to meet his grand-maternal uncle is both a reasonable family matter and a way to consolidate relations between the two countries under the guise of visiting relatives, a truly win-win situation. The noble ministers nodded in agreement, their previous doubts instantly vanishing. Your Excellency has considered everything thoroughly. Young Master Shiryu is at an age where he should visit relatives and broaden his horizons. This move can both foster family affection and stabilize diplomatic relations between our two countries. It's brilliant. An old minister bowed in praise, and the others also chimed in. Shun was not interested in these flattering words. He raised his hand, signaling to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Immediately draft an official letter informing the Land of Fire Daimyo that I will be visiting with my wife, child, and entourage the day after tomorrow. Yes. The Minister of Foreign Affairs quickly agreed and turned to prepare the official letter. The official letter was delivered to the Land of Fire Daimyo at the fastest possible speed. Upon receiving the news, the Land of Fire Daimyo, though somewhat surprised, dared not neglect it and immediately ordered preparations for the reception. He even specially prepared Land of Fire-style pastries and toys, hoping to please Shiryu. The next day at noon, in the plaza of the Land of Water Daimyo Mansion, Minato and several Umbu members were already waiting. They formed a Flying Thunder God formation, and light blue chakra formed complex runes on the ground. Shun held Shiryu in his left arm and Tsunade's hand in his right. Shiryu, dressed in an exquisite brocade robe, clutched a wooden dragon carving in his hand, curiously observing the surrounding chakra, occasionally tugging on Shun's sleeve. Daddy, this blue light is so pretty. Minato respectfully said, Your Excellency, we are ready. Shun rubbed the top of Shiryu's head, smiling and nodding. Thank you for your hard work, Minato. Let's go. At Minato's command, the Flying Thunder God formation instantly activated. Dazzling blue light enveloped everyone, and in the next second, their figures vanished from their original spot. When they reappeared, they had arrived at the old Konoha site in the Land of Fire. At the old Konoha site, pedestrians came and went on the streets, and children played in the plaza. Shiryu's eyes lit up when he saw children his age, and he wanted to run out. Tsunade gently held the little fellow. Shiryu, let's go see your grand-maternal uncle first, and then he'll take you to play. Shiryu pouted, but obediently stopped, following everyone to board the carriage and head to the Daimyo Mansion. In the afternoon, the carriage arrived at the Land of Fire Daimyo Mansion. The Land of Fire Daimyo personally led a group of ministers to greet them at the mansion gate. Shun stepped out of the carriage, holding Shiryu's hand, with Tsunade following closely behind. "My dear nephew Shun and niece Tsunade, you must have had a tiring journey," the Land of Fire daimyo said with a smile, his gaze softening instantly when it fell on Shiryu. "This must be Shiryu, right? You've grown so much." Encouraged by Tsunade, Shiryu shyly spoke. "Hello, grandmaternal uncle, I am Shiryu." His soft, sweet voice brought a light chuckle from everyone, and the atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. The Land of Fire daimyo smiled, so widely his mouth couldn't close. He bent down to pat Shiryu's head, but due to his discomfort, his movement paused before he managed to lightly touch the little fellow's hair. Tsunade's gaze narrowed slightly. When she had seen the Land of Fire daimyo a few years ago, he had a full head of black hair and was full of vigor. Now, however, his hair was completely white, and even a simple bending motion seemed strenuous, making him appear more than 10 years older. Afterward, the Land of Fire daimyo hosted a banquet to entertain everyone. At the banquet, a dazzling array of delicacies was served, and a plate of sweet cakes was specially prepared for Shiryu. The Land of Fire ministers frequently toasted Shun, exchanging polite remarks, while Shiryu sat beside Shun, nibbling on the cakes and occasionally curiously looking at the people around him. Tsunade sat next to Shun, but she constantly observed the Land of Fire daimyo's condition. Although the Land of Fire daimyo maintained a smile throughout, he occasionally subtly pressed his abdomen, his complexion sometimes turning an abnormal pale, and his hand trembled slightly when holding the wine cup. Even picking up food seemed a bit weak. Tsunade grew suspicious. She quietly leaned close to Shun's ear and whispered, "Shun, the Land of Fire daimyo's pulse is erratic, and his vitality is weak. He seems to have been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin, and he's been poisoned for quite some time. From the looks of it, he probably doesn't have much time left." Shun's fingers, gripping his wine cup, paused slightly. He subtly observed the Land of Fire daimyo, and indeed noticed the abnormalities Tsunade mentioned. After considering the pros and cons, Shun put down his wine cup and said calmly, "Tsunade is my queen, and you are her uncle. I brought Shiryu here for 2 reasons. First, to visit relatives, and second, to strengthen the friendship between our 2 countries. Just now, Tsunade noticed your poor complexion, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that you have been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin. This poison has a long incubation period, but once it takes effect, it will kill instantly. If not treated promptly, I fear your lifespan will not be much longer." "What? The daimyo has been poisoned?" The Land of Fire ministers immediately erupted in commotion, all looking at the Land of Fire daimyo, their faces filled with shock and worry. The Land of Fire daimyo's face instantly turned ashen, but a tumultuous storm raged in his heart. He had long sensed that something was wrong with his body. For the past 6 months, he had constantly felt weak and had abdominal pain. He had privately had imperial physicians examine him, but they could never find the cause. Now, to have it revealed that he was poisoned with a slow-acting toxin, his first thought went to his sons. He'd been on the throne for 41 years, and his sons had been openly and secretly vying for the succession for years. Now, they must have grown impatient and wanted to secretly use poison to take his life. This was a colossal family scandal that absolutely could not be exposed in public. Otherwise, the Land of Fire imperial family would lose all respect, and it would also trigger internal strife. He suppressed the anger and sorrow in his heart, slowly raising his hand to signal the ministers to be quiet. His gaze fell on Tsunade, his tone urgent and pleading. "Tsunade, since you can tell that I've been poisoned, you must have a way to cure it, right? Please save me." Land of Fire daimyos were inside the banquet hall. Everyone's gaze turned to Tsunade. Tsunade's current status was that of a royal consort, so close-range treatment was somewhat inappropriate. She pondered for a moment, then turned to Shizune beside her, her tone calm. "Grandmaternal uncle, there's no need to worry. Shizune is my personal student, and her medical skills are exquisite. She can cure this chronic poison you've contracted. Shizun stood up and bowed slightly to the land of Fire Daimyo. She was dressed in a light purple medical uniform, her demeanor as calm as water. Your Excellency, please rest assured. This chronic poison you have is currently accumulated in your internal organs and has not yet invaded your bone marrow, so I can treat it. The land of Fire Daimyo nodded slightly. Then ill trouble Shizun-san. Shizun took out a wooden box from a storage scroll. When the wooden box was opened, it was revealed that dozens of slender silver needles were neatly arranged inside, gleaming coldly under the light. She gestured for the land of Fire Daimyo to sit on a soft couch nearby, and two attendants carefully helped him remove his outer robe, revealing his slightly aged chest. Everyone in the hall held their breath, watching this scene intently. Shizun focused her mind, picked up a silver needle with her fingers, and carefully aimed at the acupoints on the land of Fire Daimyo's chest, inserting the needles steadily into the acupoints one by one. As each silver needle entered his body, Shizun's fingertips gathered a light green medical chakra, which slowly seeped into the land of Fire Daimyo's body. Visible wisps of black aura spread upwards along the silver needles, and the originally bright silver needles gradually turned black. The poison blood is about to flow out. Your Excellency, please bear with it, Shizun reminded him. A dark fluid began to seep from the needle holes, dripping onto a pre-prepared white silk cloth and spreading into dark stains. The Barato Daimyo's previously tense form gradually relaxed, and his pale complexion regained some color. With the abdominal pain significantly alleviated, he looked at Shizun with gratitude. I feel much better. Thank you, Shizun-san. Shizun replied with a smile. Your Excellency, you're welcome. I have already removed the poison from your body. You just need a few days of rest, and your body will recover. Then, she carefully pulled out the silver needles with tweezers and threw the removed needles into a wine glass nearby for cleaning. The poisoned blood on the silver needles dissolved upon contact with the wine, and in an instant, the clear wine turned as black as ink. Looking at the black wine, the land of Fire Daimyo's face turned grim. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "These rebellious sons, such vicious methods." He then looked up and bowed solemnly to Shizun. Thank you for saving me today, young lady. I will remember this kindness. Shizun quickly returned the bow. Your Excellency, you overstated. It's just a healer's duty. Although the atmosphere of the banquet became lively again, everyone could feel the chill emanating from the land of Fire Daimyo. He talked and laughed as usual, but the sharp glint in his eyes seemed to indicate that he had already drawn up a list of those who needed to be dealt with in his mind. Shun and Tsunade exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. The sudden incident at the banquet ultimately prevented this family reunion from ending well. Although the ministers were no longer panicked, they had lost their earlier enthusiasm, each with a worried expression. Even their toasts seemed half-hearted. The land of Fire Daimyo forced himself to cope for a while, but eventually succumbed to physical exhaustion and ended the banquet early, citing the need for quiet recuperation. The guests gradually dispersed, and the sky began to darken. In the courtyard of the land of Fire Daimyo Mansion, the lights gradually came on. Shun held Shiria's hand, and Tsunade followed beside him, watching the land of Fire's ministers hurrying away, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. This poisoning incident had clearly sown seeds of suspicion within the land of Fire's royal family. The next morning, in the side hall of the land of Fire Daimyo Mansion, sunlight streamed through the windows, falling on a low couch covered with soft cushions. The land of Fire Daimyo sat on the couch, his complexion much better than yesterday, but his brows still carried a lingering worry. He dismissed all his attendants, leaving only Shun. Even Tsunade was asked to go to the backyard to accompany Shiryu, under the pretext of wanting to talk to my nephew Shun alone. The side hall was so quiet that the chirping of birds outside the window could be heard. The land of Fire Daimyo picked up his teacup and gently caressed its rim. His gaze fell on Shun, his voice tinged with emotion. Thanks to Shizen-san's medical skills, I feel much more refreshed today than yesterday. Shun sat on the soft cushion opposite him, his expression calm. Grandmaternal uncle is blessed with good fortune. Once the toxins are cleared, you just need to rest and recuperate, and you will soon regain your health. Hearing this, the Land of Fire daimyo gently shook his head, put down the teacup, and his tone became heavy. Nephew Shun, we are both intelligent people, so I won't beat around the bush. Ever since you became the daimyo of the Land of Water, I have witnessed the changes in the Land of Water. You have rectified the administration, improved agriculture, and strengthened the military. In just 5 years, you have transformed a once turbulent country into an orderly one, even capable of competing with the Land of Fire in trade. Shun did not respond, only listened quietly. He knew that the upcoming conversation was the main point. The Land of Fire daimyo's expression was somewhat complex, but his tone carried wisdom and confidence. You are a very dangerous person. You have strength, ambition, and the patience to endure solitude. The current Land of Water may seem calm, but it is merely your period of dormancy. Once the time is right, there will undoubtedly be earth-shattering actions. Shun's face was calm, showing no emotion. Grandmaternal uncle, you jest. Looking at Shun's still calm face, the Land of Fire daimyo sighed. The Land of Fire and the Land of Water are neighbors. If you make any moves in the future, the Land of Fire will surely be affected. In my years on the throne, although I have tried my best to maintain the stability of the Land of Fire, I cannot stop the internal conflicts. My sons, blinded by their struggle for the throne, are even capable of poisoning their own father. When he mentioned his sons, the Land of Fire daimyo's voice was filled with sorrow. He took a deep breath and looked earnestly at Shun. I know I may not live much longer. Even if the poison is removed, my body, hollowed out by internal strife over the years, won't last much longer. Once I die, those neighboring countries, eyeing us greedily, will surely seize the opportunity to invade. Without a backbone, the Land of Fire may find it difficult to resist. At that time, could I ask you to help the Land of Fire? Shun picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and his tone remained calm. Grandmaternal uncle, you jest. Shizen has already said that your poison has been removed. As long as you recuperate well, your body will quickly recover its health. How can you say you won't live much longer? Moreover, the Land of Fire has a deep foundation. Even if there are truly unforeseen circumstances, it will have its own ways of dealing with them, without the need for an outsider like me to interfere. Seeing Shun unmoved, a hint of disappointment flashed in the Land of Fire daimyo's eyes, but he did not insist further. He just sighed heavily, his tone tinged with a plea. I know you have your own considerations. Since you are unwilling to interfere in the affairs of the Land of Fire, then if that day truly comes, if I am no longer here, and the Land of Fire falls in a crisis, could I ask you to take care of my children? Although they have made mistakes, they should not suffer the fate of their family being ruined and themselves being killed. This time, Shun did not refuse. He was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. We are relatives, but I help in emergencies, not perpetually. If that day truly comes, and the Land of Fire reaches an irreversible point, I will protect their lives, preventing them from dying in war or conspiracy. But as for their future lives, they will ultimately have to rely on themselves. Hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in the Land of Fire daimyo's eyes. He pondered for a moment, as if he had made a certain decision. He took out an exquisite wooden box and placed it on the table. Inside are 60 billion ryo in banknotes, deposited in various major ninja world banks, redeemable with the notes. If that day ever comes, I hope you could divide this money equally among my children and my grandchildren. Even if the Land of Fire no longer exists in the future, this money will allow them to live a stable life. He looked at Shun, his voice carrying his final entrustment. I know this amount of money is nothing to you, but this is the last guarantee I can leave for my children. Shun looked at the wooden box, his expression changing somewhat. All right, I promise you, if that day truly comes, I will distribute this money to your descendants according to your wishes. Upon hearing this, the Land of Fire daimyo finally breathed a sigh of relief, a long-lost smile appearing on his face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He picked up his teacup, drank it all, and his tone became much bravado relaxed. With your word, I am at ease. Standing guard. Asuma the knight at the daimyo mansion of the Barato shed the day's hustle and bustle, revealing a sense of tranquility. Kurenai had finished her accompanying paperwork and was about to return to her temporary chambers. But as she passed through the west corridor, a familiar but repulsive figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking her path. Kurenai. Asuma's voice was very low, with a hint of urgency and an almost imperceptible tremor. The stray hairs on his forehead obscured his eyebrows, and he clutched a red rose in his hand. When the corruption scandal of Hiruzen and the Sarutobi clan was exposed, the evidence of the entire clan embezzling Konoha's public funds and exploiting common people was laid bare, one by one, ultimately leading to the Sarutobi clan being expelled from Konoha and their reputation ruined. Asuma, as a young master of the Sarutobi clan, though not directly involved in the corruption, had enjoyed the privileged life brought by the clan's ill-gotten gains, which made Kurenai despise him from the bottom of her heart. Kurenai did not retreat. Instead, she looked up and met his gaze, her tone icy, her eyes filled with disgust. Asuma, aren't you afraid of adding new charges to the already notorious Sarutobi clan by trespassing into the palace? I advise you to leave immediately, or I will call for help. Asuma hadn't expected Kurenai to react with such an attitude. The urgency on his face turned into bewilderment. Then, a trace of unwillingness ignited in him. Kurenai, how can you say that? The clan's affairs have nothing to do with me. You clearly know I like you. So why did you go to the Land of Water to be Shun's secretary? He has 6 consorts, and Shizen too. What can you gain by being with him? Come with me. Senchuredo help. An assassin has trespassed into the palace. Her voice was exceptionally loud in the silent night, quickly alarming the guards hidden in the shadows. From the surrounding shadows, several dark figures instantly darted out, holding swords, and immediately surrounded Asuma. Leading them was Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kiba gleamed with a cold light under the moonlight, pointing directly at Asuma's throat. Bold madman, how dare you trespass into the palace and harass His Excellency's secretary? Raiga's voice carried a fierce, hostile aura, and the surrounding Umbu members also drew their weapons, completely subduing Asuma. Asuma struggled to explain himself, but was firmly pressed to the ground by the Umbu, unable to move. This commotion quickly alerted the Land of Fire daimyo. Everyone gathered in the side hall. Asuma was tied to a pillar, his face full of unwillingness and a hint of hope. He thought that since he was Hiruzen's son, the Land of Fire daimyo would surely protect him out of past friendship, and at most he would only be reprimanded a few times, certainly not facing a heavy punishment. Asuma, do you know your crime? The Land of Fire daimyo's voice was filled with anger, yet also with a touch of helplessness. He did indeed want to protect Asuma, as Hiruzen was currently his capable subordinate. But now that this matter involved Shun, he dare not show too much favoritism. Asuma stiffened his neck, his gaze still fixed on Kurenai, his tone carrying a hint of grievance. I'm not guilty. I only came to talk to Kurenai, to have a good conversation with her. She made a mountain out of a molehill and deliberately called people to arrest me. Just then, Shun, holding Shirya's hand, slowly walked into the side hall, with Tsunade following behind him. He glanced at the bound Asuma, his eyes showing no ripples, yet the temperature of the entire hall seemed to drop by a few degrees. Seeing this, the Land of Fire daimyo quickly stepped forward, his tone pleading. My dear nephew Shun, Asuma is young and impetuous, and only made a mistake in a moment of confusion. His father, Hiruzen, and I have a good relationship. For my sake, I ask you to punish him lightly and give him a chance to reform. Shun ignored the Land of Fire daimyo's plea and walked directly to Kurenai. To everyone's surprise, he gently pulled her into his embrace, his actions tender yet possessing an undeniable possessiveness. He looked down into Kurenai's eyes, then looked up at everyone, his voice as cold as frost. Although Kurenai is my secretary, she is also my designated consort. Anyone who dares to touch her is an enemy of me, Shun. These words exploded in the hall like a thunderclap. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected him to publicly declare Kurenai's special status. Asuma's eyes widened even further. The hope on his face was instantly replaced by disbelief and then by despair. The Land of Fire daimyo wanted to plead again, but was stopped by an icy gaze. Shun's gaze fell on Asuma, his tone devoid of any emotion. Asuma, you dared to trespass into the palace's backyard and harass my designated consort. You may be spared death, but you will not escape punishment. He turned to Raiga and commanded, punish him, and let him remember that some people and things are not for him to covet. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Raiga's eyes, and he responded, yes. He brandished Kiba, and a cold light flashed. Accompanied by a sharp cry, Raiga stood over the defeated man. It's done. My precious is gone. My precious is gone. Asuma convulsed with pain. Cold sweat instantly drenched his clothes. He looked down at his wound, and the despair in his eyes gradually turned into venomous hatred. He hated Shun's ruthlessness and, even more, Kurenai's heartlessness. That once fervent love. Under the catalysis of intense pain and humiliation, his feelings twisted into deep-seated hatred. Kurenai, Shun, I won't forgive either of you. Asuma clenched his jaw and roared internally. The hall was eerily silent. No one dared to speak, and even their breathing became lighter. The Barato daimyo looked at the horrific scene before him, but dared not plead any further. Shun stepped back from Kurenai and turned his attention toward her. His tone softened slightly. Don't be afraid. No one will dare to bother you again. Then, he looked at the Barato daimyo. His tone calm, but with a sense of oppression. Regarding today's matter, I ask Grand Maternal Uncle to restrain the people of the Flaming Domain and prevent similar incidents from happening again. Otherwise, the next punishment will not be this simple. The Flaming Domain daimyo quickly nodded. Yes, I will strictly manage them and absolutely not allow similar incidents to happen again. Shun said no more. He took Kurenai's hand and, with Tsunade and Shiryu, turned and left. The remaining people, looking at Asuma on the ground, all felt a chill rise in their hearts. And as Asuma was dragged away for treatment, the hatred in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. As he lay in the sickbed, the scene of Kurenai calling for help and Shun's disdainful gaze kept replaying in his mind. He secretly swore in his heart, as long as I live, I will surely get revenge and make those two pay the price. Wedding date for Kurenai, and may the blue light of the flying thunder god array dissipated in the Land of Fire, Daimyo Mansion Square. Shun, holding Kurenai's hand, followed by Tsunade, Shiryu, and their entourage, slowly landed on the familiar ground. As soon as they landed, the ministers and attendants waiting in the square came forward to bow and salute, their gazes at Kurenai filled with awe and respect. The late-night commotion in the Land of Fire had already spread among the Land of Water's high-ranking officials, brought back by the returning entourage. The news that Kurenai is the Lord's designated queen had become an open secret. In the past, although some ministers knew Kurenai was a close secretary to Shun, they only regarded her as an ordinary subordinate, and occasionally, some would secretly look down on her because of her small ninja clan background. But now, with Shun publicly declaring her identity in the Barato, coupled with the precedent of Asuma suffering a Barato fate for troubling her, it caused everyone in the Barato to no longer dare to underestimate this seemingly gentle secretary. Even the noble women, who used to be somewhat distant towards her, would now proactively greet her, their tone carrying an intentional closeness. Kurenai felt these changes, and while there were ripples in her heart, she did not show the slightest hint of it. A few months later, in the morning, after the government affairs in the council hall were dealt with, the ministers left one after another. Only Shun, Tsunade, and Kurenai remained. Shiryu sat on a soft cushion nearby, playing with a wooden dragon carving, occasionally looking up at his father, his eyes full of dependence. Shun leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the ginkgo leaves falling outside the window, and suddenly said, "Kurenai, I've already sent someone to notify your father." Kurenai was stunned for a moment and looked at him in confusion. "Your Excellency, why notify my father?" Tsunade sat nearby, a hint of understanding flashing in her eyes, and a smile on her lip. She had probably guessed what Shun wanted to say. Shun's gaze swept over Tsunade and Kurenai in turn. "I have decided to hold the wedding on May 21st, Konoha 54th year, to marry you in May." "Wet wedding?" Kurenai's eyes instantly widened, her cheeks flushed, censurato her tone teasing. "Silly girl, this is good news. Why are you still shy?" Then, she looked at Shun, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "You certainly know how to pick a day. May 21st is Mice's birthday. It seems you had this plan for a long time." "Indeed, I've had this plan for a long time, not only to bring good luck, but also to set an example for the people." Shun slowly sat up straight, his tone becoming barato serious. "As you know, in the past, it was customary in the barato for girls to marry at a very young age. But that is far too early for anyone to be ready for such responsibilities, and many who married at that age experienced difficult childbirths, with many women losing their lives each year." He paused, recalling the scene when he first became the daimyo of the Land of Water, his expression becoming solemn. "So, shortly after I took office, I first changed the legal marriage age for women from 14 to 16. Later, I found that there were still many difficult childbirth cases at 16, so I further adjusted it to 18. Only when the body is fully mature can tragedies be avoided to the greatest extent." Tsunade nodded in agreement. "Your decision was indeed wise. In recent years, the mortality rate for women in childbirth and infants in the barato has decreased by at least 70 compared to before." Shun changed the subject, his tone softening slightly. "Many years ago, I announced that May was very important to me, but at that time, she was still very young, far from the legal marriage age of 18. As the daimyo, I must set an example and not violate the rules I set myself. So, I have waited until now." These words dispelled the unease in Kurenai's heart. She looked up, meeting Shun's gentle yet firm gaze, and the panic in her heart gradually gave way to warmth. She nodded gently, her voice a little choked. "Thank you, Your Excellency." "No, thank you, Shun." Just then, the council hall door opened, and May walked in, wearing a long, light blue dress. She had a sly smile on her face as she said, "It seems I've arrived just in time. I heard you talking about the wedding as soon as I reached the door." She reached out and took his arm. "Shun, you scoundrel, have you finally decided to give me a proper title? I thought I'd have to wait until the end of time." Shun chuckled and pinched her cheek, his eyes full of apology. "It's my fault for making you wait so long. Now that you're 18, everything is just right. I've already had the Ministry of Rites begin preparations for the wedding. I promise you in Kurenai a grand wedding." May nodded contentedly, a hint of imperceptible emotion flashing in her eyes. Then, she looked at Kurenai, walked over and took her hand. "That's more like it, Kurenai. From now on, we'll be sisters. We must work together to assist Shun and protect the land of Waterwell." Kurenai felt the warmth of Mice's palm, and the feeling of unfamiliarity completely dissipated. She smiled and nodded. "Yes, together." Shiryu, seeing the adults chatting lively, ran to Shun's side, hugged his leg, and looked up, asking curiously, "Daddy, what is a wedding? Is there delicious cake?" Everyone was amused by his innocent words, and the atmosphere in the council hall instantly became warm and lively. Shun bent down and picked up Shiryu, kissing him on the cheek. "Yes, there's lots of delicious food at the wedding and beautiful clothes. Will you be Daddy's little flower boy then?" "Okay." Shiryu clapped his hands excitedly, his face full of anticipation. With the wedding date set, everyone in the Land of Water became busy. Some praised Shun for setting an example and adhering to the marriage age rules he had established. In a secret umbu room deep within the daimyo mansion, a document marked top secret lay on the table. The intelligence stated, "Sarutobi Asuma has left the Land of Fire. His current whereabouts are unknown. Shun looked at this intel, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, his fingers gently tapping on the document. He knew that Asuma's hatred would not easily dissipate. This upcoming wedding might not be as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Asuma joins the Jashin cult when Asuma was dragged out of the Barato daimyo mansion side hall. The excruciating pain throughout his Barato and the humiliation in his heart gnawed at his sanity like a venomous snake. Shun, Kurenai, if I survive, I will make you pay for this. He whispered with intense anger, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. After recovering from his injuries, Asuma dared not remain in the Barato. He knew that with Shun's ruthlessness, he would not be let off easily. He disguised himself, evading potential pursuers along the way, and eventually fled to the remote land of Hot Water, a place of mixed factions. Asuma is missing? Hiruzen's pipe clattered to the ground, his face instantly turning pale. Although he was displeased with his son's usual arrogance, he had never imagined Asuma would fall to such a state. Immediately send people to search. Use all available power, and be sure to find Asuma's whereabouts. Hiruzen stood up abruptly, his voice filled with an urgency he had never shown before. Soon, the remaining forces of the Sarutobi clan mobilized. They disguised themselves as merchants and travelers, dispersing throughout the land of fire and even extending to neighboring countries, inquiring about Asuma's news. Hiruzen, meanwhile, stayed in his wooden house every day, awaiting reports from his subordinates, often sleepless through the night, replacing the tobacco in his pipe again and again, the bloodshot in his eyes growing heavier. But days passed, and the search made no progress. Asuma seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Just as Hiruzen was about to despair, a subordinate brought back a clue. Lord, we found traces of Asuma on the border of the land of Hot Water. Someone saw him heading towards the Jashin cult. The rumored mysterious and eerie Jashin cult was hidden deep within the mountains of the land of Hot Water. Asuma inquired along the way, and relying on his strength as an elite Jonin, he easily dealt with the Jashin cult's outer guards and broke into the cult's core stronghold. In the dimly lit Great Hall, a bloody and decaying stench assailed him. The Jashin cult followers, gathered around a giant altar, were performing a bizarre ritual. Outsider, what is your purpose? An old man in a black robe, his face covered in runes, spoke. He was the high priest of the Jashin cult and one of the cult's high-ranking members. Asuma knelt on one knee, his tone urgent and resolute. I want to join the Jashin cult and learn forbidden ninjutsu. I want revenge. He made no secret of his intentions, fully revealing the hatred in his heart and his craving for power. The high priest stared at him for a moment, seemingly seeing through the distortion in his heart. A strange smile crossed his face as he said, "Hatred is the best sacrifice. You are worthy of learning Jashin Sama's power. But to obtain forbidden ninjutsu, you must first complete a sacrifice." In the following days, Asuma began to follow the high priest, learning the Jashin cult's forbidden ninjutsu. He abandoned the Barato he once believed in, indulging in the dark power, his choices leading him down a grim path. To quickly get stronger, he followed the high priest's instructions, secretly infiltrating several small villages on the border of the land of Hot Water, using dark rituals to harness power. When the final ritual was completed at the altar, a strange black chakra surged from the altar and flowed into Asuma's body. He could clearly feel his body changing. His wounds healed extremely quickly. Even if cut by a sharp weapon, he could recover instantly. More importantly, he gained the immortality he had longed for. Censuredo, and also made him even Barato insane. When Hiruzen arrived in the land of Hot Water, he was one step too late. Several small villages near the Jashin cult stronghold had already been devastated, and the villagers had fallen victim to the cult's attacks, leaving behind a Barato and somber scene. A surviving villager trembled as he told them. It was a ninja wearing Barato clothing. He followed the Jashin cult members into the stronghold and carried out a terrifying ritual. Hiruzen looked at the Barato scene before him. his heart gripped by an invisible hand. He knew that Asuma had completely gone astray and could never return. He suppressed the grief in his heart and continued to track Asuma's whereabouts. However, he didn't expect that after completing the dark ritual, Asuma had already left the Jashin cult stronghold and fled towards the land of rice fields. In the following days, Hiruzen led his subordinates, following the traces Asuma left from the land of rice fields to the land of iron, and then from the land of iron to the land of waterfall. Everywhere they went, they saw the destructive path Asuma had left behind, ruined villages and fallen ninjas, and the heavy sense of danger that filled the air. Hiruzen's heart sank deeper and deeper. He could clearly feel that Asuma's power was constantly increasing, but his heart was also becoming increasingly dark. His once spirited son had turned into a fallen warrior driven by hatred. As the fighting around them grew worse, Asuma absorbed more and more sacrifice chakra, and his strength rapidly improved. His ninjutsu became even more bizarre. The black chakra could corrode anything it touched. Before long, Asuma's strength broke through to the Kage level. Then one day, a man in black clothes with red clouds and a yellow mask on his face blocked his path. "Asuma, I admire your strength and would like to invite you to join the Akatsuki. Here, you can gain even greater power and more easily achieve your revenge." Asuma looked at the man warily. He had heard of the Akatsuki's reputation and knew it was a mysterious organization composed of S-rank rogue ninjas from various countries. He hesitated for a moment, thinking of Shun's power and the difficulty of his solo revenge, and finally nodded. "They'll join, but I have one condition. If I get the chance, I want to personally take down Shun and Kurenai." The mysterious masked man chuckled. "No problem. As long as it doesn't affect the Akatsuki's plans, we will not bravado with your personal grievances." And so, Asuma joined the Akatsuki, becoming one of its members. He put on the Akatsuki-esque characteristic black cloak with red clouds, along with his own ring engraved with the character for Sky to symbolize his codename. As a legendary Senju sage, he stood ready while night settled over the daimyo mansion in the Barado. The barrier had long been quietly activated, completely isolating the outside world's clamor and prying eyes, transforming the space into a world that belonged only to them. Golden threads embroidered with phoenixes on the curtains shimmered in the soft glow. Later, Tsunade stood close to Shun, her cheeks still flushed, her hair slightly disheveled. A few playful strands of hair fell near his barado, moving gently with his breathing. Shun held her carefully, as if she were someone very important to him, and spoke softly near her hair, full of doting affection. "Still tired?" He knew Tsunade hadn't rested well these past few days, preparing for the wedding and researching medical ninjutsu, and he could see she was worn out. Tsunade leaned deeper into his arms, her nose brushing lightly against his collar. "I'm fine. It's just that you were..." Sensuredo, the steady rhythm of his breathing resonating nearby, reaching Tsunade, who stood quietly. He raised his hand, his fingertips gently redirecting her gaze upward to meet his eyes bright with amusement. You seem ready for another round of training." His voice trailed off. Sensuredo, just at this quiet moment, a surge of powerful chakra suddenly barado from Shun's barado. The immense chakra instantly filled the entire room, and the air seemed to tremble slightly, stirred by this barado. Tsunade instinctively stepped back, her eyes wide with shock. Having been with Shun for many years, she was already familiar with his chakra fluctuations, but the amount of chakra now was more than double his usual. As a top medical ninja, her perception of chakra was extremely acute, and this chakra felt very familiar to her. "Shun, what's wrong with you?" Shun checked his system panel. Ding! Host and partner. Tsunade have shared a profound connection. Barado, special, experience 100, chakra cap 5, yang affinity 0.01. Ding! Upgrade conditions met. Congratulations, you have obtained Barado. Perfect. Kekiai Genkai. Senju Sage Body. Perfect. 50,008 12,000 attributes. Health 67500, Chakra 5000, Health Recovery 360 hour, Sharingan Experience 240 day. Host, Uchih Shun Strength, Kaga Level, Peak, Lifespan, 22,281 Health, 12000, 12000 Chakra, 9969899698 Ocular Power, 52580 Kekii Genkai. Uzumaki Sage Body, Special, 42520 5000 Kekii Genkai. Senju Sage Body, Perfect, 50,008 12,000 Kekii Genkai. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, 62,520 12,000 Kekii Genkai. Ice Release, Special, 36500 5000 Kekii Genkai. Lava Release, Special, 29800 5000 Kekii Genkai. Boil Release, Special, 29800 5000. His current chakra volume was 166 times that of Kakashi, approximately equal to 1.6 Naruto's. Tsunade composed herself and gently placed her hand on Shun's chest. Beneath her palm, she could clearly feel the surging chakra within him, yet it was strangely complete and stable. It was as if it had found its most compatible vessel, showing no signs of losing control. She couldn't understand the man beside her. One moment, he was gently provoking her. The next, he unleashed such astonishing chakra. This change came both suddenly and wonderfully. Shun took a deep breath, guiding the surging chakra within him to slowly calm down. That torrent of power, like a tamed beast, gradually reigned in its sharpness. He placed a gentle hand on Tsunade's cheek, his voice exceptionally soft. "Don't worry, it's not out of control. When we were connected just now, I activated a special technique. And seizing this opportunity, I managed to break through a hurdle that had troubled me for a long time." Tsunade's eyes widened instantly, her tone full of curiosity. "There's a way to break through a limit like that? That's too amazing, isn't it?" Shun held her hand that was pressed against his chest, patiently explaining, "This is a secret technique I accidentally found in an ancient text. This method not only stabilizes both parties' foundation, but also uses the other's chakra fluctuations to break through one's own limit." He paused, his gaze falling on Tsunade's face, with a gentle smile. "In fact, these past few years, you've been benefiting unconsciously by being with me. Your physique and chakra volume have actually more than doubled compared to when we first got together. It's just that your main energy these years has been focused on medical research and taking care of Shiryu, rarely participating in battles, so you haven't clearly felt the change in chakra." Tsunade closed her eyes and circulated the chakra within her body. Indeed, a much more abundant chakra than she remembered flowed through her chakra pathways. She opened her eyes in surprise, a look of disbelief shining in them. "It's true. My chakra volume is indeed much more than before, and it flows more smoothly too." As a Kaga-level powerhouse, she clearly understood what this meant. Seeing her surprised expression, Shun leaned down and kissed her forehead. "Now you know that being with me not only brings happiness, but also makes you stronger. In the future, would you like to spend Barato time with me, learning this technique?" Tsunade gently tapped his Barato, then placed her hand on his back. Her tone was light and friendly. "You're always teasing, but if it really can make me stronger, you must often accompany me." As soon as the words left her Barato, she felt a little embarrassed, quickly turning her face away, but the tips of her ears quietly turned red. Shun gave her shoulders a reassuring squeeze, drawing her closer as they stood side by side, feeling each other's body heat. His chin rested on the top of her head, his breath filled with the faint scent of her hair. No rush, these things need an opportunity. Being too eager for quick results is not good. Besides, holding you like this makes me feel more at ease than simply getting stronger. Senchuredo, but even the power of his eternal Mangekyo had subtly strengthened. Just at the moment the chakra erupted, he felt as if he had touched a deeper mystery of power. That was the true sign of the perfect synergy between Senju, Sage Body, perfect, and eternal Mangekyo. Previously, when activating complete body Susanoo, there was always a feeling of insufficient follow-through, as if separated by a thin veil. Now, when perceiving the eternal Mangekyo again, he felt the power was completely at his command, and his insight and ocular power had also strengthened by a few points. Crashing the wedding on May 21st, Konoha, 54th year. The daimyo mansion in the Land of Water was decorated with festive cheer. Crimson satin ribbons adorned the pillars. Golden lanterns hung throughout the courtyard, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of petals and wine. Guests from various countries, dressed in lavish attire, continuously streamed into the palace, all with smiles of blessing on their faces. Today was the auspicious day for Shun, the daimyo of the Land of Water, to marry Mei and Kurenai. The entire Land of Water was immersed in the joy of this grand wedding. Mei wore a light blue wedding dress with a skirt embroidered with wave patterns, pearl hairpins in her hair, and a shy smile on her face. Kurenai, on the other hand, wore a scarlet wedding dress with cloud patterns on the cuffs, and her eyes were full of tenderness. The two stood side by side at the entrance of the hall, awaiting the groom's arrival, and even the air seemed to float with pink bubbles. Shiryu, dressed in a white suit, held a bouquet of flowers and bounced along, occasionally curiously observing the passing guests, looking exceptionally adorable. Just as the wedding ceremony was about to begin, a distorted spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared above the palace. A black rift appeared out of thin air, and the figures of Pain's 6 paths were the first to step out, their rinnegan glowing with a cold light, releasing powerful chakra the moment they landed. Immediately after, Asuma and Obito, wearing a spiral mask, also appeared. Asuma wore the Akatsuki's black and red cloud robe, with eerie black chakra swirling around him. His demeanor was gloomy, like a demon that had crawled out of the abyss, completely different from the spirited young master of the Sarutobi clan he once was. Alert! Alert! Intruders! Almost simultaneously with their appearance, the palace's early warning barrier was instantly triggered, and a sharp alarm sound pierced the tranquility of the wedding. More than a dozen light blue defensive barriers rose from the ground, like transparent covers, enveloping the palace and attempting to block the intruders' advance. Devapath Pain sneered. "Humph, you think a barrier of this level can stop us?" He extended his right hand. Shinra Tensei, an invisible wave of power, seemed to want to directly tear apart the defensive barrier. However, the defensive barrier was incredibly resilient and continued to resist tenaciously. Asuma's eyes were filled with resentment as he stared intently at Kurenai at the entrance of the hall, his hands quickly forming a seal. Shadow Clone Technique. With a low shout, over 800 shadow clones instantly appeared in the palace courtyard, surrounded by black chakra, their dense figures descending from the sky, almost filling the entire courtyard. Presumptuous. Shun activated nature mode, with brilliant golden chakra swirling around him, his hair moving without wind. Then, he activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Complete body Susanoo. A massive amount of chakra instantly condensed, and the orange complete body Susanoo rose from the ground, enveloping 6 paths Pain, Asuma, Obito, and all the shadow clones, like a giant orange cage. This is Susanoo Cage. Obito's pupils constricted, clearly not expecting anyone to use Susanoo in such a way. Before they could react, Shun activated Flying Thunder God technique. With a burst of chakra, the area enveloped by Susanoo instantly rippled with spatial fluctuations. The next second, the entire Susanoo, along with the intruders inside, vanished from the palace courtyard. When the Susanoo reappeared, it was on a desolate island. The island was surrounded by the vast sea, and apart from rocks and weeds, there wasn't a single person in sight. Asuma's shadow clones experienced a brief pause in their movements due to the impact of the spatial transfer. Asuma himself was bewildered, looking around with a blank expression in his eyes. "What's going on? Weren't we just in the palace? How do we suddenly get here?" Obito's expression became solemn as he looked at the surrounding environment and gritted his teeth, saying he used Susanoo to trap us inside. And then, through Flying Thunder God, he teleported the entire Susanoo to this island. Most people only know how to use Susanoo for attack. He actually used it as a cage for transfer. He's a madman. No sooner had he spoken than Pain's six paths bodies suddenly swayed, then fell stiffly to the ground, losing all movement. They were puppets remotely controlled by Nagato, and now that they had been transferred to an island far from Nagato, exceeding the control range, they naturally lost their ability to act. Obito looked at the collapsed six paths, knowing that the main force of this raid had been lost, and staying would only lead to a passive situation. Without hesitation, he grabbed one Pain with each hand, and the power of Kamui activated, his body gradually becoming transparent. Asuma, act according to the situation. His figure vanished into the spatial rift, leaving Asuma alone. Asuma wanted to curse when he saw Obito flee. The original plan was for him to create chaos with his shadow clones. Then, Pain's six paths would be the main attackers, injuring Shun until he bled, and finally, Asuma's curse technique, death-controlling possessed blood, would kill Shun. Unexpectedly, the plan failed before the first step even began. Shun controlled Susanoo to continuously shrink, squeezing the more than 800 shadow clones. Those shadow clones, already unstable due to the spatial transfer, vanished into white smoke under the pressure. Within a few seconds, all 800-plus shadow clones dissipated, leaving only Asuma's main body standing alone. Bang! Shun released his Barato and landed in front of Asuma. The golden chakra of nature mode slowly receded, but his eternal Mangekyo still flickered with a crimson light. He looked at Asuma with a confident, cocky grin. I've been invincible for several years, and I've been quite lonely. Today is my wedding, and you've chosen a good time. Asuma, I hope you can show your true abilities to entertain me. Asuma looked at the man before him, feeling the suffocating pressure emanating from him, his fear and anger intertwined. He suddenly tilted his head back, letting out a roar, and the black chakra around him surged, the phantom of an evil god appearing within the chakra. Jashin mode. Shun, today I will destroy you. The black chakra formed a giant shadow, charging forward rapidly. The shadow left a black footprint with every step. It wasn't that Asuma didn't know how to control his power. It was the corrosive ability of the Jashin chakra. Seeing this, Shun was quite disgusted. He formed hand seals. Fire release. Dragon flame release song technique. He puffed out his chest and exhaled 4 fire dragons, which successively struck Asuma. After 4 consecutive hits, Asuma flew far away. Asuma, you're so weak. Asuma's immortality's limitations, Asuma was badly burned from the flames, appearing in terrible condition. This little barato of injury isn't enough. Asuma suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, the black chakra of his Jashin mode surging wildly, covering his wounds. Alarmingly, those severe burns healed at a visible rate. Damaged skin peeled away, new tissue rapidly grew, and within mere seconds, most of his injuries had recovered. This was precisely the Jashin mode granted by the Jashin cult's secret jutsu, allowing for infinite self-regeneration as long as the Jashin chakra was not depleted. A flicker of understanding passed through Shun's eyes, yet his expression remained impassive. Taking advantage of Shun's observation, Asuma formed hand seals again and bellowed. Wind release, dust cloud jutsu. A violent sandstorm erupted around him, instantly engulfing an area of over 100 meters, reducing visibility to less than a meter and completely obscuring Shun's vision. Shun, try this. Asuma's voice sounded from within the sandstorm, laced with maniacal laughter. Immediately following, a massive chakra fluctuation emanated from the sandstorm, and a golden thousand-armed cannon phantom slowly emerged. This was the Fire Temple's secret jutsu, welcoming approach, thousand-armed murder. The thousand-armed cannon stood over 20 meters tall, its countless golden arms rained down like a storm, striking toward Shun at supersonic speed. A fully formed orange Susanoo instantly appeared, shielding him. The 1,000-armed cannon's fists pounded relentlessly against its feet. Ting tu now bang, bang, bang shouts. Golden fists collided with the orange Susanoo, stirring up waves of energy that caused the island's rocks to shatter and fly. However, to Asuma's astonishment, not a single mark, not even a slight dent, was left on Susanoo's toes. The 1,000-armed cannon's super-speed attack was like a mere tickle against the complete-body Susanoo, completely ineffective. As the sandstorm gradually dissipated, Asuma looked at the unharmed Susanoo, the madness in his eyes slowly replaced by disbelief, then consumed by rage. He pointed at Shun and cursed, "Shun, are you a sore loser? Are you just going to hide inside Susanoo like a coward?" Shun stood inside Susanoo, looking at the enraged Asuma through the armor's gaps, a mocking smile on his lips. "Sore loser? I just don't want to waste my time with you. Your attacks can't even break through my Susanoo's defense. Yet you dare to yell here?" Asuma was left speechless, a mix of anger and helplessness intertwining in his heart. Yet he could only watch as Susanoo slowly raised its giant blade and brought it down towards him. He knew that today he might fall here. Meanwhile, at the Land of Water's royal palace, the defensive barrier slowly receded. Tsunade, Mei, and Kurenai were busy comforting the startled guests and dealing with the aftermath of the battle. Shiryu clutched Tsunade's clothes, his face filled with worry. "Mommy, will Daddy be okay?" Tsunade gently stroked his head, her eyes filled with determination. "Don't worry, your daddy is very strong. He will definitely come back." She looked towards the island, her heart filled with worry, yet she had full confidence in Shun. That man would never disappoint her. The giant blade in Susanoo's hand whistled through the air as it descended toward Asuma. Asuma's pupils constricted. He instinctively conjured a black shield of chakra, but only heard a crisp crack. The shield was cleaved apart like paper by the giant blade, and the edge of the blade struck his barato without obstruction. Puffed. A spray of red burst forth, and Asuma was sent flying several meters by the impact of the giant blade, crashing heavily onto the rocks. He struggled to get up. The deep wound on his barato was bleeding heavily, and the black Jashin chakra immediately surged forward to repair it. But this time, the healing speed was noticeably much slower. The wound that would normally recover in a few seconds now took nearly 10 seconds to barely stop bleeding, leaving a gruesome scar. How could this be? Asuma looked at his shoulder, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jashin Mode's self-healing ability had never failed, but that last strike seemed to have not only caused physical damage, but also suppressed the Jashin chakra within his body. Shun controlled Susanoo, walking step by step towards Asuma, his tone icy. "Your self-healing ability consumes chakra. Each time you get injured, the chakra consumed increases, and there will always be a moment when it runs out." As soon as he finished speaking, Susanoo raised its giant blade again, the blade glowing with a cold blue light, and once more it slashed towards Asuma. This time, Asuma barely had the strength to dodge. He could only watch as the giant blade descended, heavily striking his barato. Boom! A deep crater was created in the ground. Asuma coughed up barato, his barato nearly barato by the barato of the giant blade. Dark chakra surged wildly, repairing his serious injuries, but the healing speed grew slower and slower, and signs of chakra disorder began to appear at the wound. This repeated 3 times. Susanoo's giant blade fell again and again and again and again. Asuma slowly healed in agony. In the end, Asuma no longer had the strength to get up. He lied in the deep crater, gasping for breath, the black chakra on his body becoming thin, and his gruesome wounds could only barely stop bleeding, no longer able to fully heal. "Asuma, was that fun?" Shun looked at the dying Asuma and dispelled Susanoo. He slowly walked towards the deep crater, preparing to end this boring battle. Just then, a spatial rift suddenly appeared behind him. Obito's figure burst out of the rift, throwing dozens of black kunai. He hadn't gone far earlier. Instead, he had been observing the battlefield with Kimui, waiting for the opportune moment to ambush. Still dare to come back? Shun seemed to have noticed him long ago, using Flying Thunder God to appear behind him. Golden chakra wrapped around his fist, carrying the explosive power of nature mode, and landed on Obito's chest. Bang! Obito's body was instantly sent flying, turning into a puff of white smoke. It was a shadow clone. The real Obito appeared from another spatial rift, his eyes under the mask filled with gravity. That earlier probing attack made him fully realize that Shun's sensory abilities far exceeded his expectations, even detecting the spatial fluctuations of Kamui. He dared not attack rashly again, only able to hide in the distance, maintaining a safe distance, cautiously looking for the next opportunity to ambush. Shun glanced at Obito, not paying too much attention to him. Someone who only knew how to hide in space, and ambush was not enough to make him go all out. He continued to walk towards Asuma in the deep crater, his steps steady, each one like a stomp on Asuma's heartbeat. Asuma watched Shun's approaching figure, and a hint of mad excitement suddenly flashed in his eyes. He laboriously raised his hand, a strange smile on his face. "Shun, do you think you've truly won?" Shun's heart stirred, and he looked down at the ground, only to see that the crevices in the rocks around the deep crater were filled with dense yellow, explosive tags. Earlier, while maneuvering against Susanoo, Asuma had secretly used shadow clones to set up these traps during the sandstorm's concealment, all to blow him up when he got close. "Shun, do it for me." Asuma used his last ounce of strength to detonate a large number of explosive tags. Boom! 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 Countless explosive tags detonated simultaneously, a violent explosion echoing across the island, with flames and smoke soaring into the sky. Obito watched this scene from midair, a flicker of surprise in his eyes under the mask. He hadn't expected Asuma to set such a dangerous barato. However, after the smoke cleared, the island's surface was completely clean. Asuma's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. The area covered by the explosive tags was completely empty. "Are you looking for me?" A voice sounded from behind Asuma. Asuma sharply turned his head, only to see Shun standing not far behind him, apparently having instantly teleported to a safe area using Flying Thunder God the moment the explosive tags detonated. "Impossible. How could you be so fast?" Asuma's voice was filled with despair. The barato he had poured his last barato of strength in his setting was so easily thwarted by his opponent. Shun's amusement seeing the wounded Asuma, Shun slowly walked over. He leaned down slightly and cleared his throat, turning away with a look of resolve. "Asuma, Senshirado." Obito instantly understood Asuma's intention and immediately activated Kamui, releasing 3 shadow clones from the Kamui dimension. These 3 shadow clones, holding a dozen kunai, threw them densely toward Shun. The kunai whizzed through the air, instantly attracting Shun's attention. Again, Shun frowned, dodging the kunai while pursuing these shadow clones. Asuma seized this brief interval. Despite the filth on the ground, he acted without hesitation. Though the situation was unpleasant, he seemed to have obtained a treasure, a ferocious smile appearing on his face. As long as he could get revenge, what did a little disgust matter? He quickly drew a black circle on the ground, chakra flowing along the circle's patterns. Curse technique, death-controlling possessed blood. Asuma roared as he activated the secret technique. His barato turned black and white. He gripped the chakra blade at his barato with his right hand and drove it fiercely into himself. The blade pierced through his barato, and he collapsed. At that very moment, Shun suddenly clutched his barato, staggering back 2 steps, a pained expression on his face. He cried out in agony, "I'm dying. Is this what it feels like to fade away? My heart feels like it's been struck down." Asuma, who had been tense, burst into wild laughter upon hearing this wail. "Ha ha ha! Shun, you too shall fall beside me. I curse you to perish with me." He trembled with laughter, forgetting the sharp pain in his chest, feeling only that years of hatred were finally avenged. Obito in the distance was stunned, his eyes behind the mask filled with surprise. He hadn't expected Asuma's curse technique to be able to harm Shun. But as he laughed, Asuma felt something was wrong. Although Shun was clutching his chest and wailing, not a single drop of blood appeared, and there was no trace of pain in his eyes, only a hint of playful amusement, as if watching a show. "You, why aren't you dead yet?" Asuma's laughter abruptly stopped, the wild joy on his face instantly frozen, replaced by utter confusion. Shun, seeing that the act was almost over, finally lowered the hand covering his chest, his tone relaxed. "I almost died. Luckily, my recovery ability is great, and I've already healed. Asuma, your curse technique isn't very powerful. I've been shouting him dying for ages, but nothing's happened. Why don't you try a few Barato times? Maybe if the effort is enough, I can actually Barato." As he spoke, he deliberately turned toward Asuma with a daring come-on then look on his face. In fact, as a transmigrator, Shun was very curious about the Jashin cult's curse techniques. So he deliberately exposed a weakness, just to observe the principle of curse technique, death controlling possessed blood, and also to tease Asuma. After all, watching an enemy believe they have succeeded, only to instantly collapse, was quite amusing. At this moment, Divine I was operating at high speed, and in his crimson pupils, the patterns of the curse technique's circle and the flow of chakra constantly flashed, clearly presenting the transfer mechanism of death controlling possessed blood in his mind. And his previous actor-level Barato was just a small interlude during the battle. Asuma was enraged by Shun's attitude and didn't bother to think about why he wasn't dead. He drew his chakra blade and struck himself with it again, this time with even greater bravado than before. Senshirado, who was on the verge of bravado, yet still struggling in vain, and finally put away his playful expression. "Don't waste your energy. Before you activated the curse technique, I had already used the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique. My bravado is now made of water, without any solid form like a heart or vital organs." Senshirado, hearing Shun's explanation and seeing his body made of water, the chakra blade in Asuma's hand clattered to the ground. The madness in his eyes was replaced by despair. He used his last bit of strength to reach out his left hand. He seemed to want to say something, but could only make a ho-ho gasping sound, finally tilting his head and completely losing his life. Obito witnessed all of this, his eyes behind a mask filled with shock, apprehension, and a hint of barely concealed embarrassment. Just now, he had almost believed Shun's performance, thinking that Asuma had truly succeeded. He dared not linger any longer. Activating Kamui, his figure instantly disappeared into the spatial rift, not even bothering to take Asuma's body, fearing that if he delayed a second longer, he would become Shun's next amusement target. Shun gently shook his head, summoned a shadow clone, and sealed Asuma's body into a scroll. He didn't forget to complain at the end, "Asuma, with your meager strength, you still wanted to seek revenge on me?" Then he released the hydrification technique, and his body returned to human form. The clothes on his chest still retained the wrinkles left by the deliberate trembling during his act just now. The island completely returned to peace, leaving only Asuma's cold corpse and the devastation caused by the explosion. Shun glanced at the distant sea, then turned and used the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure instantly disappearing from the island. The royal wedding was still waiting for him. Senshirado, the previously startled guests relaxed, and the festive atmosphere once again permeated the air. After all, the crisis was over, and today was still the good day for the daimyo of the Land of Water to marry two consorts. No one wanted a farce to spoil the mood. The master of ceremonies returned to the high platform, cleared his throat, and announced in a loud voice, "The wedding banquet continues. Let us all wish His Excellency and his two consorts eternal unity and long life." As soon as his words fell, the courtyard filled with warm applause and cheers. Musicians resumed playing cheerful melodies, and maids weaved among the guests, carrying exquisite dishes and fine wine. The air was filled with the aroma of food and joyous laughter. Shun, holding mice and Kurenai's hands, walked onto the high platform, where 6 elegantly dressed women were already standing. Esare, with her red hair, wore a deep red gown, exuding noble and graceful elegance. Tsunade, Mikoto, Ami, Chie, and Yukari, the 5 secondary consorts, also wore their distinctive attire, their faces adorned with gentle smiles as they cast blessings upon their new sisters. Shun, with a gentle smile, projected his voice through his chakra throughout the courtyard. Thank you all for attending today. Although there was a small interlude, I am grateful for your understanding. I raise this toast to everyone, wishing you peace and prosperity, and may the friendship between the land of water and all countries last forever. After speaking, he drained his cup. SRA was the first to raise her cup in response, followed by Tsunade and the 5 secondary consorts, as well as Mei and Kurenai. The sight of the 8 beautiful consorts standing side by side drew admiring murmurs from the guests below. The children's table was particularly lively, with 6 children, all around 4 years old, gathered together, of vibrant and active age. Hamamaru wore a small suit but showed no sign of composure, brandishing a fork and fighting his younger brother, Seishin, while shouting, "Father Susun is just like this." Monica, with her twin ponytails, patiently wiped cream from her little sister Shine's mouth and shared the strawberries from her own plate with her. Karen held a doll, occasionally leaning over to help Monica mediate. Sasuke, with a small frown, mimicked his father's demeanor, but Hamamaru ruffled his hair, making him even more boisterous. Beside them, 10-year-old Itachi, dressed in a well-fitting suit, gently watched over them. He skillfully separated Sasuke and Hamamaru. Stop messing around. Father and mothers are still on stage. If they see you, you won't get a story tonight. The children instantly quieted down. Hamamaru stuck out his tongue and sat obediently. Seishin put away his fork and secretly handed a pastry to Itachi. Itachi smiled as he took it, then shared the pastry with his younger siblings, his eyes full of affection. SRA watched this scene and said to Mikoto beside her, "Itachi is such a sensible child. With him helping to look after his younger siblings, we save a lot of worry. With Mei and Kurenai here, the house is even livelier, and the children will have 2 more mothers to dote on them." The banquet continued late into the night before guests gradually dispersed. After seeing off the last guest, the courtyard finally returned to tranquility. Shun looked at Mei and Kurenai beside him. After a day of busyness, both showed a hint of fatigue on their faces, yet their eyes still held an undeniable anticipation. Tsunade walked forward, smiling as she patted his shoulder. "All right, it's time to take the 2 of you back to your rooms. Don't keep your hosts waiting." With that, she gave Mei and Kurenai a friendly smile. "You have a big day tomorrow, so get some good rest." Their cheeks turned slightly red from the excitement, and they smiled as they lowered their heads. Shun took Mai's hand and walked towards her bedchamber. Mai's bedchamber had already been decorated with exceptional warmth. Red silk ribbons coiled around the pillars. The bed was covered with new brocade quilts. The bed hangings were embroidered with ducks playing in water, and a faint incense permeated the air. Shun carried Mei to the wedding bed and sat beside her. His tone carried a hint of nostalgia. "Mei, do you remember our first meeting? Back then, you were the genius girl of Kirigakure, very stubborn, like a prickly wildcat." Mei recalled the past and couldn't help but laugh. Senchurado gently stroking her long hair, his voice deep and firm. "Foolish girl, meeting you is my good fortune. Now it's time to rest. Shun, don't be so impatient." They sat together quietly, feeling the warmth of each other's presence and the rhythm of their heartbeats. The evening settled in around them, enveloping the room in warmth. Ding, host and partner, may have shared a deep, heartfelt connection. Lava release, special. Experience 100. Boil release, special. Experience 100. Chakra cap 5. Water release affinity 0.01. After an unknown amount of time, Shun gently pushed open Mai's door and walked softly towards Kurenai's bedchamber. Kurenai's bedchamber was decorated relatively elegantly, with light pink bed hangings. The room also contained her extensive collection of books, reflecting her calm and gentle nature everywhere. Hearing footsteps, Kurenai sat up from a bed. Seeing Shun enter, her cheeks instantly flushed. Shun walked to the bed and gently took her hand. The warmth of his palm gradually made her relax. He said in a gentle tone, "Kurenai, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Kurenai gently shook her head, looking up at him, her eyes full of sweetness. "It's all right. Before, I felt that I was just your secretary, and being by your side was enough. I never expected that you would give me such a position." Seeing the apprehension and expectation in her eyes, Shun's heart was filled with tenderness. Gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, he said earnestly, "Kurenai, in my heart, you were never just a secretary. You have long since taken residence in my heart." After a long while, Kurenai gradually composed herself. "Husband, I love you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you." Since Naruto, Kurenai have shared a quiet moment together. Mental Energy 5, Genjutsu Talent 0.01, In Release Affinity 0.01. Concern about the Akatsuki, it was just dawning, when the gentle sounds of a maid sweeping echoed from the courtyard. Inside the bed curtains, the warmth lingered. Kurenai slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness still hazy from sleep. She moved slightly, only to realize she was resting against her husband. The warmth of their bond still felt vivid in her memory, and Kurenai's cheeks couldn't help but flush. She gently turned her head. Shun's brows were slightly relaxed, his usually sharp eyes losing some of their authority and gaining a touch of softness and tranquility. Perhaps her movement had disturbed him, for Shun's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the beauty in his arms, his eyes were full of tenderness, and a lazy smile appeared on his lips. "Kurenai, you're awake." Kurenai softly hummed in response, gently nestling closer to him, her hair brushing against his barato, feeling a soft, warm feeling. Shun chuckled, holding her comfortably close. "Sleep a little longer? It's still early outside. Or how about we meet up again?" Hearing this, Kurenai's face turned slightly pink. "No. Later, I still need to greet Queen SRA and the others, and I don't know if the children are awake yet." In this large family, she felt bravado of a newcomer's restraint, wanting to adhere to etiquette. No rush for greetings. The children are with Itachi. They won't cause trouble. Shun gently held Kurenai close. "Kurenai, it's rare to have such a peaceful morning. Stay with me a little longer." Kurenai relaxed and stopped resisting, settling comfortably into his arms. Listening to each other's heartbeats, the air within the bed curtains seemed to become thick and sweet. Shun lowered his head and placed a barato, then her nose, and finally her cheek. This moment felt different from the previous night, carrying the warmth and tenderness of the morning. The gentle touch made Kurenai's heart feel warm. Kurenai softly closed her eyes, smiling in response, her hands resting on the wedding quilt. Shun's voice carried a gentle warmth. "Kurenai, it seems you don't want to get up either." Kurenai's cheeks turned a soft pink, and she gently punched him, but he took her hand and pressed it to his chest. He guided her hand, letting her feel his steady, strong heartbeat. "Listen, it's telling you that I want to spend more time with you." Just then, the noisy sounds of several children sounded from outside the door. Then Itachi's gentle voice called out, "Father, Mother, breakfast is ready, and the younger siblings are waiting for you." The two exchanged glances, and Shun sighed helplessly, giving Kurenai an affectionate smile. "All right, it seems our private time has been interrupted by the little ones." Kurenai smiled and nodded. Propping herself up to get out of bed, Kurenai found herself pulled back into a gentle barato. Shun leaned close and spoke softly, "They'll see you later tonight." A faint warmth rose to her cheeks, and she offered a quiet nod. Shun then released her, got up, and fetched her clothes from the side, gently adjusting her collar. Kurenai also quickly got up, helping him tie his belt, their movements filled with the unspoken understanding and tenderness of a newlywed couple. When the two walked out of the bedchamber, The morning light had already filled the courtyard. Itachi was holding Shine's hand, waiting for them under the porch, while Hamamaru and Seishin chased each other on the nearby lawn. Monica, Karen, and Sasuke sat on stone benches, holding pastries that the maid had just brought. Seeing them come out, they all smiled and greeted Father. Shun held Kurenai's hand and walked towards the children, his face full of gentle smiles. Kurenai looked at the lively scene before her, feeling the warmth from his palm, her heart filled with peace. The group chatted and laughed as they arrived at the dining room, where Esare, Tsunade, Mikoto, Ami, Chie, and Yukari, the 6 consorts, were already seated at the dining table. Mei had arrived early and was quietly chatting with Yukari. Seeing Shun and Kurenai enter, Esare was the first to stand up, smiling and waving. "Honey, come sit down quickly. Breakfast has just been made and is still hot." Chie quickly pulled out the empty seat beside her and smiled at Kurenai. "Kurenai, come sit next to me. I specially asked the kitchen to save you some sweet porridge. You must be tired from last night, so drink something sweet to refresh yourself." Kurenai quickly thanked her and sat down next to Chie. Mei leaned over, offering a clean pair of chopsticks. "Kurenai, Shun has so much energy today, you probably didn't rest well last night. Later, he'll head back to the room with you, so you can get some rest. Esare and the others won't mind." "Thank you, Mei." Kurenai's heart felt comforted, and her initial shyness largely dissipated. The maids brought a chair for Shun. Tsunade's tone carried a hint of seriousness. "Shun, last night, I had the Umbu investigate some news about the Akatsuki. Recently, they've not only been active in Amage Cure, but also in contact with rogue ninja from the Land Waterfall. The fact that they dared to cause trouble this time might mean they have something to rely on." Esare gently tugged on Tsunade's sleeve, smiling and advising, "Tsunade, don't worry, Shun has his own plans. However, the Akatsuki's members are full of tricks, so don't act rashly." Yukari's gaze fell on Shun, her tone full of concern. "Shun, I heard that Akatsuki members are all S-rank rogue ninjas, and their strength should not be underestimated. When you go, be sure to bring more Umbu and absolutely do not be careless." Looking at the consorts, speaking one after another, full of concern, Shun listened, his eyes filled with warmth. He smiled and said to everyone, "Thank you for your concern. I have things under control. If I didn't have a use for them, I would have eliminated them long ago." He paused, then looked at Mei and Kurenai. "Mei, Kurenai, you've just married into the family and still need to adapt to household matters. You don't need to worry about the Akatsuki. Just stay home and be with the children." Mei, however, shook her head, her eyes firm. "Although I'm not as strong as Tsunade, I'm not weak either. And I also want to see how capable those who dare to disrupt our wedding truly are." Kurenai nodded. "I specialize in Jinjutsu, and my Jinjutsu might be able to restrain them. Shun, let us join too. We are not just your consorts. We are also partners who can fight alongside you." Shun looked at their determined eyes and said, "Above Kage level is Super Kage level. A Super Kage possesses the strength to crush Kage level ninjas from various villages. The leader of the Akatsuki is Super Kage level. I can take you to gain experience, but you must follow my command and not act on your own. You can rest assured." Shun vs 6 Paths of Pain. After breakfast, Shun wasted no more time. He gathered everyone in the Daimyo Mansion Square. The sightseeing group consisted of 8 consorts, 7 children, Orochiro, Hayashi, Shikaka, Minato, and the new 7 ninja swordsmen. Shun stood before everyone and said, "Yesterday, the Akatsuki ambushed the wedding banquet. Today, I plan to teach them a lesson. Since their strength is considerable, I intend to take you all to broaden your horizons." As soon as he finished speaking, he released a large amount of chakra, connecting everyone. Then, the spatial fluctuation of flying thunder god flashed, and the figures of everyone instantly vanished from the square. The next second, they appeared on a desolate coast in Yuzushiobikure. This was once the old site of the Uzumaki clan. Now, only ruins remained, with the sea wind whistling through them, carrying a salty, damp scent. Shun took out some drinks and popcorn, distributing them to the children. Everyone, wait a moment, the Akatsuki will be here soon. Minato set up concealment and silencing barriers around them. 5 to 6 minutes later, Nagato, Conan, Six Paths Pain, and a masked man Obito appeared one after another. Shun yawned and walked out from behind the ruins. Obito's voice came through his mask, with a hint of surprise and caution. "Shun, what are you doing here?" Shun ignored Obito, his gaze falling on Six Paths Pain, his tone calm. "I didn't get a satisfying fight yesterday, so my hands are a bit itchy. I want to spar with Six Paths Pain, the others should stay put on the side." Conan's expression changed, and she was about to object, but was stopped by an invisible chakra. Nagato was signaling her to be quiet. After a moment, Decapath Pain said emotionlessly, "Very well, you all step back." Although Obito was unwilling, he knew that resisting now would only lead to being encircled, so he could only retreat to the side with Conan. But his gaze was fixed on Shun, ready to support Pain at any moment. Seeing this, Shun slowly walked a few steps forward, confronting Six Paths Pain. The chakra around him began to surge, and his crimson eternal Manjikyu Sharingan slowly opened. Game start. Six Paths Pain instantly fanned out, and a fierce, menacing aura instantly enveloped the entire coast. Azura Path was the first to attack. His mechanical arms instantly unfolded, and 12 missiles whistled out, their trajectories cunning, perfectly blocking Shun's evasion routes. Shun moved swiftly, dodging the missile attacks. Taking advantage of the smoke generated by the missile explosions, Animal Path clapped his hands to the ground. Summoning Technique. 3 giant summoned beasts appeared simultaneously. The giant multi-headed dog that splits when attacked, the giant drill-beaked bird that drops explosive eggs, and the invisible giant snake-tailed chameleon. The invisible giant snake-tailed chameleon quickly shot out its transparent tongue, attempting to trap Shun. Shun's figure flashed. The rock where he had just stood seemed to be torn to pieces by an invisible force. Those watching the battle looked on, somewhat bewildered. Shun's figure flashed again. An invisible immense force struck the spot where he had just stood once more. The surrounding plants were somewhat disheveled from the abuse. Shun delivered a powerful punch to an empty spot, and a bleeding, giant snake-tailed chameleon instantly appeared, flying backward. At the same time, the giant multi-headed dog lunged. Shun delivered another powerful punch, sending the giant multi-headed dog flying backward, where it then split into hundreds of smaller multi-headed dogs. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A vast expanse of flames, like a sea, covered these hundreds of small multi-headed dogs. Some of the smaller multi-headed dogs were instantly defeated and vanished. The giant drill-beaked bird dropped dozens of explosive eggs from the sky, creating a barrage of blasts around Shun. The battlefield was instantly filled with smoke and dust. Predapath ran to the front of the burning zone. He stretched out his hands and absorbed the chakra from the flames, causing the flames to rapidly diminish. Dozens of surviving multi-headed dogs quickly merged into one large multi-headed dog, and its injuries recovered. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Human Path's figure transformed into a black shadow, rushing low to the ground with his superior taijutsu. Chakra for extracting souls condensed in his hands, aiming straight for Shun's Barato. Shun's figure flashed, and he used chakra enhanced strength to strike Human Path's Barato. A powerful impact Barato on Human Path's Barato, instantly shattering this puppet body into pieces that scattered everywhere. Devapath Pain grew annoyed, clapping his palms together. Chibaku Tensei. From his palm, a small black ball flew slowly towards the sky. A few seconds later, the small black ball released a large amount of gravity in the sky, continuously attracting the rocks, trees, and earth below. In the blink of an eye, a large sphere with a diameter of tens of meters was formed, and as the sphere continuously grew larger, The surrounding gravity also intensified. Shun quickly rushed towards Devapath. Devapath sneered, "Let me show you the power of a god." Shinra Tensei. An invisible force repelled the surrounding objects, and Shun was also flung into the sky. Shun smiled faintly. "Ha ha ha! Is this the extent of your divine power? I was just warming up. Now I'm getting serious." Complete body Susanoo, supreme seraph form, an inferno angel Susanoo, towering 210 meters tall, suddenly descended. It held a giant sword over 120 meters long, a round shield covered in runes in its left hand, and 3 pairs of fiery wings spread behind its back, like an angelic war god from mythology descending. It quickly flew towards the sphere in the sky, and with one slash, it directly split the large sphere in two. Then, the surrounding gravity became chaotic, and 2 semicircular spheres fell from the sky, shaking the ground violently as they crashed. This is impossible. Devapath momentarily doubted his perception. How could there be such a powerful enemy? Although he had heard about it from the masked man before, he hadn't believed it, never expecting someone to be so incredibly strong. The Inferno angel Susanoo flapped its wings and appeared in front of the giant bird. It extended its left palm and struck the giant bird down with overwhelming power. Next, it quickly descended to the ground, stomping the giant multi-headed dog into the earth. A fierce glint flashed in Devapath's eyes. He clasped his hands together and roared, "Super Shinra Tensei!" A repulsive force erupted with Devapath at its center. The shattered rocks on the ground were flung away, and even the distant ruins began to shake. The Inferno angel Susanoo slashed out with its sword, splitting the approaching repulsive force in two, then raised its giant shield in front of it, forcefully crashing through. Then the giant shield swung forward violently, sending Devapath flying hundreds of meters. Seeing this, Predapath attempted to absorb Susanoo's chakra, but was flattened. Finally, only Narakapath remained. He seemed to want to revive his comrades. With a flash of immense light, Narakapath was suddenly cut in half. In just over 6 minutes, 6 Paths Pain were completely defeated. Shun canceled Susa, looked at Nagato and the others, and said with majestic bravado, "From now on, whenever the Akatsuki sees people from a land of water, hide as far away as possible, or else I will wipe you out." Nature cursed Seal with a sudden flash of flying thunder god. Everyone appeared inside the land of water's royal palace. Although the battle just now was intense, everyone was well prepared. Now, with the tension released, only the ease of victory remained. "Father, you're so amazing. I want to learn how to summon the orange giant." Hamamaru and Seishin ran to the forefront, shouting excitedly. Monica held Shine's hand, her eyes also filled with adoration for her father. Karen and Sasuke follow behind, their hands tightly clenched, clearly not yet fully recovered from the tension of the battle. Just now, when Shun had used Flying Thunder God to teleport everyone to Yuzushiobikure, he had specifically had them watch the battle from within the barrier to broaden their horizons. Hamamaru immediately threw himself into Shun's arms. Looking up, his voice still trembling with joy. "Father, you're incredible. That orange giant was so big and majestic, it defeated all the bad guys in one go. I want to learn that." Seishin leaned in, his small eyes sparkling. "When I saw that orange giant crush the bad guys, my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Father, I want to learn this too in the future, to summon the orange giant to protect everyone." The children gathered around Shun, chattering and recounting the battle scenes from just now. Shun smiled, squatted down, and patted Hamamaru and Seishin's heads, patiently replying, "Yes, the bad guys have been driven away. This orange Susanoo is a very powerful jutsu, but to learn it, you not only need to practice chakra control well, but also have enough perseverance and the determination to protect others." Hamamaru immediately straightened his small body, like a little warrior, declaring, "I have determination." Seishin also nodded, clenching his fists tightly. "Me too. I want to protect my younger siblings." Monica walked over to Mei, gently tugged on her skirt, and quietly asked, "Mama May, when you were next to us just now, were you scared?" The bad guy's missiles flew so fast. May smiled, picked up Monica, and gently wiped the light sweat from her nose. "I was a little nervous at first, but when I saw your daddy's orange Susanoo appear, Mama wasn't scared anymore. If Monica wants to learn water release in the future, Mama will teach you. Once you learn it, you can also protect everyone like Daddy." Kurenai walked over to Karen and Sasuke, took out 2 exquisitely wrapped candies from her sleeve, and handed them over. "The battle just now was very tense, but you were both very brave and didn't cry or fuss." Karen took the candy and quietly said, "Thank you, Mama Kurenai." Sasuke nodded and carefully tucked the candy into his pocket. The laughter and joy in the square gradually faded as Shun watched the children being led by Itachi to play in the courtyard. Finally, he turned to face the 8 consorts and suggested, "Everyone's tired after battling all morning. Let's go to the backyard to wash up and rest." The 8 consorts all nodded and followed Shun towards the royal palace's backyard. The backyard had already been meticulously prepared by the maids. Steam rose from the hot spring pool, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of flower petals. In the adjacent rooms, clean clothes and toiletries were also prepared. SRA was the first to step into the hot spring pool, letting out a comfortable sigh. A soak is so refreshing. The tense muscles from the battle just now have finally relaxed. Tsunade leaned against the rock by the pool, gently swirling the flower petals in the water, her tone carrying a hint of emotion. "The fact that we could resolve 6 paths of pain so quickly this time is thanks to Shun's immense strength. But we also need to get stronger as soon as possible. We can't always let Shun bear the risks alone." May nodded in agreement. "Yes, we could only watch Shun fight at the front just now. I felt like I couldn't help much." Kurenai, Mikoto, and others also echoed her sentiments, their eyes filled with a desire to become stronger. Half an hour later, everyone had washed up, changed into clean clothes, and gathered in the study. SRA was the first to speak, her tone serious. "Just now in the hot spring, we were talking about wanting to get stronger as soon as possible so we can help you more in the future. Shun, do you have any way to make us stronger?" Upon hearing this, Shun gently tapped the table as he fell into thought. He knew that natural energy was difficult to control. For ordinary people to learn Sage Mode, it would take at least several years, even decades. The consorts also had to handle government affairs and take care of their children, so they simply didn't have enough time to focus on training. After a moment, a flash of inspiration crossed his eyes, and he said with a smile, "I do have a way, creating the nature curse seal." Nature curse seal. The 8 consorts all looked at him simultaneously, their eyes full of curiosity. Shun patiently explained, "I will attach the nature curse seal to your foreheads. This way, you won't need to deliberately train, and the curse seal will slowly accumulate natural energy. Normally, you could draw a small amount of natural energy from the curse seal to nourish your bodies, which will not only enhance your physique, but also prolong your life. In times of danger, you can also call upon the natural energy stored in the curse seal to strengthen yourselves or your ninjutsu, or even temporarily activate a state similar to nature mode." As he spoke, he raised his hand and condensed chakra, drawing the pattern of the curse seal in the air. It was a lotus imprint composed of golden patterns, with faint natural energy fluctuations interspersed within the lines, appearing both mysterious and exquisite. May looked at the cursed seal pattern in the air, then suddenly reached out and gently punched Shun's arm, saying with a hint of complaint, "You have such a good thing, and you didn't give it to us sooner. We put so much effort into training before, and you, on the other hand, were hiding such a treasure." Shun laughed at her retort, reached out, and took her hand, his voice filled with indulgence. "Before, it was because the stability of the cursed seal hadn't been perfected yet. I was worried about side effects. I never dared to tell you." Saying that, he turned his gaze to Tsunade and added, "Tsunade, you are naturally skilled in the strength of 100 seal and medical ninjutsu. Once you master the natural energy within the cursed seal, your sensory abilities will greatly improve. And after your sensory abilities improve, you can learn the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God's teleportation combined with your strength of 100 seal can unexpectedly inflict heavy damage on enemies. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she suddenly stood up. Flying Thunder God? I've wanted to learn it for a long time. Before, because my sensory abilities weren't enough, I could never accurately grasp the Flying Thunder God's spatial markers. If the Nature Curse seal can improve my perception, then I can definitely learn it. SRA smiled and smoothed things over. All right, now everyone knows the direction to get stronger. From now on, just follow Shun and learn well. May, don't complain about Shun anymore. He's doing it for our own good. Tsunade could no longer hold back, pulling Shun's arm and asking, Shun, make the Nature Curse seal now. I can't wait to try the combination of the strength of 100 seal and Flying Thunder God. Ninja Academy in the blink of an eye. It was Konoha year 56. Sasuke, Karen, Shiryu, and the others were already 6 years old. In the courtyard of the daimyo of the Land of Water's mansion, spring was in full bloom. A gentle breeze shook the petals, creating a shower of pink. A group of 6-year-old children were chasing and playing around the large pine tree in the courtyard. Hamamaru and Sasuke each held a wooden longsword, mimicking their father's stances as they sparred. Seishin, Monica, and Shine were playing an archery game nearby. Only Shiryu was practicing his fist technique in a corner of the courtyard. Shun stood under the pavilion, watching the children's lively figures, his eyes full of smiles. In these 6 years, the Land of Water had become more stable under his governance, and the people's lives had become increasingly prosperous. With a booming population, his family also became livelier, with 8 consorts each performing their duties, managing the daimyo mansion in an orderly fashion. Now, the children had all grown up healthy and reached the age to attend the Ninja Academy. Tsunade walked over with a cup of hot tea, shaking her head helplessly. These 6 little rascals have more and more energy. Yesterday, Hamamaru and Seishin almost broke the garden fence fighting over a football. Monica and Cheyenne are quiet, but they can still pester me for an entire afternoon with ninjutsu stories. Karen and Sasuke, needless to say, they fight all the time. May, supporting her slightly bulging belly, smiled gently. Isn't that the truth? I'm pregnant now and get tired after a few steps, but they always surround me asking, when is little brother coming out? Sometimes I really want to package them up and send them away for a few days of peace. Kurinai, sitting nearby, holding her 1-year-old daughter, Mirai, added with a laugh, Mirai is well behaved, but these 6 older siblings are so noisy that sometimes they even wake her from her nap. Thankfully, Shun is sending them to the Ninja Academy. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. SRA walked over and handed Kurinai a handkerchief, saying gently, it's a good thing for children to be energetic. It means they are healthy. But going to the Ninja Academy is indeed suitable. They can systematically learn ninjutsu basics and also meet peers, which is better than just making a ruckus at home. Makoto, Ami, Chie, and Yukari also gathered around, chatting about the children's interesting anecdotes, their voices full of anticipation for opening day. In these 6 years, they had been tormented enough by 6 energetic children. Now, they finally looked forward to the children starting school, and they could have some time for themselves, either to research ninjutsu, handle government affairs, or simply rest well. Shun smiled and took over the conversation. I've already spoken with the Ninja Academy. They'll take them to register next week. Itachi is now 12 years old and capable of handling things on his own. Having him accompany his younger siblings, I'm at ease. When Itachi was mentioned, everyone nodded. In these 6 years, Itachi had learned many ninjutsu, and his 3-tomo Sharingan was used with great skill. Ordinary elite jonin were no match for him. Normally, he proactively took care of his younger siblings, guiding them daily in practicing basic ninjutsu, teaching them to read and write, and was the most reliable brother in the children's eyes. Listening to his wise conversation, Shun thought a lot. In the original story, Itachi awakened his Mangekyo at 11 years old. Now he was already 12. Shun pondered how to come up with a reliable method to stimulate Itachi and help him awaken his Mangekyo. Chia looked at the little girl in Kurenai's arms and asked with a smile, "By the way, Kurenai, you named Mirai, didn't you? It's such a beautiful name, signifying hope." Kurenai gently touched her daughter's cheek and nodded. "Yes, I hope she could be safe and happy in the future, without having to experience too many battles like us. But this child seems to have a great talent for Jinjutsu. Last time when I was practicing Jinjutsu, she actually followed along, waving her little hands, and her eyes even showed faint chakra fluctuations." Mei said with a smile, "If my child is a boy, they'll have him learn water release from me. If it's a girl, she can learn Jinjutsu from Kurenai or medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Either way is fine." A week later, the Ninja Academy opened as scheduled. Shun specifically set aside government affairs to personally take the children to register at the school. Because of these children's special identities, the Ninja Academy specifically created a special class for them. In this special class, besides Shun's 6 children, there were also 11 other children. The always grinning, silly smiling blonde Naruto. The shy Hinata, dressed in Hyuga clan attire. Suigetsu, with the distinctive features of the Hozuki clan, always playing with water release. Shino, covered in insects, sitting quietly in a corner. Kiba, full of energy, with his dog on his head. Choji, slightly plump, holding a bag of potato chips. Shikamaru, looking intelligent and always trying to slack off. Ino, with a ponytail, lively and cheerful. Kurama Yakumo, with a hint of melancholy in her eyes, sitting by the window. And also Kazami Chihiro and Sakura, with pink hair and determined eyes. Shun smiled and said to Itachi beside him, "Many of these children are from prestigious clans. They will be the pillars of the ninja world in the future." Itachi nodded, his gaze falling on Yakumo, and he said softly, "Father, Yakumo seems a bit special. I heard she's been plagued by an inner demon since childhood, and her Jinjutsu often goes out of control. Could it harm the younger siblings?" Shun followed Itachi's gaze. Murakumo was instructing his daughter not far away. Yakumo's eyes were full of unease, her fingers tightly clutching the corner of her clothes. He pondered for a moment, then said to Itachi, "You take the younger siblings into the classroom first. They'll go to the Kurama household tonight to see if I can help Yakumo resolve her problem." Inside the classroom, the children quickly became acquainted. Sasuke proactively walked up to Naruto, raising his wooden kunai. "Hey, your name is Naruto, right? Do you want to have a match with me?" Naruto immediately agreed excitedly, and the two began to spar in the open space at the back of the classroom. Monica walked up to Hinata and gently offered her a cherry blossom. "My name is Monica. Let's be friends, okay?" Hinata blushed and nodded, softly saying her name. "My name is Hyuga Hinata. Please take care of me." Hamamaru was entangled by Suigetsu, discussing the principles of water release and fire release counters. Shikamaru leaned back in his chair, watching the noisy crowd. He sighed helplessly, muttering what a drag, but was still drawn by the potato chips Choji offered, and couldn't help but take one. Shun stood outside the window, watching the children getting along harmoniously, his eyes filled with gratification. Helping Yakumo as night deepened, the nightlife in the capital of the Land of Water was just beginning. Shun, dressed in casual clothes, arrived alone at the Kurama clan head's mansion. The guards at the gate recognized him. One of them respectfully led the way while the other hurried in to report. The two walked through the courtyard, filled with phoenix trees, towards the main hall. Murakumo, along with several elders, rushed out to greet him. Everyone bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Shun smiled and waved his hand. "No need for formalities. Everyone please come in and sit." He walked to the main seat and sat down, and maid quickly brought hot tea. "Clan head Murakumo, I hear your clan has developed quite well since moving to the Land of Water." When the recent situation of the clan was mentioned, Murakumo's face showed a relieved smile. "Thanks to Your Excellency, after our clan moved to the Land of Water, not only is our life stable, but we have also received a lot of resource support. In recent years, the clan has successively married 226 female ninjas, and with the newly graduated young ninjas, the clan now has 864 ninjas, finally recovering some of its former glory. Several elders also nodded, their voices full of gratitude. Unkai quickly frowned, his voice carrying a hint of worry. It's just, although the clan's population has recovered, elite Jonin are few and far between. In recent years, we have been eager to nurture advanced talents, but the results have not been very good. Shun gently sipped his tea and said calmly, "Your clan's Jinjutsu, with control over the five senses as its core, has extremely high requirements for mental energy. But your method of nurturing talent is too eager for quick success. In order to quickly get stronger, young ninjas are exposed to advanced Jinjutsu too early, neglecting the fundamental refinement of mental energy. This leads to an unstable mental energy foundation, making it naturally difficult to wield advanced Jinjutsu, let alone become a strong person." Unkai suddenly understood and quickly stood up to bow. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for clearing my confusion. We didn't realize this problem before. You are well informed. Do you have any methods that can help our clan improve the current situation?" Shun pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "I will allow 20 people from your clan to join the Land of Water Military Police Force. The military police force has a special ninjutsu called Divine Demon Transformation, which, when used, allows one to transform into a two-headed, four-armed form. The two heads can think independently, and mental energy will double accordingly. Long-term training in this form can effectively increase mental energy. However, this ninjutsu has a side effect." A hint of surprise flashed in Unkai's eyes, but he quickly noticed the hesitation in Shun's voice. "I know Divine Demon Transformation is a ninjutsu created by Your Excellency, and I thank you for allowing people from other clans to learn it. Can you tell me what the drawbacks of this ninjutsu are?" Shun nodded, his tone becoming serious. "In the two-headed form, the consciousnesses of the two heads can cooperate, increasing mental energy. But maintaining it for a long time will foster a second personality, just like Yakumo from your clan." Unkai's expression changed, and he quickly asked, "Niece Yakumo? Your Excellency, do you mean Yakumo also has a second personality? In recent years, she has only become increasingly weak, and we thought it was due to overtraining. How could it be?" Shun put down his teacup, his tone grave. "It's not overtraining. These years, you have had too high expectations of her and put too much pressure on her, causing a negative personality to grow within her heart. I call it Ito. This personality has been secretly absorbing mental energy and chakra, constantly strengthening itself, which has led to Yakumo's body gradually weakening and her Jinjutsu often going out of control. So that's how it is." Recalling Yakumo's silent appearance in recent years, Unkai's heart was filled with guilt and anxiety. He suddenly knelt to the ground, kowtowing to Shun. "Your Excellency, please save Yakumo. She is a rare Jinjutsu genius of our Kurama clan. If something happens to her or our clan..." Shun reached out and helped Unkai up. "Get up. Yakumo is in the same class as my 6 children. I came here to help her. Have someone bring Yakumo over, and I will help her seal Ito within her body." Unkai was stunned and immediately told his subordinates to bring Yakumo to the main hall. Yakumo wore light-colored clothes, her face pale, and her eyes filled with timidity. Seeing that Yakumo was very nervous, Shun gently explained, "Yakumo, I will use a few ninjutsu later to lock up the bad thing inside you." Yakumo blinked and nodded. Shun activated his Eternal Mangekyo and explained, "Ito is the incarnation of your negative emotions and also a part of your mental energy. I will temporarily seal it. When you grow up, you will defeat it yourself, and then you will be able to absorb Ito's mental energy, causing your mental energy to double and become a Jinjutsu powerhouse." Yakumo nodded as if she understood, the fear in her eyes lessening slightly, replaced by a hint of anticipation. Through his Mangekyo Sharingan, Shun's consciousness entered Yakumo's mental world. In the dim space, black mist surged, and Ito's evil laughter was piercing. A meddlesome fellow die. Yakumo hugged Shun's leg, a little scared. Ito lunged at the two with black sharp claws. Golden chakra emanated from Shun's body, and he raised his hand to form a hand seal. 8 trigram seal, strengthened. Golden chains flew out, wrapping around Ito's limbs. I'm not destroying you for Yakumo's future. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will make you completely disappear. He manipulated the chains, sealing Ito deep within the mental world, and then set up layers of barriers. After doing all this, he withdrew his consciousness. At this moment, Yakumo had opened her eyes, her face still pale, but her eyes shone like stars. Her gaze fell on Shun's face, and she respectfully said, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Shun was like a ray of light that shone into her dark childhood. When Unkai and the others came in, they happened to see this scene, and their gratitude grew even stronger. They knelt and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Your Excellency. The Kurama clan will swear to serve you to the death." Shun gestured with his hand, telling them to stand up. Nurture Yakumo well. She has good potential and will be a strong person in the future. Also, the 20 people joining the military police force can report tomorrow. As night deepened, light rain drizzled outside. Shun used the flying thunder god technique, instantly returning to the palace. Yakumo looked at the spot where Shun was just at and felt a strange sense of loss. Kakashi and Rin's child Konoha, year 56, Barato Underground Laboratory. Rin lay on the bed, drops of sweat forming on her forehead, her hands gripping the sheets. Tsunade sat by the bed, medical chakra gathered at her fingertips. She carefully examined Rin and eased her discomfort, while softly comforting her. "Take deep breaths, follow my rhythm. You can do it. This is your and Kakashi's child." She reached for a nearby towel and carefully wiped the sweat from Rin's forehead. Rin pressed her Barato together tightly, managing a difficult smile. "Tsunade-sama, with you here, am not afraid. I'm just a little worried if the child will." Before she could finish, a sharp pain struck. Tsunade immediately increased her chakra output to stabilize her. "Don't overthink it. I've been monitoring your body. Your child is very healthy. You'll be able to hold him soon." In the hallway outside the laboratory door, there were 4 men. Kakashi leaned against the wall, his Sharingan beneath his short white hair slightly contracted, his ears constantly angled towards the door, his breathing almost imperceptible. Whenever Rin's cries of pain sounded from inside, his fingers would instinctively clench, and the Sharingan under his forehead protector would glow faintly red. Orochimaru stood with his arms crossed, pondering if the resurrected Rin was truly no different from a real person. Minato patted Kakashi's shoulder, offering a warm rice ball. "Eat something first. You'll need strength to hold the baby later." When Kushina gave birth to Naruto, I was just as nervous as you. I couldn't even hold my chopstick steady. He smiled, recalling the past, trying to ease Kakashi's anxiety. "Once the baby is born, they'll teach you how to hold him. Don't be like me back then, holding Naruto like a package." Kakashi took the rice ball, but had no appetite to eat it. He just held it in his hand. "Thank you, Sensei. My mind is completely on Rin right now. I'm worried something might happen to her." Shun, who already had 7 children, teased him with a relaxed expression. "Kakashi, Rin will be fine. As for you, have you thought a name for the child? You can't just keep calling him little guy after he's born, can you?" Kakashi's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, his tone tinged with a bit of confusion. "Not yet. I've been so worried about Rin's health lately that I haven't had time to think." Minato turned around, a gentle smile in his eyes. "How about I offer some suggestions? How about hate? Free like the wind. It also carries our hopes for the child's future, hoping he can break through all obstacles like a swift wind." Kakashi silently pondered for a moment. Obito's smiling face and Rin's gentle eyes flashed through his mind, and he gently shook his head. "Let's call him Ken instead. It means firm and brave. I hope he can firmly protect the people he wants to protect and bravely face everything in the future." Shun patted Kakashi's shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement. That's a good name. It has strength. After all, in our ninja world, firmness and bravery are more important than freedom. Just then, the laboratory door opened with a click. Tsunade's assistant poked her head out, her face beaming with joy. Rin has successfully given birth. Tsunade-sama said it's a healthy baby boy. The four men instantly crowded around. Kakashi practically stumbled through the door, forgetting to put down a rice ball. Inside the laboratory, Rin lay weakly on the bed, her face pale but smiling. Seeing Kakashi enter, she weakly stretched out her hand. Kakashi, come quickly, look at her child. Tsunade handed the infant to Kakashi, her voice filled with relief. His cry is very loud. All his physical indicators are normal, even healthier than an ordinary newborn. As she spoke, she gently touched the baby's tiny hand, and the little one immediately clutched her fingertip, making everyone chuckle. Kakashi's hands trembled as he took the child, his movements clumsy but exceptionally gentle, his breathing almost imperceptible. He looked down at the little one in the swaddling clothes, and his heart was instantly filled. The child's hair was silver white, just like his. But on closer inspection, his face had a familiar outline, strikingly similar to the always boisterous Obito of yesteryear. What surprised him most was that the child's open eyes were a pair of sky-blue irises. These eyes didn't resemble either parent at all. They were clearly a mutation, gleaming with a strange luster, as if containing some special power. Minato leaned over, surprise flashing in his eyes. These eyes, a special eye color, could it be a mutation? Orochimaru stepped forward, looking at the examination report. Eye color mutation, no Sharingan patterns, and no Byakugan chakra pathways. From what we can see so far, there are no special reactions and no impact on health. He pulled out a testing device and handed it to Kakashi. You take this. You can periodically monitor the child's chakra changes in the future, and if there's any abnormality, come find me anytime. Shun stood by, looking at the tears in Kakashi's eyes, his heart filled with emotion. He stepped forward and looked. He's a lively little guy. Let's call him Uchiha Ken for now. If he doesn't awaken the Sharingan in the future, he can change his name to Hatake Ken to leave some bloodline for the Hatake clan. Rin looked at the scene before her and spoke weakly. Kakashi, does our child look a little like Obito? Her voice was tinged with a sob, a mix of joy for the new life and nostalgia for a lost comrade. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's heart ached, and he lowered his head to gently touch the child's forehead. He then held the child to Rin's side and said, he's like him and not like him. He's our child, and also, he came into this world carrying everyone's expectations. From now on, we will give him all of Obito's love together. Tsunade walked to Rin's side, covered her with a blanket, and handed her a bowl of warm, nourishing soup. Drink some soup first to restore your body. You've just given birth. You can't overexert yourself. He'll arrange for someone to take care of the child, and he'll have daily physical examinations to ensure his health. But don't worry. My assistants are all my trusted confidants, very tight-lipped. They won't reveal any secrets. She paused, then looked at Orochimaru, and the two exchanged a glance. The healthy birth of a child not only brought hope to Kakashi and Rin's lives, but also proved that their resurrection jutsu had no negative effects on offspring. This added the most important weight to the subsequent plan to resurrect Nawaki. Orochimaru nodded knowingly. Writing verification successful, subsequent plans can proceed in his notebook. Shun quietly exited the laboratory, nodded to the Umbu guarding outside the barrier, and whispered, send more people. Ensure the safety here. Don't let anyone get close. Nawaki's revival more than 3 months passed in a flash. Inside the Hokage office, Orochimaru tapped his fingertips on the desk, his gaze fixed on the stack of research notes labeled top secret on the table. The notes meticulously recorded data about Rin every day, before and after her revival. From the soul fluctuation curve to the progress of her Bodhi's functional recovery. Even the daily chakra changes after Rin became pregnant were clearly documented. He removed the last page, which had a new test report attached. The words Uchiha Ken, 3 months old, normal chakra levels, stable eye color, no genetic abnormalities, were particularly striking. Last year, he and Tsunade wanted to start Nawaki's revival ceremony, but Rin unexpectedly became pregnant. To verify whether the offspring of a revived person would be normal, they waited for Rin to give birth before preparing to continue the revival plan. Now, Kin's body was very healthy, and his soul was also normal, finally dispelling all their concerns. Orochimaru murmured softly, "It seems this Hokage position should indeed be given to Minato." Becoming Hokage and reviving Nawaki was to make up for past regrets. His ultimate ideal was to pursue immortality and omniscience. The first step of his plan was complete, and the second step was nearing completion. His current Hokage position occupied most of his time, and he needed to shed this burdensome role. Minato was undoubtedly the best successor. The next morning, Orochimaru did not go to the Hokage building, but went to the underground laboratory first. In the laboratory, Tsunade was standing in front of a cultivation tank, holding a test tube filled with light green liquid, observing the data with a slight frown. Hearing footsteps, she looked back and saw it was Orochimaru. Her movements paused slightly as she asked, "You're here so early? Don't you have to deal with official business today?" Orochimaru sat down at the experimental bench opposite her, lightly tapping the glass wall of the cultivation tank with his fingertips. Inside the cultivation tank lay a clone cultivated from Nawaki's cells, with skin as fair as a baby's, and life fluctuations as stable as a normal living person. "Let's revive Nawaki first. After that, I plan to abdicate. Minato is more suitable for handling Konoha. For now on, I want to focus on research." Tsunade's hand, holding the test tube, tightened abruptly, then slowly relaxed. A complex mix of emotions flashing in her eyes. There was anticipation, relief, and a few imperceptible hints of excitement. She put the test tube back on the tray, then turned and activated the nature curse seal on her forehead. Light golden patterns instantly lit up, emitting unique chakra fluctuations. All right, he'll have Shun come over and well prepare for the revival. At this moment, inside the royal palace in the Land of Water, Shun was sitting in his study, reviewing documents. The nature-cursed seal below his neck suddenly burned, and the familiar chakra fluctuations made him instantly look up. The next second, Flying Thunder God activated instantly, and he appeared in the underground laboratory. Seeing Orochimaru and Tsunade, as well as Nawaki's clone taken from the cultivation tank, he instantly guessed their intention, a knowing smile on his lips. "It seems you are finally going to start Nawaki's revival ceremony?" The revival plan had undergone many iterations, and the success rate was almost 100, so there was nothing to worry about. Tsunade stepped forward and handed over a thick plan. "That's right. The revival plan has been iterated 7 times. Combining the nature curse seal with the improved summoning jutsu, the success rate is almost 100. Previously, we needed to use Edo Tensei to summon the soul, but now we only need summoning jutsu for precise soul summoning, and the recalled soul has very little Edo Tensei aura. Since Edo, we have cleared all memories from this white zetsu to prevent anyone from discovering the secret of the revival ceremony by probing its memories." Shun took the plan and quickly flipped through a few pages. His gaze fell on the word ceremony location, Hot Spring Valley, Land of Hot Water. He nodded in agreement. The Hot Spring Valley in the Land of Hot Water has a complex population and can mask the energy fluctuations of the ceremony. "It's a good choice. I will use Flying Thunder God to take you there now, to avoid any complications." He made hand signs, and the blue light of the Flying Thunder God enveloped Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Nawaki's clone. The light flashed, and the four had already appeared in a hidden place in the Land of Hot Water. Here, mist swirled, the hot spring water glowed with a faint pink halo, and the surrounding rocks were covered with runes that shielded chakra, a sight they had prepared in advance. Tsunade placed Nawaki's clone on the stone platform in the center of the hot spring. Orochimaru, meanwhile, controlled White Zetsu to walk to the other side, quickly making hand signs. Dragon life, reincarnation, jutsu. Pale green incantations flew from white Zetsu's palm, forming a complex formation in the air. In the center of the formation, a transparent soul phantom gradually emerged, which was Nawaki's soul. Shun immediately activated the Nature Curse Seal, injecting golden chakra into the formation to stabilize the soul fluctuations. Quick, before the soul dissipates, begin the fusion. Orochimaru was already prepared, injecting a temporary life-enhancing nutrient solution into Nawaki's clone, and golden patterns instantly lit up on Nawaki's chest. He waved his hand, and the soul phantom was guided by the jutsu, slowly merging into the clone's body. With a soft "ah," Nawaki's finger twitched slightly, his chest began to rise and fall, and he took faint breaths. Tsunade's voice trembled slightly as she quickly stepped forward, using medical chakra to examine Nawaki's physical condition. It's a success. Heartbeat is normal, chakra is stable, and the compatibility between the soul and body has reached 99. Watching Nawaki slowly open his eyes on the stone platform, a rare softness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He raised his hand to condense fire release chakra, and a stream of flames erupted, instantly incinerating white Zetsu's corpse and all traces of the ceremony. Shun stepped forward, activating Flying Thunder God again. We should go. The barrier here can only conceal for a moment. It will disappear soon. The blue light shone again, and the four disappeared from the hot spring valley. When they returned to the laboratory in the Land of Water, Nawaki was already able to sit up with some effort. He looked at the three people in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. Orochimaru-sensei? Tsunade! Wasn't I already dead? Tsunade gently patted his shoulder, her eyes red. Nawaki, we finally revived you. Orochimaru watched Nawaki, who had regained consciousness, and the stone hanging in his heart finally dropped. He said with a relaxed expression, Nawaki has been revived. I have no regrets. Shun, I will submit my resignation and recommend Minato to succeed as the 7th Hokage. Catching up with Nawaki Land of Water Royal Palace, luxurious lounge. Nawaki leaned back in a soft recliner, covered by a thick blanket. He scanned the familiar figures of Orochimaru and Tsunade before his gaze settled on Shun. This man, dressed in deep blue daimyo attire, exuded a calm and steady demeanor that hinted at his extraordinary nature. Nawaki could not hide his excitement at the reunion. Orochimaru-sensei, Tsunade, am I really alive? Am I dreaming? He raised a hand to touch his cheek. The real sensation made his eyes well up slightly. He thought he would forever remain in that war-torn era, never expecting to have a chance to be resurrected. Orochimaru sat on a nearby sofa, his tone a few shades softer than usual. No, it's not a dream, it's real. It took us 5 years to improve the resurrection jutsu and finally bring you back to life. Tsunade walked forward, handed him a cup of warm herbal tea, and gently patted Nawaki's hand. Nawaki, drink some tea to soothe your throat. Nawaki took the teacup, his fingertips touching the warm cup, and a wave of warmth spread through his heart. He looked at Shun again, hesitated for a moment, and asked, by the way, Tsunade, who is this? He looks unfamiliar, but I feel you two are very close. Shun smiled. His tone relaxed. My name is Uchiha Shun. I am your brother-in-law, and now the daimyo of the Land of Water. Later, we even moved Konoha to the Land of Water. Brother-in-law, daimyo of the Land of Water, and moved Konoha to the Land of Water? Nawaki's eyes widened abruptly, and the teacup in his hand almost spilled. How can this be? I remember that before I died, Konoha was still perfectly fine in the Land of Fire. How could it move to the Land of Water? And Tsunade, I remember Jiraiya-sama was always following you, saying he wanted to marry you. In his memory, Tsunade and Jiraiya were childhood sweethearts, their mutual feelings already unspoken, and Konoha, as the ninja village of the Land of Fire, had deep roots. How could it suddenly relocate? When Tsunade heard the words Jiraiya, the hand holding her teacup paused slightly, and a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. She sighed softly and slowly said, "Jiraiya is not dead. He is still doing well. As for moving Konoha to the Land of Water, it's because 6 years after your death, the Third Great Ninja War happened, and Konoha suffered heavy casualties. Later, the Land of Fire daimyo formed the National Ninja Army, bringing the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Mitokado clans over, and the Land of Fire gradually became a battlefield. So we moved Konoha to the Land of Water, away from the war." Nawaki murmured to himself, his heart full of emotion. "So that's how it is. I never thought the Land of Fire would become like that. It's good that you moved to the Land of Water. So Tsunade-ne, do you and brother-in-law have children?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face softened with a gentle smile. "Yes, we have a son named Shiryu. He's already 6 years old this year, very spirited, and he's attending the Ninja Academy now. Nawaki, you're an uncle now. Later, they'll take you to see Shiryu. He'll definitely like having you as an uncle." Nawaki's eyes instantly lit up, his face full of anticipation. "Uncle? I have a nephew. That's great. I must go see him." Shun smiled and added, "Shiryu has a calm temperament and is easy to get along with. By the way, Jiraiya is currently traveling around, and his Aika paradise is still being serialized and has become popular in various countries." Nawaki was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud, a hint of guilt on his face. Aika paradise? Oh, I secretly bought that book back then. I hid it under my pillow, but sister found it and chased me around, hitting me for half the day. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with nostalgic amusement. I never thought that after so many years, he's still writing that, and still so improper. Tsunade pointed at Nawaki, teasing, "You were only 12 back then, and you were secretly reading such books. It'd be strange if I didn't hit you." Nawaki scratched his head sheepishly, then smiled and changed the subject. "Let's not talk about that. So many people and things have changed. I feel like an outsider now." Shun noticed his dejection and slowly said, "It's all right. I will use Jinjutsu to show you the major events that have happened in these 18 years, so you won't feel like a stranger anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, slowly rotated. Nawaki felt as if he was immersed in the long river of time. He saw the cruelty of the Third Great Ninja War, the exposure of the Sarutobi clan's corruption, the Land of Fire daimyo forming the National Ninja Army, and the process of Konoha moving to the Land of Water. He also saw the adorable appearance of Shiryu and 5 other children, and the scenes of Orochimaru and Tsunade tirelessly researching to resurrect him, which gradually warmed his heart. When the Jinjutsu ended, Nawaki slowly opened his eyes, which were already red. 18 years have passed, and so many things have happened. Thank you, brother-in-law, for letting me see all this. Tsunade looked at his relieved expression, a sigh of relief escaping her, and said with a smile, "Silly boy, you don't feel like an outsider anymore, do you? From now on, we are all family." The atmosphere in the lounge grew warmer. Nawaki held the warm herbal tea, listening to the 3 of them recount more details of their lives. Occasionally, he would interject with amusing anecdotes from his mischievous days with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, making the 3 of them laugh frequently. Memories of the past and present gradually intertwined, allowing him to fully immerse himself in this long-lost liveliness. The sky outside gradually darkened. Tsunade checked the time and said, "Nawaki, it's getting late. You've just been resurrected and need more rest. I've had a maid prepare a room for you. It's right next door and very quiet." Nawaki nodded earnestly. "Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei, Tsunade-ne, and brother-in-law. Thank you for not forgetting me." A hint of approval flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Nawaki, you've just been resurrected today. Get a good night's sleep first and adjust your physical condition. Tomorrow, they'll have some surprises for you and teach you some special ninjutsu." Shun patted his shoulder. "Nawaki, you don't need to rush. This is your home. With us here, you don't need to worry about anything anymore." Nawaki smiled and nodded, following the maid to the room next door. Tsunade watched Nawaki leave, then pondered. Now that Nawaki has been resurrected, it's time to consider his marriage. Shun, do you have any suggestions? Nawaki's physical age is already over 18, but his mental age is only over 12. It's too early to talk about these things. 40 advanced S on wood release is common. The next morning, Nawaki, Tsunade, and Shun sat together for breakfast. Shun sat at the head of the table, holding a morning newspaper, his gaze scanning the headlines. He occasionally looked up at Nawaki, his tone relaxed. Eat slowly, no ruse. After breakfast today, Tsunade will take you out to explore and get familiar with the surroundings. Thank you, brother-in-law. Nawaki nodded quickly, picked up a piece of cod, and put it in his mouth. The tender texture made his eyes light up. Wow, this fish is so delicious. It's even fresher than the grilled fish I used to eat in Konoha. Tsunade reached out and rubbed his shoulder. Eat more if you like it. You can have it every day from now on. Just then, the door was gently pushed open, and Orochimaru's figure appeared at the entrance. He was still wearing his signature white robe, the snake patterns on his cuffs faintly visible in the morning light. He walked briskly to the dining table and unceremoniously pulled out a chair to sit down. It seems I've arrived just in time, not missing breakfast. Tsunade's tone carried a hint of teasing. Why are you so early today? Usually, I only see you in the afternoon. Orochimaru chuckled, his gaze falling on Nawaki. Nawaki, I plan to teach you wood release. Nawaki took the scroll, his fingers touching the cold paper, his face full of confusion. Wood release? But Orochimaru-sensei, when did you learn wood release? Orochimaru's tone carried a hint of pride. I've been researching wood release for many years, and I transplanted some Hashirama cells into myself, so I learned it. Do you remember the nutrient solution I injected into your clone when you were revived yesterday? It actually also contained improved Hashirama cells. Through special gene editing technology, I transplanted the wood release ability into your body, so you also possess the basic conditions to use wood release. He paused, picked up a chopstick from the table, placed it in his palm, and condensed a faint chakra at his fingertips. Suddenly, a tender green sprout emerged from the tip of the chopstick, rapidly growing into a small sapling, its branches and leaves still gently swaying. You see, this is wood release transplanted through technology. Although it's not as powerful as the first Hokage's, it can still be used normally. And with Hashirama cells transplanted into your body, you can not only use wood release, but also possess powerful vitality and recovery. Nawaki watched the small sapling in Orochimaru's palm, his eyes wide. His face was filled with shock and anticipation. I can also use wood release? He subconsciously raised his palm, trying to condense chakra, and although no sapling grew, he could feel a warm power surging in his palm. Orochimaru put away the sapling in his palm and pushed a large scroll in front of Nawaki. Of course, this scroll records the basic ninjutsu of wood release, from wood release, 4-pillar house to wood release. Cutting technique are all detailed. You can start learning soon. I will personally guide you in controlling chakra to prevent the wood release power from backfiring. Seeing this, Shun chuckled softly. Tsunade, you could also try learning wood release. You already possess 5 chakra natures: Senchuredo, lightning, earth, water, and yang, and your chakra quality is extremely high. Crucially, you are also very familiar with the fluctuations of wood release chakra, so with your talent, there's a high probability you can learn wood release. Tsunade was stunned, then shook her head somewhat helplessly. Wood release? I struggled even with Flying Thunder God before, and now wood release too? She recalled her experience learning Flying Thunder God last year, and couldn't help but sigh. You taught me Flying Thunder God before, and I did successfully master the teleportation formula, but my reaction is too slow. Every time I activate Flying Thunder God, there's about a 0.5-second delay. During a drill last time, because of this 0.5-second delay, I was almost hit by a simulated enemy. That flaw is too big. Shun was a bit embarrassed. The combination of Flying Thunder God's strength of 100 seal was his idea. But Tsunade's reaction speed couldn't keep up. Later, He suggested transplanting a Sharingan to solve this problem, but Tsunade disagreed with doing that. Shun organized his thoughts and said, "You specialize in medical ninjutsu and chakra-enhanced strength, so a slower reaction is normal. But wood release is different. It relies more on chakra control, elemental fusion, and chakra volume. Your talent in these areas is already outstanding." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "Tsunade, during my previous experiments, I noticed that your chakra fluctuations were very similar to those emitted by Hashirama cells, so you have a high probability of being able to fuse would release yourself." Nawaki looked at Tsunade excitedly. "Tsunade, you learn it too. That way we can practice would release together, and when we compete, it'll definitely improve faster." Tsunade looked at their expectant eyes and thought of her regret with Flying Thunder God, and her heart gradually wavered. She picked up the juice on the table and took a sip, her tone softening. "Then, you'll give it a try? But let me be clear, if I can't learn it, don't you dare laugh at me." Shun smiled and said, "Don't worry, trust me, you'll definitely learn it. Once you fuse would release, your chakra volume will skyrocket even more. Then our land of water will have another powerful combat force, and we'll be more confident in dealing with unexpected situations in the ninja world." After speaking, he smiled and raised his right hand, lightly rubbing his fingers together. Pale green chakra gathered in his palm, and in an instant, a small sapling with tender leaves emerged from his fingertips, its branches and leaves gently unfurling in the morning light, even adorned with a few glistening dewdrops. "Brother-in-law, how do you also know would release?" Nawaki was so surprised he stood up from his chair, his eyes wider than before. "Has would release become so common?" Shun gently placed the small sapling from his palm into an empty dish on the corner of the table. The wood release just now was actually performed by him using the white Zetsu chakra he had stored previously, but he naturally wouldn't reveal this secret. After all, once Tsunade learned would release, it would be as good as him learning it too. Seeing Nawaki's shocked expression, he deliberately put on a nonchalant demeanor. "What's so difficult about this? I myself possess 7 chakra natures: Senshuredo, lightning, water, earth, wind, yin, and yang, making me a full affinity ninja. Wood release is a fusion of earth and water chakra, with water accounting for about 35 and the remaining 65 being earth chakra. They'll tell you a secret. I know many kinds of Kekkei Genkai." He snapped his right fingers, and an ice sculpture of a great rock condensed on the tabletop. Nawaki was so stunned he couldn't speak, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Seeing this, Orochimaru chuckled inwardly. This would save him time teaching Nawaki would release. Since Shunkoin knows would release, then it'll trouble you to teach Tsunade and Nawaki. I still need to discuss the Hokage handover with Minato. All right. Sasuke's smugness. It had only been a few days since Minato took office as the 7th Hokage, and children at school were already debating about the Yellow Flash. "My dad is the Yellow Flash. His Flying Thunder God technique is the best in the ninja world. Everyone knows that. If you run into him, you might as well abandon your mission and run. Last time, I saw him teleport to the top of Hokage Rock in 1 second. Can your dad do that?" Naruto stood with his hands on his hips, his yellow hair dazzling in the sun, his voice full of pride. Sasuke frowned, not wanting to be outdone by Naruto. "My dad is the daimyo of the Land of Water. He also has the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and can use Susanoo. My dad is awesome. My dad is even more awesome." As the two argued, they started to fight. Sasuke charged first, swinging his small fist at Naruto. He had learned a few basic taijutsu moves from his father, and his movements were quite decent. After a flurry of wild punches, Naruto gradually gained the upper hand. Sasuke was quickly pinned to the ground by Naruto, unable to move. "Sasuke, do you give up?" Naruto yelled triumphantly, pinning Sasuke down. Sasuke's face turned red with frustration, but he stubbornly refused to surrender. His heart was filled with unwillingness. His father was so powerful, yet he couldn't even beat Naruto. Just then, a sudden sharp pain flared in his eyes, and the world before him seemed to change instantly. Naruto's triumphant smile became exceptionally clear in his eyes. He could even see the lines of muscle on Naruto's arm distinctly. Sasuke suddenly shouted, a burst of power erupting and pushing Naruto away. Naruto was pushed to the ground, watching Sasuke's eyes change. He stared in surprise. Sasuke, why are your eyes red? The surrounding children also gathered around, chattering about Sasuke's eyes, their voices full of curiosity and envy. Sasuke touched his eyes, feeling the chakra surging within him. The earlier grievances and anger were instantly replaced by pride. He looked up triumphantly at Naruto. This is the Sharingan, the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai. Let's fight again. This time we'll definitely win. Naruto disliked Sasuke's arrogant demeanor the most, and he shouted defiantly, bring it on. Who's afraid of you? He raised his fist and charged at Sasuke. But Sasuke had activated his one-tomo Sharingan, so Naruto's attacks appeared in slow motion to him. He easily dodged the attack, punched Naruto in the stomach, and knocked him to the ground. I won. I told you I could win. Sasuke stood in front of Naruto, hands on his hips, a triumphant smile on his face. The surrounding children gathered around, praising Sasuke's prowess. This made Sasuke even prouder. He couldn't help but walk with his head held high. That evening, the palace living room was especially lively. As soon as Sasuke returned home, he couldn't wait to show everyone his one-tomo Sharingan. Seishin, Karen, and Shiryu all gathered around Sasuke. Karen tugged at Sasuke's sleeve, her voice soft and a little whiny. Sasuke, your eyes are so cool. I want a Sharingan too. Seishin nodded vigorously, waving his small fists. Yes, I want a Sharingan too. Cheyenne was young and didn't quite understand the power of the Sharingan, but she also nodded along, saying softly, me too. The children chattered, one after another, clamoring for their mother to help them activate their Sharingan. Shun had just returned home from handling state affairs and smiled helplessly at the lively scene before him. He walked over and picked up Karen, explaining gently, it's not that the earlier you awaken the Sharingan, the better. The growth of the Sharingan requires a large amount of chakra, and if awakened too early, the Sharingan will compete with the body for nutrients, affecting future growth. Looking at the children's persistent gazes, he sat among the children and continued to explain, I only awakened my Sharingan at 16, and the legendary Madara activated his at 15. You're only 6 this year, your bodies are still developing, and it's the time to build a strong foundation. When you grow a little older and your bodies are strong enough, the Sharingan will naturally be very easy to awaken. Hamamaru was the first to sensibly say, Dad is right, we should practice taijutsu now and awaken the Sharingan when we are older. With their elder brother leading the way, the other children also nodded, no longer clamoring to awaken their Sharingan. Only Sasuke stood aside, still feeling a bit smug. Sasuke, you defeated Naruto today. Do you feel very powerful? Sasuke nodded, saying proudly yes. With the Sharingan, I could instantly see Naruto's movements and easily defeat him. Shun looked at Sasuke's eyes and continued, Sasuke, a true strong person will not become arrogant because of one victory. Look at your older brother Hamamaru and younger brother Shiryu. Even though they don't have a Sharingan, they practice taijutsu every day and never show off. Sasuke said proudly, but I already have the Sharingan. Hearing this, Shun turned and called out, Hamamaru, you and Sasuke fight. Let him see your power. Hamamaru was startled, then walked to the center of the living room and extended his hand to Sasuke. Sasuke, let's have a match. Just a light touch. A match is a match. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the older brother. I have the Sharingan now. Sasuke immediately agreed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He believed he could easily defeat his older brother. The match began, and Sasuke first activated his Sharingan, his eyes fixed on Hamamaru's movements, trying to predict his attacks. But Hamamaru was, after all, the elder brother practicing taijutsu every day, and his movements were much more agile than Naruto's. Although Sasuke's Sharingan could see the movements, he couldn't keep up with Hamamaru's speed and gradually became a little flustered. Suddenly, Hamamaru seized an opening in Sasuke, dodged his punch sideways, and gently pushed Sasuke's shoulder with his right hand. Sasuke lost his balance, stumbled back a few steps, and fell to the ground. Hamamaru stood aside, his tone calm. "Dad, I won." Sasuke sat on the ground, unable to believe that he had lost. He had the Sharingan. How could he not beat his older brother who didn't have a Sharingan? He shouted defiantly, "That doesn't count. I wasn't ready just now. Let's have another match." Shun, however, shook his head. "Shiryu, you also have a match with Sasuke. Don't hold back." Although Shiryu was younger than Sasuke, he was born with great strength and usually practiced taijutsu with Hamamaru. He nodded, bowed to Sasuke. "Sasuke, let's begin." Sasuke charged directly, wanting to finish the fight quickly. Shiryu dodged sideways and, at the same time, swung his fist, hitting Sasuke's arm. The immense force made Sasuke stumble back 3 steps, then fall to the ground. "Sorry, Sasuke, I used too much force." Shiryu stood aside, scratching his head, a little embarrassed. 2 consecutive defeats completely stunned Sasuke. His nose suddenly stung, and tears fell. "Why? I have the Sharingan, but I still can't beat them." Naruto's training as the sun set. Many parents began to pick up their children and head home. Naruto trudged back, his yellow hair drooping, his face still streaked with fresh tears. The scene of Sasuke easily defeating him with his Sharingan that afternoon replayed in his mind like a movie. Sasuke's triumphant smile, the whispers of the surrounding children, and his own pathetic fall to the ground all filled him with both grievance and indignation. As soon as he entered the living room, Naruto saw Minato sitting on the sofa reading a book, his white Hokage robe draped over a nearby hanger. He could no longer hold it in and threw himself into Minato's arms, crying loudly, "Dad, Sasuke bullied me. He awakened his Sharingan and knocked me down in an instant. Please teach me a powerful ninjutsu. I want to defeat him." Minato put down his pen, gently patted Naruto's back, and soothed him with a gentle voice. "Naruto, be good, don't cry anymore. Sasuke's Sharingan is a Kekkei Jinkai of the Uchiha clan. You are still young, and your body hasn't fully developed yet. Learning 2 powerful ninjutsu can easily lead to injuries, and what if you accidentally hurt other children?" Naruto looked up, his face covered in tears, his eyes red. "But I can't beat Sasuke," and he laughed at me. "I don't care, I just want to learn powerful ninjutsu." "Dad, will you teach me Flying Thunder God? Flying Thunder God is so fast. With it, I can definitely defeat Sasuke." Minato smiled helplessly and patted Naruto's head. Flying Thunder God requires advanced Fuinjutsu, advanced spatial talent, and strong sensory abilities. You can't learn it yet. Listen, first train your body well. Lay a solid foundation in taijutsu. When you get a little older, Dad will definitely teach you powerful ninjutsu. By then, not to mention Sasuke, even stronger opponents, you will be able to defeat. He deliberately changed the subject, hoping Naruto would give up the idea of learning ninjutsu for now. But Naruto didn't bite at all, clinging to Minato, shaking his arm one moment, then lying on his lap and acting spoiled the next. He kept muttering, "I want to learn ninjutsu. I must defeat Sasuke. Dad, Dad." Minato was so pestered that he had no choice but to find an excuse to hide in his study. Seeing that his father refused to teach him, Naruto could only turn around and look for his mother, Kushina. At this time, Kushina was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Seeing Naruto's aggrieved look, she quickly put down the vegetables in her hand and pulled him over to ask what had happened. After listening to Naruto's tearful complaints, Kushina lovingly wiped away his tears and frowned, saying, "Minato is really something. How can he be so perfunctory with a child? Naruto wants to learn ninjutsu because he wants to become stronger. What's wrong with that? Come on, Mom will take you to him." Kushina pulled Naruto to the study door and pushed it open directly. "Minato, Naruto wants to learn ninjutsu. How can you not teach him? He needs encouragement right now, and your excuses will only make him more frustrated." Minato put down his pen and looked at Kushina helplessly. "I'm not refusing to teach him. I'm afraid he'll get hurt if he doesn't learn properly, and even more afraid he'll hurt other classmates. Kushina walked to Minato's side, hands on her hips, and said, "Then can't you teach him slowly? Naruto inherited your talent. He will definitely learn well. Besides, if you don't teach him, what if he secretly practices on his own and something goes wrong?" Naruto nodded, pulling on Minato's sleeve, and whispered, "Dad, he'll learn well. I won't get hurt, and I won't hurt other children. Just teach me." Minato looked at Kushina's determined eyes, then at Naruto's expectant look, and finally compromised. "All right, he'll teach you the shadow clone technique. But you have to promise, Dad, you must practice under my and Mom's supervision, and you cannot use it privately, understood?" Naruto immediately jumped up excitedly, nodding vigorously. "I understand. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. But I want to learn powerful ninjutsu. Is the shadow clone technique powerful?" Minato then explained the principle of the shadow clone technique to Naruto. The shadow clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu. Usually only Jonin can learn it. It requires evenly distributing your chakra to create clones with physical bodies that can fight. Your chakra reserves are enormous, so as long as you learn this technique, you should be able to create many shadow clones. Naruto blinked, a little uninterested. B-rank ninjutsu? Only Jonin can learn it. But can shadow clones defeat Sasuke? He has the Sharingan. He can see my movements. Minato smiled and explained, of course it can. One of you can't beat him, but what about 5 of you? 10 of you? Think about it. If you create several clones and attack from different directions, even if Sasuke can see the movements, he won't be able to keep up. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up after hearing this. "Oh, right. With a few more of me, I could definitely defeat Sasuke. Dad, teach me quickly." Minato began to demonstrate the hand signs for the shadow clone technique. First, make the hand sign, Ram, then evenly distribute chakra throughout your body and then release the chakra. As he spoke, he made the hand signs. A white puff of smoke flashed, revealing 7 Minatos around him. Naruto watched excitedly and immediately tried to imitate him. But as soon as he made the hand signs, his chakra went out of control and not a single shadow clone appeared. "What's going on?" "I did exactly what Dad said." Naruto sat on the ground, a little dejected. Over the next few days, Naruto practiced the shadow clone technique every day in the small courtyard at home. But each time, either his chakra distribution was uneven or his hand sign speed was too slow, and he never managed to successfully create a clone. Gradually, he began to lose patience and sat aside, kicking stones. Just then, Minato walked over and said with a smile, "Naruto, are you planning to surrender to Sasuke? Are you going to avoid him from now on?" As soon as he heard Sasuke surrender, Naruto immediately perked up and scrambled to his feet. He clenched his fists and said, "I want surrender. I will definitely learn Shadow Clone and defeat Sasuke." After saying that, he started practicing the hand signs diligently again, and although he still made mistakes, he never said give up again. Kushina would occasionally come to the small courtyard and watch Naruto's serious expression. She said with satisfaction, "Minato, I told you Naruto could stick with it. His unwillingness to give up is exactly like yours back then." Minato smiled and nodded, his gaze falling on Naruto. Naruto's talent is naturally very good. It's just that his chakra control is a bit poor. I should teach him how to climb trees with chakra first. Kakashi doesn't deserve happiness? December of Konoha year 56, at the cemetery in the old site of Konoha, Land of Fire. Kakashi, wearing a dark green trench coat, had his short white hair plastered to his cheeks by the wind. He carefully hugged the baby in his arms and said, "Rin, slow down. The wind is a bit strong today." Rin's eyes carried a gentle smile as she said, "I should have made you wear an extra coat. It's much colder here than in the Land of Water." Kakashi looked down at the baby in his arms and said, "Kin's sleeping so soundly, still not awake yet?" Rin leaned on Kakashi's shoulder and said gently, "The little one must be tired from playing." Kakashi looked down at Kin in his arms. The baby slept peacefully, his small face rosy, occasionally smacking his lips. Their gazes met from time to time, and a gentle smile always appeared when they looked at each other, as if they were meant to walk together side by side. They walked to Obito's tombstone. Kakashi first handed Kin to Rin, letting her sit on a flat stone. He then squatted down and gently brushed the dust off the gravestone. Rin, holding Kin, took out white chrysanthemums from a basket and handed them to Kakashi. Kakashi neatly placed the white chrysanthemums in front of the tombstone and said, "Obito, we've come see you. These past few years in the Land of Water, Rin has managed the home very well, and Kin is also very well behaved. Look, he's over 10 months old. His hair is a bit like mine, but his face shape is a bit like yours." As he spoke, he turned to look at Rin. Rin gently swayed Kin in her arms and responded to Kakashi's gaze with a gentle look. Kakashi squatted in front of the tombstone, chattering about their daily lives. Rin is learning to make the dango you used to love, but she can't quite get the sweetness right. Kin just learned to grasp things a few days ago. The first thing he grabbed was my forehead protector, and he almost tore it. Rin smiled and nodded, reaching out to touch Kin's little face. He loves to hear Kakashi tell stories about you from before. Every time he hears about you and Kakashi on missions together, he gets especially excited. We haven't forgotten you, and we'll come to see you every year from now on and tell you about what's happening at home. Kin seemed to be woken by his parents' voices, slowly opening his eyes and curiously staring at the tombstone, waving his small hands. Suddenly, he grabbed Rin's hair that hung by her side. Rin smiled, trying to pull her hair free, but Kakashi reached out first, carefully prying open Kin's small hand, his movements extremely gentle, as if afraid of hurting him. "Don't pull Mama's hair. Mama will feel pain." He helped Rin tidy her hair and then casually wiped the corner of Kin's mouth. This scene happened to fall into Obito's eyes. Obito's body was pressed against the cold wall, his fists clenched, making cracking sounds, and even his breathing became heavy. Watching Kakashi help Rin tidy her clothes, and the gentle smiles they exchanged when their eyes met, felt like sharp knives. Cinchuredo, and it was Kakashi who had destroyed everything he had. But now, this murderer was actually using Rin's cells to create a clone and living such a happy life with her. A wave of disgust flooded Obito's mind. He watched the warm scene of the two playing with the child together, every detail fueling his rage. He wished he could rush out immediately and tear apart this false happiness before his eyes. This clone didn't understand Rin's preferences at all, and Kakashi was utterly unworthy of having such a gentle bravado. "Kakashi, you thief! How could you?" In Obito's bravado, a flame seemed to be burning, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. This clone should not exist, and Kakashi should not have this happiness. When Kakashi reached out again to tuck Rin's wind-blown hair behind her ear, Obito could no longer hold back. He suddenly rushed out from behind the broken wall, aiming a fierce blow at Kakashi's head. Kakashi's ears twitched instantly. Years of combat instincts made him immediately sense danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately picked up Rin and Kin and leaped away. He instantly activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, his gaze fixed on the mysterious masked man before him. He recognized this masked man, having clashed with him many times in the shadows over the years, and knew that the opponent possessed phasing abilities, making him a very dangerous man. His tone was tense. "Rin, this man is very dangerous. Quickly take Kin and leave." "All right, Kakashi, be careful then." Rin hugged Kin tightly and quickly ran into the distance. Her eyes were filled with fear, yet she couldn't help but stare at the mysterious masked man, and the sense of familiarity in her heart grew stronger. She felt that this figure was very kind, but seeing Kakashi's tense appearance, she began to worry about Kakashi. Obito watched this scene, his disgust growing even deeper. It was just a clone, yet it even pretended to worry about Kakashi. Kakashi really treated her as Rin, protecting her everywhere. This was simply an insult to Rin. He sneered, his body suddenly becoming transparent, and he lunged towards Rin. His goal was clear, to first eliminate this clone that disgusted him. "Rin, run. He's after you." Kakashi's heart tightened. He immediately activated his body flicker technique, blocking Rin's path, and the blue light of Chidori illuminated in his palm as he slashed towards Obito's neck. He dared not be careless in the slightest. With every attack, he thought of protecting the person behind him. Even his defensive movements were deliberately designed to shield Rin more tightly. Rin retreated with Ken, but she constantly watched Kakashi's figure, seeing his arm cut by a chakra rod. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Kakashi, your hand is bleeding." She wanted to rush over to bandage him, but was sternly stopped by Kakashi. "Don't come over. Quickly take Ken and leave." Watching the deep affection between the two, the rage in Obito's heart grew even fiercer. He wanted Kakashi to once again experience the pain of killing Rin back then, to let him know that he was unworthy of such happiness. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes instantly became vacant, and his body stiffened in place. In the Jinjutsu space, the scene from that year played repeatedly the moment he personally struck down Rin. Guilt and self-reproach instantly overwhelmed him, causing him to lose all ability to resist. Rin watched Kakashi's pained expression, tears instantly welling up, her voice choked with sobs. "Kakashi, wake up!" Watching the clone cry for Kakashi, the disgust in Obito's heart reached its peak. Rin's second loss. Rin watched Kakashi freeze in place, his eyes vacant, her heart feeling as if it was clenched by an invisible hand. Obito's hostility grew thicker around him, radiating an oppressive aura. She knew she couldn't wait any longer. She had to take Ken and leave. "Kakashi, I'm sorry," Rin murmured to herself, then suddenly turned, clutching Ken, and ran outside. Her dress was torn by the shattered rocks, but she dared not pause for a moment. She had to protect Ken. He was her and Kakashi's only child, and her reason for living. Watching Rin's retreating figure, holding the infant, a flicker of hostile intent flashed in Obito's eyes. His form instantly became intangible, activating Kimui to warp, and the next second he appeared in front of Rin, blocking her path. "Run? Do you think you can escape?" He extended his left hand, reaching for Ken in Rin's arms, his bravado so fast she had no time to react. "No!" Rin cried out, instinctively shielding Ken in her arms, using her back to block his hand. But his power far exceeded her imagination. A sudden bravado impact sent her stumbling, and before she could steady herself, Ken was torn from her grasp. A rip appeared in the back of her haori. Rin instantly fell backward, a sharp pain shooting through her back, and the child in her arms was snatched away. She struggled to get up but was pinned down by Obito's foot on her abdomen, unable to move. "Let go of my child. If you want to kill me. Don't let Ken." Rin's voice was tearful, her tears dripping onto the cold, shattered rocks. Obito lowered his head, looking at the infant in his arms. The infant wasn't crying, just curiously staring at his mask. This face was so much like his own when he was little, even the frequency of blinking held a similar resemblance. What made Obito's heart tremble even more was that the infant's small hand actually reached out and grabbed his finger, clenching it gently without any fear. A strange sense of closeness suddenly welled up in his heart. He had intended to cause the infant serious harm, to make Kakashi also taste the pain of losing a loved one. But looking at Ken's pure eyes and feeling the soft touch on his fingertip, his fingers hesitated, unable to follow through. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes beneath the mask. This child carried half of Rin's bloodline. How could he bring himself to do it? Obito gently brushed Ken's cheek with his fingertips, his movement carrying an unconscious tenderness. Not far away, Kakashi, who was trapped in Jinjutsu, suddenly stirred. Although his consciousness was still in the Jinjutsu space, he clearly sensed Ken's danger. That was the connection of bloodline. The three-tomo Sharingan beneath his forehead protector trembled slightly, the red tomo rapidly spinning in his eye, seemingly trying to break free from the Jinjutsu's restraint. Obito quickly suppressed the softness in his heart, his gaze turning cold again. He looked down at Rin, and the anger in his heart surged bravado. The child could be spared, but this imposter, who took Rin's form, must be stopped. He would never allow anyone else to share a peaceful life with Kakashi. Wearing Rin's face, it was an insult to Rin. Would release. Cutting technique. A thick branch, like a venomous snake, pierced towards Rin's heart. Rin looked at the approaching wooden spike, her eyes devoid of fear, only a hint of relief. She could feel the masked man's pain, and she could vaguely guess his identity. Perhaps dying this way would lessen his suffering. The wooden spike struck Rin's barato with unstoppable bravado, and a dark stain immediately spread across her light pink clothes. Abito watched the color drain from Rin's face, and a sudden, inexplicable panic surged in his heart. He subconsciously wanted to withdraw the wood release, but it was already too late. Rin struggled to lift her head, her gaze piercing through Abito's mask, seemingly seeing the familiar face beneath it. She saw tears seeping from the edge of the mask, tears filled with pain and despair, which confirmed her suspicions. Rin's voice was weak. Abito, you must have suffered a lot these past years. Abito's body suddenly stiffened, his eyes beneath the mask instantly widening. He had attacked Kakashi many times, but Kakashi never recognized him. Minato and Kushina also never suspected his identity, but this clone actually called out his name. He watched Rin's stained hand reach towards his mask, seemingly wanting to touch his face, but then it fell powerlessly in midair. Rin's eyes gradually lost focus, but a gentle smile appeared on her barato, as if comforting him not to be sad. Rin, I barato Rin. Immense pain and despair instantly engulfed Abito. He staggered back a few steps, then turned and retreated into the Kamui dimension. His suppressed sobs echoed in the dimension, wails full of regret and pain. Meanwhile, outside, the moment Rin died, Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan spun frantically, fusing and transforming, finally becoming the Mangekyo Sharingan with its unique pattern. He immediately broke free from the Jinjutsu. Kakashi rushed to Rin's side, holding her tightly in his arms. Rin, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you again. I'm sorry. I'm useless. That guy. I will never forgive you. The cold wind, carrying withered leaves, swept through the cemetery, intertwining with Kakashi's cries. Kakashi held Rin's barato, his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating, a fierce intensity flashing in his eyes. In the Kamui dimension, Ken seemed to sense his mother's passing and suddenly burst into loud sobs. His eyes were filled with fear, his hands flailing, wanting to grasp his mother's clothes, but only catching cold air. Wah, wah, wah. His cries pulled Abito out of his painful emotions. Abito leaned against the cold rock wall, his sobs gradually diminishing. Looking at his trembling hands, his heart was filled with regret and pain. He thought eliminating Rin's clone would alleviate his suffering, but he didn't expect it to plunge him into deeper despair. That clone's final smile, that phrase Abito, you must have suffered a lot these past years, echoed in his mind like a curse, leaving him unable to find peace. Abito collapsed weakly to the ground, before him an infant crying wah wah wah. He tremblingly reached out and held Ken in his arms. Ken's cries gradually subsided, his small hand still clutching his sleeve. You were just like Rin. At this moment, Abito seemed to see Rin holding his younger self, warm and healing. Uchiha's family matter, the lingering afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded, and the cold wind blew even more fiercely across the graveyard. Kakashi held the now cold Rin, his heart feeling as if it were weighed down by a heavy burden, every breath a painful sting. Ken! Where's Ken? Kakashi ran frantically through the ruins, his white hair disheveled by the wind. His Mangekyo Sharingan activated, red pupils veined and strained, yet he couldn't find even a trace of his child. A chill instantly shot from his feet to the top of his head. That masked man! He took Ken. Kakashi collapsed onto the rubble, looking at Rin's cold corpse, then thinking of Ken who had been taken away. Despair suffocated him, making him feel like he was drowning. He slammed his hands against the ground, injuries soaking his hands, yet he felt no pain. I'm so useless. I couldn't even protect Rin and Ken. After an unknown amount of time, he shakily stood up and lifted Rin. Rushing back to the old Konoha site, he used the Flying Thunder God Great Array, designed by Minato, to urgently teleport back to New Konoha in the Land of Water. He didn't go home, but instead headed directly to the new Hokage building. After all, Kakashi was the student of the 7th Hokage Minato. The guards, Senshirado, instantly realizing that the situation was far more serious than imagined. Kakashi, what happened? Why is Rin like this? And Ken? At the mention of Rin and Ken, Kakashi could no longer hold back, his voice filled with a broken sob. Sensei, Rin, she was killed by that mysterious masked man. He even took Ken. He incoherently recounted the entire incident. From the warmth of paying respects at Obito's grave to the attack by the masked man, how he snatched Ken and pierced Rin's heart with wood release. Minato's face grew exceptionally solemn upon hearing this. He walked to Kakashi's side, pressing firmly on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Kakashi, steady yourself. This isn't the time to break down. Ken is still with the masked man. We must find him as soon as possible. Although I've fought that masked man a few times, I only know that he's skilled in space-time jutsu, and I've never been able to ascertain his identity. Kakashi's eyes instantly dimmed, his voice filled with despair. Even you don't know, Sensei? Then how can we save Ken? What if he harms Ken? Minato interrupted him. Don't panic, Shun-sama might have clues. A few months ago, the royal palace was attacked, and among the attackers was this mysterious masked man. Later, they were driven off by Shun-sama. Crucially, he is the Uchiha clan head, and he should have information about the mysterious masked man. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato grabbed Kakashi's shoulder and instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique. The next second, they appeared in the royal palace courtyard. Upon hearing the maid's report, Shun went out to meet them. He saw Kakashi looking distressed and asked, Kakashi? Minato? What happened? Minato briefly recounted the incident, focusing on the masked man's abilities and the fact that he had taken Ken and killed Rin. That masked man who attacked the royal palace last time? You fought him. Do you have any information about him? Shun frowned upon hearing this and said, I have information about this person. That mysterious person is Obito. How could he be Obito? This is impossible. How could he bear to hurt Rin? Kakashi exclaimed. He staggered back a step, the scene of the Canopy Bridge battle flashing through his mind. Obito was crushed by a giant rock while saving him, entrusting his Sharingan to him before his death. He remembered the scene of himself recounting his happiness in front of Obito's grave just a while ago. Immense shock and guilt instantly overwhelmed Kakashi. How could it be him? Wasn't he already dead? Why did he attack the royal palace? Why did he kill Rin? And why did he take Ken? Shun calmly explained, after the Canopy Bridge battle that year, Obito's body was never found. Everyone thought he was dead, but in fact he was rescued by someone and gained would release, through some means, even awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. Actually, I haven't seen his true face either. But think carefully about the mysterious masked man's past actions. He attacked Kakashi several times, but didn't finish him off. He eliminated Rin and took Ken, most likely out of jealousy towards you too. So I guess that the mysterious masked man is actually Obito. Kakashi's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. What does Obito want me to do? As long as I can get Ken back, he'll do anything. Minato placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, his expression serious. Kakashi, this isn't the time to negotiate. We should think about what they truly want, attacking us repeatedly. Shun gently tapped on the table, pondering for a moment. Based on blood type, the Uchiha are divided into 3 lineages. One is myself, and Shizui's lineage, all of whom are A-type blood. The second lineage is Fugaku and Itachi's lineage, all of whom are AB-type blood. The third lineage is Madara and Obito's lineage, all of whom are O-type blood. So the person behind Obito is very likely Madara. Minato suddenly felt a hint of pressure. Didn't Madara die back then? Besides, by age, he should be very old, right? Shun let out a soft laugh and said, We Uchiha have the forbidden ninjutsu Izanagi. After activating it, It can turn unfavorable events that occur within a certain period into events that never happened, only choosing favorable events to become reality. So as long as this forbidden ninjutsu is activated, one can continuously revive within a certain period. Moreover, there are quite a few ninjutsu in the ninja world that extend life. After confirming that Madara might be alive, Minato asked seriously, "Then what should we do now?" Shun tapped his finger lightly on the table, making a thump, thump, thump sound. Kakashi has already changed his surname to Uchiha, so this is an Uchiha family matter. I will retrieve Ken, and as for Obito, Kakashi will handle him himself. Kakashi, you first take care of Rin's funeral. When I have a lead, I will inform you. Rescuing Ken requires you to be in optimal condition. Kakashi wiped away the tears on his face. Senshurado, a crimson light overflowed from his eyelids, and his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly activated. Ocular technique, Divine Eye. After advancing to Eternal Mangekyo, Divine Eye possessed a maximum detection range of 20,000 kilometers, so he only needed to activate it at home to bring most of the ninja world into his view. Chakra surged into his eyes like a tide. His consciousness instantly spread out and then rapidly extended towards the surrounding countries. His vision swept across the sea, reached the forests of the Land of Fire, the mountains of the Land of Hot Water, and finally settled on a small, ordinary village. As his gaze began to zoom in, the picture became clearer and clearer. A figure wearing a spiral mask stood before a woman, with an adult man beside her, and a baby girl lay on the bed. The woman's eyes were vacant, her barato mechanical, clearly under the control of a genjutsu, as she carefully held Ken, opening her clothes to feed him. Ken seemed not to resist, drinking with his barato, occasionally opening his eyes to curiously observe his surroundings. Obito, to actually use genjutsu to control an ordinary woman to care for Ken. Shun, however, felt a sense of relief. At least Ken was temporarily out of danger. He continued to track Obito's movements, finding him running towards the northeast at an extremely fast pace, yet maintaining a steady gait, as if afraid of jostling Ken in his arms. This direction is the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron, as a neutral country, did not participate in any wars, had no ninja villages within its borders, and was only guarded by samurai, making it a relatively peaceful place. Obito's choice to hide Ken there clearly indicated that he believed it to be safe enough, where he wouldn't be found by anyone from the Uchiha clan. After discerning his whereabouts, Shun pondered for a moment. He did not immediately notify Minato and Kakashi. Obito was extremely fast, and if they waited to assemble a team, they might miss the optimal tracking opportunity. He decided to pursue Obito alone first to confirm Ken's safety. Then, Shun used the Flying Thunder God technique, and his figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in a forest in the Land of Fire. This location was closer to the Land of Iron, making it the best starting point for pursuing Obito. Seraph Mode, activate. He clasped his hands together, and chakra surged. A platinum gold light emanated from his body, rapidly covering him entirely, forming a platinum gold armor, and 3 pairs of flame wings unfurled from his back. With a gentle flap of the 3 pairs of golden flame wings, his body shot into the sky like a rocket. A golden figure arced brilliantly across the night sky, flying towards the Land of Iron. Obito, you can't escape. With Divine Eye, Obito could not escape his lock, and the distance between them was continuously shrinking. The border of the Land of Iron was already in sight, and Obito's figure was vaguely visible. Shun took a deep breath. The eternal Mangekyo in his eyes began to spin, and chakra surged madly into them. Ocular technique, divine accélération. As he silently chanted, the space around his body seemed to compress, and his speed instantly soared by 12 times. His golden figure transformed into a streak of light, almost breaking the limits of visible perception, and instantly appeared beside Obito. Obito only felt a sudden sharp pain in his arm, and the weight in his arms abruptly vanished. Before he could react, he was struck in the stomach by an immense force, sending his entire body flying backward. After crashing through 3 large trees, Obito finally collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach, his mask covered in cracks, and blood oozing from the corner of his lips. Shun deactivated divine acceleration, and Seraph mode slowly shut down. He gently held the startled, crying Ken in his arms. Like a doting father, he gently patted his back to soothe him. Shun walked up to Obito, looking down with a cold tone. "Senshirito, you don't actually think that only Edo Tensei can revive people, do you?" He paused, his gaze becoming playful. "Let me tell you honestly, I revived Rin. If you hadn't been so impatient and killed Rin, perhaps you would have discovered that she wasn't a clone at all. No, what you're saying is false. She was just a clone." Obito felt as if he was struck as if by lightning, staggering back a few steps. He clutched his head and squatted on the ground, shaking his head frantically. He had a lingering suspicion, but he wasn't sure, and he still held on to the hope that the Rin he had just taken down was merely a clone. The scene of Rin's death flashed through his mind. He had pierced her heart with would release, yet she hadn't hated him. Instead, she had gently reached out, wanting to caress his face. "Obito, you must have suffered a lot these past years." She recognized me, yet I killed Rin. I took Rin's life with my own hands. Immense pain and regret instantly overwhelmed him. He suddenly stood up and struck his head against a nearby large tree in anguish, though he seemed to feel no pain. He just kept striking the tree over and over. "I took Rin's life. It was me. I don't deserve to live." In the shadow of a large tree, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were secretly observing the scene before them. "Obito's been broken. We can't let him keep spiraling like this." Just as Obito was collapsing and continuing to fall apart, a black shadow suddenly rushed toward him. Black Zetsu quickly attached itself to Obito, controlling his body, preparing to escape using Kimyui. He cursed in a cold tone, "Idiot Obito! Now is not the time to die. Let's run." Black Zetsu's sudden appearance was actually within Shun's expectations. And because White Zetsu's hiding ability was completely ineffective before Divine Eye, Shun smiled slightly and asked, "Black Zetsu, where do you plan to take him? Don't you want to save your mother anymore?" Black Zetsu ignored him, directly controlling Obito's body and retreating into the Kamui dimension. Once inside the Kamui dimension, Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief. 5 minutes later, Black Zetsu controlled Obito's body, opened the Kimui dimension, and reappeared in another area. But before him appeared someone who shouldn't have been there. Shun, holding Ken in his left arm, said with a smile, "Black Zetsu, we meet again." 40 advanced S on Black Zetsu's dad Black Zetsu, controlling Obito's body, was desperately fleeing towards the Land of Iron, but the golden chakra fluctuations behind him followed like a shadow. Shun, holding Ken, unfurled 3 pairs of platinum gold wings and followed unhurriedly, his eyes filled with the composure of someone in complete control. As the border of the Land of Iron drew closer, a glimmer of hope ignited in Black Zetsu's heart, but then Shun's voice sounded from behind, like a bucket of cold water dousing his fleeting optimism. Shun's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable threat. "If you still want to use Kimui to escape, then I don't mind taking his Mangekyo Sharingan right now." Obito, controlled by Black Zetsu, stiffened abruptly, and his steps instantly halted. He turned to look at Shun, his voice filled with suppressed rage. "Shun, what exactly do you want?" Shun didn't answer directly. Instead, he slowly descended to the ground with Ken in his arms, and his Seraph mode gradually deactivated. He walked up to the controlled Obito, his tone calm, but every word piercing. "You've been lurking around Madara and Nagato for so long. You should know that the Rinnegan has the ability to view soul memories, right? Hagoromo's soul has always been hidden in the Pure Land, so everything you've done over these past 1,000 years, including your plot to revive Kagaya, he's seen it all." Black Zetsu's voice was clearly flustered, and a strong sense of unease surged within him. I don't know what you're talking about. If Hagoromo had truly been observing him in secret, wouldn't his plan have been exposed long ago? This thought sent a chill down his spine, and the strength with which he controlled Obito's form weakened by a few points. Shun smiled confidently and calmly, his eyes sharpening. You do understand? You just dare not admit it. I know you want to revive Kagaya, but Hagoromo and Hamura will never allow it. So from the very beginning, your plan was destined to fail, unless someone can help you change your fate. Black Zetsu's body stiffened, his tone becoming extremely grave. Who exactly are you? How do you know so much? The Shun before him was not only unfathomably powerful, but also aware of his 1,000-year-old secret. He even knew about Hagoromo, which was definitely not something an ordinary Uchiha could know. Shun began to brag, his tone tinged with a hint of showmanship. My eternal Mangekyo's dojutsu is related to time. I saw the future. According to the original trajectory, you would use Madara to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, then revive Kagaya. But your actions would be too grand, causing Hagoromo to descend to the ninja world and personally intervene. In the end, you and Kagaya would both be sealed by the six paths Chibaku Tensei, never to rise again. Black Zetsu's consciousness vibrated violently, his voice trembling slightly. Why are you telling me this? What do you want from me? Hearing this, Shun suddenly laughed and said in a domineering tone, because in the future I beheld Kagaya's peerless beauty. Such a beauty is only fit to be my queen. Black Zetsu, from now on, you're no longer alone, because I am your future father. At these words, even Black Zetsu, who had lived for over 1,000 years and seen all the absurdities of the ninja world, was stunned. Controlling Obito's Barato, he stood rigidly in place, momentarily unsure how to respond. The person in front of him wanted to join the family and be a father figure. This was an unprecedented level of arrogance. But then he thought Shun's strength far exceeded his imagination. If he could get his help, the chances of reviving his mother would undoubtedly increase greatly, and he might even be able to counter Hagoromo's threat. Weighing the pros and cons, Black Zetsu suppressed the strangeness in his heart, his tone showing a hint of compromise. If you can truly help me save my mother, I can cooperate with you. Shun raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. Black Zetsu, call me Dad, and he'll tell you another secret about the future, helping you avoid a big problem. Obito's body stiffened for a moment, but eventually, under Black Zetsu's control, he squeezed out, Dad! His voice was stiff, but for the sake of reviving his mother, he could endure this humiliation. Shun smiled contentedly. He reached out and patted Obito's shoulder, his tone relaxed. Good boy. According to the original history, in order to revive Kagaya, you deceived Madara into creating the infinite Tsukuyomi. The commotion was too great, which is why you finally attracted Hagoromo's attention. Actually, he's been hiding in the Pure Land for over 1,000 years, secretly absorbing chakra and learning countless secret techniques. His strength is unfathomable. Black Zetsu's consciousness sank again. He had always thought that Hagoromo had long since dissipated. He had never expected that he had been secretly accumulating strength all this time. This was undoubtedly the biggest hidden danger in his plan. His tone was urgent. Then how can I safely revive my mother? Shun reminded him, Good son, before speaking to me, you must call me Dad. Don't forget that. To revive Kagaya, the first step is to be low-key. You can't be as high-profile as before. Methods with big commotions like the infinite Tsukuyomi absolutely cannot be used. Secondly, I will train a group of strong individuals in the ninja world. Because after your mother is revived, our enemies will not just be Hagoromo. He paused, his eyes becoming serious. The souls of Hagoromo and Hamura have always been hidden in the Pure Land, and there's also Ishiki, who is still alive and hidden somewhere in the ninja world. In a dozen years, Kinshiki, Mamashiki, and Urashiki will also descend to the ninja world, and they are all coming for Kagaya's chakra. Dad, what should we do? Black Zetsu was flustered. He hadn't expected to face so many powerful enemies after reviving his mother. Shun's tone was full of confidence. Don't panic, I'm here. I've specially trained some strong individuals, such as Minato, Orochimaru, Hayashi, Hisashi, and also my children, who have good talent. I will make them the force to oppose the Tsutsuki. By then, the entire ninja world and even the entire Tsutsuki clan will bow at my feet. He looked down at the sleeping Ken in his arms, then at Obito, who was controlled by Black Zetsu. His eyes gleamed with ambition as he said, "Black Zetsu, as my future son, you will become the link between me and Kagaya. How about it? Isn't this future much better than your original plan?" Black Zetsu was silent. Shun's plan, though absurd, was full of temptation. It could not only revive his mother, but also free him from the fate of being sealed, and even eliminate the hidden danger of the Tsutsuki clan. Controlling Obito's body, he slowly nodded. "I agree, Dad. I will help you, and together we will revive Mother and fight those enemies." Black Zetsu's secret techniques. The sky gradually darkened, and the sun set in the west. Shun held Ken, his brows revealing confidence and authority. "They'll take you to an uninhabited island to show you my true strength." Without waiting for their response, his right hand was already on Obito's barato. The next moment, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, space twisted, and the three appeared on an uninhabited small island. The island only had rugged rocks and sparse weeds, surrounded by an endless sea, far from the sight of the nations of the ninja world, making it an excellent location for a secret discussion. Shun gently adjusted Ken's posture, ensuring the child could continue to sleep soundly. Then, he turned around and looked at Black Zetsu and Obito, his eyes becoming sharp. Before the two could react, golden chakra suddenly erupted from his body, mixed with faint black patterns. His entire aura instantly became majestic and sacred. Nature mode. Black Zetsu, controlling Obito's body, subconsciously took half a step back, his voice filled with unbelievable shock. "This is Senjutsu, but it feels completely different. Is it the human race's natural energy?" Immediately after, a scarlet light burst from Shun's eyes, and his eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, spun rapidly. As chakra surged madly, a giant orange phantom slowly rose behind him. The phantom gradually solidified, transforming into a perfect Susanoo over 1,000 meters tall. The Susanoo held a giant orange greatsword in its left hand and a huge shield in its right. Clad in heavy armor, standing tall on the island. The horns on the Susanoo's head almost pierced the clouds, and its shadow covered more than half of the small island. Then, the giant orange longsword slashed forward, instantly splitting the seawater and raising a huge wave. Is this still a perfect Susanoo? Black Zetsu, controlling Obito's body, was full of shock, even forgetting to maintain his suppression over Obito. Madara's perfect Susanoo was only over 200 meters. This 1,000-meter perfect Susanoo could almost rival the sage of Six Paths Susanoo from over 1,000 years ago. Even Obito, controlled by Black Zetsu, was stunned, his eyes under the mask wide open. He had never imagined that Shun's true strength would be so terrifying. Shun looked at their shocked expressions, a satisfied smile on his lips. He retracted nature mode and the perfect Susanoo. The pressure on the island instantly dissipated, and the waves gradually calmed down. He walked in front of Black Zetsu, his tone calm. "Black Zetsu, you've lived for over 1,000 years and learned many secret ninjutsu, haven't you? Write down all the ninjutsu you know, especially the Black Receiver, 6 Red Yang Formation, and 6 Paths 10 Tails Coffin Seal. I have use for them." Black Zetsu recovered, secretly congratulating himself. The stronger Shun's displayed power, the greater his hope of resurrecting Kagaya. Without hesitation, he controlled Obito's hand to use the summoning technique, summoning a blank scroll. Black chakra flowed from Obito's fingertips, forming dense ninjutsu incantations and hand sign methods on the scroll. It not only included the Black Receiver, 6 Red Yang Formation, and 6 Paths 10 Tails Coffin Seal that Shun mentioned, but also other 6 Paths secret ninjutsu he knew, such as the Phantom hand-to-hand combat and sealing technique absorption. Black Zetsu handed the scroll to Shun, his tone carrying a hint of flattery. Father, these are all the secret ninjutsu I know, including some that Madara and Nagato never learned. They're all written here. These secret ninjutsu all require powerful chakra support. With your strength, you'll surely master them easily. Shun took the scroll, quickly scanned it, and confirmed there were no omissions. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. Next, I will send you to the Land of Iron. You will act according to your previous plan for now, continuing to lie low, and do not expose your connection to me. I still need time to accumulate strength and familiarize myself with these secret ninjutsu. After some time, I will contact you myself and adjust the plan for Kagaya's resurrection." Black Zetsu's heart was filled with joy, and he quickly nodded. "No problem, Father. We will do as you instruct and not cause you any trouble." He had originally worried that Shun would immediately disrupt his plans. Now it seemed he had a clearer scheme, which put him more at ease. Shun said no more, holding the sleeping Ken, and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The next second, the three appeared in a forest on the border of the Land of Iron. Shun put down Black Zetsu and Obito, his tone flat. "You two will split up and act from here. Remember, do not act rashly and wait for my message. If you dare to betray me, you know the consequences." Black Zetsu quickly promised. "Father, rest assured, we will absolutely not betray you." With that, he controlled Obito and walked deeper into the Land of Iron. He needed to find a place for Obito to calm down and, at the same time, begin to lay out his plans as originally intended, awaiting Shun's next instructions. Watching the two leave, a profound look flashed in Shun's eyes. With Black Zetsu, the mastermind, dealt with, the Land of Water would be much more stable. Then, holding Ken, he activated Flying Thunder God again. His figure instantly disappeared from the Land of Iron and reappeared in the Hokage building of New Konoha in the Land of Water. At this moment, Kakashi was at home, staring blankly at the sky. His eyes were bloodshot, clearly having been awake all night. "Kakashi, look who this is." Shun's voice sounded. Kakashi sharply turned his head, seeing Ken. His eyes instantly burst with light of pleasant surprise, and he rushed over. "Ken, my child." Kakashi carefully took Ken, and seeing the child sleeping soundly, the heart that had been anxious all night finally settled. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face as he said, "Thank you. Thank you. Shun-sama, thank you for saving Ken." Shun's tone was calm. "Kakashi, no need to thank me. The grudge between you and Obito is something you two need to resolve yourselves. Also, you must take good care of Ken and familiarize yourself with the power of your Mangekyo. I have injured Obito. He temporarily has no ability to harm you anymore." Kakashi nodded vigorously, a determined light flashing in his eyes. "I understand, Shun-sama. I will never forget this kindness. If you ever need help in the future, I will not hesitate." Shun nodded slightly, said no more, and left using the Flying Thunder God technique. The next second, he appeared in the royal palace. He planned to study the secret ninjutsu he had obtained from Black Zetsu. These ninjutsu have great strategic significance, and some can even threaten Six Paths level enemies. Inviting Maboi in an unnamed valley in the Land of Water, over 1,000 shadow clones were each diligently studying various secret ninjutsu. In just one day, all the shadow clones had thoroughly grasped the key points of the secret ninjutsu. The methods for condensing Black Receiver, setting up the 6 Red Yang formation, demonic statue chains, and the 6 Paths 10 Tails coffin seal were now clear in their minds. Ding! Host has gained 6,802 experience points for the ninjutsu, Yin and Yang release. Black Receiver by observing a large number of shadow clones, using it through the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Ding! Congratulations! The secret ninjutsu has successfully advanced, acquiring the secret ninjutsu, Yin and Yang release, Black Receiver perfection. Ding! Host has gained 5,766 experience points for the ninjutsu. 6 Red Yang formation by observing a large number of shadow clones using it through the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Ding! Congratulations, the secret ninjutsu has successfully advanced, acquiring the secret ninjutsu. 6 Red Yang Formation, Perfection. Ding! Host has gained 3,766 experience points for the ninjutsu. 6 Paths Ten Tails Coffin Seal, by observing a large number of shadow clones using it through the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Ding! Congratulations. Ding! When the last shadow clone dissipated, a sharp, pitch-black chakra rod condensed in Shun's palm. He casually flicked it towards a distant rock, and the black rod instantly pierced through the rock, leaving a smooth hole. Shun massaged his temples. Learning these techniques was just the first step of his plan. Reviving Kagaya required the chakra of 9-tailed beasts, so he prepared to collect tailed beast chakra. And Yujito and Mabui of Kumogakure coincidentally became his targets. He planned to capture Mabui first, because the heavenly transfer jutsu she possessed could make up for the shortcomings of the Flying Thunder God. Barato, importantly, both of their appearances and temperaments impressed him. Immediately after, Shun activated Divine Eye, and his vision instantly covered the entire Land of Lightning. The streets of the Land of Lightning's capital were bustling, with vendors' shouts and the sound of hooves intertwined, and sunlight filtering through the clouds onto the cobblestone streets, reflecting the hurried figures of passers-by. 18-year-old Mabui was not yet the 4th Reikage secretary. She wore the light green Jonin uniform of Kumogakure, the fabric fitting neatly along her form. Her youthful face showed a composure unbefitting her age. At this moment, she was humming a little tune, preparing to go home. A playful smile appeared on Shun's face as he said, "Plus the heavenly transfer jutsu. She would make a fine secretary." As Mabui reached the corner of an alley, just about to turn, a man suddenly appeared, meeting her face to face. Before she could react, Shun's eyes suddenly lit up. His crimson eternal Manjikyu Sharingan glowed with an eerie light. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. After a brief moment of emptiness in Mabui's eyes, her consciousness was suppressed. She slowly leaned against Shun for Barato, and together they returned to her home to recover from the exhausting battle. Shun used the Flying Thunder God technique, taking Mabui with him. The next second, the two were standing on a desolate, uninhabited island. Shun suddenly commanded, "Mabui, use the heavenly transfer jutsu to transfer that rock to the mountain peak ahead." Mabui mechanically walked to the center of the beach, forming hand signs smoothly. A blue spatial fluctuation flashed, and the rock was instantly transferred to the mountain peak. Ding! Host has gained 102 experience points for the ninjutsu. Heavenly transfer jutsu by observing and analyzing it through the eternal Mangekyo ocular technique. Divine Eye. Ding! Congratulations, the ninjutsu has been successfully copied, acquiring the ninjutsu. Heavenly transfer jutsu, beginner. Hearing the system's notification sound, Shun nodded in satisfaction. Then, he ordered Mabui to attempt longer distance transfers. After Mabui had performed it 10 times consecutively, Cinchureto, the system's notification, sounded again. Ding! Host has gained 12,802 experience points for the ninjutsu. Heavenly transfer jutsu, by observing a large number of shadow clones using it through the eternal Mangekyo ocular technique. Divine Eye. Ding! Congratulations, the ninjutsu has successfully advanced, acquiring the ninjutsu. Heavenly transfer jutsu, perfection. As a large amount of memories transferred to his brain, Shun massaged his temples, forcing his somewhat fatigued self to perk up. Next, he summoned 2 wood clones, one condensing a tailed beast chakra cloak and the other remaining in its normal state. Then activated the heavenly transfer jutsu to transfer them to the other side of the island. Through Divine Eye, he clearly saw the current state of the 2 wood clones. The wood clone wearing the tailed beast chakra cloak was completely unharmed. The other ordinary wood clone, however, had burn and tear marks on its surface. He dispelled all his clones and instantly drew a conclusion. The heavenly transfer jutsu can transfer any item at the speed of light to any location, but requires a tailed beast chakra cloak to offset the damage. Then, He walked in front of Mabui and released the Jinjutsu control. Mabui's eyes instantly regained clarity, yet she showed no panic. She immediately scanned her surroundings. The desolate island, the endless sea, the geographical location far from the mainland, all information instantly integrated in her mind. She adopted a defensive stance, her tone extremely calm. Shun, this is an uninhabited island outside the land of lightning. You controlled me with Jinjutsu and brought me here. What is your purpose? To survive in the ninja world, one must be thoroughly familiar with the powerful ninjas of the ninja world. Rumors said that Shun's strength was unfathomable, and he was known to appreciate women. A gentle smile appeared on Shun's face. Mabui, you are indeed intelligent. I value your beauty and talent, so I would like to invite you to the Barado to be my secretary. Hearing this, Mabui immediately replied without hesitation, I'm sorry, I refuse. Shun's smile faltered slightly, then quickly regained its confidence. Can you tell me why? Mabui's eyes remained calm and sharp, without the slightest waver. First, you invited me to be your secretary, but mentioned beauty first, clearly valuing my appearance more than my talent. Second, you controlled me with Jinjutsu and forcibly brought me here, showing no respect. Third, I'm a Kimogakure ninja and will not betray my village. A hint of admiration flashed in Shun's eyes, but also a touch more playfulness. Aren't you afraid of what I could do? With my abilities, you wouldn't stand a chance. Mabui calmly retorted. If you wanted to overpower me, you wouldn't have released the Jinjutsu just now, nor would you have given me a chance to refuse. Shun smiled faintly. You guessed right. I'm going to invite Yujito now. Soon I will show you what true power is. Then you will understand that I can easily destroy your Kimogakure. With that, Shun's figure suddenly disappeared, swiftly capturing Yujito. At Mabui's house in Kimogakure, Shun used the transformation technique to transform into Mabui. Cinchuredo, she had just finished a shower and was wearing a comfortable robe. When she heard the knock, she casually adjusted her robe, walked to the door in her wooden clogs, and opened it without a hint of caution. Mabui, you came to see me so early? Mabui slowly walked into the room, and the door gently closed behind her. Suddenly, Yujito froze. Although the Mabui in front of her wore a familiar uniform, the chakra surrounding her carried a strange sense of oppression. What made her even more alarmed was a sudden burning sensation in her abdomen. It was the two tails warning. Tailed beast chakra surged wildly within her body, as if it wanted to burst through her skin, reminding her that the person in front of her was definitely not her close friend. Yujito's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively stepped back. Startled by the sudden movement, she quickly steadied herself with one hand, while her other hand rapidly formed hand seals. Blue chakra gathered around her. Her voice was a little tense, mixed with caution. You're not Mabui. Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose? Shun smiled, dispelled the transformation technique, and said, Your reaction is quite fast, but unfortunately it's too late. His gaze subconsciously swept over Yujito's cheeks. She looked slightly flushed from panic as he assessed the situation. Before Yujito could complete her hand seals, he instantly closed the distance, and the Flying Thunder God technique enveloped both of them. Cinchuredo Mabui, hearing the commotion, immediately ran out from behind a rock and saw Yujito, wrapped in a cloak and looking distressed. Her face instantly turned pale, and in her urgency, she shouted, Yujito, how did you get captured too? And why are you wearing these clothes? Yujito's panic subsided slightly when she saw Mabui, but then anger surged into her heart. She glared at Shun, blue chakra erupting around her. The tailed beast's aura grew increasingly strong, even making her bath towel flutter wildly from the chakra, startling her. You Uchiha fool! How dare you humiliate me like this? Release Mabui immediately, or I'll make you pay the price. Shun raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze moving between the two women. Yujito's face, flushed with anger and embarrassment, only intensified the interest in his eyes. His tone carried a hint of flippancy. Humiliation? But speaking of which, you look even Barato impressive like this than when you wore your ninja uniform. Yujito was completely enraged. The chakra around her instantly Barato, and a huge, cat-shaped blue-tailed beast chakra phantom formed. The bones and fur of the two tails, Matatabi, gradually solidified amidst the chakra's rampage. She reinforced her outfit with chakra for protection, then shouted to Mabui, "Mabui, find a place to hide first. They'll hold him off." Mabui, however, shook her head and quickly walked to Yujito's side, her voice tinged with helplessness. "Yujito, this is an uninhabited island, surrounded by the sea. We can't escape." She had already analyzed the island's environment and knew that escaping would be futile, only distracting Yujito. Shun watched their interaction with interest, a triumphant smile on his Barato. "Mabui is smart. He'll give you two choices. Either join me peacefully and return to the Barato, or he'll destroy Kumogakure, and you'll witness your homeland turn to ashes with your own eyes." The blue-tailed beast chakra exploded again, solidifying into the two tails Matatabi, over 50 meters tall, its sharp claws carving deep marks into the ground. Yujito roared, "Shun, I'm going to kill you." After entering tailed beast transformation, she lunged at him, moving with lightning speed, her claws tearing through the air with a whistling sound. Shun instantly activated nature mode, golden chakra erupting around him. At the same time, his eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, spun rapidly, and the over 1,000-meter-tall perfect Susanoo rose from the ground. The orange armor shimmered in the sunlight, its colossal figure instantly engulfing the entire island. Susanoo extended its massive hand and easily caught the pouncing blue cat. Seeing such a large Susanoo, Mabui felt a sense of despair. This shameless man, he really has the power to destroy Kumogakure. No matter how the two tails struggled, or how its claws tore at Susanoo's armor, it could not break free in the slightest. Instead, Susanoo's power pressed down harder and harder, and a large amount of the tailed beast chakra was absorbed. Mabui watched the suppressed Yujito, tears almost falling from her eyes in desperation. She knew that if this continued, Yujito would lose all strength, and Kumogakure would face a catastrophic disaster. She took a deep breath, rushed to Shun, and shouted, "Please don't hurt her." "I agree. He'll cooperate. Please spare Yujito." Shun continued to extract the two tails chakra until 80 had been absorbed. Only then did Susanoo slowly release its grip. The two tails rapidly receded, returning to Yujito's form. Yujito collapsed on a beach, gasping for breath, her face ashen. "Centurato, you should be clear by now that with my strength, I can easily destroy your Kumogakure." Yujito pressed her Barato together tightly, a hint of red appearing at the corner of her Barato. This man indeed possessed the power to easily destroy Kumogakure. She looked at Mabui, who was anxiously pleading beside her, and then thought of the villagers of Kumogakure. She couldn't let the entire village fall into crisis because of herself. She took a deep breath, the anger in her eyes gradually replaced by helplessness. "All right, I agree too. But you must keep your promise and not harm the people of Kumogakure. Also, send me back to my home in Kumogakure. I need to change clothes and pack some items." Shun gently lifted Yujito's chin with his finger and gave her a soft, affectionate smile. "A wise choice. They'll send you both back to Kumogakure now." Capturing Yujito in a flash, the three of them returned to Yujito's home. The lingering steam from a recent bath still filled the air, and the cherry blossom incense continued to diffuse, a stark contrast to the salty, humid air of the island. Mabui looked at the familiar surroundings, breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly bowed, saying, "He'll go home to pack some everyday clothes and ninja tools. He'll be back soon and won't delay too long." Shun understood Mabui's urgency. She was about to leave, and there were many things she needed to arrange, so he didn't expose her thoughts. He simply waved his hand and said, "Go on. We'll wait for you here." Mabui nodded and quickly turned to leave. Now, only two people remained in the room, and the conversation became somewhat serious. Yujito was still wearing a pink and white bathrobe. She had always been clean, and the battle on the island had left her feeling uncomfortable with the dampness and dust of the sea. "I'm going to clean up." Yujito dropped the words and quickly walked towards the shower, not even giving Shun a chance to respond. She needed a space to herself to calm her emotions, and she also needed to wash away the disarray with hot water, as if that could temporarily make her forget the humiliation of being forced to comply. The shower door was gently closed, and the sound of hot water flowing soon followed. Shun lay on the living room sofa, a slight smile on his barato. Centurato, the interest in his eyes growing more intense. He tidied his clothes, ensuring a neat appearance, and unconsciously rubbed his fingertips. Earlier on the island, he had secretly carved a tiny, almost invisible flying thunder god mark on Yujito's body. Confirming that Mabui was still on her way home, he no longer hesitated. He activated Flying Thunder God and instantly appeared at the target location. The mist swirled around him as he materialized. The air carried the fragrance of cherry blossom soap from the steam vents, mixing with the lingering presence in the room. Centurato, a charmingly evil smile on his face, his gaze openly aggressive. He took a step forward, closing the distance between them and leaving Yujito nowhere to retreat. "You should know, I always take care of what belongs to me." Centurato, his words precisely hit Yujito's sore spot. "I will now extract 2 tails Matatabi and leave you enough tailed beast chakra to sustain your life. And you probably want to leave 2 tails Matatabi to Kumogakure, right?" Yujito's body stiffened abruptly, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes as she carefully weighed the pros and cons. If she was destined to leave the village, then returning 2 tails to the village was a good thing. Yujito took a deep breath, her eyes becoming firm. "Then you can extract 2 tails Matatabi. I should return its freedom." After speaking, she closed her eyes, ready to endure the pain. Shun nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand and gently placed his palm on Yujito's abdomen. As yin and yang release chakra slowly infused, he softly chanted, "Seal release." With the flow of black chakra, the Fuinjutsu within Yujito's barato instantly loosened. A large amount of tailed beast chakra surged out like a tide, carrying a wild aura. "Ugh!" Yujito let out a painful groan, her face instantly turning pale. Shun, however, remained calm. With his other hand, he condensed chakra, forming a transparent barrier that firmly suppressed 2 tails chakra within the shower, preventing any damage. As Matatabi's main body was extracted, Yujito's vision went black, and she instantly entered a near-death state. Shun quickly reached out to support her, injecting a large amount of 2 tails chakra into her body to help her repair her damaged body. Soon, Yujito's complexion gradually regained its color, and her breathing became steady. Shun raised his hand and activated Flying Thunder God, instantly teleporting the suppressed 2 tails to the uninhabited island from before. Then, he looked at Yujito, who was leaning in his arms, and smiled gently. "How was that close call just now? Did you feel any regret, wishing you had barato time to experience life's meaningful connections?" Yujito's face flushed slightly, and her head, resting against Shun's arm, gave a gentle nod. When her awareness had faded moments ago, such a thought had indeed flashed through her mind. For 19 years, she had been isolated by the villagers due to her status as a Jinchuriki, never experiencing the taste of love. If she were to barato like this, it would be too regrettable. Shun stepped closer and stood facing her, resting his hands gently at his sides. He leaned close against the wall beside her. His tone was somewhat coaxing. "Now it's just the 2 of us here. Are you ready to trust me?" Yujito's heart rate instantly accelerated. She turned her face away, not daring to look at Shun's intense expression. The warm air around them continued to swirl with light steam, enveloping the 2 figures in a private space. Seeing this, Shun no longer waited. He lowered his head slightly and reached out to gently tilt Yujito's face upward. He leaned in and met her with a tender, yet assertive moment between them. Yujito froze for an instant, then gradually relaxed, her hands resting on his collar. She closed her eyes, as if quietly accepting this moment between them. A moment later, the sound of two voices could be heard from inside the bathroom. 40 advanced S on Mabui's restless heart. Mabui hurried back to her home, and the familiar furnishings made her eyes well up the moment she pushed open the door. On the desk was a photo of her with her parents from when she was little, and in the wardrobe, several frequently worn ninja outfits were neatly folded. The ninja tool pouch in the corner was still in the same state as when she had left. This was her only haven in Kumogakure, and the only place where she could feel safe at this moment. She rushed to the desk, her hands trembling as she picked up a pen and paper, her mind replaying Shun's despair-inducing power. A perfect Susanoo over 1,000 meters tall, the instantaneous movement of Flying Thunder God. If she told the village the truth, Kumogakure's strength would be no match for Shun. Instead, it would enrage Shun, bringing the entire village to ruin. No, I can't say anything. Mabui gripped the pen tightly, her knuckles turning white, and finally crumpled the paper into a ball, tossing it into the trash can. She abandoned the idea of writing a letter for help and instead opened the wardrobe, only packing a few changes of clothes and the photo from her desk. She didn't want to bring too many things, as if doing so would trick herself into believing she was only leaving temporarily, not betraying forever. Taking one last look at her familiar home, Mabui took a deep breath, tucked the photo into her ninja tool pouch, and quickly turned to head towards Yujito's house. She didn't know what awaited her, but she knew that at this moment, she could only choose to obey. When Mabui arrived at Yujito's house, she hesitated for a moment before gently knocking on the door. There was no immediate response from inside. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached her, prompting her to pause and listen. Mabui froze in surprise, and the tips of her ears turned red. She had carried out many reconnaissance missions and was familiar with unexpected developments, but she hadn't expected Yujito to trust Shun this quickly. How could it happen so fast? Mabui pressed her barato together, feeling both surprised and a little flustered. She gently pushed the door, found it unlocked, and quietly peeked her head in, seeing the living room empty. From the direction of the shower room, she could hear the sound of running water. Mabui quickly retreated, gently closing the door to give the occupant their privacy. She stood under the cherry blossom tree in the yard, not daring to get closer. She folded her arms across her chest, her mind constantly conjuring various conjectures. Was Yujito forced? Or did she truly fall for Shun? But she clearly despised him so much on the island. The wind gently blew through the yard, and the cherry blossom tree's branches rustled, as if mocking her wild thoughts. Mabui found a stone to sit on, her eyes occasionally drifting towards the door, feeling both anticipation and nervousness, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, even her breathing becoming cautious. Time passed bit by bit. The sun gradually set in the west, and the shadows in the yard grew longer and longer. Mabui sat on the stone, her legs becoming a little numb, before the sound from inside gradually subsided. She stood up and brushed the dust off her clothes, hesitating whether to knock on the door, but afraid of encountering an awkward scene. She could only pace back and forth by the entrance. Just then, Yujito's slightly hoarse voice sounded from inside. "Mabui, is that you?" "Kumein." Mabui's heart tightened. She took a deep breath and gently pushed open the door. Cinchuredo, he raised an eyebrow and said, "You're back? Have you packed your things?" Mabui's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She didn't dare to look at Yujito, only staring down at the tip of her shoes. I've packed. I can leave any time." Seeing Mabui's embarrassed look, Yujito's cheeks flushed even more, and she quickly changed the subject. Shun said he's taking us back to the land of water. He'll get there quickly using Flying Thunder God, so there's no need to rush. Do you want to have some tea and rest first? No, I'm not thirsty. Mabui quickly shook her head, still not daring to meet Yujito's gaze. She could sense that the current Yujito seemed a little different from before. There was less of her usual sharpness and more gentleness. Even the way she looked at that man was no longer purely resistant. Shun looked at the awkward atmosphere between the two and broke the silence with a smile. "Since you've packed, then let's get ready to depart. I've already made arrangements in the palace of the Land of Water. It's much more comfortable than here." Hearing the words palace, Mabui's heart stirred. "Your Excellency Shun, we too are Kumogakure ninjas, and our identities are special now. Directly residing in the palace might cause controversy and easily reveal your relationship with us to outsiders. How about temporarily settling us near the palace? This would be convenient for you to look after us and also avoid unnecessary trouble." Shun paused slightly, looked at the two beautiful women, and teased, "You have a point. Then I'll follow your suggestion and settle you in a mansion near the palace. Speaking of which, this is my Barato building a luxurious residence for a loved one. I find it quite novel." Mabui's cheeks instantly flushed, and she lowered her head, no longer speaking. Yujito also felt Barato embarrassed, and gently tugged on Mabui's sleeve, signaling her not to say anything more. Shun gently raised his hand and said, "I'm going to use Flying Thunder God to transport you two to the Land of Water together. Are you ready?" Mabui took a deep breath and nodded. Yujito stood up, gently held Mabui's hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Her palm carried a warm temperature, which slightly eased Mabui's unease. Shun looked at their tightly clasped hands, said nothing more, and activated Flying Thunder God, instantly enveloping the three of them. When they landed again, the three of them were standing in front of a luxurious mansion near the Land of Water's royal palace. The mansion covered a vast area, and its courtyard was filled with precious flowers and plants. There were also attendants waiting at the entrance, clearly prepared in advance. "Centurato, you can choose your rooms as you please, and if you're not satisfied with the furnishings, you can have them changed. There are a total of 12 maids here who will take care of your daily lives. If you don't like living together, you can choose any of the surrounding mansions." Yujito's jealousy Shun looked at the sky and realized it was dinner time. He turned to the maid at the door and ordered, "Prepare an exquisite dinner, according to the tastes of the two ladies." The maid respectfully replied, "Yes," and quickly turned to prepare. Mabui and Yujito had already chosen their rooms and were coming downstairs. Shun said with a gentle smile, "They'll go back to the palace first. I've already arranged dinner. If you want to eat anything, just tell the maid at any time. You don't have to wait for me to come back. Also, it's very safe here, so you can wander around freely without restraint." When Mabui was in Kumogakure, she had heard rumors about Shun. He possessed incredibly great strength, yet he was known for his bold and unruly character, having 9 devoted Barato. An unspeakable bitterness welled up in Yujito's heart as she said, "Shun-sama, we understand. You go attend to your matters." Shun seemed not to notice their strangeness. He waved his hand and instantly disappeared from the spot. The living room of the mansion became quiet, with only Mabui and Yujito remaining. Mabui was the first to react, walking over to the sofa and sitting down, saying softly, "Yujito, Centurato, but we have no choice. His strength is too great. Kumogakure can't resist him at all. Our resistance would only put the village in crisis. At least he promised not to harm Kumogakure and even arrange such a good place for us to stay." Yujito laughed self-deprecatingly. "Living here, eating well, and dressing well. It's like being held in a gilded cage without even freedom. And he has so many Barato. Perhaps before long, he'll forget about us. I hope he can set us free then." Her voice gradually lowered, and the memories of the conversation earlier resurfaced in her mind, making her emotions even Barato, chaotic. Mabui was silent for a moment, then asked softly, "Yujito, I heard you two laughing together earlier. Are you falling for him?" Yujito's cheeks instantly flushed, and she quickly shook her head. "No, I just think he's not as brutal as the rumors say. He helped me remove the 2 tails and let me live. I'm very grateful for that, but falling for him is out of the question." Looking at her evasive eyes, Mabui understood in her heart, but did not expose her. She changed the subject, her tone carrying a hint of worry. Why do you think he's keeping us by his side? Is it just because of our looks and abilities? She felt that with Shun's strength and status, he could have any woman he wanted. There was no need to go to such lengths to abduct them from Kumogakure. There must be another reason behind it. Just then, a servant knocked and entered, respectfully saying, "Ladies, dinner is ready. Please follow me." Mabui and Yujito exchanged glances, temporarily stopped their conversation, and followed the servant to the dining room. A long dining table was set in the dining room, filled with exquisite dishes, steamed grouper, cream-baked lobster, strawberry mousse. All were their favorite flavors. Clearly, the servant had diligently inquired about their preferences. After the two sat down, the servant poured them juice and then discreetly withdrew. Mabui picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and said softly, "At least he hasn't mistreated us. Let's eat first. No matter what happens in the future, we need to take good care of ourselves now to have a chance to figure out his purpose." Yujito nodded. She picked up her fork, but had no appetite. She looked at the dishes on the table, and images of him having dinner with his 9 consorts and children kept flashing through her mind, making the bitterness and confusion in her heart grow stronger. Meanwhile, in the dining room of the Land of Water's royal palace, Shun was sitting at the head of the table, surrounded by several beautiful consorts, while the children chattered away. He looked at his family before him, his eyes filled with tenderness. But in his mind, the shy appearances of Mabui and Yujito kept appearing. After the dinner, Shun saw off his consorts and children to their rooms, then stood alone on the palace's terrace, Cincherito, her long white hair loosely draped over her shoulders. She sat at the desk, her fingertips gently resting on a photo of her with her parents. Then, she flipped through her notes, but her mind was somewhat distracted. To be honest, she didn't actually dislike the idea of becoming Shun's partner. Shun was only 24 years old, yet he was already a top-tier powerhouse in the ninja world, handsome in appearance, outstanding in demeanor, and the daimyo of the Land of Water. Countless women in the world dreamed of becoming his woman. Suddenly, Shun's figure appeared in the room. Mabui instinctively placed her hands in front of her and slowly looked up. "Shun-sama, why have you come?" Shun smiled and walked to the desk, his gaze falling on the framed photo, his tone gentle. "I just finished handling matters at the palace and came to see you. Have you gotten used to the environment here yet?" Mabui relaxed bravado, her manner becoming bravado composed. "It's fine. Thank you for your arrangements." Shun looked at her as she stepped forward, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Mabui, you are bravado attentive and thoughtful than I imagined." Mabui tilted her head slightly, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "You are the bravado powerhouse in the ninja world, the daimyo of the bravado. It is my fortune to stand by your side. Bravado, joining our two houses, can also improve relations between our two countries." Mabui said nothing bravado. She actively raised her hands to loop around his neck, slightly stood on her tiptoes, and leaned close to him affectionately. Shun carried her towards the bed as the evening continued. Although Mabui had mentally prepared herself for the moment, she felt a flutter of nervous excitement. Cincherito. Shun's eyes weren't idling around. Just like Mabui, he carefully assessed the other party. Mabui stood out with a confident and commanding presence, drawing favorable comparisons even to Tsunade. Her light gray hair formed a striking contrast with her dark skin, capturing Shun's full attention. Shun stepped toward Mabui on impulse, and Mabui, startled at first, accepted the moment and let down her guard. They shared a quiet, unexpected moment together. Shun stepped back, wiping his bravado. Even after their conversation, Shun was not satisfied. He wanted answers. Shun said, "Sit down." Heeding his command, Mabui took a seat. As soon as she did so, Shun moved closer, making it so that Mabui's face was mere centimeters away from him. Mabui unconsciously exclaimed, "Oh my God!" She was overwhelmed by the sight before her. Just the thought of it was daunting. While Mabui was shaken, Shun said, "Go ahead." Cincherito, 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 Cincherito. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Shun exhaled softly. Time flew by, and in a blink, it was the 57th year of Konoha. Itachi, dressed in black clothes with the clan emblem, was walking slowly down the street, holding a several-month-old baby boy in his arms. This baby boy was Kurenai's child, named Uchih, only 6 months old, with a bewildered expression on his delicate, rosy face. He occasionally reached out his chubby little hands to grab Itachi's collar, letting out gurgling laughter. "Ikki, be good, we're almost home." Itachi looked down at the child in his arms, his eyes exceptionally gentle, as if seeing a young Sasuke. In these past years, he rarely participated in village missions, spending most of his time accompanying his younger brother and sister. Last year, after Sasuke, Karen, and Shiryu turned 6 and were sent to the ninja academy by their father, he had a rare period of leisure. But not long after, Kurenai and Mei successively gave birth to Ikki and Mirai. He again voluntarily took on the responsibility of caring for his young siblings, picking them up, feeding them, and coaxing them to sleep daily, enjoying every moment of it. As a result, 13-year-old Itachi was still only a Chunin. No one knew that this seemingly idle Chunin had already awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan, his strength far surpassing other ninjas of the same rank. Itachi had always been low-key, unwilling to display his strength in front of others, and even less willing to get involved in the clan's power struggles, wishing only to protect his family and live a peaceful life. "Itachi!" A clear female voice sounded from behind him. Itachi turned his head to look. Izumi, dressed in a blue-purple outer garment, walked quickly towards him. 13-year-old Izumi had grown into a graceful young woman, with long black hair and the vivacity of a young girl on her face. She wore wrist guards on both hands and a Konoha ninja forehead protector on her forehead, clearly having just completed a mission. Izumi was Itachi's desk mate and one of the rare geniuses in the clan. Not only had she awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan early, but she had also been promoted to Jonin due to her outstanding strength, becoming a key talent for the clan to nurture. She ran to Itachi, her gaze instantly drawn to Ikki in his arms, her eyes lighting up. "This is Kurenai-sama's child, isn't he? His name is Ikki, right? He's so cute." She leaned closer, carefully reaching out a finger to gently touch Ikki's cheek. Ikki was not afraid of strangers. Instead, he giggled and even tried to grab Izumi's finger. Itachi looked at their interaction, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. He asked, "Yes, it's Ikki. Did you just return from a mission?" Izumi smiled and nodded, her gaze slowly falling on Itachi. "Yes, I just completed a mission and was about to go home. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. By the way, where are you taking Ikki?" A gentle smile appeared on Itachi's face. He looked down at Ikki in his arms and said, "I just took him out for a walk, and now I'm also preparing to go home." Izumi's gaze was drawn by Ikki's adorable appearance, her eyes filled with anticipation and affection. She hesitated for a moment, then said in a slightly pleading tone, "Itachi, can I hold him? I promise he'll be very careful, and I definitely won't hurt him." Itachi was silent for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. He carefully handed Ikki into Izumi's arms, cautioning, "Be careful, he just finished his milk, don't shake him too much." Izumi quickly reached out to take Ikki, supporting Ikki's bottom with her left hand, her movements gentle. She let the little guy lie comfortably in her arm. Ikki seemed to like her. Not only did he not cry or fuss in her arms, but he also reached out and grabbed Izumi's hair, laughing even more happily. Looking at the warm scene before him, a hint of warmth rose in Itachi's heart. He knew Izumi had feelings for him. Since their ninja academy days, Izumi often actively sought him out to discuss ninjutsu, and occasionally even gave him homemade bento. However, his heart was entirely devoted to his family, and he had never reciprocated those feelings. Izumi held Ikki, gently rocking him, and said to Itachi, "Everyone in the clan thinks you only know how to accompany your younger siblings, and don't even perform many missions, saying you're wasting your talent." Hearing this, Itachi paused. Talent is enough if it's used to protect family. I'd rather watch them grow up than perform missions. You, on the other hand, are very impressive, becoming a Jonin at 13. The clan must have high expectations for you, right? Izumi stuck out her tongue, a hint of helplessness in her tone. It's all right, just a lot more missions, and sometimes I miss home. Not like you, who can be with your family every day. By the way, how are Sasuke and the others at the Ninja Academy? Is anyone bullying them? When his younger siblings were mentioned, Itachi's eyes grew even gentler as he said, "Their strength is very great. No one dares to bully them. When they're on vacation, they'll take them play with you." Izumi's eyes lit up. Really? That's wonderful. As they chatted, they unconsciously walked to a small lake. The sun was setting. Golden afterglow spilled onto the lake, shimmering, and the peach blossom trees on the shore swayed in the wind, dropping pink petals. Izumi sat on the grass by the lake, holding Ikki while Itachi sat beside her, occasionally helping her adjust her posture for holding the baby to prevent Ikki from slipping. After being in Izumi's arms for a long time, Ikki gradually became sleepy. He let out a yawn, rested his head on Izumi's shoulder, and slowly closed his eyes. Izumi gently patted his back, her voice also lowered. "Itachi, have you ever thought about what kind of ninja you want to be in the future?" Itachi looked at the lake, was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "I just want to protect my family and protect the Uchiha. As long as everyone can be safe and happy, I can do anything." Izumi looked at his serious profile, a slight stir in her heart. She knew Itachi's strength far surpassed his appearance, and she also knew he possessed maturity and wisdom far beyond his peers. She whispered, "Itachi, no matter what happens in the future, I will support you. If you need help, you can always find me." Itachi turned to look at Izumi, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, Izumi." The sky gradually darkened, and the wind by the lake also became a bit cool. Itachi carefully took the sleeping Ikki from Izumi's arms and said, "It's getting late. I should take Ikki home. Mother Kurenai must be worried." Izumi nodded. She stood up and watched Itachi's retreating figure holding Ikki, her heart full of reluctance. Her cheeks flushed, and she bravely said, "Itachi, next time when you're free, can we take Ikki out to play together again?" Itachi looked at her expectant eyes and nodded slightly. "Okay." After speaking, he held Ikki and turned to walk towards the palace. Shun, the matchmaker knight, fell, and in the sleeping quarters of the Land of Water's royal palace, Shun, having finished his official duties, walked slowly towards Mikoto's bedchamber, holding an intelligent scroll. The scroll contained the detailed account of Itachi and Izumi's casual conversation by the small lake earlier that day. From their dialogue to their expressions, everything was carefully noted by the observing ninja and eventually compiled into his report. Shun stood outside the room door, hesitated for a moment, then pushed it open. Inside, a faint bravado of sandalwood wafted through the air. Mikoto was sitting at her vanity, removing her makeup. Hearing the movement, she merely glanced at him indifferently. Her tone held a hint of distance and a touch of resentment. "Why are you here? For the past 3 months, haven't you been spending time with Tsunade-ne?" Mikoto knew in her heart that her husband had many close bravado around him. Shun felt bravado awkward, but he had always been thick-skinned. He quickly walked over, gently put his arms around her from behind, and rested his chin near her neck. "I just missed you, you know. I've been handling some matters recently that required Tsunade's help with medical ninjutsu research, so I stayed a few extra days. Actually, it was because Tsunade had achieved would-release fusion. Sinchiredo, you probably haven't been neglecting your visits with those two outside the palace, have you? Compared to the daimyo of other countries, who often had dozens or even hundreds of concubines, Shun only having 9 royal consorts was considered quite restrained. But as a woman, Mikoto inevitably felt a little wronged in her heart. Shun lowered his head and gently rested his forehead against hers, his voice tinged with apology. "Mikoto, it's my fault. I promise to spend bravado time with you from now on." After speaking, he scooped Mikoto up into his arms and carried her towards the large bed in the inner chamber. Shun spoke softly to her, reassuring her of his presence and care after his time away. And only after both were tired and lying on the bed did he slowly bring up the main topic. He stroked Mikoto's long hair and said seriously, "Today I received intel that Itachi and Izumi chatted by the lake for a long time. Izumi is a good girl with high talent and a good personality, and she also has feelings for Itachi. I want to set them up. What do you think?" Hearing this, a flicker of deep thought crossed Mikoto's eyes. After her former husband Fugaku had passed away, Itachi had become increasingly taciturn. Besides speaking a few more words when he was with Sasuke and Karen, he was usually indifferent to everyone else. She had long been worried about her son's future and had secretly observed Izumi. That girl was not only outstanding in strength, but also genuinely devoted to Itachi. If they could get together, it would be a good thing. I also like Izumi. She's sensible and steady. But you know Itachi's personality, he's thoughtful and completely focused on his younger siblings, so he might not actively pursue a girl. And he's still so young now, wouldn't it be too early? Shun smiled and said calmly, "It's not too early." Shui was already undertaking S-rank missions when he was his age. I plan to send them on an S-rank long-term mission to give them more time together. I've already thought of the route. Starting from the land of water, passing through the land of lightning, the land of hot water, the land of waterfall, the land of earth, the land of bears, the land of demons, the land of wind, and the land of tea, finally returning to the land of water. Along the way, they can gain experience and develop their feelings. Mikoto frowned, her voice filled with worry. That's too far. With so many countries, what if they encounter danger? Shun patted her back, reassuring her, "Don't worry, they'll have Shui lead the team. Although he's only 17, he possesses the Mangekyo, has been injected with Hashirama cells strengthening fluid, and has the nature curse seal. He alone can suppress a major ninja village. Plus, Nawaki and Anko will also follow. They are familiar with Itachi and Izumi. Cinchuredo, she's a good match for Shui." Shun's body stiffened instantly, his gaze a little unnatural. Igeo was a beauty he had noticed before. She was calm and good at handling documents. He had originally planned to promote her to be his secretary after she gained more experience. Shun quickly said, his voice tinged with a hint of panic, "They're not suitable. Both of them are too quiet, and life would lack a lot of fun. Do you see any other lively young girls of suitable age in the clan, perhaps from the Uchiha or other clans, to introduce to Shui?" Mikoto looked at him suspiciously, feeling that Shun's reaction was a bit strange, but she didn't think much of it. She just thought seriously and said, "In the clan, there's a girl named Saya. She's the same age as Shui, has good strength and a lively personality. What do you think?" Shun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. "That's good. You arrange for her to interact more with Shui first and see what Shui thinks. Matters of the heart still depend on whether they get along themselves." Mikoto smiled and nodded, leaning into Shun's embrace. "You're still the most thoughtful. This way, both Itachi and Shui will have companions, and he'll be relieved. But the mission route needs to be adjusted. Don't let them go to overly dangerous places like the border between the land of earth and the land of wind, which isn't peaceful lately." Shun lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Okay, they'll listen to you." Setting up Itachi and Izumi would not only give Itachi more to care about, but also benefit Izumi. Moreover, if Shui could find a suitable partner, his future children's talents would certainly not be weak. The next morning, Shun summoned Shui, Itachi, Izumi, Nawaki, Anko, and Saya to the royal palace study to discuss mission matters. This time, your mission is to collect intelligence along the way on Kekkei Genkais, special secret techniques, rare minerals, and so on. When a mission route and team roster were announced, Izumi's cheeks flushed, and she secretly glanced at Itachi. Itachi, on the other hand, remained calm, only a flicker of anticipation in his eyes when he heard they would be visiting so many countries. Shui patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Daimyo-sama. I will definitely protect everyone and successfully complete the mission." Tailed Beast Chakra, heist the next day, Shun, Itachi, and the others in the task force had not yet departed. Shun had already taken action, instantly arriving at the uninhabited island where the Two Tails was imprisoned via Flying Thunder God. The island was covered with cat claw marks of varying depths, and scorched black traces from blue flames still remained on the ground. These were all the masterpieces of the Two Tails Matatabi, imprisoned for several months. Trapped on this isolated island, day after day of anxiety and anger had left the island in a mess. At this moment, Matatabi was curled up deep within a cave, blue chakra swirling around it like a thin veil, its tail occasionally sweeping the ground with a hint of impatience. Hearing footsteps from the cave entrance, it suddenly lifted its head, its golden pupils filled with vigilance. Flames instantly ignited at the tip of its tail, and even the temperature inside the cave abruptly rose. Although it didn't remember the other party's identity, due to its memory being erased, it instinctively sensed the danger of the person before it. A low growl emanated from its throat, its limbs tensed, clearly ready to attack. "Don't be nervous, I'm just here to borrow some chakra," Shun said calmly, his eternal man GQ Sharingan rotating, instantly locking the Two Tails' movements with Jinjutsu. Matatabi's flames suddenly faltered, its body trembling uncontrollably, and the vigilance in its eyes gradually replaced by fear. Shun stepped into the cave, raising his hand to extract the Two Tails' chakra. As the chakra continuously drained, the Two Tails' size gradually shrank, its aura becoming weaker and weaker, until it finally collapsed onto the cave floor. Even the flames at its tail tip growing dim. "This tail beast chakra is enough." Shun nodded in satisfaction, then gently touched Matatabi's forehead, erasing its memories. The fear in Matatabi's eyes gradually receded. All memories of this island and of its chakra being extracted were completely erased, as if it were a newborn kitten. After completing all of this, Shun activated Flying Thunder God, instantly leaving the cave and teleporting it to a forest on the border of Kimobikure. Watching the Two Tails stumble and disappear into the depths of the forest, he smiled slyly, saying, "This way, Kimobikure will only think that Yujito is dead and the Two Tails has been revived, which will certainly reduce the intensity of their search for Shursui and the others." Having dealt with the Two Tails, Shun's gaze turned towards the land of Earth. He raised his hand to sense the tailed beast chakra within him. The chakra of One Tail Shikaku, Two Tails Matatabi, Three Tails Isabu, Six Tails Saiken, Seven Tails Kame, and Nine Tails Karama were all under his control. Now only Four Tails Sun Gok, Five Tails Koku, and Eight Tails Gyuki remained. Among them, Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, had left Iwagakure long ago due to a conflict with Noki, making it the perfect time to strike. "They'll start with you." A sharp glint flashed in Shun's eyes, and he activated Flying Thunder God, instantly disappearing from the island, reappearing within the land of Earth. He activated Divine Eye, his vision instantly covering the entire land of Earth, and soon he captured Rose's aura. The other party was resting against a rock wall, a faint lava release chakra swirling around him, clearly having just finished a battle. Shun did not show himself rashly, but instead gathered chakra to change his appearance. He slowly walked into the mine shaft, his footsteps echoing in the empty tunnel, instantly drawing Rose's attention. "Who?" Rashi suddenly stood up, quickly forming hand signs, his lava release chakra instantly erupting, making even the surrounding air scorching hot. "Are you someone sent by Noki?" "I already said. I'm not going back to Iwagakure. I am not from Iwagakure. I heard you are Iwagakure's strongest Jinchuriki, capable of perfectly controlling the Four Tails. I came to spar with you, to see how much strength a so-called lava release ninja truly possesses." Upon hearing this, Rose's eyes instantly blazed with anger. He was already filled with resentment due to Noki's disdain, and now he was provoked by an unknown, mysterious person. How could he hold back? "Arrogant fool, since you're looking for death, I'll grant it to you. Before his words finished, the lava-release chakra around Rashi surged violently, and he transformed into a red blur, charging towards Shun. His lava-release chakra mode was fully activated, his fists enveloped in scorching magma, each punch carrying enough heat to melt rock, smashing fiercely towards Shun's face. Shun showed no panic, his figure ghost-like as he dodged to the side. Ice release instantly activating. An ice wall appeared out of thin air in front of him, blocking Rose's fist. The moment the magma collided with the ice wall, a sizzle sound erupted, and white steam permeated the mine shaft, blurring their figures. Rashi frowned slightly, then sneered. "Do you think using ice release can counter me? You hidden coward, do you only know how to hide? Lava release, granite." The ground instantly cracked open, and countless magma-infused rock spikes rose from beneath the earth, spreading towards Shun's direction. The entire mine shaft seemed to transform into a magma hell. Shun lightly tapped his feet on the ground, leaping into the air, while simultaneously forming hand signs rapidly. Ice release, great ice dragon technique. Pale blue chakra condensed into a massive ice dragon. The ice dragon opened its enormous mouth, spewing a large number of ice needles, instantly freezing the magma rocks, and even the steam in the air condensed into ice crystals, causing the temperature inside the mine shaft to plummet. Rashi watched his ninjutsu be easily broken, his expression finally turning grim. The strength displayed by the mysterious person before him far exceeded his expectations. He no longer held back his power. The chakra around him surged again, and the Four Tails bones and fur gradually solidified within the chakra, activating tailed beast transformation. A glint of interest flashed in Shun's eyes. Now, this is getting interesting. Ice release, ice prison technique. Pale blue ice pillars rose from all directions, instantly forming a giant ice prison, trapping Rashi within. The walls of the ice prison were covered with sharp ice spikes. Any struggle from Rashi would result in him being cut by the spikes. Blasted! Rashi roared from within the ice prison, his chakra erupting again, and the Four Tails' complete form fully manifested. A 52-meter-tall red sun gok appeared inside the mine, its colossal size filling the entire tunnel, with rock debris constantly falling from above. The Four Tails wielded a massive magma staff, smashing it fiercely towards Shun, causing the entire mine shaft to shake violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Ice release, Ice Age, pale blue chakra instantly spread, freezing the ground and walls of the entire mine shaft, even locking the Four Tails' limbs firmly in ice, rendering it immobile. Immediately after, Shun activated his Eternal Mangekyo, and the Four Tails and Rashi instantly lost consciousness. The Four Tails' form dissipated, reverting to human form, and Rashi softly collapsed to the ground. After dealing with Rashi, Shun began to extract the Four Tails chakra. Half an hour later, when 80 of the Four Tails chakra had been extracted, he stopped absorbing. Next, he squatted down and began to modify his and the Four Tails' memories. Shun versus Five Tails Jinchuriki in the forest on the border of Kumogakure. Two figures cautiously moved through the trees. These were Kumogakure's patrol ninja. Since Yujito had disappeared several months ago, Fourth Raikage had dispatched ninjas to increase search efforts, determined to find the Two Tails Jinchuriki or ascertain the truth. "Captain, look over there." A young ninja suddenly stopped, pointing at the open space ahead. Blue-tailed beast chakra, like a thin veil, enveloped Two Tails, which was curled up under a tree, its aura weak. The captain's pupils constricted, and he immediately raised his hand, signaling his team to hide. "Don't disturb it. Quickly send a signal and report to Raikage-sama." The team member quickly took out a signal flare, its red light piercing the sky and exploding in the clouds. Less than half an hour later, Fourth Raikage arrived with an elite squad. He looked at the weak Two Tails in the clearing, his brow furrowed, and lightning-released chakra subtly surging around him. "It truly is Matatabi." Where's Yujito? Why is it here alone? The accompanying medical ninja stepped forward to examine it and quickly reported, Reikage-sama, the two-tails memory seems to be missing. It shows no obvious hostility to our approach, more like a beast that has lost its target. I was silent for a moment, a determined glint in his eyes. Yujito has likely met with misfortune. Immediately seal off this area and notify the sealing squad to prepare the ritual. The two tails cannot be allowed to suffer another incident. A new Jinchuriki must be found and it must be resealed as soon as possible. Yes. The ninjas responded in unison, beginning to methodically set up the blockade, while members of the sealing squad, carrying sealing scrolls, quickly constructed the sealing array. At the same time, Shun was using his divine eye to pinpoint his next target, Five Tails Jinchuriki Han. The air was filled with scorching steam, and a boom sound echoed in the distance. A tall figure stood by a steam vent, enveloped in white steam chakra. Han was 2.28 meters tall, his muscles as hard as rock, and his sharp, steady gaze under his short black hair exuded an astonishing sense of pressure. Hearing footsteps, Han suddenly turned, looking at Shun warily. Who are you? This is my training ground. Those unrelated, leave. Shun did not immediately act. Instead, he slowly stepped forward, his tone somewhat inquisitive. I've come to challenge you, but before we fight, I do like to talk. I hear tail beasts are generally not close to humans. Why are you and the Five Tails Kokuo able to get along so harmoniously? Han was stunned, clearly not expecting such a question from the newcomer. He scrutinized the other party, sensing the unfathomable chakra on him. Tail beasts are not tools, they are partners. It took me 10 years to reach an understanding with Kokuo. It is willing to share its power, and I respect its will. This isn't harmony, it's mutual trust. Shun raised an eyebrow, a flicker of seriousness in his eyes. Mutual trust? Then your realization of boil release from the Five Tails is also a result of this trust? Shun noticed an interesting phenomenon. Han, Rashi, B, and Naruto all have B-type blood, and coincidentally, they're all perfect Jinchuriki. Could there be a connection between blood type and controlling a tail beast? For example, people with B-type blood are generally more enthusiastic, outgoing, and good at communication. So to some extent, they are indeed more likely to become perfect Jinchuriki. Han was silent for a moment, then slowly said, the real key is being willing to listen to the tailed beast's voices. Many people treat Jinchuriki as weapons and tailed beasts as sources of power, but they forget that tailed beasts also have their own thoughts. Shun nodded, feeling a bit more approval for Han in his heart. Compared to Rose's impulsiveness, Han was clearly more composed and understood tailed beasts better. But approval aside, he was determined to get the tailed beast chakra. He said, we've talked enough, it's time to fight. I want to see how strong a perfect Jinchuriki who can comprehend a Kekkei Genkai from a tailed beast truly is. Before he finished speaking, the steam around Han suddenly surged, and the white chakra instantly condensed into a tangible form. Boil release mode. Han stomped his feet, creating 2 deep craters in the ground, and charged at Shun like a cannonball, his fist enveloped in high-temperature steam, carrying the power to melt steel, and struck fiercely. Boil release. Erupting propulsion fist. Shun was expressionless, raising his hand to condense ice release. Ice release. Ice mirror technique. Several ice mirrors instantly appeared around him, reflecting his figure and preventing Han from locking onto the true target. Han's fist struck empty air, the steam exploding and shattering the surrounding rocks. Han snorted coldly, steam surging around him again. Do you only know how to dodge? Boil release. Steam consecutive bullets. Countless white steam bullets shot from his palms like a downpour towards the ice mirrors. Each steam bullet carried high temperatures, exploding instantly upon contact with an ice mirror, melting it into water. Ice release. Ice dragon bullet technique. A light blue ice dragon roared out, charging toward Han. But as soon as the ice dragon approached the steam layer around Han, it was melted into water by the high temperature, not even touching Han's clothes. Han could manipulate steam to enhance his taijutsu skills, strength, and speed, making him more of an all-rounder ninja. He confidently shouted, "Your ice release is useless against me. The temperature of the steam will instantly disintegrate your ice." Han charged forward again, his fist carrying even denser steam, aiming for the opponent's barato. But unfortunately, he came quickly and flew back even faster, soon crashing onto the ice surface. Han stood up, his eyes grave. "Your strength is immense, but with just this, you want to defeat me." He took a deep breath, and the Five Tails Kokuo's chakra began to emerge. His body gradually grew larger, his muscles further swelled, and the phantom of the Five Tails tail appeared behind him. Shun's eyes flashed with anticipation. "Tailed beast transformation? Good. Let me see your cooperation with the Five Tails." The complete form of the Five Tails Kokuo gradually appeared, a 65-meter-tall white giant beast with 4 horns on its head and 5 tails waving in the air. "Kokuo, I'm counting on you." Han remained rational, showing no signs of losing control. Five Tails let out a low roar and charged with heavy steps, its massive hooves striking the ground, making the canyon tremble. Shun used a body flicker technique and appeared on top of the Five Tails Kokuo's head. Super heavy punch. The running Five Tails instantly braked, its head heavily hitting the ground, and it fell unconscious. Deep red chakra was drawn out like a tide, absorbed by Shun into his body. The white giant beast quickly disappeared, reverting to Han's form. Han's face was ashen, his breath as faint as a candle in the wind. Shun squatted down, held open Han's eyelids, and instantly activated Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Han's and the Five Tails' related memories were modified and erased. After doing all this, he smiled. "Now only the 8 tails remains, and I will have gathered the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts." Then he activated Flying Thunder God, instantly vanishing from the canyon. 3 couples in the making? The mountains of the Land of Lightning were even more treacherous than imagined. Nawaki, carrying a heavy ninja tool bag, gradually slowed his steps and couldn't help but complain. "Where exactly is this Red Rock Peak? We've been walking for ages and haven't seen a single soul. If I'd known it was this far, I would have brought 2 more bags of jerky." Shui, walking at the very front, turned back and smiled, encouraging everyone, "Just a little further. According to the map, the mountain peak ahead is the one." He activated his Sharingan, scanned the terrain ahead, and quickly captured the outline of Red Rock Peak. Sa behind him kept her gaze fixed on Shizui's back. From the day she joined the team, she had been attracted to Shizui's calm and reliable demeanor, but she had never dared to express her feelings. Everyone gritted their teeth and quickened their pace. The moment they finally stepped onto Red Rock Peak, all their fatigue was dispelled by the sight before them. The sun had not yet fully set in the west, and golden afterglow covered the land. In the eastern sky, a bright, clear moon had quietly risen, and the wondrous sight of the sun and moon shining together hung above the mountains. Golden rays of light intertwined with silver moonlight, a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Izumi pulled out her sketchbook from her backpack, quietly moved next to Itachi, and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful. Itachi, would you mind standing here and not moving? The sun and moon together from this angle, with your figure, will definitely look even better when drawn." Itachi paused, looked at Izumi's expectant eyes, and then nodded gently. He stood at the edge of the red rock, moonlight illuminating his profile, outlining his clear features. Izumi lowered her head to draw, occasionally looking up at Itachi, then quickly lowering her head again, afraid he would discover her little secret. "I never expected our first mission location to have such beautiful scenery." Saya walked up to Shui, her voice soft. "Shui, look at the stars over here. They're much brighter than the ones we see in Konoha." She deliberately made conversation, but her eyes didn't dare to meet Shizui's. She only stole glances at his profile. Shui smiled and nodded, pointing to the starry sky. "That's the edge of the Milky Way. The Land of Lightning has a high altitude and no city light pollution, so you can see it more clearly. If you like, you could take more photos later. He thought Saya was simply admiring the starry sky and didn't notice her flushed ear tips. On the other side, Nawaki suddenly remembered Tsunade's instructions before they had left. Anko is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. If you truly like her, be more proactive. Don't always be so careless. He pulled out a small bag of red bean cakes from his backpack, approached Anko, and said somewhat clumsily, "Anko, these are red bean cakes I bought. Do you want to try some? They're sweet but not greasy, quite delicious." Anko raised an eyebrow, looked at him, took the red bean cakes, unwrapped them, and took a bite. She said, "At least you have some conscience. You remembered I like sweets. But don't buy so many next time. They're heavy to carry." In fact, she had long sensed Nawaki's feelings, but she found him adorably silly and had never pointed it out. As everyone was immersed in the beautiful scenery and their interactions, tiny snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky. Anko reached out to catch a snowflake and exclaimed in surprise, "It's snowing. The weather is so strange. It was just the sun and moon together a moment ago." The snow fell heavier and heavier, quickly covering Red Rock Peak with a thin layer of white. Nawaki looked at the gradually intensifying snow and frowned. A tent probably won't withstand such wind and snow. He suddenly raised his hand to form a hand seal, and green chakra surged around him. Wood release, 4-pillar house technique. With the infusion of chakra, a large number of wooden planks instantly rose from the ground. The planks rapidly grew and intertwined, quickly forming a sturdy wooden house, perfectly shielding them from the wind and snow. Izumi smiled and said, "Nawaki, you can even use wood release. That's amazing." Nawaki gave a silly smile and pushed open the door of the wooden house. "My grandfather is the god of shinobi, Hashirama, so it's normal for me to use wood release. Everyone, let's go inside to take shelter from the snow." Inside the wooden house, it was warm and dry. Izumi deliberately sat next to Itachi and handed him her sketchbook. "Itachi, look at my drawing of the sun and moon together. Isn't it pretty good? I deliberately drew your shadow very clearly." Itachi took the sketchbook and looked through it carefully. It's very well drawn." A simple compliment immediately made Izumi's cheeks flush. Nawaki, meanwhile, sat opposite Anko, continuously offering her snacks. "These grilled fish chips are delicious too, try them. And these candies, I specially bought them in Konoha. They're fruit-flavored." Anko was somewhat helpless from being fed so much, but she still obediently accepted them. Saya watched Shursui organize his mission notes, her eyes full of concern. "Shursui, would you like some hot water? I brought a thermos." They chatted late into the night, and the snow gradually stopped in the early hours of the morning. As soon as dawn broke, Izumi excitedly woke Itachi. "Itachi, wake up. There's a sea of clouds outside. It's even Barato, beautiful than the sun and moon together last night." She pulled Itachi's right hand, her voice full of anticipation, not realizing how closely she held on. Itachi, pulled by her, smiled helplessly and followed her out of the wooden house. Everyone else also woke up one after another, instantly awestruck by the sight before them. Below Red Rock Peak, a boundless sea of clouds, like a white ocean, slowly flowed through the mountains. Distant peaks, like isolated islands, stood in the sea of clouds, resembling a fairy wonderland. Nawaki took out his camera and first took a picture of Anko. "My goodness, this is too spectacular. Anko, let's take a picture together as a souvenir." Although Anko complained childish, she still cooperatively stood beside him, a faint smile on her lips. Itachi used the shadow clone technique to quickly scout the surroundings and said, "Shursui, I've already searched the area and haven't found the golden mountain in sunlight." Just then, the eastern sky glowed golden, and the first ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, shining on the distant snow-capped mountains. The originally pristine, white snow mountain was instantly dyed golden. "Cinchureto, look. The golden mountain in sunlight. It's even Barato beautiful than I imagined in my drawing," she said with a bright smile. Shui carefully recorded the details of the Golden Mountain in sunlight and closed his notebook. All right, the Golden Mountain in sunlight is just a meteorological phenomenon. No anomalies were found. We should depart. According to the mission map, our next mission is in the land of hot water. Everyone reluctantly looked back at the Golden Mountain in sunlight one last time before following Shui into the Sea of Clouds. Konoha's strongest taijutsu user on the Konoha Ninja Academy's training ground. A storm among the youths had already begun. 7-year-old Naruto, after learning the shadow clone technique, often dragged Sasuke to spar. Such contests had become a daily routine, but in the past, wins and losses were about even. As time passed, Naruto, with the boost from his shadow clone, rapidly improved his taijutsu abilities, and Sasuke gradually fell behind. Sasuke, I will definitely defeat you. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and then created over 30 shadow clones, pouncing towards Sasuke. After a chaotic battle, Sasuke was unexpectedly ambushed and pinned to the ground by Naruto and his shadow clones. He clenched his fists, looking at Naruto's triumphant smile. As a noble Uchiha, how could he lose? Sasuke secretly went to the Uchiha training ground and quietly activated his two-tomo Sharingan, copying Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. He memorized the hand sign sequence and secretly practiced Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. Soon, he was able to conjure a fireball that was beginning to take shape. This was because he had the Ninetales inside him, and Ninetales' chakra continuously strengthened his physique, causing his chakra reserves to be several times greater than that of an average Jonin. During class break the next day, Sasuke proactively approached Naruto. Let's fight again. This time, I'll use my true strength. Naruto readily agreed. Sasuke, let's fight. This time I'll still win. The two quickly arrived and faced off in a corner of the training ground. Naruto, as usual, summoned dozens of shadow clones right from the start. Sasuke, on the other hand, quickly formed hand signs. Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. A huge fireball quickly rushed towards Naruto's shadow clones. Upon hitting a shadow clone, the fireball immediately exploded and some shadow clones caught in the blast vanished into smoke. There were also some lingering embers that flew towards the students watching nearby. Water Release, Water Formation Wall. The Umbu protecting them in secret quickly activated a water release ninjutsu to block the remaining embers, but a few students still had their arms scorched by the heat wave. Shun quickly received the report and immediately decided, Sasuke, you are temporarily forbidden from using ninjutsu. You need to first solidify your foundation. Sasuke's face was filled with defiance. Why? Naruto used shadow clones. Why is only my ninjutsu forbidden? He stiffened his neck, his eyes full of arrogance. He was a great Uchiha, and he even had Ninetales chakra within him. How could he be constrained by a minor matter like being forbidden from using ninjutsu? Shun looked at the 7-year-old Sasuke, not angry, but instead smiled. Do you think ninjutsu is the key to victory? Then he'll find a taijutsu teacher for you to understand what true strength is. Not long after, Sasuke, Seishin, Hamamaru, and Shiryu were called together. Seeing Sasuke approach, Seishin's voice was full of excitement. Sasuke, over here, over here. Father said Shin-sensei is Konoha's strongest taijutsu ninja, and he wants us to learn from him. Shiryu softly said, I heard Chun-sensei's taijutsu, Leaf Dragon God, is very powerful. Let's all learn well together. As they were speaking, a tall, middle-aged man wearing a yellow training uniform walked over. His hair was gray, but he was spirited, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. This was Chun, known as Konoha's strongest taijutsu ninja. Before the apprenticeship ceremony even began, Sasuke held his head high and said, I am Uchiha Sasuke, and you are not worthy to be my teacher. Hamamaru frowned, feeling that Sasuke's words were too rude. Shiryu quietly took a step back, waiting to see what would happen next. Chun wasn't angry. He just raised an eyebrow. Oh, so what do you want to do? I want to challenge you. A taijutsu duel. If I lose, I'll acknowledge you as my teacher. Sasuke spread his feet apart, assumed a combat stance, and his two Tomo Sharingan quietly activated. Seishin stomped his foot in a hurry. Sasuke, are you crazy? Shin-sensei is. Before he could finish, Sasuke had already charged forward. His movements were fast, employing the Uchiha clan's basic taijutsu, his fist aiming directly for Chin's chest. Chin shifted his foot slightly, easily dodging, and at the same time, raised his hand to grab Sasuke's wrist. With a gentle twist, Sasuke was flipped over and thrown to the ground. He is too fast. Sasuke lay on the ground, his eyes wide with surprise. Seishin leaned next to Sasuke and whispered, I told you, Chin-sensei is super amazing. Don't be impulsive anymore. Sasuke gritted his teeth, stiffening his neck. If I could use ninjutsu, I definitely could win. Chin was stunned for a moment, then smiled. All right, they'll allow you to use ninjutsu. Sasuke shouted, rapidly forming hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball roared out, its heat causing the surrounding leaves to curl. Seishin couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Sasuke's great fireball is so powerful. Shun stood still, took a deep breath, and chakra surged around him as he struck a peculiar pose. Leaf Dragon God. His body rotated, forming a long green dragon that crashed into the great fireball. With a loud bang, the fireball was torn into countless sparks. Chin's wind dragon didn't stop, and a final sweeping kick tripped Sasuke again. Sasuke lay on the ground, watching the scattered sparks, finally losing his temper. Seishin patted his shoulder and said, It's okay. If you lose, just learn again. If we train taijutsu with Chin-sensei, we'll definitely get stronger. Shun walked over and extended a hand to help Sasuke up. Ninjutsu is a weapon. Taijutsu is the foundation. If the foundation is unstable, no matter how sharp the weapon, it's useless. You are an Uchiha. You have talent, and you have arrogance, but arrogance won't feed you. If you want to win, first solidify your taijutsu. Sasuke looked at Chin's rough but strong hand, then at the sincere eyes of his three brothers beside him, and finally lowered his proud head. I understand, sensei. From that day on, for small figures could always be seen at the training ground. Chin's demands on them were extremely strict. They had to hold horse stance until their legs trembled, and punch until their arms ached. Once, Sasuke wanted to give up halfway through training. Seishin said, Sasuke, did you forget losing to Naruto last time? If we persevere together, we'll definitely surpass him in the future. Hamamura nodded. Train for 10 more minutes. They'll join you. Shiryu handed over a water bottle and said, Drink some water first. Rest for a minute, then continue. Don't give up. After training that day, Shiryu proactively walked up to Chun. Sensei, can you teach me Leaf Dragon God? I think this move is very suitable for me. Chun stroked his beard and smiled. Of course, but you are too young. With your current physique, you haven't met the minimum standard for learning Leaf Dragon God, so you need to exercise your body more. Shiryu respectfully nodded. Then you'll work harder and exercise 2 extra hours every day. 40 advanced S on fire daimyos passing inside the throne room of the Land of Water's royal palace. Mabui delivered a piece of intelligence. The character's Land of Fire daimyo passes away. At the start were very eye-catching. Shun continued to read the intelligence, his gaze distant. The Land of Fire's game of chess is finally about to fall into chaos. He pondered for a moment, then lightly tapped the table. Summon Minato, Shikaku, Hayashi, Jinji, Tetsu, and Unkai to the conference hall for a meeting. Yes, Your Excellency. The Uchiha Umbu bowed respectfully, then instantly vanished. A short while later, 7th Hokage Minato, leading the others, used Flying Thunder God to arrive at the Royal Palace Conference Hall. The intelligence scroll was spread open on the table, revealing the portraits and backgrounds of the 5 princes. The first prince, Uchih Q, had the support of the Land of Fire's nobility and the highest popular acclaim. Therefore, the 4 princes, along with a portion of the nobility, spread rumors that the first prince, Uchih Q, had poisoned the daimyo, causing widespread discussion in the country. The second prince, Uenichi Tsuyoshi, was currently in close contact with a Wagakure. The third prince, Uenichi Takashi, was backed by the land of lightning daimyo. The mother of the fourth prince, Uenichi Rito, was a princess of a land of wind. The fifth prince, Uenichi Ko, in order to protect himself, even proactively offered a condition. He was willing to cede the land of Yuzushiobikure to the land of water, asking only for support in his bid for the land of fire daimyo position. Minato leaned over the scroll, his fingertip lingering on the words Yuzushiobikure for a long time, his brow slightly furrowed. His wife, Kushina, was born into the Uzumaki clan and used to tell him many stories about Yuzushiobikure. Now, with Yuzushiobikure becoming a bargaining chip, he couldn't help but feel a sense of complexity. Shikaku's gaze swept over everyone as he said, "Over the years, many scattered Uzumaki clan members have come to seek refuge. Currently, there are over 100 Uzumaki clan members within the Land of Water. Should we use the Uzumaki clan's name to formally take over the former site of Yuzushiobikure? This would give us a legitimate reason and also appease the Uzumaki clan members." At this, Hayashi and Tetsu both nodded in agreement. Acting in the name of the Uzumaki clan would not only avoid criticism of occupying land of fire territory, but also leverage the Uzumaki clan's prestige to consolidate control over Yuzushiobikure. A good move. Hayashi said calmly, "Shikaku is absolutely right. Yuzushiobikure's geographical location is special. Controlling this area allows us to both attack and defend. It's very good." Tetsu also nodded in agreement and said, "Your subordinate is willing to lead 2,000 ninjas, and we can reach Yuzushiobikure within a day. As long as your excellency agrees, I can certainly take over Yuzushiobikure." The will of those in the conference hall gradually leaned towards occupying Yuzushiobikure. Even the 81-year-old Genji stroked his bald head and mused, "This action expands territory and brings internal stability. It is a wise strategy." But just then, Shun slowly shook his head. His fingertips continuously tapped the table, making a thump-thump sound, like a splash of cold water on everyone's hearts. No, everyone was stunned. Unkai was the first to speak. "Your Excellency, do you mean to say there is a hidden danger in this action?" Shun rose and walked to the window, looking at the scenery outside the hall. He said, "If we act in the name of the Uzumaki clan, we can indeed legally take over Yuzushiobikure. But then the four princes of the Land of Fire would immediately cease their internal strife, raise the banner of expelling foreign enemies, and unite with the lands of Earth, Lightning, and Wind to use the opportunity to pressure us. What we want is to stoke the fire, to make the ninja world chaotic, not to get deeply entangled in it and slow down our own development pace." Shikaku gently stroked his beard and said, "In that case, we only need to dispatch troops to garrison Yuzushiobikure, creating a false impression of occupation. Externally, we would still claim to be assisting in maintaining order and protecting Yuzushiobikure's displaced people, without emphasizing actual control of Yuzushiobikure. This way, the princes of the Land of Fire should not band together against us." Shun's gaze swept over everyone, his tone calm and firm. "These years, we have built water conservancy projects, developed commerce and education, and reclaimed fertile land, which is to accumulate grain widely. We have strengthened ninja capabilities and expanded the ninja scale, which is to build high walls. We have not rushed to contend for ninja world hegemony and focused on internal development, which is to slowly claim kingship. Now, our food is abundant, and our combat strength is stable. As long as we maintain this pace of development, we will inevitably be the largest country in the ninja world in the future. So we don't need to rush." Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood completely. Previously, they had only considered the strategic value of Yuzushiobikure, but had not realized the deeper strategy behind not formally occupying it. Now, hearing the profound strategy of accumulate grain widely, build high walls, slowly claim kingship, they understood that Shun did not want short-term gains, but long-term ninja world hegemony. Even the 81-year-old Genji couldn't help but exclaim, "Your Excellency's broad-mindedness and long-term planning are beyond this old subject's capabilities." As long as the land of fire fell into prolonged internal strife, the lands of earth, lightning, and wind would inevitably be drawn into it. At that time, other countries would not have the energy to pay attention to the changes in the land of water. Tetsu sincerely exclaimed, "Shun-sama's consideration is comprehensive. I will now select the generals to garrison Uzushiobikure, prioritizing ninjas with overseas combat experience and cautious conduct, ensuring they do not proactively provoke conflicts, and focus only on defense and intelligence gathering." Shikaku then thought about the details of the subsequent disruption and said, "We can send spies to deliver false information to the five princes, making them suspicious of each other and fight even more fiercely." Shun nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. All departments should act quickly. As for the fifth prince, send an envoy to reply, saying that we can assist in maintaining order in Uzushiobikure, but will not provide military support, nor will we interfere in his struggle with the other princes." Minato led the bow. "Yes, Your Excellency." After everyone dispersed, only 3 people remained in the study. Shun pulled Mabui into his arms, his right hand gently lifting her chin. "Mabui, I'm plotting against the land of lightning. You won't resent me, will you?" Mabui's cheeks flushed, and she gently shook her head. "Everything Your Excellency does is for the future of the land of water. How could I resent you?" Shun smiled slightly and gently kissed her. "Mabui, I know you still care deeply about Kumobikure in your heart. However, I can tell you that in the future, I will unify the ninja world and end the wars in the ninja world. So Kumobikure will either surrender or be destroyed." A hint of complexity flashed in Mabui's eyes as she said, "I believe you, Your Excellency. If Kumobikure can adapt to the general trend, surrender is also a way out." Shun gently raised his index finger to hush her and said, "Mabui, what you said there was bravado, insincere. You've been on the battlefield. You should know that every war kills many people. And only by unifying the ninja world can we end wars. I probably won't make a move on Kumobikure within 10 years, so you have plenty of time to think." Mabui and Yujito's strategy discussion far to the east of the palace. Several luxurious mansions with green bricks and dark tiles were hidden beneath dense tree canopies. The Vermilion Gate was ajar, and inside the courtyard, a dozen maids were quietly cleaning. They were all carefully selected by Shun, tight-lipped and nimble. They never dared to inquire about the identities of the 2 masters of the house. The warm lights in the living room cast a soft glow, and a floor lamp beside the beige sofa illuminated a corner, while the air was filled with a faint aroma of Kimun tea. Mabui had just returned from the palace, taking off her cloak, still damp with night dew, and casually hanging it on the coat rack in the entrance. The land of water is an island nation, so the humidity is quite high. The wisps of hair at her temples were cool to the touch, but she didn't even take a sip of the warm tea on the table, instead walking quickly to the sofa. Yujito was holding a Celadon teacup, her thumb repeatedly tracing the rim. It was an old item she had brought from Kumobikure, with small cloud patterns carved on the cup's surface. The tea had long since cooled, but she was oblivious, her anxiety coiling like a vine in her eyes. Even her hand holding the cup was trembling slightly. Hearing footsteps, she suddenly looked up, her voice trembling imperceptibly. "Mabui, what news is there today?" Mabui sat beside her, placing her cool hand over Yujito's warm one, trying to draw some warmth. She spoke cautiously, her voice very low. "When I was waiting outside the council hall, I heard internal strife in the land of fire, troops stationed in the land of whirlpools, and he also told me that unifying the ninja world is only a matter of time." She paused, looking at Yujito's face, which had suddenly lost all color, and her heart sank with it. He is calculating each country step by step. Kumobikure will be dragged into this sooner or later. You know his character, seemingly gentle, but in reality, ruthless. If we truly wait for him to unify the ninja world, Kumogakure will probably not escape the fate of being destroyed. Kumogakure destruction. The teacup in Yujito's hand crashed onto the carpet with a clang, and the light brown tea quickly soaked the off-white carpet. She suddenly grabbed Mabui's wrist and said, "Then what should we do? I can't let Kumogakure be destroyed. Can we find a way to convey the intelligence we heard today to the fourth Reikage? Let him prepare in advance. Perhaps the village still has a chance to resist." Hearing this, Mabui gently shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "Yujito, why do you think that eccentric man made me his secretary, letting me access those confidential documents? He isn't afraid of us leaking the information to Kumogakure at all. The current strength of the Land of Water is no longer what it once was. Even if Shun doesn't act, with just the power of New Konoha, the other four great nations combined might not be able to defeat them." Yujito was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. How can this be? Kumogakure has over 10,000 ninjas. How could it be inferior to the Land of Water? She had grown up in Kumogakure, always believing her village was a top-tier existence in the ninja world, never imagining that one day Kumogakure would not even have a right to contend with the Land of Water. Mabui lowered her voice, almost whispering into Yujito's ear. After the Third Great Ninja War, the situation has long changed. They moved Konoha to the Land of Water and also annexed Kirigakure. On the surface, New Konoha only has 12,000 ninjas, but the actual number is at least 18,000 or more. There are also many hidden Umbu and elite squads that aren't counted openly. She paused, continuing, more importantly, the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju Kekkei Jinkai clans of Konoha, plus the Hozuki, Kagaya, and Yuki clans of Kirigakure, have almost monopolized more than half of the Kekkei Jinkais in the ninja world. 9 out of 10 ninjas they train are elites. Yujito felt a chill run through her, her fingertips trembling slightly. She recalled the well-trained ninja she had seen when she had first arrived in the Land of Water. At the time, she only thought they were formidable, but she never imagined the Land of Water's strength had reached such a terrifying level. She took a deep breath, raising a hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, "All right, they'll listen to you. I won't tell Reikage-sama. We'll figure out ourselves." She knew that telling the Reikage now would not only fail to save Kumogakure, but might also provoke Shun, causing Kumogakure to perish even faster. Senchuredo he will consider the child, and Kumogakure will have a greater chance of survival. Yujito was stunned, her expression shifting as she processed the news. She paused quietly for a moment. Yujito said, "But he hasn't come for almost a month recently. Even if I wanted to discuss it, I wouldn't have the opportunity to do so. Before, we could avoid it with contraception, but now that I want to conceive, I don't even have the chance to meet him." She raised her hand and placed it on her lower abdomen. It was still flat, yet it carried Kumogakure's last hope. Mabui straightened her back, her tone becoming more confident. "Opportunities must be created by ourselves. I am his secretary. I deliver documents daily and report on work, so I have more chances to interact with him than you. I will find a way to mention you and get him to come here. It's just..." She changed the subject, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes, and her voice dropped even lower. "He recently hired a new secretary named Igeo, and he's been particularly attentive to her. Last time I delivered documents, I even saw him personally hand Igeo hot tea, and he even interrupted my report. He's been summoning me less often recently, and I even have to avoid her when delivering documents." Yujito's heart suddenly sank, as if plunging into an ice cellar. She knew Shun's character all too well. He was a very untrustworthy man. Initially, he used the safety of Kumogakure to pressure both of them to come to the Barado. But after more than a year of living together, she had to admit that he was a very excellent man. He reorganized the economy of the Land of Water, allowing the common people to live in peace and prosperity. Even if he wanted to unify the ninja world and end the wars, they could actually understand. But unifying the ninja world meant that Kumogakure, where they had grown up, would inevitably disappear from the map, which was something they couldn't accept. Yujito forced herself to calm down and asked, is his attentiveness to Igeo genuine, or just a fleeting infatuation? We need to clarify this first. If it's just a fleeting infatuation, then we still have a chance. If he's truly serious, then our plan will probably be much difficult. Mabui pressed her brow and said, I think it's just an instant attraction, so we still have a chance. As the two were speaking, the faint footsteps of a maid sounded from the courtyard. Mabui got up and walked to the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain, and saw the maid sweeping late cherry blossoms into a bamboo basket. Igeo's indecisiveness, the luxurious lights in the royal palace secretary's office provided just the right amount of brightness. Igeo sat on a deep yellow leather office chair, her fingertips toying with a silver pen, screwing and unscrewing the cap repeatedly. The documents had been organized half an hour ago. Censuredo, the sky had long turned dark, and the palace's night lights came on. She opened her photo album. The first picture was a graduation photo from 6 years ago. In the photo, she had a high ponytail and stood smiling brightly beside Hate. Hate wore a black training uniform, his eyes gentle, and his right hand secretly made a cheer-up gesture. She remembered that cherry blossom-filled afternoon before graduation, when they practiced the 3 basic jutsus side by side on the training ground. Hayat's hand sign speed was always a little faster than hers, but he would deliberately slow down and wait for her. Igeo, don't rush. Keep your breathing steady. You've already made great progress. When they were tired from training, they would sit under the cherry blossom tree, sharing the same bento box. Hate would pick out the carrots she didn't like, and Head laugh and say, when I cook in the future, I definitely won't put in carrots. He also said that after graduating and becoming a full-fledged ninja, he wanted to team up with her and protect every inch of Konoha's land together. The wind was warm then, the cherry blossoms were sweet, and even the future seemed clear, almost within reach. But as soon as the graduation ceremony ended, a transfer order disrupted everything. Hate was urgently dispatched to the border for a long-term reconnaissance mission, with the reason being the border urgently needs experienced reconnaissance ninjas. That day, she chased after him, tears streaming down her face. Hate, when are you coming back? Didn't we say we'd be partners? He just stroked her head, his eyes complex. When a mission is over, they'll come back for you. That departure lasted 6 years. Initially, there were sporadic letters. In them, he would write about how bright the border's starry sky was and ask her how she was doing in Konoha. But from the 3rd year onwards, the letters suddenly stopped, and when she asked around, she only received the reply, "It's confidential." It wasn't until last year that she accidentally learned that these so-called urgent missions might have been because of her. The pen dropped onto the desk with a clack, the crisp sound pulling her back to reality. She hurriedly picked up the pen, and just as she was about to put her pen away, a deep male voice sounded from behind her. Igeo, what are you thinking about? So engrossed. Igeo froze in fright, then stood up abruptly, her movements so quick that she almost bumped into him. When she steadied herself and looked up, she met Shun's eyes. Shun wore noble black casual clothes, his fringe falling across his forehead, and the depth in his eyes was like a whirlpool, carrying an irresistible sense of oppression. Yet strangely, it made her involuntarily fall into it. In nothing, Shun-sama. Igeo hurriedly lowered her head, her voice trembling. The office was quiet, so quiet that she could hear her own heart thumping. Shun had a faint masculine scent about him, a smell that inexplicably made her feel at ease. Over the years, he had been very good to her. He was so meticulous that she couldn't refuse. Once, during an intel gathering mission, she was ambushed by an enemy and injured her arm. Shun rushed over with a medicine box, personally bandaging her wound with careful attention, handling her as though she were fragile. When she casually mentioned wanting cherry blossom mochi in the pantry, a whole box was delivered from the kitchen, with a special note saying added a touch of sweetness, suitable for girls. This tenderness gradually made her forget Hayat's image. But whenever night fell and she lay alone in her luxurious apartment bed, she would fall into deep confusion. Was Shun's kindness to her genuine? or merely to win her over? Shun looked at her flustered appearance, a faint, quiet sense of satisfaction in his eyes as he bent down to pick up the pen that had fallen on the desk. He handed the pen back to her, his voice calm and warm. "You've been working hard recently. This document isn't urgent. You should go back and rest. Tomorrow, they'll have the kitchen make your favorite osmanthus mochi with a little honey. I think you'll really like it." Thank you, Shun-sama." Igeo took the pen, gripping it so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She almost fled, turning abruptly and walking quickly towards the door, even forgetting to say goodbye. It wasn't until she was out of the office, leaning against the cold wall of the corridor, that she dared to gasp for air, her heart pounding as if it would burst from her chest. She knew his feelings, and she also knew that she wasn't entirely indifferent to him. His power, his tenderness, both moved her. But there was that 6-year blank, and hate, far away at the border, his fate unknown. Like a sharp thorn, it pricked her heart, making her hesitate to take that step. Inside the office, Shun's smile gradually faded as he watched Igeo's hurried escape. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion near the royal palace, the warm kitchen lights were still on. Mabui, wearing oven mitts, took the heated Kumogakure specialty rice cakes out of the microwave. The rice cakes in the porcelain plate were steaming, emitting a faint aroma of rice. She placed the rice cakes on the dining table, her tone a little uncertain. "Tomorrow, they'll deliberately tell him that you made his favorite red bean rice cakes and want to invite him to try them. He should come." Yujito stood at the kitchen door, wearing an off-white loungewear, her hair loosely tied back. She walked to the dining table, picked up a piece of red bean rice cake, and took a small bite. The sweet stickiness of the red bean filling spread on her tongue, but it didn't dispel the bitterness in her heart. Her eyes were full of anticipation, yet tinged with unease. "Will he really come?" Mabui held her hand and said, "He will. Although he's a scoundrel, he's also very nostalgic." Yujito nodded, her fingertips gently tracing the edge of the porcelain plate. "Mabui, I'm so glad you're here. If I were alone, I really wouldn't know what to do." She thought of what Mabui had said about the land of water's strength during the day, and of Kumogakure's future. A pang of sadness rose in her heart. She used to be Kumogakure's pride, a capable two-tails Jinchuriki, but now she had to rely on forging an alliance with the enemy to secure a glimmer of hope for her homeland. "How barato?" Mabui patted her barato and sighed. "We're in this together now. Tomorrow, put on some light makeup to look barato-spirited. Be respectful and composed, so don't be too nervous. Just talk to him like you normally would." Yujito softly agreed, placing the remaining rice cakes back on the porcelain plate. "I understand. For the future of Kumogakure, I will try my best to please him." Who is Konohamaru's real father? The news that the Land of Water had dispatched troops to station in Yuzushiogakure quickly caused an uproar in the ninja world. The richness of the Land of Fire had long made other nations coveted. Its fertile land and dense commercial towns were a treasure trove that other nations in the ninja world could hardly possess. Now that the Land of Water had taken a lead, it was clear that they intended to use Yuzushiogakure as a springboard to encroach on the Land of Fire's territory, and other nations naturally did not want to fall behind. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning slammed his fist on the table and ordered the 4th Raikage, immediately dispatch elite troops to the eastern border cities of the Land of Fire, claiming to assist the 3rd Prince and maintain border order. "We must not let other nations gain an advantage first." The daimyo of the Land of Earth, on the other hand, had a Wagakure, on the pretext of protecting overseas villagers in the northern Land of Fire, forcefully support the 2nd Prince Uenichi Tsuyoshi, occupying 4 cities in the north. The Land of Wind was even more direct, assisting the 4th Prince Uenichi Rito in occupying 3 border cities in the west of the Land of Fire. For a time, the Land of Fire was filled with foreign ninjas. What was originally just an internal struggle among the 5 princes had now turned into a multinational power struggle. Even the weakest 5th prince, relying on the deterrence of the Land of Water, had managed to gain a foothold in the southern cities. The situation in the Land of Fire had completely devolved into chaos. As the chief commander of the Land of Fire's national defense, Hiruzen had barely slept recently. He wore dust-stained armor. Having been stationed continuously at the command post in the capital for days, his eyes bloodshot, and the battle map in his hand was densely marked. Iwagakure in the north has advanced another 5 kilometers, and they're almost at Pan City. Kyomogakure ninjas in the east engaged our troops, suffering heavy casualties. Sunagakure in the west plundered a large amount of provisions. His subordinates' reports came one after another, almost suffocating him. The first prince, Uenichi Q, slammed his fist on the map. These jackals notify all fronts to defend the cities to the death. We must not let foreign ninjas advance another step. Hiruzen silently held his pipe. The current chaotic situation had long since spiraled beyond his control. One evening, Shinizuke, accompanied by 2 guards, went to inspect the military camp in the western part of the capital. As they reached an alley on the outskirts of the city, 3 dark figures suddenly leaped down from the rooftops, their kunai gleaming with cold light, aimed directly at his vital points. The guards immediately shielded Shinizuke, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark figures. "Quick, send a signal, it's an ambush!" Shinizuke quickly formed hand signs and continuously spat out several fireballs from his mouth. But the opponents were clearly well prepared. Several water release techniques instantly extinguished the fireballs, and one of the dark figures took advantage of the chaos to swing his blade. "Protect the Lord." The guards desperately repelled the dark figures, helping up Shinizuke, who had fallen to the ground. He was seriously wounded in the abdomen, and his consciousness gradually blurred. He only heard the anxious shouts of his guards before losing consciousness. When he woke up, Shinizuke was lying on a hospital bed in the military camp. His abdominal wound had been healed by a medical ninja. Several medical ninjas stood around, still debating something. Seeing him trying to get up, a young medical ninja quickly held him down and said, "Shinizuke-sama, Cinchuredo, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shinizuke's eyes widened suddenly, thinking he had misheard. He was only 32 years old, in the prime of his life. How could he suddenly lose his fertility? The young medical ninja quickly explained, "Please don't get agitated. Our examination found that your reproductive system has an old injury. This external injury was just a trigger. The real problem originated 11 years ago. You must have suffered a hidden injury 11 years ago, and you didn't choose to treat it at the time, allowing it to secretly worsen, leading to serious health complications." Shinizuke immediately burst into anger, throwing off the blanket and gesturing at his barato. "Ridiculous. I was never hurt there at all. This time it was just a knife wound to the abdomen. How could it cause any lasting harm? You quack. Are you deliberately cursing me?" His voice grew louder and louder, alarming the guards outside the ward, who all poked their heads in. The young medical ninja's face flushed red, but he still insisted. "Shinizuke-sama, I'm not talking nonsense. This is the result of several medical ninjas examining you together. It cannot be wrong. If you don't believe it, you can find others to examine you." These young medical ninjas were only recruited by Shinizuke last month. They had no factional background, so logically, they wouldn't intentionally deceive him. Shinizuke's anger gradually faded, replaced by an inexplicable panic. He suddenly remembered that he had spent many years with various partners, but only one child, Konohamaru, had come from those relationships. No matter how hard he tried over the years, no other child had joined his family. Now, thinking about it carefully, he realized something had likely been wrong for a long time. "Impossible. This is impossible. My son, Konohamaru, is already over 3 years old. How could I be infertile?" Shinizuke muttered to himself, his eyes becoming fierce. The young medical ninja trembled all over, frightened by him, but still bravely said, "Shinizuke-sama, we are only inferring based on medical common sense. If you don't believe it, you could do a genetic test to confirm paternity." Shinizuke suddenly seized the young medical ninja's collar, his eyes blazing with fierce anger. "What nonsense are you talking about? Konohamaru is my son, the heir to the Sarutobi clan. How dare you question his parentage?" Shinizuke released his grip. staggered back a few steps, and slumped onto the bed. He stared at the ceiling, his mind in a state of confusion. If he truly was infertile, then whose child was Konohamaru? Had his wife cheated? Or was someone deliberately impersonating his son, trying to scheme for the Sarutobi clan's wealth? He suddenly remembered that his Barato-esque gaze sometimes inexplicably held pity when she looked at him. The anger in his heart churned like magma in his Barato. He suddenly drew a kunai, his eyes ferocious. "I swear, they'll put a stop to this traitor." With that, he got up and rushed out of the ward. At this moment, Hatano was playing with Konohamaru outside the hospital. When Shinizuke saw Konohamaru, he threw the kunai in his hand. Seeing that something was wrong, two Sarutobi jonin suddenly appeared and blocked him. "Shinizuke, are you insane? Konohamaru is your son." Shinizuke, his eyes red, pointed ahead and said, "I can't possibly have a biological son. You tell me, whose child is he? Quickly tell me." Konohamaru, just over 3 years old, was terrified by his father's fierce demeanor and the dangerous threat. He immediately burst into tears. Hatano had to hold him in her arms. "Good boy, don't cry. Daddy was just joking." After comforting the child, Hatano suddenly looked up, her eyes becoming unusually calm. Shinizuke might be under an enemy's jinjutsu, which is why he's talking nonsense. Tie him up first and send him to Father Hiruzen. Let Father figure out how to release the jinjutsu. The two Sarutobi Umbu froze. Shinizuke was the young clan head who would dare to tie him up. But seeing Hatano's determined gaze and recalling Shinizuke's frenzied state just now, they eventually gritted their teeth. Shinizuke was caught off guard and struggled, roaring in anger. "How dare you? I am a young clan head. Are you trying to rebel?" The two Sarutobi Umbu ignored him, binding him tightly with special ropes. Even his mouth was gagged with cloth, allowing him only to make woo-woo sounds of protest. Hatano held Konohamaru, watching her husband being led away, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. There was helplessness, guilt, and a hint of an inexplicable feeling. 10 minutes later, Shinizuke was brought to Hiruzen's residence. This ancient courtyard, filled with cherry blossom trees, now seemed particularly desolate due to the chaos in the Land of Fire. Hiruzen sat on the tatami in the main hall, dressed in a dark kimono, his hair mostly gray, and his face deeply lined with fatigue. Seeing his son tied up, he merely sighed softly and waved his hand. "Untie the cloth from his mouth, and you may all leave." The guards retreated one by one, and a maid stepped forward, picking up the still sobbing Konohamaru. "Lady, it'll take young master to play in the backyard. The clan head wants to have a good talk with you," and the young clan head. Hatano nodded, watching Konohamaru's figure disappear at the end of the corridor before sitting down beside Hiruzen. Her hands rested on her knees, her head bowed, remaining silent. As soon as Shinizuke was unbound, he turned angrily toward his Barato and scolded her harshly, demanding an explanation. "Whose child is Konohamaru really? Have you been colluding with someone else all along, wanting an outsider to take over my Sarutobi clan's property?" His anger was extreme. He ignored the dull ache in his recently healed abdominal wound, which throbbed from his agitation. Hatano remained silent, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her kimono, her nails almost tearing the fabric. She knew that any explanation now would be pale and powerless. All secrets could only be revealed by her father-in-law. Hiruzen's voice was aged, but carried an undeniable authority. "Shinizuke, stop making a fuss. Do you think Hatano wanted this? All of this was arranged by me." Shinizuke looked at his father in disbelief. "Father, what did you say? It was arranged by you?" Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his tone as calm as if discussing an unimportant matter. "A long time ago, I knew you were infertile. I wanted to leave you a descendant, so you would have someone to rely on in the future. So, regarding Konohamaru, don't blame Hatano." Shinizuke suddenly lowered his head, anger gradually replaced by a sense of grievance. "Then why didn't you tell me? Do you know how devastated I was when I heard this news from the doctor today? I always thought Konohamaru was my son, the heir of my Sarutobi clan, but now you tell me all of this is false." His eyes were slightly red. Having lived for 32 years, he felt like a fool for the first time, kept in the dark by his closest kin. Hiruzen put down his pipe, looking at his son's red eyes with an expression full of helplessness. Shinosuke, when will you grow up? Look at my face, look at my hair. I'm already 63 years old. I don't have much time left. Our Sarutobi clan is a prestigious clan with a legacy spanning hundreds of years. You are the heir of the clan. If you have no descendants, who will uphold this clan after I am gone? Shinosuke laughed self-deprecatingly, his voice full of bitterness. Father, do you think such reliance is a blessing to me? What man could endure such humiliation? Raising someone else's child and still having to treat him as his own heir? This is bravado unbearable than anything. It would break me entirely. Hiruzen's face darkened, his tone becoming serious. Shinosuke, Senshirado, he paused, his eyes sharp. Shinosuke, I ask you, destruction or humiliation, which do you choose? Is it to let the Sarutobi clan be wiped out in the chaos, leaving both you and me without a burial place, or to temporarily bravado this bitterness, preserve the clan, and secure your and the clan's future? Shinosuke froze, opening his mouth, but unable to utter a single word. His father's words were like a hammer, striking hard at his heart. Seeing his son's silent demeanor, Hiruzen's tone softened. Although Konohamaru is not your biological son, he carries the bloodline of our Sarutobi clan. To ensure the bloodline of the Sarutobi clan continues, I hope you will treat Konohamaru as your own son. Shinosuke looked aggrieved. Father, I can't do it. Hiruzen stood up and walked over to Shinosuke. Shinosuke, your father has never asked you to do anything. Consider this a request from your father. The Land of Fire is becoming increasingly chaotic, and the capital is no longer safe. I plan for you to take Hitano and Konohamaru, disguised as ordinary merchants, to seek refuge in Yuzushiogakure. Yuzushiogakure is guarded by Shun's people. Although our positions differ, at least your safety can be temporarily secured. Shinosuke frowned, his eyes full of surprise. Go to Yuzushiogakure? But Yuzushiogakure is currently under the control of the Land of Water. Wouldn't going there be like walking into a tiger's den? Hiruzen patted his son's shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of entrustment. Don't worry, Shun's ambition is great. He needs the Land of Fire to continue in chaos and will not easily act against discards like us. After speaking, he took out some storage scrolls and handed them to Hitano. Hiruzen's eyes were somewhat complex as he said, Hitano, you are a good woman. Shinosuke's fortune is to have married you. Once in Yuzushiogakure, act discreetly and do not reveal your identity. Remember, your most important task now is to preserve your life and the lives of your family, and to protect the bloodline of the Sarutobi clan. Hitano bowed slightly. Senshirado Konohamaru's parentage is questionable, quickly spread within the Sarutobi clan. I heard that the young clan head is going to flee with his wife and son. They're running away with treasures, but leaving us here to die. He's truly Hiruzen's son. Both father and son are equally selfish. Inside the clan shrine, discussions were rife. Next to them were the memorial tablets of Sarutobi clan members, arranged in 14 rows. White funeral couplets fluttered in the wind like crying souls. Originally, when Hiruzen led the entire clan to pledge allegiance to the Land of Fire daimyo, their clan had 1587 ninjas. But the continuous wars in the Land of Fire caused many Sarutobi clan members to die in battle. Now, the Sarutobi clan only had 314 ninjas left, so many clan members were very dissatisfied with Hiruzen. A dozen Sarutobi clan members, dressed in black, gathered in the secret room of the shrine. Senshirado, he only cares about his own son and doesn't care about our lives at all. Isn't this deceiving us? We risk our lives for the clan. Is it just to protect an outsider? Shinosuke running away with that fake son is just to leave us to die in the Land of Fire. We can't let them go. Shinosuke and Konohamaru must be removed to keep the Sarutobi clan's bloodline pure. But going after the clan head's son, a younger ninja hesitated. Another voice excitedly interrupted. He's no longer fit to be clan head. From the moment he kept sending our clan members to the front lines, everything changed. He was no longer fit to be our clan head. Angry emotions spread in the cramped space, and eventually, everyone reached an agreement, and an assassination plan gradually took shape. 5 people finalized the plan. Sosuke would lead 10 elite ninjas, scout the escape route in advance, and set up an ambush near the mass grave in the city outskirts. That area was desolate and uninhabited, making it easy to hide and dispose of bodies. At 11 o'clock at night, Shinizuka and others, escorted by 2 Umbu, departed from the secret passage of their residence. This secret passage was narrow, allowing only 1 person to pass at a time. Oil lamps were placed every few steps on the walls, their dim yellow light illuminating the path ahead. Konohamaru was held in Hitano's arms as they quickly moved through the secret passage. At 1 a.m, they finally emerged from the secret passage's exit, reaching a forest outside the city. It was less than a kilometer from the mass grave, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. The Umbu opened the map he carried and whispered, "We follow this path southeast, and in another day, we'll reach the border of Izushio-Bikure, where there will be people to meet us." Hitano nodded, and, just as she was about to step forward, she suddenly stopped. She keenly sensed at least dozens of chakra signatures hidden in the surrounding forest. "Oh no, it's an ambush!" As soon as her voice fell, dozens of Kanai suddenly shot out from the surrounding forest, heading straight for the vital points of the group. Hitano reacted extremely quickly, instantly forming hand seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. A thick earth wall rose from the ground, blocking all the Kanai. At the same time, she pushed Konohamaru into Shinizuka's arms and drew the Kanai from her waist. "You certainly have some skill. No wonder Hiruzen chose you as his daughter-in-law." Sosuke walked out from behind a tree, followed by 10 ninjas armed with weapons. "Unfortunately, no matter how capable you are, you cannot protect this father and son who have betrayed the clan's honor." Shinizuka roared, "Are you crazy? We are all members of the Sarutobi clan." The 2 Umbu immediately rushed forward, engaging in battle with the assassination squad's ninjas. The clashing sound of Kanai was particularly harsh in the silent night. Meanwhile, Hitano, with her agile movements, weaved through the group of ninjas. With each swing of her Kanai, she precisely dodged enemy attacks, and even found opportunities to counterattack. A Sarutobi clan member who had lost his son charged forward with bloodshot eyes. "We don't have a young master like you. My son died fighting for the clan, yet you want to run away with an outsider. Do you deserve the ancestors of the Sarutobi clan's efforts?" Shinizuka could only barely raise his arm to block, the blade clashing with his gauntlet, producing a piercing sound. His strength was not top-tier to begin with, and with his injuries not yet healed, he was quickly forced to retreat step by step. Then his back slammed against a large tree, wincing in pain. Seeing this, Hitano immediately turned to provide support, kicking away the ninja's sword with a whirlwind kick. At the same time, she shouted to Shinizuka, "You retreat with Konohamaru, he'll hold them off here." But in the instant she was distracted, a ninja circled behind Shinizuka, plunging his kunai into his abdomen. "Shinizuka!" Hitano's pupils contracted, wanting to help, but it was too late. Shinizuka fell gravely wounded, but still held Konohamaru tightly, shouting, "Hitano, hurry, you must survive." Hitano frantically repelled the surrounding ninjas, wanting to rush to Shinizuka's side, but she was surrounded by even Barato assassins. At this moment, Sosuke's gaze fell on Konohamaru, and the sword in his hand slowly rose. This man must not be allowed to survive. Seeing this, Hitano, filled with despair and urgency, shouted, "Don't hurt him. He isn't an enemy. He's Hiruzen's child." At this moment, only by revealing this secret could Konohamaru possibly survive. This was her only hope. Everyone froze, including the assassins led by Sosuke. They all stopped their barato, their eyes filled with shock. Hearing this, Shinizuka's eyes widened in anger, and he collapsed from a fit of rage, finally dying. The next second, Sosuke suddenly sneered, his tone filled with ruthlessness. "Then he deserves to be barato, even Barato. What did you say? Hitano couldn't believe her ears. Sosuke spoke with long-suppressed anger. Hiruzen only cares about his own bloodline and doesn't care about the lives of us clan members at all. When my son was lost in battle, he merely said, Cinchuredo. Hitano's eyes were Barato with fury, and she used all her strength to activate ninjutsu. Barato flame bullet. A huge flame surged forward. Barato backed the surrounding ninjas, but it was ultimately a step too late. Sarutobi clan's internal strife. The Vermilion Gate stood open. Cinchuredo, move aside. All of you, get out of my way. The Sarutobi clan members automatically parted, creating a path, and he walked forward step by step. He stopped about 10 meters from Hiruzen and hurled the grim trophies to the ground. Thud! The heavy sound echoed in the courtyard, scaring several children in the front row, who immediately burst into tears. Hiruzen, look who this is? Sosuke addressed Shinizuka coldly, his voice full of provocation. This is your son and so-called grandson. They have shamed the Sarutobi clan's honor, and they will be Barato accordingly. Do you accept this? Hiruzen stood at the top of the steps, dressed in a dark gray kimono, his collar slightly askew, his hair messy and plastered to his forehead. His face was devoid of any expression, like a cold stone statue. Only the occasional glint of cold light deep in his eyes, like an erupting volcano. Cinchuredo, some even secretly clenching their fists. The younger clan members in the back, however, had flickering eyes, and a few looked at Sosuke with a hint of approval. In recent years, many Sarutobi clan members had died in battle, and many of them were forced onto the battlefield to their deaths. Now, the young clan head, Shinizuka, was going to take his wife and child to hide in another region. This caused many clan members to harbor resentment towards the hypocritical Hiruzen. At this moment, Sosuke's provocation served as a convenient excuse for their silence. Hiruzen, why are you speechless? Seeing that Hiruzen didn't speak, Sosuke grew Barato emboldened. He pressed his Barato down on Shinizuka's head and said, You only care about your own son and your other so-called grandson, and you don't care about the lives of us clan members at all. My son fell in battle, and you only said glorious. Secretly, you let Shinizuka escape with his child, and you even sent 3 jonin to escort him. A selfish clan head like this. We should have removed him long ago. That's right, remove him. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, and then more than a dozen young clan members pushed their way out from the back. Aoba held up a kunai, looking at Sosuke with excited eyes. Elder Sosuke is right. Hiruzen is not fit to be clan head. He should abdicate sooner and let someone capable lead us. These people were all relatives of clan members who had recently died in battle, and they already harbored dissatisfaction with Hiruzen. Now, incited by Sosuke, they immediately became his allies. Sosuke's face showed a triumphant smile. He spread his arms as if receiving the clan members' worship and said, Do you see? Hiruzen, this is everyone's will. You should abdicate. Just then, a few faint rustling sounds came from the crowd, the sound of weapons being drawn. More than a dozen young Sarutobi ninjas suddenly raised their weapons. I propose Elder Sosuke become the new clan head. Sosuke showed a triumphant smile. He thought he had already controlled the situation. Aoba exchanged a look with his companions, and they immediately understood. They did not act immediately, but took advantage of the moment when Sosuke and his dozen allies were carried away by their triumph, quietly circling behind them. Aoba suddenly gave a low shout, attack. They seized the opportunity to rush forward. Their weapons quickly struck Sosuke and his allies, cutting them down. Painful cries immediately echoed through the courtyard. The dozen people who followed Sosuke collapsed to the ground. They collapsed to the ground, weakened by wounds to their wrists and ankles. They tried to struggle, but found their limbs no longer obeyed, and they could only convulse in pain on the ground. Aoba's kunai pressed against his throat, his eyes cold. Elder Sosuke, although you constantly claim to protect the clan bloodline, what you are doing is destroying the clan with your own hands. Sosuke let out a piercing shriek, collapsing to the ground, full of fear and unwillingness. Traitors, you despicable, untrustworthy scoundrels. Aoba said coldly, we are not betraying you. You betrayed the clan. Take them all to the dungeon and await Hiruzen's Samist judgment. Sosuke knew he had become a tool in someone else's hands. He tried to say something else, but a kunai was shoved Barato, and he could only make muffled hum-hum sounds. Several young clan members immediately stepped forward, bound Sosuke and the remaining dozen accomplices with hemp rope, and dragged them towards the clan's dungeon. The marks on the ground snaked along the path, particularly glaring under the sunlight. The Sarutobi clan members finally stirred. Some gasped in surprise, others whispered in discussion. Hiruzen watched the scene before him, a hint of madness hidden in his eyes. He walked down the steps expressionlessly and gently patted Aoba's shoulder. Aoba, you did very well. I was right about you. Aoba lowered his head, his tone respectful. Hiruzen-sama, the clan cannot do without your guidance. We merely did what needed to be done. The clan cannot be in chaos, much less fight amongst ourselves. We are all saddened by the deaths of Shinosuke-sama and young Master Konohamaru, but we cannot let outsiders mock us, and we cannot let the Sarutobi clan be destroyed by its own people. Hiruzen's cold gaze swept over the clan members in the courtyard, and many Sarutobi clan members lowered their heads under his scrutiny. Fellow clan members, I know these past years have been difficult for everyone, and many clan members have tragically sacrificed their lives. I understand your resentment, but Sosuke's actions are not protecting the clan, they are destroying it. The deaths of Shinosuke and Konohamaru pain me more than anyone, but now the land of fire is in turmoil, surrounded by enemies. If we continue to fight amongst ourselves, the Sarutobi clan will disappear completely. The clan members in the courtyard were silent for a moment. Finally, a middle-aged clan member stepped forward. He was the father of a ninja who had died in the Western Granary battle and had previously harbored dissatisfaction with Hiruzen. Hiruzen-sama, we were too impulsive before. You are right, the clan cannot be in chaos. We will listen to you. Lord Clan Head, we all listen to you. Together, let's protect the Sarutobi clan. Following this, more and more clan members agreed. Hiruzen looked at the clan members before him, but deep in his heart, a murderous intent lay hidden. All three of my sons are dead. You don't deserve to live either. All of you must die. Extinction of 3 clans' time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. The war in the Land of Fire not only did not subside, but intensified. The second prince, Tsuyoshi, with the support of a Wagakure, captured 7 cities in the north. The third prince, Takashi, with the support of Kyomobikure, captured 6 cities in the east. The fourth prince, Rito, with the support of Sunagakure, captured 6 cities in the 4 directions. The fifth prince, Ko, with the support of some nobles, captured 3 cities in the south. The territory of the first prince, Q, rapidly shrank. The once prosperous Barato was now filled with ruins everywhere. The Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans were now mere empty shells. The Shimura clan's ninjas suffered devastating losses on the Eastern Front, with only 37 people remaining. The Udatain clan suffered heavy casualties in a northern mining dispute, with only 29 people remaining. The Midokado clan also saw its ninja numbers sharply decline to 31 due to years of continuous warfare. Even the strongest Sarutobi clan had fallen from its peak of 1,587 members to less than 187. Late at night, the remaining members of the Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans secretly gathered. The Shimura clan head sat in a corner, his left arm empty. We cannot go on like this. If we continue to defend, all 3 of our clans will perish. It would be better to escape the land of fire under the cover of night and seek refuge in the land of earth. At least that way, we can save the lives of our clan members. The Udatain clan head frowned, her voice filled with hesitation. But if we leave, what about our industries in the Barato? We have served the Barato for generations. Wouldn't deserting now make us traitors to our clan? The Mitokado clan head Barato, his hand on the table, his voice agitated. The Barato is beyond saving. The five princes are tearing each other apart, and Hiruzen only cares about protecting his own clan, completely disregarding our lives. Last month, the Mitokado clan requested assistance, and he only sent 10 ninjas, who all died. If we don't leave now, we will all die. Silence fell over the warehouse, and the hesitation on the faces of the 3 clan heads gradually turned to despair. Finally, the Uchih clan head sighed. Very well, for the sake of our clan members, even if we bear the stigma of desertion, so be it. Tonight, at the 3rd watch, we will break through the north gate. The guards are my old subordinates and will let us pass. But they did not know that the contents of this secret meeting had been overheard by a spy planted by Hiruzen. In the early hours of that morning, Hiruzen received a report from his spy. Upon hearing the news that the Shimura, Uchih, Senshirato issue an order to assemble the National Defense Allied Forces and immediately proceed to the North Gate to intercept the people of these 3 clans. A Saratobi elder beside him quickly tried to dissuade him. Clan head, please reconsider. The Shimura, Uchih, and Mitokado clans have lost so many people fighting for the nation. Perhaps we should try to persuade them. There might still be room for reconciliation. Hiruzen sneered. Since they decided to desert, they have already lost their loyalty to the Land of Fire. If we let them leave, it would not only weaken the morale of other clans, but also expose the Barato's weaknesses to enemy nations. If that happened, the Barato would truly be defeated. At 1 a.m., 3,000 ninjas of the National Defense Allied Forces assembled at the North Gate. Hiruzen, clad in black armor, stood at the very front of the team. Soon, the members of the Shimura, Uchih, and Mitokado clans appeared on the path leading to the North Gate. They mostly brought along elderly and children, their steps hurried, their faces full of vigilance. Hiruzen's voice rang out in the night, carrying an undeniable authority. Stop. Where are you trying to escape with your clan members? The Shimura clan head's heart tightened, knowing their plan was exposed. He shielded his clan members behind him and shouted, Hiruzen, we have given so much for the nation. We are only trying to preserve a few embers for our clan. Why must you pursue us to the last? Hiruzen's eyes were cold as he said, by choosing to desert when the nation needed you most, you are traitors to the Land of Fire. The Mitokado clan head shouted, Hiruzen isn't going to leave us a way out. We might as well fight. Every person who escapes is a victory. Everyone scatter and run. He quickly formed hand signs. Water release. Water Barato bullet jutsu. A giant water Barato rose from the ground, charging toward the National Defense Allied Forces. Stop anyone who resists. Hiruzen snorted coldly, raising his hand to form hand signs. Barato, fire dragon flame bullet. A massive burst of flames erupted, instantly evaporating the water dragon, and steam permeated the night. The ninjas of the National Defense Allied Forces immediately charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the members of the 3 clans. Although the members of the 3 clans had the will to resist, many were elderly, weak, women, and children, and their chakra was insufficient. They were quickly forced to retreat step by step. The Shimura clan head, wielding his remaining right arm, cut down 2 ninjas but was struck by Hiruzen's Barato and fell to the ground, his clothes stained from the fight. Our clans have known each other for hundreds of years. Why? We just want to live, he muttered, his eyes filled with unwillingness, and eventually lost consciousness. The Uchih clan head looked at her fallen clan members, her heart filled with despair. She knew they couldn't win this battle. She turned to the clan members behind her and shouted, You all, hurry and go. I'll hold them off. With that, she charged towards the Allied forces, unleashing her final ninjutsu, and ultimately fell beneath a flurry of blades. The Mitokado clan head, with the remaining clan members, tried to break through from the side, but was surrounded by the Allied forces' ninjas. A commander shouted, Lay down your weapons and surrender. The Mitokado head looked at the elderly and children around him and finally dropped the sword in his hand, his eyes filled with tears of humiliation. The battle quickly ended. Apart from a few who died in battle, the remaining members of the three clans were all captured. That morning, Hiruzen held a trial assembly in the capital's plaza. The captives from the Shimura, Uchih, and Mitokado clans were tied to pillars, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Hiruzen stood on a high platform, his voice booming. The Shimura, Uchih, and Mitokado clans in the nation's time of crisis did not think of repaying the country, but instead chose to desert. This is a heinous crime. I declare that all captives from these three clans shall be executed as a warning to others. In the crowd, several elders of the Sarutobi clan suddenly stepped forward and bowed. Hiruzen-sama, please show mercy. Although the three clans have erred, they have served the land of fire for many years. It would be better to spare their lives and let them atone for their sins through meritorious service. Hiruzen's eyes were cold as he said, atoning for their sins through meritorious service? Deserting when the nation needed them most is the most shameful act. Such people are not fit to remain in the land of fire, much less atone for their sins through meritorious service. Execute the order. With a single command, blades flashed, and the screams of the captives echoed across the plaza. The Sarutobi elders watched this scene, their hearts filled with helplessness. Ever since Shinosuke and Konohamaru's death, Hiruzen's behavior had become increasingly ruthless and fanatical. Seeking foreign aid at this moment, First Prince Q was holding an emergency meeting in the council hall. Q sat in the main seat, dressed in dust-stained armor, his expression grim. On the map before him, the red markers representing his sphere of influence were surrounded by blue, yellow, and brown markers representing Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure. His voice was low, filled with suppressed fury. Ministers, speak. What should we do now? Kumogakure captured our quarry again yesterday. Iwagakure is reinforcing its troops in the east, and Sunagakure has cut off her supply routes. If this continues, we will be swallowed by them sooner or later. The council hall was silent. Several old ministers bowed their heads, their brows furrowed. The young generals clenched their fists, their eyes full of indignation, but no one dared to speak first. The situation had deteriorated to the extreme. Almost every method they could think of had been tried. They sent people to seek peace with the other princes, but were jointly rejected by the second, third, and fourth princes. They sent envoys to lobby various countries, hoping they would withdraw their troops, but they were turned away before even entering the opposing camps. After a long silence, the Minister of Finance finally stepped forward. His hair was white, his face full of wrinkles, and his voice carried a hint of helplessness. Your Highness, First Prince, the three nations are powerful now, and we cannot resist them with our own strength alone. In this old minister's opinion, perhaps we can seek foreign aid. Hugh looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes, only to quickly dim. Foreign aid? Besides those princes and the three nations, who else can help us? The land of earth, the land of lightning, and the land of wind are all supporting other princes. Are you suggesting we seek out the land of water? The Minister of Finance quickly said, precisely the land of water. Your Highness, consider this. After the land of water occupied Uzushiogakure more than 2 months ago, there has been no further movement. They have neither continued to advance into the heartland of the land of fire, nor supported any prince. Shun is an ambitious man. He will certainly not be content with just occupying Uzushiogakure. If we proactively seek his help and offer him great benefits, he might very well make a move. A young general immediately retorted, Seek help from Shun? Sir, have you forgotten? The land of water is our enemy. Their occupation of Uzushiogakure was a provocation to the land of fire. If we invite them in again, wouldn't that be inviting a wolf into the house? By then, the land of fire might be swallowed whole by them. The Minister of Finance sighed, but do we have any other choice now? If we don't seek help from the land of water, we won't last half a month. By then, let alone land, we won't even be able to save our lives. Shun is very ambitious, but what he needs most right now is for the Land of Fire to continue to be in chaos, not to be solely occupied by the other three nations. If we promise him 5 cities in the east and annual grain tribute, he will weigh the pros and cons and choose to help us. The council hall fell silent again, and the ministers split into 2 factions. One faction supported seeking aid from the Land of Water, believing it was the only way to survive. The other faction strongly opposed it, fearing they would invite a wolf into the house and plunge the Land of Fire into an even deeper crisis. Watching the bickering ministers, Q gently tapped the table with his 5 fingers, struggling with his emotions. He hated the Barado and Shun for occupying Yuzushiobikure, but he did not want to lose his power or Barado in the chaos of war. The Minister of War stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, I believe that the Minister of Finance makes sense. Shun, though ruthless, also values profit. We can first send an envoy to the Land of Water to gauge his attitude and then make a decision. If he demands an exorbitant price, we can then think of another solution. If he is willing to act, we can at least buy time to reorganize our forces and plan our next move." Q was silent for a moment, then finally made up his mind. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice firm. "Do as you say. Immediately send an envoy to the Land of Water to meet Shun. Tell him that as long as he is willing to send troops to help us repel the 3 nations, I am willing to cede 5 cities in the east of the Land of Water and pay 500,000 koku of grain to the Land of Water annually. Tien, 1 koku, 150 kilograms, so 75,000 tons. Your Highness is wise." The ministers bowed one after another, and the atmosphere in the council hall finally eased. That afternoon, the envoy, carrying Q's personal letter, galloped towards the Land of Water. He wore the clothes of an ordinary merchant, with the secret letter tucked in his arms, avoiding the patrolling ninjas of the 3 nations along the way, traveling day and night without daring to stop for even a moment. He knew that this letter concerned the fate of the first prince and the future of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Land of Water, Shun was sitting in his study, looking at the report on the situation in the Land of Fire sent by his spies. When he saw that the territory of First Prince Q had shrunk, with only 9 cities remaining and the news of Hiruzen executing the captive Shimura, Udatane, and Midokado clans, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and his fingers gently tapped the table. Tetsu stood by, respectfully asking, "Your Excellency, the situation in the Land of Fire is becoming more and more chaotic. Should we seize the opportunity to advance and take the eastern cities of the Land of Fire?" Shun shook his head, his eyes full of calculation. "Norus, while Hiruzen's execution of the 3 clans can awe people, it will also cause discontent among other clans. Currently, the 3 nations are vying for territory in the Land of Fire. If we rashly intervene, we will only become the target of all. It's better to wait and see what choices the princes of the Land of Fire will make." No sooner had he finished speaking than a guard's report came from outside the door. "Your Excellency, an envoy from a Land of Fire's first Prince Uchih, Q requests an audience, saying there are important matters to discuss." Shun raised an eyebrow. "Oh, he comes at a good time. Let him in. I want to see what benefits Q can offer me." He had long anticipated that Q would seek foreign aid, but he hadn't expected it to come so quickly. It seems that the chaos in the Land of Fire is about to usher in new variables, and the Land of Water is about to play a more important role in this game. The envoy was still slightly out of breath when he entered the study. He held the secret letter with both hands and respectfully presented it to Shun. "Your Excellency, this is a personal letter from the First Prince. He earnestly requests your military assistance. If you can repel the 3 nations, the First Prince is willing to cede 5 cities in the south and pay 500,000 koku of grain annually." Shun took the secret letter, slowly opened it, and, as he read, the smile on his lips grew wider. He looked up at the envoy, his tone somewhat playful. "Go back and tell your First Prince that I refuse to provide assistance." The envoy was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. "Your Excellency, are the conditions we offered unsatisfactory? If so, we can discuss them further." Shun smiled calmly and said, "How about this? I will invite the first prince and the fifth prince together. I want to talk to them." The envoy bowed and saluted. "Very well. I will convey your message to the two princes." Plans for mediation inside the Lord of Water's royal palace council chamber. Several figures were seated. Shun's gaze slowly swept over those seated, his eyes calm, yet carrying an invisible pressure. "I've invited you all here today to discuss something. I plan to mediate the war in the Land of Fire. The chaos in the Land of Fire has lasted for half a year, and the Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, and Land of Wind have taken the opportunity to expand. It's time for the Land of Water to profit from this." After becoming the daimyo of the Land of Water, Shun's ideas were often wild and unpredictable, leaving people bewildered. Minato's brows furrowed slightly, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. "Mediation? Your Excellency, according to our previous plan, the chaos in the Land of Fire benefits us. Why calm the war now?" Shun gently raised his hand, and Tetsu immediately stepped forward, unrolling a map of the ninja world and spreading it flat in the center of the table. On the map, the territory of the Land of Fire was divided by red, blue, yellow, brown, and green markers, like a torn piece of brocade, each representing the sphere of influence of the five princes. The Land of Water's marker, in dark blue, was placed on Yuzushi-Obikure, like a sharp dagger firmly pressed against the southern border of the Land of Fire. Shun stood up and walked to the map, his slender finger gently tapping the location of the Land of Fire's capital. The Land of Fire is the wealthiest country in the ninja world, with its nobles and wealthy merchants controlling nearly 30 of the ninja world's wealth. Now that the Land of Fire is in chaos, they're already in a state of panic. Therefore, our mediation has 3 objectives. He raised his hand, extending 3 fingers, his tone confident and firm. First, Centuredo, when countries in the ninja world mention the Land of Water, they will show more reverence, and we will occupy a more advantageous position in diplomacy. Second, after mediating the war, we will vigorously develop cultural industries, such as comics, novels, and films. We will show the entire ninja world our strength and cultural charm, making them yearn for the Land of Water. This will attract talent and wealth to continuously shift towards the Land of Water. Third, we will improve our foreign population management policies. Only by making them feel the order and warmth of the Land of Water will they be willing to settle here. Hearing this, everyone in the meeting room's eyes lit up. Tetsu's eyes were filled with admiration as he said, "Your Excellency, you are far-sighted. The cultural industry and population policies, implemented in tandem, will surely attract immense wealth. This is far more effective than simply using military force to plunder." Shikaku's fingers were intertwined on the table, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Now is a time of war. Whether civilians, nobles, or wealthy individuals, everyone needs a safe haven. As long as we maintain a superficial peace in the ninja world and then win them over with these 3 measures, we can attract talent and wealth from the entire ninja world without deploying a single soldier and without anyone noticing. Hayashi's brows were tightly furrowed, his tone filled with worry. The second, third, and fourth princes have colluded with foreign enemies, so mediation might not be that easy. Moreover, the Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, and Land of Wind may not agree to a ceasefire, right? Shun stood up and walked to the map, his fingers successively pointing at the territories of the Land of Lightning, Land of Earth, and Land of Wind. Don't forget, only 9 years have passed since the end of the Third Great Ninja War. During this period, the wars between the 3 countries have been continuous, so their finances are already stretched thin. Their occupation of the Land of Fire cities this time is also to seize war spoils to alleviate domestic pressure. Our mediation will give them time to digest their spoils, so they will be eager for it. Hearing this, Shikaku's expression became solemn. He stood up and walked to the map, pointing to the Land of Grass and the Land of Moon surrounding the Land of Fire. The Land of Lightning, Land of Earth, and Land of Wind do not border the Land of Fire. Now, by supporting the Land of Fire's princes to divide territory, they will inevitably take the opportunity to open up their borders with the Land of Fire. The Land of Grass and the Land of Moon, caught in between, will likely be annexed by the three countries, disappearing completely from the ninja world map. Although the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Rivers have some strength, they will also struggle to resist the expansion of the three countries and will most likely lose a portion of their territory, becoming vassals of the three countries. He paused, his eyes filled with concern. If this happens, the situation in the ninja world will change significantly. The previously scattered small country forces are likely to be annexed one by one. The territories of the three great nations will further expand, which may not be a good thing for the Land of Water. A hint of approval flashed in Shun's eyes, and he nodded slightly. Shikaku is right. This is precisely why we need to accelerate the implementation of these three measures and absorb the wealth of the Land of Fire. Only when the Land of Water's economic, cultural, and military strength far surpasses the three countries can we dominate the future landscape. Genji, seated at the end of the table, had wrinkles on his face, full of the marks of time. Then how long should the mediation last? If the time is too short, the Land of Fire's wealth will not be fully transferred, and the cultural industry and population policies will not have time to take effect. If the time is too long, the three great nations might not be willing. Shun picked up the hot tea on the table and gently blew on the steam. Just 5 years will be enough for us to attract an immense amount of wealth, allow the cultural industry to take initial shape, and ensure the foreign population management policies take root. In just 7 years, we can completely control the Land of Fire and let the Land of Water's cultural influence radiate across the entire ninja world. This way, even if unforeseen changes occur later, we will still hold an absolute advantage. Hayashi asked, then who should be responsible for the relevant policies? Shun pondered for a moment, his tone calm. The cultural industry will be led by Tetsu, who will establish a dedicated Ministry of Culture and invite renowned creators from the ninja world to produce a series of works that embody the unique characteristics of the Land of Water. The foreign population management policy will be handed to Hayashi. I hope it can be refined as soon as possible, ensuring clear clauses and effective implementation. Tetsu immediately bowed and responded, please rest assured, Your Excellency. I will formulate a detailed plan as soon as possible to ensure both tasks progress simultaneously. Everyone exchanged glances, and the doubts in Minato's eyes vanished. After the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed, but Tetsu remained. He bowed and asked, Your Excellency, what are your plans for the two princes of the Land of Fire? After all, the first prince once sought our aid, and the fifth prince relies on our support. If not handled well, it might lead to complications and affect our plan. Shun picked up his teacup and took a shallow sip. He said the first prince and the fifth prince are key pieces in our plan. I will arrange to meet them, and as for the specific terms of mediation, I will discuss them personally with them. With their endorsement, the nobles will feel more at ease coming to the Land of Water. 40 advanced S on 1st and 5th Prince Chiba, a port city in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, was now adorned with the crimson banners of the Land of Water. The banners fluttered in the sea breeze, echoing the massive warships docked in the harbor, exuding the deterrent power of the Land of Water everywhere. On the morning of the agreed meeting day, First Prince Uchih Q arrived early at the most luxurious seaside pavilion in the harbor, accompanied by 3 trusted ministers and several guards. He wore a brand new purple court robe, made of exquisite fabric, but it couldn't hide the anxiety in his eyes. Ever since the envoy brought back the news, he had been both looking forward to the Land of Water's aid to help him stabilize his territory, and worried that this aid would become a shackle, turning him into their puppet. As soon as he pushed open the door of the seaside pavilion, the scene in the main hall came into view. 5th Prince Uchih Ko was already seated by the window, with a cup of untouched hot tea in front of him. The guard by his side all wore long swords at their waists, but unlike the first prince's guards, they didn't stand tall and proud. Instead, they bowed their heads slightly. Their eyes held a hint of apprehension, and even their posture showed cautiousness, forming a stark contrast to the vigilance in the first prince's guard's eyes. The fifth prince's sphere of influence was in the southern part of the Land of Fire, originally the weakest among the five princes, only managing to gain a foothold thanks to the deterrent power of the Land of Water. So, when he received the invitation, he rushed over without the slightest hesitation. He knew his position depended entirely on their support, and he had no right to refuse. Seeing Q walk in, Ko immediately stood up and bowed slightly. His tone carried a hint of deliberate respect. "Big brother, you've arrived very early. It seems you also attach great importance to this meeting." Q didn't respond. He just raised his chin, signaling his trusted ministers to take seats nearby, while he himself sat in the empty seat opposite the fifth prince. His gaze swept over the guards behind the fifth prince, then fell on the Land of Water warships by the harbor outside the window. Those warships were massive, and the ninjas on the deck were drilling in an orderly fashion, their metal armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight, and even their movements exuded strict discipline. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging disdain and unease in his heart, and said in a somewhat stiff voice, "Fifth brother has also come, hasn't he? We are all here for the Land of Fire." The two sat in silence, and the atmosphere in the hall was particularly subtle. Q picked up the hot tea brought by the maid, but didn't drink it, merely using the cup lid to gently skim off the foam, his eyes distant. Ko occasionally stole glances at Q, his eyes filled with apprehension. Although the first prince's power had shrunk, he still had residual military strength, an existence he dared not easily provoke. It wasn't until noon that a neat sound of footsteps came from outside the door, breaking the silence. Shun, accompanied by Tetsu, slowly walked into the hall. He wore a magnificent black brocade robe with dark gold patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs, his black hair tied up with a jade crown, and a faint smile on his face. However, his eyes were as unfathomable as a deep pool, causing the two princes to involuntarily tense up. Q instinctively sat up straighter, while Ko quietly clenched his fists. "Your Excellencies, the two princes, you have waited a long time." Shun sat in the main seat, and a maid immediately stepped forward to pour him a steaming cup of matcha. He picked up the teacup, gently blew on the hot steam, and spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he were chatting casually, as if these weren't the two princes of the Land of Fire, but ordinary friends. "The war in the Land of Fire has been going on for so long, and the common people are suffering. I imagine both of you are physically and mentally exhausted. I invited you here this time to discuss something with you. I want to mediate the war on the condition that you recognize the territories of the second, third, and fourth princes." Q suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief, and his voice rose several octaves. "Your Excellency Shun, Censuredo." His expression changing slightly, but his tone was much more tactful than the first prince's. "Yes, Your Excellency Shun. If we rashly recognize their territories, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public, and the nobles and common people of the Land of Fire will not agree either." Although he relied on the Land of Water, he was also worried that if the second, third, and fourth prince's power grew, it would threaten his own living space. Shun put down his teacup, his eyes gradually sharpening. "Your Excellencies, the two princes, I know you have concerns. But have you ever considered whether the current Land of Fire can withstand continued internal strife?" He raised his hand to signal Tetsu, who immediately handed a scroll of intel to the two princes. "In fact, 3 years ago, your father, the old daimyo of the Land of Fire, already predicted today's situation." Q suddenly clenched his fists, leaning forward, his voice urgent. "What did you say, father? He already knew it would be like this?" Shun picked up his teacup, took a shallow sip, and slowly nodded. 3 years ago, he sought my help, but I refused. I only promised to save your lives. If you are defeated in the future, you can come to the Land of Water to settle, and your father left you a sum of money, enough for you to maintain a decent life." This sentence was like a clap of thunder, instantly stunning the two princes. Shun chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "If the war continues, it will only allow the three nations to expand their territories, and eventually the land of fire will be completely divided by the three nations. By then, let alone your fiefdoms, even a national title of the land of fire might not be preserved. Q looked at the intel on the scroll, his fingers trembling slightly. They are criminals of the land of fire. If we just let them go like this, how can we explain it to our clansmen? How can we explain it to the people of the land of fire? Shun chuckled. The land of fire's biggest concern right now isn't who the criminals are, but how to survive. As long as you recognize the territories of the second, third, and fourth princes, I will persuade the land of earth, land of lightning, and land of wind to stop their attacks. I will give you 5 to 10 years to develop, which is very important to you, isn't it? Ko's eyes suddenly lit up, but he didn't dare to immediately express his stance, only looking at Q, waiting for his reaction. Noticing Ko's wavering, Q became even more anxious, but he understood that the current situation was beyond his control. At this moment, Ko spoke first with a hint of flattery. Your Excellency Shun, I have no objection. As long as the land of fire can stabilize, recognizing their territories is fine. Q looked at Ko's attitude, and then thought of his own precarious territory, gritting his teeth and nodding. I also agree, but I have one condition. The three nations must immediately withdraw their troops, and the land of water must not interfere in our internal affairs. Shun showed a satisfied smile and said, Your Excellencies, rest assured, I will negotiate with the three nations as soon as possible to make them withdraw their troops, and I will not interfere in your internal affairs. Beating up the fourth rakage, the ink on the mediation agreement had not yet dried when Shun rose and left. The sea breeze outside the tower, laden with a salty smell, blew in his face. He looked north, a sharp glint in his eyes. The time has come to display the land of water's strength. Shun's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. Tetsu, you stay here and oversee the subsequent execution of the agreement. He'll be back shortly. Immediately after, he activated his eternal Mangekyo, unleashing Divine Eye. Pale red chakra flowed in his eyes, his vision instantly piercing through spatial barriers, like an invisible net, quickly covering the land of fire. In less than a minute, he locked onto his target. Within Kumogakure's temporary camp, there was a massive tailed beast chakra. He curled his lips into a cold sneer, rapidly forming hand seals. Heavenly transfer technique. Blinding white light enveloped his body, and in the next second, he vanished from his original spot. Outside Kumogakure's camp, a flash of white light appeared, and Shun's figure materialized in midair above the camp's main gate. He released his immense chakra, which, with its oppressive aura, instantly enveloped the entire camp. The tent canvas inside the camp was lifted by the chakra flow, and many Kumo ninjas stopped their actions, looking warily towards the entrance. Enemy attack. A sharp alarm instantly echoed throughout the camp, and numerous Kumo ninjas, armed with ninja tools, poured out of the tents. Not long after, two figures quickly ran from deep within the camp. Fourth Rakage A and Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. The fourth Rakage wore his signature white top, his muscles bulging. Shun, what do you intend to do, barging into my Kumogakure camp alone? B stood beside the fourth Rakage, his eyes warily assessing the opponent, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Shun brushed off non-existent dust, his tone utterly arrogant. Nothing major, just want to beat you and be up. As for anything else, we can talk after I'm done with you too. Arrogant, the fourth Rakage roared, instantly activating his lightning release chakra mode, transforming into a blue-white lightning bolt. Lightning release, lariat. His fist, imbued with lightning release chakra, tore through the air and smashed fiercely towards Shun's neck. Just as the fourth Rakage fist was about to connect, Shun's divine I had already quietly locked onto his attack trajectory and copied the operation method of his lightning release chakra mode. He did not meet the attack head-on, but rather lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his body drifting half a meter to the side and back, easily evading the attack. The fourth Rakage's fist struck the ground with a loud boom, instantly cracking the earth into a deep gully, sending gravel flying. Good speed, but unfortunately, I've learned that move too. Shun's voice carried a hint of mockery. No sooner had he spoken than a dazzling blue-white lightning glow suddenly erupted around him, precisely the lightning release chakra mode he had just copied. Electricity flowed through his limbs, his hair stood on end, and his aura instantly surged. The fourth Raikage's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. Lightning release chakra mode is a secret ninjutsu of Kumogakure. How could you? Secret ninjutsu? In front of my divine eye, there are no secrets. Shun stomped his feet, his body transforming into a blue-white lightning bolt, instantly charging in front of the Raikage. He likewise raised his right fist, enveloped in the same lightning release chakra as the Raikage, and smashed it out fiercely. Lightning release. Lariat. Bang. The moment the two fists collided, blue-white lightning exploded, and a shockwave sent all the surrounding debris flying. The fourth Raikage felt the impact of a blow far stronger than his own, and his arm seemed close to injury. The powerful strike sent him flying backward into the camp's defensive fence. The fence broke, and he fell to the ground, clearly badly hurt. He propped himself up, his eyes filled with incredulity, blood still clinging to the corner of his lips. You can actually copy my secret technique and even unleash greater power? The fourth Raikage's entire aura surged again as he forcibly activated a higher tier form. Cell activation. Don't think copying a secret technique means you can beat me. Liger Bomb. His legs were wrapped in lightning chakra 3 times thicker than before, and his form transformed into a dazzling blue-white pillar of light, charging straight towards Shun at an imperceptible speed. This kick was nearly twice as fast as before, and the axe-shaped air wave formed by the lightning chakra even carved a long gully in the ground. Seeing this, the surrounding Kumo ninjas all showed nervous expressions, and even be stopped his actions, staring intently at the battlefield. Shun, however, remained composed, looking at the charging fourth Raikage. Cell activation? Interesting, but mine is stronger. After he spoke, his lightning release chakra mode also began to overclock. Just as the fourth Raikage's right leg was about to strike, Shun suddenly raised his hand and precisely grabbed his ankle. The fourth Raikage's pupils constricted, wanting to pull his leg back, but found that Shun's hand held him firmly like an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. His voice was full of shock. Impossible. How can you be so fast? And your strength is even greater than mine. Shun didn't answer. He pushed the fourth Raikage aside with a burst of strength, sending him sliding across the camp. The fourth Raikage hit the ground hard on the other side, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Your speed, your strength, how? Shun slowly walked towards the Raikage, a pale red glow emanating from his eyes. His voice was understated, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure. Actually, I could be even faster. Divine acceleration, 2x speed. In the fourth Raikage size, Shun seemed to have vanished into thin air. The next instant, he felt a massive force on his stomach. He hadn't even seen the opponent's movements before he was punched away. His body traced an arc in the air, and before he could land, another force came from his back. Divine acceleration, 4x speed. Shun's figure left an afterimage in the air, his fists raining down on the fourth Raikage's body. Divine acceleration, 6x speed. Shun's figure was impossibly fast. Even the afterimages disappeared. With a loud bang, the fourth Raikage was kicked towards the distant mountain range, his body slamming into the mountainside like a cannonball, creating a rumbling sound. The mountain instantly collapsed, burying the fourth Raikage under rubble, with only one arm exposed. The surrounding Kumo ninjas were dumbfounded. They looked at the scene before them, their faces filled with terror. 10-8 Tails, as injured arm hung from the rubble. Brother, beast-tailed beast chakra surged wildly around him, rapidly transforming him into a 60-meter tall perfect 8 Tails, with 8 massive tentacles flailing behind him, kicking up a storm of dust. Shun, I'm going to defeat you. Eight Tails' tentacles swept wildly, like several giant whips descending from the sky, striking towards Shun. The Kumo ninjas retreated one after another, their eyes full of anticipation. In their hearts, the fully tailed, beast-transformed Eight Tails was the ultimate power capable of turning the tide of war. Looking at the whistling tentacles, Shun laughed aloud. You want to compare size, do you? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Nature mode. Perfect Susanoo. The golden chakra around Shun surged violently, and nature-cursed seal patterns appeared on his body. The orange Susanoo skeleton quickly covered itself with muscles and armor. Massive chakra continued to pour in frantically, and the Susanoo's height climbed at a visible speed. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. When the chakra surge subsided, a 600-meter-tall orange giant stood in the center of the battlefield. The great sword in the Susanoo's hand was over 400 meters long. With just one sweep, the surrounding mountaintops were neatly leveled. Shun looked down at the Eight Tails below, like an adult examining a baby at his feet. What kind of monster is this? The Kumo ninjas below were dumbfounded and instinctively retreated. They had seen the immense size of a tailed beast, but they had never imagined that someone could summon a monster 10 times larger than a tailed beast. In front of the 600-meter Susanoo, the 60-meter-tall Eight Tails looked like a small toy. Eight Tails' tentacle attack was already upon him, but Shun merely controlled the Susanoo's right hand to reach forward gently. The giant palm accurately grabbed Eight Tails. Eight Tails' tentacle attacks struck the Susanoo, but couldn't even leave a scratch. Continuous tailed beast ball. A large amount of tailed beast chakra condensed in Eight Tails' mouth, then continuously slammed into the Susanoo's arm. The Kumo ninjas had seen how a single-tailed beast ball could flatten a small mountain. Now, 8 fired simultaneously would be enough to turn half the battlefield into scorched earth. Be careful. Someone among the Kumo ninjas below instinctively cried out, some even closing their eyes. They couldn't even imagine the damage such a terrifying attack could cause. Boom! 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 8 continuous deafening roars echoed as the tailed beast balls exploded on the Susanoo's armor. The Kumo ninjas were full of anticipation, believing that no matter how solid the armor, it couldn't withstand the bombardment of 8 tailed beast balls. But when the smoke and dust cleared, the sight before them froze everyone in place. The 600-meter Susanoo still stood there, and the part struck by the tailed beast balls didn't even have a noticeable dent. The tailed beast balls, capable of destroying cities, couldn't even break the Susanoo's armor. Teach this monstrosity. Just how hard is it? A Jonin murmured to himself. He had witnessed how a single-tailed beast ball could turn a sturdy fortress into ruins. Eight Tails' Uchih was stunned, its crimson beast eyes filled with despair. Its life-sustaining tailed beast ball was utterly useless in front of the Susanoo, making it feel a bone-deep fear for the first time. Just then, the Susanoo's palm suddenly glowed with a reddish-black light. Black and red chakra spread along the tentacles, and Eight Tails' chakra, like a bursting dam, surged into Shun's Barato along the patterns. Darn it! This giant is constantly draining my chakra. B's roar was full of despair. He could clearly feel his chakra rapidly draining away. A hint of fear flashed again in Gyuki's crimson beast eyes, and it urged B, quickly think of a way to break free from the Susanoo. Quick, save B-sama. The Kumo ninjas below finally reacted, and 1,000 ninjas simultaneously made hand signs. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Lightning Release. Black Panther. Lightning Release. Lightning Palm. Ninjutsu rained down on the Susanoo, constantly exploding on its orange armor, but they only left faint white marks. The Susanoo didn't even make any extra movements. It simply stomped its left foot lightly. The ground trembled violently, and a shockwave spread out, shattering all the ninjutsu. The few ninjas at the very front were sent flying by the shockwave, badly hurt. Seeing this, the other ninjas no longer dared to advance, only able to anxiously roar in place, their eyes filled with fear and powerlessness. As chakra continuously drained, Gyuki's Barato began to shrink, and its 8 tentacles drooped weakly. Brother, I'm sorry. I try my best. V's vision went black, and 8 Tails' form suddenly dissipated, gradually returning to human form. Shun controlled the Susanoo to place beyond the ground. At this moment, he struggled to crawl out. He leaned against a broken wall, his left arm unnaturally twisted, his eyes filled with despair. Shun controlled the Susanoo to spread its wings, and the 600-meter giant shadow enveloped the entire camp. A booming voice quickly spread throughout the field. Tell 3rd Prince Yuanichi Takashi to go to the Land of Fire's capital tomorrow afternoon to sign the war mediation agreement. 1st Prince Yuanichi Q will acknowledge the cities he currently occupies. If he dares not to come, or if Kumogakure interferes in the Land of Fire's affairs again, I will defeat Kumogakure and erase the Land of Lightning from the ninja world map. These words struck like thunder, stunning all the Kumo ninjas. One tried to retort, but staggered back, weakened. His eyes filled with unwillingness and powerlessness. This man's strength had exceeded his comprehension, even exceeding the common sense of the ninja world. Shun didn't spare them another glance, controlling the Susanoo's wings and flying towards the north of the Land of Fire. The Kumo ninjas on the ground looked at each other, no one daring to speak. The harsh words, "Destroy Kumogakure and the Land of Lightning," hung over their heads like a sharp sword, making them dare not entertain the slightest thought of resistance. Leaned against the broken wall, a thin trickle seeping from the corner of his Barato, murmuring, "Shun, just how strong is this man?" He lay on the ground, his voice weak. "Brother, we can't oppose him anymore. We must relay his words to the 3rd Prince." This unequal battle had destroyed their last shred of courage to fight against Shun. Cracking dust release heavenly transfer technique. The next second, the orange Susanoo's figure suddenly vanished. Noki was sitting in the Tsuchikage's office, reviewing battle reports from the front line. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from afar, accompanied by the startled cries of ninjas. He slightly raised his head and softly asked, "What's going on?" "Tsuchikage-sama." Outside the village, a 200-meter-tall orange giant has appeared. An IWA, a ninja, stumbled into the Tsuchikage's office, his face pale, his finger trembling as he pointed out the window. Noki frowned, then turned to look out the window. When he saw the orange Susu standing on the ground, his pupils constricted, and he instantly flew out. Noki flew into the air, looking at the opponent at eye level. "Shun, what are you doing here?" Shun chuckled softly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Noki, I want to talk to you about mediating the Land of Fire war." Noki sneered, his body enveloped in earthy yellow chakra. "Mediation? A mere brat dares to come to a Wagakure to talk about mediation? Show me your full strength. I want to see what capabilities you have to dare threaten me here." With such a huge commotion, Rashi, the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, and Han, the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, also rushed out of the village. Shun looked at the two, the smile on his lips deepening. "Oh, 4 Tails and 5 Tails are here too." He manipulated Susanoo to slightly raise his hand, his tone full of arrogance. "Want to see my full strength? Let Rashi and Han come meet together. The 3 of you combined might barely pique my interest. Noki, don't waste time. Come, let's fight a round first. I want to see how powerful your dust release, which is said to be able to atomize things, truly is." Noki snapped back to reality, his face ashen. "Shun, you're asking for trouble." Shun smiled confidently. He knew several methods to counter dust release, so he wanted to verify his conjectures. Since ninjutsu absorption could counter dust release, then using the principle of yin-yang release, black receivers to cover Susanoo's greatsword like a coating would allow the Susanoo's greatsword to interfere with chakra, which should also counter dust release. "Noki, stop wasting words. Today, I plan to break your dust release." The battle was about to erupt. Shun secretly activated Divine Eye, locking his gaze on Noki, preparing to analyze and replicate the principle of dust release. Noki was not to be outdone. He floated off the ground, his hands forming complex signs, his Bodhis chakra fluctuating violently. Wind, earth, and fire chakra merged in his palm, forming a transparent rhomboid barrier. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. This dust release technique was aimed directly at Susanu's head, apparently intending a single fatal blow. The IW ninjas below held their breath. Even Rashi and Han clenched their fists. Shun's expression remained unchanged, still composed. He manipulated Susanu's black longsword, slashing at the white cylindrical dust release. A shocking scene unfolded. The moment the white cylinder of dust release touched the black blade, the internal chakra flow suddenly became chaotic, eventually disappearing. Yet, Susanu's black longsword remained completely unharmed. This is impossible. Noki's pupils constricted, his aged body trembling slightly. He had studied dust release his entire life and had never seen anyone neutralize it so easily. What exactly was that black longsword? Seeing Noki's dismay, Rashi, the four-tails Jinchuriki, and Han, the five-tails Jinchuriki, also began to look serious. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their full chakra. Full-tailed beast transformation. Sun Gok, the four tails, in red, and five tails Koko, in white, appeared simultaneously. Their tailed beast bodies, over 50 meters tall, blotted out the sky, and their four and five tails wildly thrashed behind them. Tailed beast ball. The two roared simultaneously, tailed beast balls rapidly condensing in their mouths. The red and white chakra spheres, carrying destructive power, smashed towards Susanu. Shun watched their actions, a playful smirk on his lips. Oh, finally getting serious? Good. That was just a warm-up. Now it's time to show you my true strength. They'll tell you a secret. The so-called tail beasts are merely pets created by my Uchih ancestors. Boom! Boom! With two loud bangs, the tailed beast balls exploded on Susanu's armor. The chakra shockwave blew away all the surrounding rocks, and even a corner of the mountain's peak was shattered. After the smoke and dust cleared, Susanu's armor still showed no obvious damage. Noki's expression grew solemn at the sight. He took a deep breath, forming complex hand seals. The chakra around his body began to destabilize. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A cylindrical, white, transparent barrier condensed in his hand and shot out. I refuse to believe that my dust release can't break your Susanu. The white, transparent barrier of dust release once again shot towards Susanu's head. Shun remained composed. He manipulated Susanu to raise its left giant shield, while simultaneously condensing a layer of black chakra on the shield surface. Yin and Yang release chakra covered the shield, emitting an aura that interfered with chakra flow. Dust release is interesting, but unfortunately, it's useless against me. The dust release slammed into the black giant shield, but instead of atomizing the shield as expected, it was interfered with by the black chakra. The spatial distortion within the barrier gradually weakened, eventually dissipating with a pop into the air. Noki's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief, his aged body trembling slightly. Impossible. Dust release. It was actually broken? How is this possible? Shun's laughter echoed from within Susanu, full of mockery. All right, I've had my fun. Now I'm going to go all out. This statement was like a thunderclap, stunning all the IWA ninjas. Rashi and Han exchanged glances, both seeing fear in the other's eyes. He was just toying with them earlier and hadn't even used his full strength yet. Shun's chakra suddenly surged. The golden nature mode chakra rapidly poured into Susanu. The perfect Susanu's height began to climb wildly. 210 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters. When the chakra surge subsided, a 1,000-meter tall orange giant stood prominently on the ground. The Wagakure was built among mountains, but these mountains were only 400 to 600 meters tall. This meant that the surrounding mountains only reached Susanu's waist. In comparison, even the mountains appeared small. Susanu's shoulders and head, moreover, pierced through the clouds, and its enormous shadow enveloped the entire Iwagakure, destroying Iwagakure's spirit when the 1,000-meter-tall Susanu stood like an orange giant mountain above Iwagakure. Noki felt his breath pause. He looked up at the figure that almost blotted out the sky, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. This had exceeded all his understanding of ninjutsu and even overturned his worldview, which he had held for nearly a century. This was even more terrifying than Madara's Susanu. Despair spread like an icy tide from his feet to his entire body in an instant. He opened his mouth, his voice trembling uncontrollably, almost a whisper as he muttered, "What kind of monster is this?" His gaze unfocused, and the figures of the ninja world's god, Hashirama, and the ninja world's Azura, Madara, involuntarily appeared in his mind. Perhaps only Hashirama could compare. No, even his would release probably doesn't possess such overwhelming power. The ninjas below were in a chaotic mess, yet strangely, they didn't make much noise. The Jonin in the front row gaped, their gasps stuck in their throats, their hands unconsciously clenching into fists, nails digging deep into their palms. The young ninjas in the back rows had pale faces. Some felt their legs go weak, slowly sliding down the rock wall to sit on the ground, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. They had heard countless times about Tail be strongest and dust release invincible. But at this moment, before the 1,000-meter Susanoo, these powers they were so proud of seemed as ridiculous as children's toys. A ninja responsible for recording battle reports let the scroll in his hand fall with a thud, but he didn't notice, only staring fixedly at the orange giant, his body trembling uncontrollably. Shun gave them no time to react. Susanu's two giant hands suddenly moved, their speed exceeding everyone's predictions. The left giant hand descended like an oppressive dark cloud, precisely grasping Sun Gok, the Four Tails, who was in his full-tailed beast form. The right giant hand followed closely, firmly locking down Five Tails Koko, who was gathering chakra. The red ape-like body struggled frantically in the giant hand, its four tails violently slapping Susanu's armor, but only producing dull thump sounds, unable to leave even a single white mark. The white Five Tails Koko twisted even Barato violently, its five tails attempting to coil around the giant hand to break free, but the giant hand merely pressed down gently, and the five tails let out a painful roar, its tails instantly drooping by half. Darn it, he's constantly draining the tailed beast chakra. Rose's scream was heart-wrenching, his voice filled with despair. Four Tails' size visibly shrunk, its dark red chakra flowing out like a punctured water bag through the cracks of Susanu's giant hand, then rapidly drawn into the giant hand's interior. He could clearly feel the tailed beast chakra within him rapidly draining. Sun Gok, the Four Tails' consciousness gradually blurred in his mind, and each struggle only made the chakra drain faster, his body growing weaker and weaker. Han's reaction was even more intense. His face, covered by a red mask, turned crimson. Fine beads of sweat seeping from the mask's edges, and muffled groans of pain continuously emanated from beneath the mask. Five Tails' tails drooped weakly, the tailed beast's dark red chakra forming streaks of light under the giant hand suppression, flowing along the giant hand into Shun's body. He had tried to gather a tailed beast ball to counterattack, but as soon as the chakra gathered in his throat, it was pulled away by an invisible force, preventing him from even using the most basic ninjutsu, leaving him to watch helplessly as his power was stripped away little by little. Seeing this, Noki felt his heart being fiercely squeezed by an invisible hand, the pain almost suffocating him. He suddenly snapped back to reality, his feet leaving the ground, and he flew towards Susanu's giant hand like a green lightning bolt. "Stop! Let them go!" In midair, he quickly formed hand signs. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. But this time, his dust release couldn't even get close to Susanu's armor. A layer of black chakra barrier suddenly appeared on the surface of the orange armor. As soon as the dust release's transparent barrier touched the barrier, it instantly dissipated like ice and snow meeting a raging fire, without even stirring a ripple. Noki hovered in the sky, only able to watch as Rashi and Han's chakra was continuously drained, watching Four Tails and Five Tails shrink smaller and smaller, until with a poof, both of them simultaneously exited tailed beast mode, collapsing limply in Susanu's giant hands. Shun gently loosened his grip on the giant hands, placing Rashi and Han on the ground. His gaze swept over the two who lay on the ground, struggling even to open their eyes, finally settling on Noki, who hovered in midair with a face full of despair. Susanu's head lowered slightly, and Shun's voice, amplified through the armor, boomed, instantly echoing throughout Iwagakure. Noki, tell your supported second prince, Uchih Tsuyoshi, to go to the Land of Fire's capital tomorrow afternoon to sign the mediation agreement. If he doesn't come, or if Iwagakure interferes with the Land of Fire's affairs again, I will make Iwagakure and the Land of Earth disappear from the ninja world map. You dare. Noki opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but only dared to shout silently in his heart. He looked at the 1,000-meter-tall orange giant, at the gravely injured Rashi and Han on the ground, at the Ido and ninjas below, who were full of fear and dared not move, and his last shred of courage to resist vanished like a flame extinguished by a fierce wind. He knew that Shun was not making empty threats. With his strength, destroying Iwagakure would be a trivial matter. Shun didn't spare him another glance, controlling the 1,000-meter Susanu to turn around. A dazzling white light suddenly enveloped the orange giant, so blinding that everyone instinctively closed their eyes. When everyone opened their eyes again, the orange giant had vanished. The wind picked up black rock dust, settling on Noki's shoulders and hair, making his already aged face appear even more haggard. He slowly descended to the ground, and when he reached Rashi and Han, his voice was weak but filled with endless sorrow. The ninja world is about to change. The IW and ninjas below exchanged glances. No one spoke, and no one moved. A Jonin hesitated to step forward, wanting to help Noki, but found his hands still trembling uncontrollably, lacking even the courage to touch Noki. Several young ninjas lowered their heads, tears unconsciously falling and dripping onto the ground. Shun's strength had shattered their fighting spirit, especially the harsh words, "Make Iwagakure and the Land of Earth disappear," which left them without the slightest thought of resistance. The entire Iwagakure fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of the wind wailing in their ears, as if mourning this overwhelming defeat. The Tsuchikige's building in the distance still stood, but it seemed exceptionally desolate. Its Sunagakure's turned Shun hovered high in the sky when a violent tremor suddenly ran through his body. The chakra of the 9-tailed beasts within him simultaneously stirred in the nature-cursed seal, seemingly creating a faint resonance. What's going on? Shun's brow furrowed abruptly, and his eternal Mangekyo activated. Using Divine Eye, he began to examine himself. The chakra of the 9-tailed beasts resonated continuously. Some wanted to escape, some wanted to fuse into a stronger power, and several with a violent aura subtly tried to rebel against their master. The irritation from these various conflicting thoughts instantly surged into his heart. He took a deep breath, his hands quickly forming a seal. The golden patterns of the nature-cursed seal lit up on his body, like a fine net, firmly locking down the restless tailed beast chakra. Just some tailed beast chakra, daring to cause trouble within me. The suppressive force emitted by the golden patterns gradually intensified, and the clashing sounds of the tailed beast chakra grew weaker and weaker, eventually subsiding completely. Shun slowly unclenched his fists, the feeling of irritation receding like a tide, but his eyes became even sharper. The resonance of the tailed beast chakra was a hidden danger. The fusion had to be completed as soon as possible. However, he first needed to establish deterrence over Sunagakure to avoid prolonged complications. Flying Thunder God technique. Space subtly warped, and the next second, his figure appeared above the desert outside Sunagakure. The wind from 100 meters up carried sand, whipping against his brocade robe, yet it didn't even stir a single strand of his hair. He looked down at the village below. The earth-yellow rock buildings blended with the desert. Soon ninjas at the village entrance, dressed in brown uniforms, patrolled back and forth with ninja tools, their vigilant gaze sweeping over every anomaly in the desert. Yet no one noticed the uninvited guest above. Shun took a deep breath, concentrating chakra in his throat. His voice was instantly amplified dozens of times, cleaving through the desert's silence like thunder. Fourth Kazakage Raza, get out here and meet me. Rumble. The sound landed in Sunagakure like a giant rock crashing into a calm lake. Villagers rushed out of their homes, and ninjas quickly gathered, holding ninja tools and looking towards the source of the sound. The ground suddenly trembled violently. Streams of gold dust rose from the desert, and amidst the swirling sand, a man wearing a light-colored Kazakage robe and a straw hat flew out, riding the gold dust. Raza looked up at the sky, his cold gaze instantly locking on. Shun, you dare to trespass into Sunagakure alone? You're practically asking for death. He quickly formed hand seals, and the gold dust at his fingertips instantly transformed into dozens of sharp spikes, each as thick as an arm, gleaming with a metallic cold light. The gold dust spikes, with a whistling sound, shot towards Shun like a rainstorm. They were incredibly fast, even carving tiny cracks in the air. If it were an ordinary Jonin, they would likely be riddled with holes before even having time to react. Seraph Mode, activate. A scorching orange-red chakra suddenly flared around Shun, and 3 pairs of fiery wings slowly unfolded from his back. Each pair of wings was over 3 meters long, with feather-like flames dancing at the edges, emitting high temperatures sufficient to distort the air, even making the surrounding sand slightly hot. With a gentle flap of his fiery wings, his figure carved an orange-red arc in mid-air, dodging nimbly like a swallow. The gold dust spikes grazed his robe as they flew past, embedding heavily into the desert, kicking up a sky full of yellow sand, yet not even touching a single corner of his clothing. Raza stood on the ground, his pupils contracting sharply. The high temperature emitted by the fiery wings actually made his connection with the gold dust weak, and some of the gold dust even began to melt slightly. Before he could fully process this shocking fact, Shun inhaled deeply. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Orange-red flames gathered in his mouth, growing brighter and brighter, finally transforming into a towering inferno that swept towards the gold dust below. The moment the sea of fire hit the ground, the desert seemed to transform into a burning hell. The gold dust spikes controlled by Raza were instantly engulfed by the flames. The gold dust rapidly melted in the high temperature, turning into viscous molten gold that slowly flowed down the dunes. The previously dry desert ground smoked with white plumes from the flames, and the sand was even burned into black, glassy shards. Raza frantically concentrated his chakra, attempting to control the gold dust, but only emptiness responded at his fingertips. The gold dust was either burned into molten gold by the sea of fire or lost its vitality from the high temperature, making it impossible to gather. Raza's expression was somewhat grim. Impossible. My gold dust, it's been burned into molten gold. How can his flames be so hot? Just then, a hurried cry of alarm came from the crowd in Sunagakure. Karura, wearing a purple long dress, flew into the sky, riding on sand. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety. She looked at Raza beside her, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Husband, I will fight with you." Karura's chakra suddenly surged. Pale yellow sand rose from the desert, swirling around her like a tide. The chakra fluctuations grew stronger and stronger, carrying the violent aura unique to a tailed beast. Her body gradually became covered in sand, and her size steadily increased. She finally transformed into a badger-like form, over 50 meters tall, surrounded by a sandstorm, her black eyes fixed intently forward. In the sky, a massive arm made of sand appeared, somewhat resembling Shikaku's claw, repeatedly grabbing at Shun. Unfortunately, Shun's flight speed was incredibly great, and he easily dodged the sand arm's grasp. Sand binding prison. A large amount of sand flew in the air, like a giant net, trying to ensnare Shun. In the crowd, 7-year-old Gaara clenched his fists, his small body trembling slightly with anger. He wore a dark red vest, and the sand around him floated uncontrollably, the power of magnet release stirring within him. It was a power he had recently awakened, a power his father Raza was proud of. Watching his mother transform into Shikaku and his father being suppressed, Gaara gritted his teeth and, taking small steps, was about to rush forward. "I'm going to help Mom and Dad." "Gaara, don't go." Temari quickly caught up, grabbing her brother's arm, her voice choked with tears. That destructive flame, just now, could even burn their father's gold dust. Gaara going up would only be a futile sacrifice. Temari clung tightly to Gaara's arm, tears welling in her eyes. "Gaara, listen to me. We can't beat him. You'll only get in the way if you go up." Gaara struggled, his face flushed red, but he couldn't break free from Temari's grasp. He could only watch the battle unfold before him, the stubbornness in his eyes gradually replaced by powerlessness. Large drops of tears fell into the desert, instantly absorbed by the yellow sand. Seeing the 50-meter-tall one-tail, Shun's eyes showed a genuine interest. He crossed his arms, secretly pondering, "I can collect some more of Shikaku's chakra." The Seraph Mode's fiery wings slowly retracted, and golden chakra began to emerge, making the air heavy. Shun's lips curled into a wicked smile, his eyes filled with playfulness. "One-tail Shikaku, I represent the Uchiha to collect some interest." Seeing Shun act so arrogant, 2 elderly figures quickly walked out of the crowd. They were Sunagekyu's advisors Chiyo and Ebizo. Chiyo nodded, her fingertips rapidly twitching. Puppet threads spread out like a spider web, and the puppet scroll tucked into her waist unfolded with a whoosh. White's secret technique. The Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets dressed in white leaped out from the scroll, holding long swords and kunai, striking combat poses under the control of the threads. Ebizo also pulled out a puppet scroll, summoning 2 puppets skilled in defense, blocking in front of him. "Even if it costs me my old life, I must protect the Kazekage." Seeing their actions, some Sunagekure Jonin also wanted to step forward to help. Shun did not put these people in his eyes. Nature mode, perfect Susanoo. Within the golden chakra, an orange Susanoo skeleton suddenly burst forth, like a giant peak emerging from the earth, rapidly covering itself with muscle and armor. Its height climbed at a visible speed. At 210 meters, it was already more than 4 times Shikaku's height. At 500 meters, its shadow began to cover the edge of Sunagekure. At over 1,000 meters, it was like a colossal orange mountain standing above the desert. This monster, it's simply impossible to defeat. The Suna ninjas began to break down. The legs of the ninjas in the front row went soft, instinctively retreating, their ninja tools clanging to the ground. The villagers in the back screamed and hid back in their homes, not even daring to peek through the windows. 7-year-old Gaara looked up at the giant orange mountain, the stubbornness in his eyes completely replaced by terror, his small hand clutching his older sister Temari's clothes tightly. Susanoo's giant hand suddenly descended, grabbing the struggling one-tail Shikaku. The orange armor gleamed coldly, and with a gentle squeeze of the giant hand, Shikaku let out a mournful roar, its tailed beast chakra beginning to rapidly drain away. Chiyo and Ebizo's movements instantly froze, their pupils contracting sharply. That colossal body of over 1,000 meters, That terrifying power that crushed the tailed beast shattered their courage. THDHS is simply not something human strength can contend with. Ebizo's voice trembled. The hand holding his staff shook uncontrollably, and the puppet threads instantly slackened. Kyo's fingers also began to tremble. The 10 puppets lost control, falling to the ground with a clatter, their parts scattered everywhere. Some puppets' arms broke, some long swords shattered, like a pile of discarded scrap metal. The two instinctively retreated, their eyes filled with despair. They had lived most of their lives, witnessed countless great wars in the ninja world, but they had never imagined that a ninja could summon such a terrifying Susanoo. Even a tailed beast was easily suppressed. Their puppet jutsu, in front of Susanoo, was nothing more than tiny toys. Shikaku's roar abruptly stopped, a trace of panic flashing in its black eyes. It instinctively launched an attack. The sand around its body condensed into dozens of house-sized sand bullets, raining down on Susanoo. Wind release, sand buckshot. The sand bullets carried the force to destroy rocks, but upon impact with Susanoo's armor, they turned into a sky full of fine sand, not even leaving a shallow scratch. Raza frantically made hand signs on the ground, attempting to gather the remaining gold dust from underground. His proud magnet release had now become a joke. No, I'm the 4th Kazekage. How can I give up so easily? Susanoo's other giant hand suddenly descended, grabbing Raza like a dark cloud pressing down. Dang it, this guy is stealing my chakra. Shikaku let out a mournful roar. Its tailed beast chakra, like a receding tide, surged from Susanoo's palm into Shun's form. Its form visibly shrunk, its small black eyes filled with despair. In just a few minutes, Shikaku's body had shrunk to less than 10 meters, finally exiting tailed beast mode with a poof. Karura collapsed in the giant hand, her face ashen, her breath weak. Shun gently loosened his grip on the giant hand, placing Raza and Karura on the scorching desert. The two were like rag dolls, without even the strength to lift a finger. He scanned the collapse too. Then his gaze swept over Chiyo and Ebizo, who stood frozen in the crowd, finally settling on Temari. Temari wore a light green dress, her yellow hair disheveled by the wind, and though her face was filled with fear, she fiercely shielded her younger brother, a hint of subtle stubbornness hidden in her eyes. Shun's voice, amplified through Susanoo, echoed throughout Sunagakure. 4th Kazekage Raza, tell your supported 4th Prince, Uenichi Rito, to go to the Land of Fire's capital tomorrow afternoon to sign the mediation agreement. If he doesn't come, or if Sunagakure dares to interfere in the Land of Fire's affairs again, I will make Sunagakure and the Land of Wind disappear from the ninja world map. Senshirado stunning all the Suna ninjas. Chiyo and Ebizo trembled all over, instinctively looking at Temari, their eyes filled with helplessness. Temari, however, stiffened, her face instantly turning pale. She instinctively hugged Gaara tighter, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Gaara felt his sister's trembling. He gently patted her back, but he couldn't even say a word of comfort. Raza lay on the ground, his barato rising and falling sharply, wanting to retort, but only able to cough weakly. He looked at the 1,000-meter-tall orange giant, at the unconscious Karura, and then at the trembling Temari. Senshirado. The wind stirred up yellow sand that fell on Raza and Karura, making their already disheveled appearance even more miserable. Raza struggled to get up. He helped the unconscious Karura and looked blankly in the direction of Sunagakure, blood oozing from the corner of his lips. 7 years of peace. As soon as Shun returned to the Barato using the heavenly transfer technique, he walked directly to Yukari's quarters. The chakra surging within him, agitated after absorbing chakra from multiple tailed beasts, left him visibly irritated. The chamber door was ajar. He gently pushed it open and saw Yukari sitting at her dressing table, combing her long red hair with a wooden comb. A lavish pale purple skirt draped onto the carpet, and the pearl hairpins in her hair gently swayed with her movements, exuding an air of gentleness. Hearing footsteps, Yukari turned her head, and a gentle smile immediately appeared in her eyes. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Shun quickly walked forward and helped her up from the dressing table. Yukari took a light breath and detected a faint smell of battlefield dust on him. Before she could react, Shun lowered his head and gently held her close. Unlike his usual calm, this bravado carried a sense of urgency and restraint, as if to quietly release the tension within him. Yukari paused slightly, then slowly closed her eyes. She raised a hand to his back, silently responding to him. "Yukari, I need your help with my training." Yukari whispered, "Shun, I can feel your chakra. It seems to be restless." Shun nodded and stepped closer, focusing on her words. Centuredo instead. He carried her over to the soft couch in the inner chamber and gently set her down. "Just rest here for now," he said quietly. After Shun reached the bed, he carefully laid Yukari down so she could recover. He moved with urgent concern, as if every moment mattered. Seeing the worry in Shun's eyes, Yukari was stunned for a moment, unsure of what to say. "Centuredo, Centuredo, 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 Centuredo." Hearing Yukari's plea, Shun's eyes lit up, and he had an idea. "Turn around," he said. Yukari heeded his words and turned around, lying on her stomach. Seeing this, Shun raised his hand and gave her a firm pat on the back to get her attention. "Hey," Yukari exclaimed. "Centuredo, Centuredo, Centuredo." The next morning, the sky above the capital of the Land of Fire was exceptionally gloomy. The usually bustling streets were now deserted. The common people had long been ordered to stay in their homes, with only ninjas responsible for vigilance patrolling the city walls nervously. Many knew that today was the day that would decide the fate of the Land of Fire. Last night, a piece of news spread like wildfire across the entire ninja world. Shun, alone, had severely injured the masters of the 3 great ninja villages within a single day. When the intel reached the Land of Fire, the mansions of the 5 princes erupted in chaos. Second Prince Tsuyoshi, third Prince Takashi, and fourth Prince Rito all had ashen faces. In the afternoon, the 5 princes gathered in the capital of the Land of Fire. In the palace's council room, 5 purple sandalwood desks were arranged in a fan shape. First Prince Q, dressed in purple court attire, sat in the position closest to the palace, his gaze coldly sweeping over his 3 younger brothers opposite him. Shun had not yet arrived, but the atmosphere in the meeting room was already tense. First Prince Q's voice carried a hint of mockery. You're finally willing to come? When you were fighting over territory, why weren't you this obedient?" Tsuyoshi face darkened, and he pressed his hands on the desk. "What do you mean by that, elder brother? If it weren't for Shun's pressure, do you think we would come?" Takashi sneered. "Elder brother, aren't you the same? If it weren't for Shun's promise to preserve your territory, would you have agreed to a ceasefire?" Rito sat to the side, and although he didn't speak, he nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with their statements. Ko, wearing the simplest cyan robe, sat on the outermost side, clutching the corners of his clothes tightly, not even daring to breathe loudly. Q's face flushed with anger, and he pointed at his 3 younger brothers. "The Land of Fire is in chaos, and the people are displaced. You're not thinking about settling the conflict, but only about vying for power and profit. Are you just going to watch the Land of Fire be carved up by other countries?" Tsuyoshi stood up abruptly and said, "Elder brother, stop pretending to be a good person. If you truly cared for the people, you shouldn't have monopolized everything in the first place." The 2 sides argued more and more fiercely, and their trusted ministers also echoed their respective masters, the clamor in the meeting room almost breaking through the sky. Just then, an orange-red glow suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and a suppressive chakra instantly enveloped the entire capital. Everyone subconsciously looked up, only to see a perfect Susanoo, over 1,000 meters tall, slowly descending from the clouds. "That's Your Excellency Shun," a ninja exclaimed in surprise. The argument ceased instantly, and the 5 princes all closed their mouths, subconsciously standing up straight. The Susanoo slowly flew over the capital, its enormous shadow covering the entire city like a dark cloud. The 5 princes on the ground became cautious even in their breathing. Last night's intel was, after all, just words. Now, seeing this orange giant god with their own eyes, they truly experienced that bone-deep deterrence. Shun dispelled his Susanoo and flew down using Earth Release, lightweight rock technique. Your Excellencies, since everyone is here, the mediation meeting will now begin. Tetsu placed 5 copies of the mediation agreement on the desks of the 5 princes respectively. The agreement clearly stated, the 5 princes shall cease hostilities from today onwards, each retaining their currently occupied cities, and shall not initiate war again. The agreed ceasefire period is 7 years. Q was the first to pick up a brush, but he hesitated to put it down. He looked at the terms of the agreement, his heart filled with unwillingness, but finally gritted his teeth and signed the agreement. Tsuyoshi's face was ashen. The minister behind him quietly tugged his sleeve, whispering a reminder. Your Excellency, news has already come from Iwagakure. Even the 3rd Suchikage has been defeated. We cannot resist. Tsuyoshi clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, but he ultimately signed the agreement. Takashi looked at the agreement, his eyes full of complexity. He took a deep breath, picked up the brush, and signed his name stroke by stroke. Rito's hand trembled slightly. He had already learned the news of Sunagakure being intimidated. He dared not think too much, quickly signing his name, afraid that a second's delay would enrage Shun. Ko saw the reactions of the other 4 princes and had long lost any thought of resistance, trembling as he signed his name. Tetsu collected the signed agreements and respectfully handed them to Shun. Shun took the agreements, glanced through them, and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Within 7 years, if any party violates the agreement, don't blame me for being impolite. These words were like a stone thrown into a pond, creating ripples in the hearts of the 5 princes. After the meeting, Shun did not linger, leaving with the people of the Land of Water. The 5 princes, on the other hand, exchanged glances. Q looked in the direction Shun had departed, muttering to himself, 7 years. I hope that in these 7 years, the Land of Fire can still have a turning point. Tsuyoshi clenched his fists, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. 7 years. We still have a chance. Love is selfish. After the Land of Fire's mediation agreement was signed, the ninja world fell into a rare state of peace. Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure, the 3 great ninja villages, remained inactive, and the 5 princes of the Land of Fire honored their agreement, each guarding their territory and no longer engaging in war. The Land of Water, under the guise of assisting in maintaining order, quietly infiltrated its influence into every corner of the Land of Fire. Inside the deliberation hall of the Land of Water's royal palace, sunlight streamed through the carved window frames, falling upon the long table covered with scrolls. Shun sat in the main seat, a brush held between his fingers, a thick pile of documents before him. But after only a few pages, he irritably threw the brush onto the table, his brows tightly furrowed. The tailed beast chakra within him was once again restless. Even with the nature-cursed seal suppressing it, it often plunged him into inexplicable excitement and irritability. He took a deep breath, trying to calm it with chakra, but only felt the restlessness grow stronger. Just then, steady footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Igeo, dressed in a dark blue secretary's uniform, holding a black folder, her long hair neatly tied into a bun, walked steadily into the hall. She smiled and gently said, "Your Excellency, this is the Land of Fire immigration statistics report you requested, and also the agenda for this afternoon's meeting with the Land of Water Elders." As Shun's exclusive secretary, Igeo always maintained a professional distance. She was familiar with his work habits, clear about his schedule, and could even anticipate his needs in advance, yet she never dared to overstep her bounds. But the moment he saw her, the irritation in Shun's heart suddenly found an outlet. He stood up and quickly walked forward, and before Igeo could hand over the documents, he pulled her, Sensuredo, which unexpectedly calmed his restless emotion slightly. He said in an undeniable voice, Igeo, when it's just the two of us, you can call me Shun. Don't you understand my feelings yet? Igeo's head drooped even lower, her long eyelashes concealing the panic and longing in her eyes. Of course, Sensuredo, a strong sense of protectiveness welled up in his heart. He bent down, lifted her carefully, and walked toward the private chamber inside the deliberation hall. Igeo rested in his arms, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. Even the hands that usually gripped documents tightly had relaxed. Sensuredo. Sounds of movement came from the resting room, audible in the quiet hall. After some time, the activity finally quieted down. Ding! Host and partner. Igeo have completed a shared task once. Affection 16. Chakra Cap 5. Focus 1. Sensuredo, now that I am your woman, my heart can no longer hold anyone else. It's just that hate is still stationed at the border, and if it weren't for me back then... At this point, her voice trailed off, and a hint of apology appeared in her eyes. I feel quite bad about him. Could you transfer him back from the border? At least so he doesn't have to stay in such a dangerous place anymore. Shun looked down at her, his fingertips gently brushing her reddened eyes. Back then, hate really liked Igeo, and then Shun sent him to guard the border for over 5 years. He held Igeo in his arms, letting her cheek rest against his chest, his eyes full of seriousness. Foolish girl, this is not your fault. Love is selfish. I will have Minato draft a transfer order shortly to bring Hate back and arrange a leisurely position for him, so he won't have to risk his life at the border again. Upon hearing this, Igeo's eyes instantly lit up, as if filled with starlight. She leaned in and softly pressed her barato to his cheek, her barato tinged with shyness. Thank you, Shun. It was rare for Igeo to show affection on her own initiative, so Shun lowered his head and returned a gentle barato. Unlike the previous urgency, this gentle moment between them was like a soft spring breeze, carrying the unspoken understanding they shared. They slowly pulled apart, and after a pause, they separated again. Igeo's cheeks were a deeper shade of pink. She leaned her head against Shun's barato, her hands resting at his side, as if she had found the warmest harbor. Shun held her, his fingertips gently stroking her loose hair, and the irritation in his heart gradually dissipated. From now on, with me here, you don't need to worry about these troubling things anymore. I will protect you and help you deal with all your concerns. Igeo nodded gently in his arms, closed her eyes, and felt his comforting warmth and heartbeat. Yujito's birthday. The quiet atmosphere in the lounge continued, but outside the council hall, a figure quietly appeared. Mabui, carrying a stack of documents to be processed, had just reached the hall in trance when she saw papers scattered all over the floor. Those were the Land of Fire immigration reports Igeo had delivered that morning, now somewhat creased from being stepped on, with a familiar black folder lying nearby. Mabui paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. As Shun's female secretary, and Barato, so as his close companion hidden by his side for over a year, she was all too familiar with this kind of atmosphere. Igeo was always meticulous and would never let documents scatter carelessly. Connecting this with the faint sound she had heard from inside the hall, just now, Mabui immediately understood most of it. She tiptoed into the hall, not disturbing the people in the lounge, and quietly knelt down to pick up the scattered documents one by one. As her fingertips traced over the writing on the papers, she smoothed them carefully, further solidifying her resolve for tonight. Her thoughts drifted back to last year, when she and Yujito had just been brought to the Land of Water. Shun held their hands and earnestly said he would make them his queens. But they looked at each other, and both saw worry in the other's eyes. They both came from Kumovicure. If they truly became queens of the Land of Water, they would inevitably be used by those with ulterior motives, who would claim Kumovicure was colluding with the Land of Water. At that point, not only would they fail to protect their homeland, but it might even trigger a larger war. In the end, Cincherato, to help mediate the conflict, they not only defeated Fourth Raikage A and Killer B, who were still in hospital, but also issued a stern warning. I will not allow Kumogakure and the Land of Lightning to be harmed. This statement weighed heavily on their hearts, leaving them deeply concerned about their homeland. Only by carrying his child, by becoming someone he truly can't let go of, will we have a chance to persuade him to show mercy. Mabui neatly arranged the documents on the long table in the council hall, her fingertips repeatedly brushing the paper edges. This thought grew increasingly firm in her mind. She glanced at the closed door of the lounge, took a deep breath, and turned to wait in the corridor outside the hall. Time passed bit by bit, and the sunlight in the corridor gradually shifted westward, changing from dazzling golden yellow to soft orange-red. Mabui stood for over 2 hours, her feet growing somewhat numb, before she finally heard the lounge door open. Click! Shun walked out, holding Igeo's hand. Igeo's cheeks were still flushed, and upon seeing Mabui standing in the corridor, she instantly became flustered. She quickly released Shun's hand, lowered her head, and said in a low voice, I still have documents to process. I'll head to the office first. With that, she quickly left, as if fleeing, even forgetting to pick up the document she had left in the council hall. Mabui watched Igeo's retreating figure, then bowed slightly, her tone natural yet with an imperceptible closeness. Your Excellency, these are the Land of Water Elder Council proposals to be processed this afternoon, and tonight is Yujito's birthday. She hopes you can go over tonight. Shun nodded. Subconsciously recalling Yujito's gentle demeanor, his mood brightened. All right, I'll go over after I finish these documents. He glanced at the documents in Mabui's hand and then instructed, please organize the immigration reports Igeo left behind for her. Have her give them directly to me tomorrow. As he spoke, he lightly kissed Mabui's forehead, making her heart skip a beat. Yes, Mabui respectfully agreed. Watching Shun walk into the council hall. In the evening, inside a luxurious mansion near the Land of Water Royal Palace, Yujito, dressed in a light pink outfit with a white camellia tucked into her beige-brown hair, was arranging cakes and wine glasses around a table. Seeing Shun walk in, she quickly composed herself, a gentle smile appearing on her face. You're here. Please sit down. The food is freshly made and still warm. Shun walked to her side, his bravado practiced and tender. I apologize for being late. You seem to have something on your mind? Yujito paused, then she nodded lightly, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. I heard. You injured Raikage-sama and B, and even said you would destroy Kumogakure. Shun held her hand, gently cradling it in his palm, and said, Foolish girl, that was a deterrent. If I didn't scare them, the Barato mediation agreement wouldn't be signed. If the war spread, Kumogakure would be in even Barato danger. He gently held Yujito close, and she rested her head on his Barato as they shared a quiet moment of peace together. Mabui sat nearby, quietly watching the two, occasionally refilling their drink glasses, her eyes always observing Shun's reactions. The birthday celebration continued late into the evening. After the birthday cake was finished, the night was already very deep. Mabui found an excuse to leave first, giving Yujito a subtle glance before she went. After Mabui left, Yujito rested her hand gently on Shun's Barato, her expression calm and earnest. Her voice was soft and carried a note of vulnerability. Tonight, will you stay? My place is a little too quiet, and it would help to have some company. Shun held her close. He gently rested his forehead against hers. Yes, I'll stay with you. He helped her to rest, and spoke warmly of her kindness to him. After a while, Yujito felt completely at peace. Cincherato, this person, carried a faint fragrance. It was Mabui. Before he could speak, Mabui approached him and gave him a friendly hug. Shun, I can't sleep. Thinking about Kumogakure makes me anxious. Shun gently touched her cheek and said, Don't worry, I have it under control. Mabui looked up, her eyes full of seriousness and a hint of pleading. She stepped closer to him and said, Shun, Yujito and I, both care deeply about you. We know we shouldn't place heavy expectations on you. Cinchureto, Shun, slowly opened his eyes. Mabui and Yujito beside him were still sound asleep, their warm breaths falling evenly on his barato. He gently brushed aside a strand of Yujito's hair from her cheek. The previous night's deep meditation had temporarily calmed the restless-tailed beast chakra. He carefully got up, avoiding disturbing the two, changed into his usual dark brocade robe, and then left using Flying Thunder God. In an underground training room somewhere, an ancient stone tablet adorned a wall, inscribed with mysterious writings. This ancestral Uchiha stone tablet recorded the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, with one passage clearly stating, "The fusion of Asura and Indra's power can grant the power of all creation, thereby awakening the Rinnegan." Following this was the content of the infinite Tsukuyomi, which Black Zetsu had altered. Looking at the stone tablet, Shun shook his head, his eyes full of doubt. If it were truly that simple, why did it take Madara decades to awaken the Rinnegan after transplanting Hashirama cells? Why have no past powerhouses of the Uchiha clan been able to replicate this path? There must be a truth deliberately concealed here. Shun was a transmigrator, so he naturally disliked taking the conventional route. The Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan was inherited from Kagaya, and Kagaya's Rinne originated from the Ten Tails chakra within her body. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a bold idea formed in his mind. That Tsutsuki's ability to awaken the Rinnegan relies not on the power of Asura and Indra, but on the chakra of the God Tree. Ten Tails is the incarnation of the God Tree, which means the true shortcut to awakening the Rinnegan is the Ten Tails chakra. He suddenly stood up, his chakra trembling slightly with excitement. The nine-tailed beasts were originally formed from Ten Tails split. If I can refuse their chakra, I can synthesize the Ten Tails chakra. By then, not only will I solve the problem of the tailed beast's restlessness, but I will also be able to awaken the Rinnegan. Having figured out this crucial link, Shun no longer hesitated. He walked to the center of the secret room and sat down with his feet shoulder-width apart. System, I want to fuse the chakra of the nine-tailed beast within me. Ding detected nine-tailed beast chakra within the host, meeting the fusion conditions. Do you wish to activate Ten Tails chakra fusion? The system's cold, mechanical voice sounded in his mind, devoid of any emotion. Activate. As soon as he spoke, Shun's surrounding chakra became somewhat chaotic. He sensed the changes within his body and immediately felt a little uneasy. Shortcuts, as expected, came with some risks. Nature mode. Activate. The nature curse seal pattern spread from his chest to his entire body, and golden natural energy gathered from all directions, surrounding him to form a faint golden light membrane. The natural energy of nature mode should be able to suppress the rampage of the tailed beast chakra. With a thought, he actively guided the golden natural energy to envelop the nine-tailed beast chakra. The nine-tailed beast chakra were pulled by the light net and gradually began to converge. He firmly locked the nine-tailed beast chakra in the center, not allowing them any chance to break free. The golden natural energy slowly permeated the nine-tailed beast chakra like a lubricant. Ding! Ten Tails chakra fusion successful. Detected that host possesses eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The system has detected that the Rinnegan awakening conditions have been met. Do you wish to absorb the Ten Tails chakra? A faint trace of emotion colored the system's usually mechanical voice. Absorb, Shun commanded through clenched jaws. Intense discomfort blurred his vision, but he remained determined to endure. The golden natural energy and the Ten Tails chakra surged through his chakra pathways, ultimately all rushing towards his eyes. Ah! Shun let out a roar. His eyes were in searing agony, as if flames were burning within them. He could clearly feel the pattern of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan twisting and changing, its color slowly turning golden, rotating around his pupils, and finally forming the golden six Tomo Rinnegan. Golden light shot from his eyes, illuminating the entire secret room. The barrier runes on the walls were activated by the light, also emitting a faint golden glow, reflecting the light from his eyes. He sensed the difference in his eyes. Everywhere his gaze fell, the natural energy flowing in the air was clearly visible. This is the Rinnegan that was awakened through natural energy and Ten Tails chakra. Shun could clearly feel that the Ten Tails chakra and the golden natural energy within him had perfectly fused, with no trace of rejection whatsoever. His internal chakra and the external natural energy began to converge, forming 6 black, truth-seeking orbs behind him. The surface of the truth-seeking orbs was also enveloped in a faint golden halo, a form not present in ordinary truth-seeking orbs. I didn't expect forming truth-seeking orbs would consume so much chakra. Shun sighed. If he had a weakness, it was the limited Ten Tails chakra within him. If he used up all of this chakra, he would only be able to use his own chakra to synthesize it, which would consume an enormous amount of chakra. I didn't expect I'd still have to worry about insufficient chakra in the future. Even so, a triumphant smile was still present on Shun's lips. He slowly reigned in the golden chakra around him, yet still exuded a suffocating pressure. Just then, the door to the secret room was gently pushed open, and Tsunade and Mikoto walked in. The palace's barriers had suddenly all activated, and worried about an accident, they followed the chakra fluctuations to this location. Seeing the golden 6 Tomo Rinnegan in Shun's eyes, both of them were stunned. Tsunade instinctively stepped forward, her voice filled with shock and concern. "Shun, are you all right? Your eyes. Why are they turned into golden Rinnegan?" Shun gave them a gentle smile, and the golden 6 Tomo Rinnegan in his eyes slowly receded, returning to ordinary black pupils. He stepped forward and gently held their hands. The warmth from their hands warmed his heart. "I solved the problem of the 9-tailed beast chakra's restlessness and unexpectedly awakened the 6 Tomo Rinnegan." Mikoto looked at the bloodstain at the corner of his lips. She reached out to gently wipe it away, her eyes full of heartache. "Did it hurt a lot? Don't be so reckless next time." Tsunade scrutinized him, her eyes full of admiration. "Your aura has become several times stronger. The legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths is purple, which is different from your golden Rinnegan. Is there a difference in abilities?" Shun smiled and nodded. "I still need to explore the abilities of this Rinnegan. Master of a planet previously, when the Sharingan advanced, the system would always provide 3 options, but this time there were none." Shun opened the system panel to check the information on his Rinnegan. 6 Tomo Rinnegan Cosmic Control. Communicates with the planet's consciousness, borrowing the planet's origin power. The higher the compatibility, the stronger the power that can be invoked. Already bound to one nameless planet, can open a spatial gate, allowing free passage. Looking at the system's introduction, a flicker of interest crossed Shun's eyes. Communicating with a planet's consciousness? People in the ninja world only see the Rinnegan as a weapon of destruction. No one ever thought it could also be a microphone. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated the spatial binding of his golden Rinnegan. The space before him suddenly twisted, forming a golden vortex. He stepped into it, and the next second, he appeared on the surface of a desolate planet. This was a planet filled with a decaying aura. The black rocks on its surface were like congealed tar, and stepping on them produced a clack of cracking, like the creaking of an old man's bones. "Please help me." A faint consciousness stirred in Shun's mind, like a child abandoned for billions of years. This was the planet's consciousness, as weak as a flickering candle in the wind, each fluctuation carrying a deep sense of despair. Shun could clearly sense its state. The core temperature was continuously dropping, the core energy was almost depleted. Additionally, there was no liquid water on the surface, let alone anything to nurture life. According to this trend, in less than 100 years, this planet would completely transform into a cold, dead star. This planet's consciousness actually cries for help. That's quite interesting. A bold idea arose in Shun's mind. With his current power, He could consume this weak planet consciousness, take its place, and become the ruler of this planet. But he quickly dismissed this idea, because according to the system's prompt, the planet's consciousness had already granted him 100 authority, meaning he could control everything on this planet without having to lift a finger. Shun conveyed his thoughts to the planet's consciousness. I can save you, but I want supreme authority. You need to follow my guidance to help protect this world. The planet's consciousness agreed without hesitation, sending back a wave of understanding. As you wish. I simply want to thrive. Shun nodded in satisfaction and began to perceive the planet's state through cosmic control. To quickly revive this planet, gentle repairs would be too slow. A more violent method was needed to blast it awake from its dead silence. To save you, first, the core needs to be heated, which requires a large amount of energy. The planet's consciousness sent a confused reply. Energy, where from? Shun's thought was like a warm breeze, comforting that trembling consciousness. I will draw on a large number of meteorites to impact you, making your core hot, even turning the surface into a magma ocean. Only this way can your vitality be stabilized most quickly. So if you want to live, you'll have to endure for a while. The planet's consciousness paused, then sent a timid message. Will it hurt when the meteorites hit? Shun stood up, golden chakra condensing into a ladder of light in his palm, its steps shimmering with tiny stardust. Yes, but after the pain you will live, and I will control the energy so you won't be too severely injured. Having said that, he transformed into a streak of light, flew out of this planet, and embraced the vast universe. The void of the universe carried a bone-chilling cold, and against the dark background, countless twinkling stars were scattered. Meteorites of varying sizes slowly moved in their orbits, like giant rocks floating in the darkness. Fortunately, even with his golden 6-tomo Rinnegan, he could still use his Mangekyo ocular technique's divine eye. His vision rapidly expanded, soon reaching 600,000 kilometers. He saw vast clusters of meteorites drifting in orbit, some with diameters exceeding 10,000 meters. Shun hovered in the void, his golden Rinnegan suddenly glowing, and two thick golden light bands shot out from his eyes, like two giant hands, fiercely grabbing the closest cluster of meteorites. There were hundreds of meteorites in that cluster, the smallest of which were the size of small mountains. Bansho Tenon. He let out a low roar. Chakra surged wildly, and the golden light bands instantly tensed, violently yanking the meteorite cluster towards the planet. The meteorite cluster began to vibrate violently, its previously stable orbit forcibly altered as it flew towards the dying planet. Shun followed closely, continuously adjusting the strength of the gravity to ensure the meteorites would precisely impact the planet's surface. He didn't want scattered impacts, but rather a concentrated barrage of numerous meteorites in a short period, allowing them to directly smash into the planet's core region, intensely heating its core. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Deafening roars continuously echoed as the meteorites released immense power and heat upon impact. A massive crater was gouged into the planet's core rock layers, and the rocks at the core were instantly melted into liquid by the immense heat, thoroughly awakening the residual energy deep within the core, which began to slowly rise. The planet's consciousness, like a newly restored spirit, vibrated with excitement in Shun's mind. Powerful. An incredible surge of energy is flowing through me. Shun didn't stop. The golden light bands extended again, grabbing the second and third meteorite clusters. This time, he specifically selected some meteorites containing ice layers, mixing them among the others. When these meteorites crashed, the ice layers instantly turned into water vapor under high temperatures, permeating the planet's surface, while the heat from the meteorite cores continued to melt the rock, increasing the amount of liquid magma on the surface. Large amounts of gas rose into the sky, continuously increasing the thickness of the planet's atmosphere. Time flew by amidst the intensive impacts from dawn to eve. In just one day, this planet had completely transformed. The once dull gray surface was now covered in churning magma oceans, the red magma flowing like boiling blood across the surface. The air was filled with thick water vapor, forming a dense cloud layer around the planet. Shun floated in the sky, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes as he looked at the magnificent magma ocean before him. His golden Rinnegan slowly retracted. He could clearly feel that the planet's consciousness was no longer weak, but instead vibrated with vibrant vitality. Shun's thought carried a smile. Your vitality is recovering. The magma will slowly cool and become new rock layers, and the water vapor will condense into rain, bringing you liquid water. After some time, I will bring some seeds, and we can nurture life. The planet's consciousness sent a wave of anticipation. Thank you, Master. I also hope to become a cradle for life. Shun smiled, raised his hand to summon a golden vortex, and left this planet. Father-daughter bonding a golden portal appeared inside the land of Water's royal palace. Shun had just stepped out when he stumbled, barely steadying himself by bracing his hands against the wall. After a full day of manipulating meteorites, his chakra was almost depleted, a weakness he had never experienced before. It seems I must increase my chakra reserves as soon as possible, otherwise I cannot afford to use the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. His Uzumaki Sage heritage still needed some experience points to upgrade to the perfect level, at which point his chakra reserves would greatly increase again. Thinking of this, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Yukari. Her presence seemed to instantly soothe his anxiety. Shun pushed open the bedchamber door, the soft, warm light emitting from the luxurious lamps in the royal palace greeting him. Yukari, wearing pale red silk pajamas embroidered with delicate gold thread patterns, was sitting on a soft couch, reading a novel. Hearing the door open, she looked up and said, "Shun, you look so pale, and your aura is extremely weak." She hurried forward, gently supporting her husband's arm with both hands. Shun clasped her hand and gently rested his head on her barato, his face close to her hair. "It's nothing. I just used too much chakra and am a little tired." The faint fragrance around Yukari, like a calming presence, eased his tense nerves. He looked up, his fingertips gently brushing away the stray hairs on her cheek, his eyes full of earnestness. "Yukari, for the next while, I might need to trouble you." Yukari's cheeks flushed slightly. She stood on tiptoe, gave him a light kiss, and smiled gently. "Silly, why talk about trouble with me? Rest on the couch for a bit. They'll go make you a bowl of soup to nourish your body." She helped Shun sit on the couch, then turned and walked towards a small kitchen in the inner chamber, her steps a little faster than usual. Soon, the aroma of medicinal soup, mixed with the sweet scent of honey, wafted from the kitchen. Yukari came out carrying a white porcelain bowl, steam still rising from its rim. She sat by the bed, carefully blew on the soup, then gently touched the rim with her lips to confirm the temperature was just right before offering it to Shun's mouth. "Drink slowly. I added a little honey. It's not bitter." Sensuredo. Yukari wrapped her arms around his neck, focusing her intent carefully. Her chakra, through their connected foreheads, slowly flowed into Shun's barato, like a gentle stream. Carrying the unique healing power of the Uzumaki, it gradually enveloped his weakened chakra, helping him to sort out his disordered chakra pathways. Feeling her concern and love, Shun tightened his arms, pulling her closer. They looked into each other's eyes, their gazes warm and tender. Bang! But just then, the bedchamber door was suddenly pushed open. A small figure rushed in. "Mama, I'm coming in." Karen, wearing a pink dress and hugging her beloved fox plushie, saw the two embracing on the soft couch. She immediately pouted, her voice full of grievance. "Papa, I want to sleep with Mama and listen to her tell stories." Karen quickly ran to the couch, grabbed Yukari's hem, and tugged hard. Shun smiled helplessly, reaching out to hug Karen, but she deftly dodged him. Karen hid behind Yukari, peeked out her little head, and made a funny face. Papa is a bad guy. Last time you said you'd play with me, but then you ran off somewhere and made me wait for you all afternoon. Yukari ruffled her daughter's red hair, her voice softening. Karen, be good. You're already 7 years old. A big girl. You need to learn to sleep by yourself. Papa and I have important things to do, but tomorrow morning, Mama will play with you, okay? No. Karen shook her head firmly and climbed onto the couch. Squeezing between the two, she wrapped her arms around Yukari's neck, like a small animal guarding its food. I want Mama now. If Papa bullies Mama again, they'll tell Mama Sarah that you're fighting with me for Mama. Shun looked at his daughter's pouting face, his eyes full of doting affection. Recently, he had been a bit busy and had indeed neglected Karen. He gently pinched Karen's cheek and said softly, "How about this? Papa will play hide-and-seek with you for a while. I promise not to cheat, and he'll even let you be it. When we're done, you go back to your room to sleep. And tomorrow Papa will build a sandcastle with you, one taller than you. How about that?" Karen's eyes instantly lit up like they were filled with starlight, and she immediately let go of Yukari's arm and jumped off the couch. She grabbed Shun's hand and ran towards the hall entrance. "Okay, it's a deal. If you cheat, they'll draw a turtle on your face and tell all the mamas." Shun was pulled away by her, turning back to Yukari with a helpless smile. Yukari watched their figures disappear outside the door, her eyes full of tenderness. Soon, Karen's clear laughter sounded from outside the bedchamber. "Papa, you're so slow. Hurry up. I'm going to catch you." Shun's helpless reply sounded. "Don't run too fast. The hallway is slippery. Be careful not to fall." Yukari walked to the window, watching the father and daughter chasing and playing under the streetlights in the courtyard, feeling exceptionally warm. 10 minutes quickly passed. Karen was very happy and hugging her plushie. She returned to her room, accompanied by a maid. After seeing his daughter off, Shun returned to the bedchamber. He saw Yukari sitting on the couch, waiting for him, the warm light of the floor lamp illuminating her gentle profile. He walked over and gently hugged her. "Yukari, sorry to keep you waiting." Yukari leaned back slightly, closing her eyes. "Don't overwork yourself. Even for Karen, for me, you must take care of yourself. I don't want to see you so weak." Shun hugged her tightly, feeling the orchid Barato on her, and held her close. "I promise that in the future, I will make Barato time to be with you all." Among his many concubines, Yukari never vied for anything, but he knew in his heart that she also longed for Barato of his companionship. He lowered his head toward her, and they shared a quiet, tender moment together. Ding! System notification. Bond with partner Yukari has deepened. Uzumaki Barato. Special. Experience 50. The next day, Sasuke and Seishin. The first rays of morning sunlight fell upon the two individuals resting peacefully together. Shun slowly opened his eyes. Most of his chakra had recovered. An overnight period of complete rest had fully nourished his depleted chakra pathways, and even his golden Rinnegan had stabilized considerably. He gently brushed aside Yukari's hair from her cheek, his fingertips tracing her soft brow and eyes. Yukari's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes still hazy from sleep. "Honey, you're awake so early. Do you feel better?" Shun leaned down for a light kiss and said, "Much better. With your chakra's nourishment, I've recovered faster than expected. Get up quickly, it's almost time for breakfast." Yukari raised a hand and gently tapped his cheek. "Whose fault is it? You kept me up so late talking that I'm still tired." After washing up, the two walked hand in hand to the palace dining hall. At this time, the dining hall was already bustling, with 9 children making quite a joyous commotion. Sasuke, the child of Shun and Mikoto, was over 7 years old this year, his personality reflecting the Uchiha clan's stubbornness and pride. He was currently resting his chin on one hand, having only taken 2 bites of the fried fish in front of him. His gaze constantly drifted towards Seishin across the table, with a hint of smugness. He had already awakened his Sharingan at 6 years old last year, and now, at 7, he had activated his 2-Tomo Sharingan. Yesterday, when the two competed, he easily defeated his older brother, Seishin. "Papa, Mama, Karen, wearing a pink dress and with 2 buns in her hair, immediately jumped off her chair when she saw her father and mother enter. Her leather shoes pattered as she ran over, hugging Shun's leg and shaking it. "Yesterday, you said you'd build a sandcastle with me. Are we going today?" Shun bent down, picked up Karen, and weighed her in his arms, smiling as he playfully tapped her little nose. Of course, Papa always keeps his word. He carried Karen to the dining table and sat down, his gaze sweeping over Seishin. He saw that Seishin was bowing his head, stirring his porridge bowl, not even touching his favorite grilled fish. Shun asked, "Seishin, why aren't you eating the fried fish? The kitchen made it with a special secret recipe. Didn't you say you really wanted to eat it before?" Seishin looked up, his face showing clear disappointment, his eyes a little red, and shook his head. "Papa, they'll eat it later." After speaking, he quickly lowered his head again, his fingers tightly clutching the corner of his clothes, his eyes secretly glancing at Sasuke. Just now, Sasuke had deliberately tapped his bowl with his chopsticks and quietly mumbled, "Brother Seishin is so useless. His ninjutsu isn't as good as mine, and neither is his taijutsu." Shun didn't expose him on the spot. He just picked up a piece of boneless fried fish and placed it in Seishin's bowl. "Eat a little. You'll need energy to build a sandcastle later. You can't do it on an empty stomach." As breakfast was nearing its end, Sasuke suddenly put down his chopsticks and deliberately raised his voice, saying, "Papa, yesterday Brother Seishin and I competed in ninjutsu and taijutsu. I easily defeated him with my Sharingan." As he spoke, he proudly raised an eyebrow, as if waiting for praise. Mikoto quickly pulled on Sasuke's sleeve and whispered, "Sasuke, you're not allowed to talk about your brother like that." But Sasuke pulled away from her hand, still looking at his father, his eyes full of expectation. Every time he displayed the power of his Sharingan, his father would praise him for being amazing, and this time would surely be no exception. Unexpectedly, Shun merely nodded faintly. His gaze fell on Seishin, and he said softly, "Seishin, I know you work very hard. It's just that you haven't yet unleashed your talent." Sasuke's smile instantly froze. He pouted slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He had clearly won, so why was father praising Seishin instead? After breakfast, the children ran out to play in the courtyard. Karen excitedly planned the sandcastle project. Shun found an opportunity to pull Seishin aside to the pavilion, preparing to have a good talk with him. As soon as Seishin stood still, his eyes immediately turned red, saying in a tearful voice, "Papa, am I very stupid? Sasuke already has a 2-Tomo Sharingan, but I can't even activate my Sharingan. I also lost him in the competition yesterday, and he even said I was useless." Shun gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, his tone exceptionally serious. "Seishin, you are an unparalleled genius, a rare find in 100 years.